in the Jade Balance realm at the Dacian sect. Having just completed his task as an outer disciple, Han Yuan dragged his wearied body back to the secluded mountain hut in a remote corner of Guma Peak. The yard was small. A little dog wagged its tail and ran happily over, circling around Han Yuan's feet. He patted its head and smiled slightly. "Wang Kai, how is the spirit field looking?" "Woof! Woof!" The little dog raised its head, ran to the 2-acre spirit field in front of the yard, and pressed its paw on a mouse-like small animal wagging its tail continuously. Han Yuan showed a rare smile. Wang Kai had a trace of the bloodline of the spirit beast Blazing Flame Hound, possessing good intelligence. Although growing it into a first layer, Chi refining spirit beast was difficult, it was an excellent guard for the home. He had spent a whole spirit stone to exchange for it from the outer peak of the spirit beast peak. "Wang Kai, watch closely, don't blink," Han Yuan called to Wang Kai. Wang Kai's fiery red eyes showed joy, and he jumped to the edge of the spirit field, waiting expectantly. Han Yuan stood by the spirit field, prepared his mood, then formed hand seals, coordinating with the runes already condensed in his dantian, and softly chanted, "Spiritual rain technique." In his dantian, all but 1/5 of his spiritual power was released, activating the spiritual rain technique rune. Above the spirit field, countless water droplets carrying traces of spiritual energy formed a water cloud covering the 2 acres. Fall! Above the spirit field, light rain fell, blending with spiritual energy, soaking into the rice plants in the field, nourishing every stalk of the yellow-grade lower-rank spirit rice, blood spirit rice. Wang Kai, standing at the edge, happily chased the excess spiritual rain, absorbing the negligible spiritual energy. The blood spirit rice in the field had already grown ears of grain, and the harvest time was not far off. Han Yuan's face was slightly pale, a sign of spiritual power depletion. After completing the task, most of his spiritual power was consumed. But he had no choice. The blood spirit rice required the spiritual rain technique twice daily, and the evening application had to be done before sunset, otherwise the harvest would be poor. "In 2 more days, it will be harvest time. Then the 2 acres can yield 1,000 gene of blood spirit rice. After handing over 70%, about 300 gene will remain, which can be exchanged for 150 low-grade spirit stones." Han Yuan was already satisfied. 150 low-grade spirit stones equaled the harvest from a year and a half of outer sect tasks. It was a huge sum. He seemed to be able to buy a bottle of spirit-gathering pills to use. He had entered the sect 2 years ago, and was still at Chi refining layer 2. All the money he had saved before had been invested in purchasing the spiritual rain technique, and he had also spent heavily on a simple concealment formation to mask the spiritual energy fluctuations, and the scent of the spirit rice, preventing large beasts from being attracted. So he had no money left for pills. As for the sect distributing pills, that was a treatment for inner formal disciples, and only elites above Chi refining layer 7 could enjoy it. "Wang Kai, keep watching the field. I'm going to cultivate." "Woof! Woof!" Wang Kai responded crisply. Han Yuan turned and returned to the small courtyard, sat down cross-legged, and began absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, circulating it through his meridians. He was reluctant to even use spirit stones, saving all he had for essentials. This was also the old tradition of frugality from the homeland of farming. That's right. Han Yuan was a legitimate time traveler. At first, he was very excited, searching for his golden finger, system daddy, old grandpa, etc., but found nothing at all. Then he thought he was a cultivation genius, invincible against all odds. But during the spirit root test, he discovered his aptitude was mediocre, only a middle-grade 5-element spirit root, the lowest among middle-grade roots. Although it was slightly better than most low-grade roots, it wasn't much of an improvement. Fortunately, the middle-grade spirit root had its advantages. He directly became an outer disciple of the Dacian sect rather than a worse menial disciple. After entering the sect and learning about the cultivation world, he made a rational plan. He didn't spend all the spirit stones he got, but slowly saved up. First, he spent 100 spirit stones to exchange for the spiritual rain technique, trained hard, then used 50 spirit stones to buy the concealment formation and began planting blood spirit rice. Perhaps the farming gene from the homeland of farming had kicked in. In his first year, he actually succeeded in growing blood spirit rice, shocking many people. But at the same time it attracted covetous gazes. Thinking of this, Han Yuan frowned slightly. Within the sect it's safe. They wouldn't risk violating sect rules to rob my blood spirit rice and spirit stones, but I still need to be careful. Most likely they'll try to ostracize me or force me to take sides. Where there are people, there are factions. Among the outer disciples there were many small groups with complex relationships. Many of those who entered with Han Yuan had already formed or joined some small groups. Most of these people did not have the habit of saving spirit stones. They spent them as soon as they got them. Their cultivation had stalled at Chi refining layer 2 for a long time. Some outstanding ones had broken through to layer 3 and were not far from layer 4. But because of this, they were very short of spirit stones. Unable to reach Chi refining layer 4, they couldn't do many higher reward tasks, often falling into spirit stone anxiety. Once they heard of Han Yuan's bountiful harvest, they would inevitably set their sights on him and his blood spirit rice. Once I harvest the blood spirit rice, it'll have spirit stones and pills for cultivation. It'll soon catch up on the progress I've missed. Han Yuan was very confident. Cultivation talent was certainly important, but in the cultivation world resources were equally crucial. Having spirit stones and pills for training made all the difference. The routine days at Guma Peak continued as usual. 14 days later, Han Yuan took an early leave and arrived at the spirit field in the morning. Seeing the field covered in crimson and smelling the rich aroma of rice, a genuine smile appeared on his face. He didn't rush to harvest but waited. As the orangered sun rose, a creaking sound came from afar, growing closer. Han Yuan immediately looked. He saw a young man driving a wind-chasing horse grain cart slowly approaching. Han Yuan stepped forward and bowed. Han Yuan greets senior brother. May I ask your honorable name? Haha, no need for formalities, junior brother. I am Di Qing. TSK Tisk, junior brother. Han has courage. This is the first time I've seen an outer disciple start growing blood spirit rice within 2 years of entry. The young man glanced at the crimson spirit rice in the field, half politely and half admiringly. Han Yuan smiled bitterly. Junior brother knows his talent is dull. I have no choice but to delve into this laborious planting, hoping for some security in the future. Di Qing rubbed his chin, sensing Han Yuan's cultivation level, then looked at his clothes and nodded thoughtfully. He coughed and said, Let's get down to business. The sect takes 70% of the blood spirit rice, you know. Junior brother knows. Han Yuan immediately nodded. Also, are you exchanging your 30% directly with the sect or using it yourself? If you exchange with the sect buys it at 2 gene per spirit stone. That price is absolutely fair. If you go elsewhere, you'll probably get a lower price. Han Yuan had already thought it through and nodded. I am willing to sell to the sect. All right, then it'll start the harvest. Di Qing walked to the edge of the field and took out a cyan long sword. Han Yuan watched without blinking. Then Di Qing held the sword and softly shouted, Light spirit sword art. The cyan longsword immediately glowed with spiritual light. To Han Yuan's amazed gaze, a sword light extended 3 zhang from the cyan longsword. Then Di Qing stepped into the field and sliced from one end to the other. Rows of rice ears fell neatly at the base. The technique was clean, the movement swift. In just a short moment, Di Qing had harvested the 2 acres. Then Di Qing performed a object control technique, and all the rice ears flew into the grain cart, soon filling it more than halfway. This efficiency was astonishing. Di Qing returned to stand in front of Han Yuan, neither flushed nor breathless. He glanced at the cart and said, Altogether 1,080 gene. 30% is 324 gene, worth 162 spirit stones. Is that acceptable? No problem. Han Yuan confirmed. Di Qing patted the pouch at his waist, and a small pile of spirit stones appeared before Han Yuan. 162 stones. Please confirm, Di Qing said. Han Yuan swept his spiritual sense over them and confirmed. Correct. Di Qing chuckled lightly, then jumped onto the cart and said, "Then I'll take my leave." Han Yuan was startled and quickly said, "Senior brother, how about some tea in the house?" "No need. I must complete the sect task as soon as possible." Di Qing shook the reins, and the wind-chasing horse naturally began to turn. "Junior brother sees senior brother off. And then junior brother Han, may we meet again." Di Qing chuckled, drove the cart, and quickly left. Han Yuan frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that Di Qing's words carried a hidden meaning, but his mind was filled with spirit stones, and he couldn't care about anything else. He carefully took out a palm-sized storage pouch and put all the spirit stones away. This pouch had cost him 10 spirit stones, and its capacity was tiny, only about half a cubic meter, but it was more than enough for the stones. Time to go buy pills. Han Yuan's heart leaped with joy, and he hurried to the exchange hall. Soon he returned with a bottle of spirit-gathering pills. One pill cost 10 low-grade spirit stones, and a bottle of 12 pills only needed 108 low-grade spirit stones. Speaking of which, being in a group had its advantages. Bulk purchases like this were cheaper. Returning to the small courtyard, Han Yuan sat down cross-legged and began to take the spirit-gathering pill for the first time. As the pill entered his stomach, before Han Yuan could even experience the pleasure of the pill, a line of text suddenly flashed before his eyes. Random boost multiplier 3 spirit gathering pill effect 300 spirit gathering pill toxin 30. Huh? Han Yuan was stunned. Before he could react, the spirit gathering pill in his stomach had already released a surge of medicinal power far beyond his expectations. He hurriedly concentrated his mind and began to circulate his cultivation technique. Han Yuan practiced the yellow-grade upper-class technique, ancient, wood-nourishing spirit art, a wood attribute cultivation method. Its spiritual energy was gentle, best suited for nourishing the spirit. Its flow long and sustained, but it was not adept at attack. At that moment, a surge of medicinal power rushed into his meridians. The wood spiritual energy of the ancient wood-nourishing spirit art displayed its excellent effect, its gentle nature calming the turbulent medicinal force enveloping it and guiding it through the lesser heavenly cycle. As cycle after cycle of the lesser heavenly cycle successfully completed, the medicinal power rapidly integrated into Han Yuan's own spiritual energy. A full 2 hours later, Han Yuan exhaled a heavy breath of turbid qi and unstoppable joy shining in his eyes. One spirit convergence pill is actually equivalent to a whole month of my bitter cultivation. The effect is astonishing. Han Yuan marveled inwardly. He had heard others speak of the effects of the spirit convergence pill, one pill equivalent to 7 days of bitter cultivation. Yet now, having swallowed one himself, it was equivalent to a full month. The effect is more than triple. Perhaps it's because my talent is slightly inferior to others. Han Yuan thought for a moment and understood the reason for the discrepancy, but this only made him more delighted. Moreover, those few lines of text he had just seen were not an illusion, but real. So my golden finger is this random multiplier. Previously, my Danshan spiritual energy reserve was about 1/5 of a Qi refining layer 2 cultivator. Adding a month's worth of bitter cultivation is equivalent to 1/10 of the spiritual energy amount. If I get a 3x multiplier from now on, I would only need 7 more pills to reach the peak of layer 2. Usually one must wait 3 days before taking another spirit convergence pill. But with my elixir toxicity reduced by 30, does that mean I can take another pill in just a day or 2? When Han Yuan circulated his spiritual energy, he could feel some residual elixir toxicity within it. Normally it took 3 days of cycling to remove it. Now with 3 times less toxicity, the effort saved might exceed a day, as removing toxicity is always easier at the start. A 30 reduction might not seem much, but in practice, it was far more significant. Han Yuan forcefully suppressed his inner excitement and continued his circulation, grinding away the elixir toxicity. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Han Yuan rose early and began clearing the straw from the fields. These stalks contained spiritual energy and had many uses. They could feed spirit beasts or serve as raw material for low-grade talisman paper. The material from these 2 mu of land could fetch 10 spirit stones. If sold, it could not be wasted. However, the straw from 2 mu of spirit fields was quite plentiful. The spirit plants were tough, and after half a day, he had only cleared an eighth of the area. It seems this will take several days. Han Yuan first stored the harvested straw in his small courtyard, then headed towards the outer courtyard to complete his daily outer sect chores. After Han Yuan left, he didn't notice a figure silently watching him from the woods. It was only after he had gone that the figure emerged from the shadows. This person was another outer disciple who lived nearby Hu Yifan. I happened to see the grain cart passing by yesterday. Could it be that the spirit rice Han Yuan planted has truly ripened? Hu Yifan couldn't help but be shocked. Planting spirit rice was not easy. Many first-timers ended up losing everything. Although he knew Han Yuan had planted blood spirit rice and occasionally passed by the fields, he truly hadn't believed Han Yuan could succeed. But seeing the grain cart yesterday had aroused his suspicion. So this morning, taking advantage of Han Yuan's absence, he quietly crept over to investigate. Not long after he arrived at the edge of the spirit field in front of Han Yuan's small courtyard, he saw the rice stalks stripped of their ears, and was completely convinced that Han Yuan had succeeded. So Han Yuan must have a ton of spirit stones on him right now. A hot thought entered Hu Yifan's mind, and he had a plan. He hurried away, not noticing Wang Kai secretly watching him from a corner. Soon it was evening. Han Yuan dragged his slightly tired body back to his small courtyard. Woof! Woof! Wang Kai ran over happily. Han Yuan smiled slightly and handed it a piece of meat. However, Wang Kai did not take the meat as usual. Instead, it went to the edge of the spirit field. Han Yuan was a bit puzzled. Wang Kai turned its head to look at him, then stood on its hind legs, bared its teeth, twisted its mouth corners, and squinted its big doggy eyes, looking a bit comical. Han Yuan frowned. Once I did someone come. Wang Kai returned to normal, happily barked twice, and nodded vigorously. Who was it? Han Yuan asked again. Wang Kai barked once in the direction of Hu Yifan's courtyard. Han Yuan understood. So it was Hu Yifan. He raised an eyebrow. What's that kid planning? Sneaking over to my fields and making that face. He's got ideas. Hu Yifan had joined the sect at the same time as him. Their aptitudes were similar, a mid-grade 4th red spirit root, but Hu Yifan's best attribute was the fire element. He cultivated the ancient wood combustion spirit art and had stepped into Qi refining layer 2 a year ago, a bit higher than him, but not by much. He frowned in thought for a moment, then called out to Wang Sai. Wang Sai, I'm going out for a bit. Watch the house. If you sense danger, be smart. Woof woof. Wang Kai replied, wagging its tail. Han Yuan picked up some straw from the courtyard, stored it in his storage pouch, and then hurried away. Half an hour later, Han Yuan returned. He glanced at Wang Kai. The dog indicated no one had come, so he turned and went back into his room to seize the time for cultivation. In the world of immortal cultivation, strength was everything. Wang Kai then picked up the piece of meat Han Yuan had put down earlier, ate it happily, while always keeping a wary eye on the direction of the forest. Han Yuan sat cross-legged, circulating his qi through the heavenly cycle, refining his spiritual energy. 2 hours later, the spiritual energy within his body became warm and pure again, with no trace of elixir toxicity remaining. A smile appeared on Han Yuan's face. Good, the elixir toxicity is all gone. I can take another pill now. He flipped his hand, and a spirit convergence pill appeared from his storage pouch. He tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. This time he stared intently ahead, and saw a blurry, mysterious die spinning rapidly. An icon showing 4 dots flashed and disappeared. Random multiplier 4 spirit convergence pill effect 400 spirit convergence pill toxin 40. Instantly the potency of the pill surged to an astonishing level. Prepared for this, Han Yuan steadied his mind and activated the ancient wood nourishing spirit art. His circulation speed reached its current peak as he continuously refined the pill's immense medicinal power. The medicinal power this time was even vaster. Han Yuan spent a full 3 hours to completely refine it all. But the result was joyous. A single night's refinement was equivalent to 40 days of bitter cultivation. His cultivation base had nearly reached half of the chi refining layer to a truly astonishing rate of progress. He laid down on his bed contentedly and fell into a peaceful sleep. 2 hours later he woke up refreshed. When he went to the courtyard and swept his spiritual sense outside, he saw 2 uninvited guests standing at his door. Hu Yifan sensed movement in the courtyard and immediately knocked on the door. "Junior disciple Han, please open the door." Han Yuan raised an eyebrow and placed his hand on the sword hilt at his waist. He spoke through the door. "Hu Yifan, what do you want?" "Open the door, I have something important to tell you." Hu Yifan's tone was a bit urgent. Han Yuan thought to himself this was the sect. Robbery, let alone murder for treasure, was strictly forbidden, so he was relatively safe. Besides, the door had no formation and couldn't stop a cultivator anyway. With that thought, Han Yuan opened the door. Outside stood 2 people. One was the scrawny Hu Yifan, the other was a man with wolf-like eyes and an eagle-beaked nose exuding aggression. This man sized up Han Yuan as soon as the door opened. Hu Yifan stood behind, a look of fawning respect on his face as he looked at the man in front. "Brother Wu, this is junior disciple Han I was telling you about." Then Hu Yifan looked at Han Yuan, chin lifted slightly, a hint of pride in his tone. "Junior disciple Han, this is senior disciple Wu Chao. His cultivation has reached the late stage of layer 3. He's not far from layer 4. Han Yuan clasped his hands. "So it's senior disciple Wu. What business brings you here today? You're Han Yuan. I heard you successfully grew a batch of blood spirit rice." Wu Chao looked Han Yuan over appraisingly. Han Yuan glanced at the straw in the yard. "So what if I did? I've already traded it all with the sect." At this point, Hu Yifan spoke up. "Junior disciple Han, do you know about the popular mutual aid system among the disciples?" Han Yuan shook his head. "Mutual aid is simple. Disciples like us with poor aptitude can choose and disciple with good aptitude to support. We use our spare spirit stones to help him break through his cultivation. Once he reaches the middle or late chi refining stage, he can then help us improve in return. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Our senior disciple Wu is not far from the mid-chi refining stage. He's just a bit short on spirit stones for a breakthrough. Once he breaks through, he can take on highly rewarding missions, and the benefits he can bring back to us will be immense." The implication was crystal clear. Wu Chao smiled. "Junior disciple Han, what do you think of this partnership? Others have been cooperating with me for 2 years and have paid out a considerable amount of spirit stones. I didn't plan to take on another partner, but am in an urgent need of spirit stones. Just give me 150 more spirit stones, and you'll get the same treatment as everyone else. When I break through to the mid-chi refining stage, I will surely repay you handsomely." Han Yuan was naturally unwilling when he heard this. Not only did he not have that many spirit stones, but he had barely just met these 2. Investing such a huge sum into someone who might just renege on the deal later. He would lose everything. To put it bluntly, it was robbery, just using a nicer name for it. Besides, resources were now indispensable to him. Han Yuan's expression turned solemn. He cupped his hands and said, "Apologies, but I still have use for my spirit stones. I cannot agree to this request. Please understand, senior disciple Wu." Wu Chaos' expression immediately turned cold upon hearing this. The aura of a chi refining layer 3 cultivator burst forth, and his icy gaze locked onto Han Yuan. "Say that again." Han Yuan frowned. "I need my spirit stones for my own use. Are you planning to violate the sect's rules and forcibly take my spirit stone, senior disciple Wu Chao?" Hu Yifan immediately said anxiously, "Han Yuan, do you know how rare this opportunity is? Others would kill for a connection with senior disciple Wu. He has a mid-grade 3-thread spirit root. He's a seedling with hope for foundation establishment. Why won't you see sense?" "I'm sorry," Han Yuan said. Wu Chaos' expression was frigid. His spiritual energy began to churn violently, and a golden light gathered in his palm. Han Yuan's heart was calm. He channeled his spiritual energy to his feet, ready to flee at any moment. Trying to scare him. He wasn't flustered. If his yard was destroyed, he would report him instantly. Suddenly a clear cold voice rang out from afar. "What are you doing?" Everyone looked towards the source. A woman in white descended, sword in hand, her momentum ethereal. Her face was like a silver moon, her eyes like water chestnuts, her lips red, and brows sharply defined, her hair like silk. She naturally exuded the powerful pressure of a mid-chi refining cultivator, striking fear into the hearts of all present. "Thighs, senior sister. We were just chatting." Wu Chao hurriedly dispelled his spiritual energy, flustered. Han Yuan, on the other hand, spoke respectfully. "Senior sister Lu, you've arrived." The woman nodded at Han Yuan, then turned to look at Wu Chao and the other man, her brows slightly furrowed. "Still not leaving? Of course, senior sister, you're busy." Wu Chao immediately grabbed the stunned Hu Yifan and hurried away, his face turning ashen as he turned around. Once they were far away, Lu Sisi pointed to some straw in the yard. "So this is the material for feeding spirit beasts that you mentioned. Are you really planning to send me a batch every year? Last year I thanked senior sister Lu for selling Wankai to me at a low price. I am extremely grateful. A drop of kindness shall be repaid with a gushing spring," Han Yuan said earnestly. A subtle amused smile played on Lu Sisi's beautiful face. She had initially thought this junior disciple might have designs on her. Finding his looks rather handsome, she had decided to check him out. Seeing this, she realized he was just using her as a shield. 2 mu of spirit rice straw was worth 10 spirit stones at most, and he wanted her protection for that. He had a lot of nerve. Han Yuan felt anxious inside. "Woof! Woof!" Wankai ran over, happily circling Lu Sisi. Lu Sisi's eyes lit up, her brows unconsciously curving into a smile. She bent down to pet Wankai, delighted. "Little Wankai, there's actually a faint trace of spiritual energy inside you now. You're a half-spirit beast now. The meat should be good. Probably tastes quite nice." Wankai, which was looking cute and happy, instantly bristled. It looked up at Lu Sisi with terrified eyes, then bolted between Han Yuan's legs, hiding behind him, and trembling, leaving only half its rear end exposed. "Senior sister Lu." Han Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Lu Sisi stood up, put her hands behind her back, gave a light snort, and turned to leave. As she walked away, a few words floated back. "Remember to deliver it soon. If it gets too old, the spirit beasts won't eat it." A delighted smile broke out on Han Yuan's face. "The junior brother understands." Han Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Sisi was an outer disciple of the spirit beast peak, already at the 5th layer of chi refining. He had purchased his dog Wankai from her at a low price, so there was a certain affinity between them. Ever since he learned of Hu Yifan's prying gaze yesterday, he had sensed that misfortune was imminent. Thus he had sought to forge a connection with Lu Sisi. Unexpectedly this morning, both Hu Yifan and Lu Sisi's groups arrived, one after another, coincidentally resolving his predicament. "Just a few more days, and my cultivation will ascend to the 3rd layer." Han Yuan needed this buffer period. Once his cultivation improved, those prying eyes would naturally look away. He swept his gaze over the rice straw in the paddy field and mused that there was no rush to deal with them now. Once his cultivation reached the 3rd layer, his efficiency would be far greater. Turning around, he returned to his room to continue cultivating and refining the pill toxins. When the sun had risen high, he went straight to the affairs peak to carry out his duties. It wasn't until dusk that he hurried back to his own courtyard. After feeding Wankai, he resumed his intense cultivation. Today the refinement of pill toxins proceeded faster. In less than half an hour, all the toxins within his body were purified. He eagerly produced a spirit-gathering pill, tilted his head back, and swallowed it. Random boost multiplier 3 spirit-gathering pill, efficacy 300, spirit-gathering pill, toxin 30, another triple amplification effect. Han Yuan was already content. In merely 2 hours, he had fully absorbed the pill's medicinal power. His internal spiritual energy surged once more, surpassing half of the 2nd layer's capacity. Tisk tisk, have I actually caught up to Hu Yifan's progress?" Han Yuan was somewhat astonished. During their scuffle this morning, his spiritual sense had clearly detected Hu Yifan's spiritual energy intensity, which was barely a tenth stronger than his own, a negligible difference. A smirk curled on Han Yuan's lips. The effect of his golden finger was astonishingly potent. 3 pills effectively equaled 10 in efficacy, making his progress remarkably swift. Keep pushing forward. Han Yuan did not rest. He continued to refine the pill toxins within his body, cycling his spiritual energy over and over. He emptied his mind of all distractions, immersing himself in a state of luminous cultivation. At dawn, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window into the room. He seemed to catch the fragrance of grass and trees in his nostrils. Unconsciously, his spiritual sense spread outward, resonating with an apricot tree in the courtyard. Deep in meditation with a vacant mind, Han Yuan inexplicably achieved a resonance with that ancient tree. The circulation speed of the ancient wood nurturing art suddenly doubled. Yet Han Yuan, absorbed in deep cultivation, remained unaffected, adapting with even greater ease to the accelerated cycle. After a long moment, Han Yuan opened his eyes in astonishment, his gaze piercing, as he stared at the old apricot tree outside the window. Was this an epiphany, or unity of heaven and man? A genuine joy spread across Han Yuan's face. His mastery of the technique had actually broken through. The ancient wood nurturing art had advanced from the initiate level to the minor accomplishment level. At the minor accomplishment stage, the cultivation speed of the ancient wood nurturing art doubled, while spiritual energy recovery tripled. It also boosted the training speed and effectiveness of wood element spells by about 30%. With this breakthrough in technique, the pill toxins within his body were completely purged. It was a double blessing. Suddenly, a rapidly spinning die flashed before his eyes. Han Yuan stared ahead in shock. Random boost multiplier 3 ancient wood nurturing art minor accomplishment effect 300. Han Yuan's eyes widened. Even this works. This is incredible. Han Yuan eagerly sat cross-legged and began to circulate his technique. As soon as he started, his spiritual sense clearly observed that the spiritual energy circulation speed had increased fourfold compared to before the breakthrough. This was now equivalent to the grand accomplishment level of the ancient wood nurturing art. Han Yuan had once heard a saying: cultivators in the late qi refining stage might not necessarily master a technique at the grand accomplishment level, but those who did were invariably in the late qi refining stage, a testament to the profound value of such mastery. Does this mean my spiritual energy recovery is now 7 times faster and my spell power is doubled? His ancient wood nurturing art was already renowned for recovery. Now his endurance in battle would reach astonishing heights, making him a king among those in the early qi refining stage. The boost to spell power would also compensate for the technique's weakness in attack, a perfect harmony. This is exhilarating. Han Yuan's lips curled upward uncontrollably. This breakthrough was nothing short of a rebirth. His cultivation speed now rivaled that of top-grade spiritual root prodigies of the same cohort. He doubted that those prodigies had already comprehended a technique at the grand accomplishment level. Can't get cocky. Keep cultivating. Han Yuan suppressed his smile, his face regaining composure, and flipped his hand to produce another spirit-gathering pill. With the pill toxins cleared, he could swallow another pill. He tossed it up and caught it in his mouth. Random boost multiplier 7 spirit gathering pill efficacy 700 spirit gathering pill toxin 70. Han Yuan's eyes widened. This random multiplier was unexpectedly high. A surge of medicinal power twice as potent as the previous 3 doses erupted within his body. But this time, after his technique breakthrough, his rate of refining the medicinal power had actually accelerated. In less than an hour, he had fully absorbed all the medicinal power. His spiritual energy increased by another 20 to 30%. His cultivation had now reached about 80% of the qi refining second layer, inching close to the third layer. He glanced at the sky. Time was running short. He quickly tidied up and hurried to the Affairs Peak. The Affairs Peak, also known as the Toil Peak, was a frequent haunt for outer disciples. He navigated with ease to Courtyard No. 17 of the Ding section and habitually took a spot in the corner where a dozen or so people had already gathered. He swept his gaze over the crowd and met Hu Yifan's eyes. Hu Yifan, however, broke into a smile and nodded at Han Yuan as if greeting him. Han Yuan raised an eyebrow. What scheme was this fellow concocting now? At that moment, Hu Yifan approached another outer disciple and whispered, "Senior brother Qin Feng, I heard that Han Yuan has curried favor with senior sister Lu Cixi of the Spirit Beast Peak. It's best not to clash with him from now on." Qin Feng shot Hu Yifan a strange look. Was this brat trying to stir up trouble? How did Hu Yifan know about his admiration for senior sister Lu? What a petty man. As for Han Yuan, he was merely a nobody. Connections or not, Qin Feng couldn't care less. For a cultivator, cultivation was paramount. Han Yuan was beneath his notice, not even worthy of being considered an opponent. Soon 20 outer disciples had assembled in the courtyard. No one was absent or late. Ahem ahem. A familiar cough rang out. A middle-aged man with hair half black and half white entered, his gaze indifferent as he swept it over the crowd. "Disciples, pay respects to Supervisor Yu." They all chorused in greeting. No need for formalities," Yu Muxiong said flatly. Han Yuan looked up curiously, eyeing Yu Muxiong's hands. He noticed with surprise that the supervisor seemed to be empty-handed today without a task scroll. Yu Muxiong spoke gravely. "Today I have an announcement." The crowd listened attentively. "You've been disciples for nearly 2 full years now. According to past regulations, if you haven't broken through to the Qi refining 3rd layer by the end of the 3rd year, you'll be demoted to menial disciples. So you must focus on cultivation in the coming year." A look of gravity flickered in many eyes. Yu Muxiong continued, "Additionally, for your badge, if you reach the Qi refining 3rd layer before the end of the 2nd year, the sect will grant rewards. The higher your cultivation and ranking, the greater the rewards. The top 10 can enjoy inter-disciple treatment in advance, and the top 3 may even become disciples of an elder." He paused, glancing at the 20 in courtyard no. 17 of the Ding section, and deemed further elaboration unnecessary. "Among you, only Qin Feng is close to the 3rd layer. With effort, he has a good chance of breaking through. Of course, others aren't without hope. You can purchase pills with spirit stones to boost your cultivation in the short term. Even if you can't fully clear the pill toxins, it's fine. You can slowly purify them after the assessment. The cultivation test will be in 7 days. Use these days to strive. Tasks are suspended for now. You may all disperse." Having delivered the news, Yu Muxiong left on his own. The announcement was so sudden that it caught Han Yuan off guard. Most disciples were also stunned, though 2 or 3 wore calm expressions, clearly already aware. Qin Feng was one of them. His cultivation was already on the verge of the 3rd layer. He could break through natural cultivation alone, and with a single spirit-gathering pill, it was a certainty. Thus he remained utterly composed. He walked away nonchalantly. Halfway, he happened to see Han Yuan, who appeared to be hanging his head in dejection. Remembering Hu Yifan's words, he couldn't help but lower his voice and say, "You're Han Yuan, right? I'll warn you, senior sister Lu is not someone you can ingratiate yourself with. Show some discretion." With that, Qin Feng strode off, utterly indifferent to Han Yuan's reaction. Han Yuan glanced at Qin Feng's retreating figure and dismissed him from his mind. He was delighted that he didn't have to work for a few days, giving him ample time to cultivate. Before he could even leave the courtyard, he found himself surrounded by several people. Hu Yifan stood at the edge, a faint smirk on his lips. Han Yuan frowned at the encircling group. "What's this about?" "Ahem, I heard that junior brother Han had a bountiful harvest of blood spirit rice. I'm close to the Qi refining 3rd layer and urgently need spirit stones to buy pills, but am a bit short. Could you lend me 20 spirit stones? Once I break through and receive the reward, I'll repay you immediately." "Right, junior brother Han, your cultivation is still far from the 3rd layer. Those spirit stones are just sitting idle. Lend us some to tide us over, and we'll pay you back double later." Han Yuan replied bluntly, "Sorry, but I don't have any spirit stones either. My apologies, everyone. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave." Swift as the wind, he slipped through the gaps in the crowd without a moment's hesitation. "Han Yuan, where's your sense of camaraderie? We're all from courtyard no. 17 of the Ding section. We see each other every day. Can't you spare even a little face?" A cultivator named Zhao Donglai grumbled in discontent. Yet I'm only asking for 10 spirit stones. Is that too much to ask? Someone else protested indignantly. Just because he can grow some spirit rice, he's gotten all conceited. Does he even know what trash-grade talent he has? A mid-grade 5-element spiritual root, but only one wood root is actually mid-grade. He might even be stuck at the early chi refining stage for 10 years. Hu Yifan chimed in. Junior brother Han is by nature aloof and doesn't understand social niceties. Don't blame him too much. Try other avenues. There's still hope for breaking through to the third layer. The group said nothing more, but their expression still simmered with resentment toward Han Yuan. Hu Yifan chuckled inwardly. These were the most promising candidates in No. 17 for breaking through to the third layer. With their collective animosity toward Han Yuan, the latter would have a rough time ahead. Han Yuan returned to his own small courtyard. Wang Kai wagged its tail as it came to greet him. Rubbing the dog's head, Han Yuan said, Once I am going into seclusion to cultivate. If anyone tries to enter the courtyard, remember to alert me. Woof. Woof. Wang Kai wagged its tail and held its head high as if to say, leave everything to me. Han Yuan smiled with satisfaction, hung a sign reading, In seclusion for cultivation, on the door, and then entered the room to practice. He leaned by the window directly facing the old apricot tree, and at that moment he began to surmise the reason for his entry into a mysterious state that morning. This old apricot tree had accompanied many outer disciples, always some who chose to practice the ancient wood-nurturing art. When they cultivated breathing and refining spiritual energy, a portion of its essence lingered on the tree. He had inadvertently resonated with the old apricot tree, which was actually a communication across misplaced time with the many disciples who had once practiced the ancient wood-nurturing art, leading to the breakthrough in his cultivation art that morning. As the saying goes, one generation plants the trees under whose shade another generation rests. At this moment, facing the old apricot tree, he breathed and refined spiritual energy, operating the ancient wood-nurturing art at a level equivalent to great mastery. He hoped that future residents might also gain insights into the art from this. The ancient wood-nurturing art, which had increased his cultivation speed fourfold, was remarkably effective at refining pill toxins, being 4 to 5 times faster than before. Moreover, 70 of the pill toxins from the gathering spirit pill he had swallowed that morning had already been deducted, leaving only 30 that could be completely cleansed in no time. In less than an hour, he had finished cleansing the remaining pill toxins. If other disciples learned of this speed, they would surely exclaim that he was cheating. Han Yuan took out another gathering spirit pill and swallowed it. With a random boost multiplier of 3, the pill's effect was tripled and pill toxins reduced by 30. The refining speed was extremely fast. In just half an hour, he had digested a pill that would normally take 2 to 3 hours. The spiritual energy in his body increased significantly, leaving him only 1/10 of the progress away from the third layer. Han Yuan curled the corners of his mouth. The cultivation effect after advancing his art was remarkably impressive. He suddenly recalled that when a normal cultivation art reached great mastery, one could circulate it while walking, sitting, lying, or standing. Although his art was only at minor mastery under the amplification, it was not inferior to great mastery. Could he achieve the same effect? Deciding to act on the thought, he stood up and circulated the art on a small scale, ready to stop immediately if anything went wrong. To his delight, he indeed managed to circulate the art while standing. He moved his feet, and the art continued without interruption even while walking. After several more attempts, he confirmed that although his ancient wood-nurturing art was at minor mastery, its effect was indistinguishable from true great mastery. Thus he no longer had to sit in his room to refine pill toxins. He could harvest the straw while simultaneously purifying them, and he hadn't forgotten his agreement with senior sister Lu. So under Wang Kai's bewildered gaze, Han Yuan picked up a sickle and went to the rice field to harvest the straw. Woof! Woof! Wang Kai barked twice, as if to say, weren't you supposed to go into seclusion? Han Yuan, understanding Wang Kai's meaning, laughed heartily and said, Plans change. Wang Kai tilted its head, not understanding Han Yuan's words. It ran over to him and used its tiny legs to help gather the scattered straw at the edge of the pile, a sight so endearing that Han Yuan couldn't help but smile. Man and dog worked together for 3 hours, harvesting nearly half of the field. Meanwhile, the pill toxins in Han Yuan's body were completely refined again during the labor. Han Yuan then stopped and returned to his room to take another pill. This time the dice favored him, granting a random boost multiplier of 4. The effect of the gathering spirit pill surged fourfold. The ancient wood-nurturing art effortlessly harnessed this medicinal power, rapidly circulating through his body and refining the energy. The spiritual energy in his body gradually filled the Dantian space, with a significant amount overflowing into the meridians. His cultivation had reached the peak of the second layer of chi refinement. He sensed the constraints around his Dantian. With a flicker of his spiritual sense, he immediately channeled the spiritual energy to break through this barrier. Breakthrough! The spiritual energy surged, and with a slight tremor, the boundaries of his Dantian expanded dramatically. The surging energy widened the entire Dantian by more than 4 times. During the breakthrough, the spiritual energy transformed slightly, becoming purer. It rushed out of the Dantian, rapidly flushed through the meridians, and then returned to the Dantian. The spiritual energy that had once filled the Dantian now only occupied a small portion at the bottom. 4 times. Shouldn't it be twice? Han Yuan suddenly realized this issue. Normally, a cultivator's Dantian capacity should increase to twice its original size. The original spiritual energy would then occupy half of the new realm's capacity. Once the remaining half was filled, another breakthrough could occur. But now his Dantian space was 4 times larger than before the breakthrough, leaving only a quarter of the original energy. For others it was 1 plus 1, for him it was 1 plus 1 times 3, effectively twice that of others. Han Yuan immediately formed a hypothesis. He opened his eyes and looked ahead, seeing a line of text fading. With a random boost multiplier of 3, the realm breakthrough effect was tripled. Wait, it's the realm breakthrough effect. It's not just the expansion of the Dantian. Han Yuan sensed his spiritual sense again. Its intensity had indeed increased significantly, extending to a range of over 12 meters, whereas before the breakthrough it had only been 4 meters. Han Yuan was very satisfied with the breakthrough's effects. Although the cultivation requirements had increased, his strength at the same realm had also grown. This was a great advantage. A towering building rises from the ground. A deep foundation is undoubtedly beneficial. After spending an hour consolidating his cultivation realm, he continued harvesting the straw. By sunset, he had finished cutting all the straw and tied it into bundles. Tomorrow, he would borrow a cart to transport the straw to senior sister Lu. That evening, Han Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, staring at the pill bottle in his hand. Only 6 pills remained in the bottle. If the spiritual energy amount for the second layer of chi refinement was valued at 10, then the upper limit for the third layer was 40. A pill with a 3-fold boost could increase spiritual energy by 1 point, so 6 pills would only raise it to 16 points. Even with good luck, it would reach at most 20 points, half the Dantian capacity. Proportionally, this was equivalent to the ratio of other cultivators, who had just broken through to the third layer. Does that mean that after refining these pills, it'll still be at the early stage of the third layer? Han Yuan's eyes lit up. This was perfect. He knew well that the world of immortal cultivation was extremely dangerous. Becoming a standout could easily invite envy, or even assassination from fellow disciples, assassination from hostile forces, assignment to high-risk missions, covetousness from sect elders for imaginary opportunities, and entanglement in factional struggles. Thus, reaching the early stage of the third layer would demonstrate his adequate talent to earn rewards while allowing him to conceal his true strength, giving him room to advance or retreat. Perfect. As for the spirit stones remaining in his hand plus the 54 left over from last time, he barely had 100 spirit stones left. He planned to exchange them for another spell to practice. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Han Yuan had completely consumed all the pills. Fortunately, he was lucky, rolling a 6 once, a 5 twice, and a 4 twice. His spiritual energy had now reached about half the capacity of his Dantian. In the meantime, he had delivered the straw to the outer peak of the Spirit Beast Peak. However, he did not see senior sister Lu, a lovely female cultivator, accepted the delivery on her behalf. Moreover, before leaving he received a book titled Flamehound Awakening Guide as a return gift from senior sister Lu. This made him inwardly exclaim that this senior sister was far too generous. The book wasn't expensive, but if he actually had to buy it, Han Yuan would have felt a pang of pain. It cost a full 5 spirit stones, 5 times more than Wang Kai himself was worth. He deeply suspected that senior sister Lu hoped he would raise a flame hound just so she could slaughter it for meat. That day Han Yuan arrived at the scripture depository. In a corner on the first floor sat an old man with purple hair. Seeing Han Yuan, he let out a soft exclamation and chuckled. "You look somewhat familiar. Did you come here once a year ago?" "Yes, senior." Han Yuan bowed and said, "I previously exchanged for a rain art." The purple-haired old man suddenly recalled. "I remember now. You're that reckless fellow who planned to plant spiritual rice just over a year after joining, aren't you?" Han Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, I actually grew it." The purple-haired old man was astonished. "You grew it?" "Yes." Han Yuan coughed and nodded. "You really do have some talent as a spiritual farmer," the old man remarked in realization. "It seems you sold your spiritual rice and now want to buy another spell." "That's right. I wish to purchase the yellow-grade lower-tier spell Verdant Art," Han Yuan quickly said. The purple-haired old man nodded. "Verdant Art would attribute spell has the effect of accelerating the growth of spiritual plants. With profound cultivation, it can even enhance their efficacy. 100 spirit stones. Do you have them?" "They're all here." Han Yuan reluctantly took out a small pile of spirit stones from his storage pouch. The old man collected the stones, walked to a bookshelf, and handed him a jade slip. "This is the one. Thank you, senior." Delighted, Han Yuan hurriedly left. The reason he chose this spell was simple. He intended to continue delving into farming using the spirit stones earned from cultivation to purchase items needed for his training. This was the early accumulation phase, and he wouldn't foolishly opt for an offensive spell. He had long observed the income of Qi refining mid-stage disciples. Going out on missions earned at most 400 to 500 spirit stones a year. But if his farming skills improved, he could earn the same amount or even more with virtually no danger. Store up grain, delay claiming kingship. Loki is the way. Steadiness is the true path. In the following days, he became so absorbed in comprehending the spell that he nearly forgot about the annual assessment. Courtyard 17, Block D. Han Yuan hurried into the yard. He immediately spotted Hu Yifan and several disciples gathered together. Seeing Han Yuan approach, Hu Yifan sighed to the group. "Alas, what a pity! You senior brothers were just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to Qi refining layer 3. Several outer disciples looked equally dejected. Especially senior brother Zhao Donglai. He's only one spirit gathering pill away from Qi refining layer 3. If he could urgently buy one and take it now, he might break through before the assessment." Hu Yifan lamented. "Unfortunately, I have no spirit stones left." Zhao Donglai's face darkened. Han Yuan narrowed his eyes. That kid was trying to set a trap for him again. So annoying. He'd teach him a harsh lesson one day for his foul mouth. "Oh, junior brother Han, you're here too!" Hu Yifan exclaimed in feigned surprise, as if just noticing him. Zhao Donglai, upon seeing Han Yuan, seemed to have an idea. He quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Junior brother Han, I am Zhao Donglai." Han Yuan nodded. "Senior brother Zhao, I understand your intent, but my spirit stones are all spent too." Zhao Donglai gave Han Yuan a deep look and said, "Then I apologize for the intrusion." Hu Yifan's lips curled slightly. If he could confirm that Han Yuan had spirit stones, he'd surely end up on Zhao Donglai's blacklist. He had already learned that Han Yuan had exchanged spiritual rice for over 100 spirit stones, and spent only 108 of them on a bottle of spirit-gathering pills, so he must have some left. He kept staring at Han Yuan. When he noticed the storage pouch at Han Yuan's waist, his eyes lit up, and he muttered, "Those spirit stones! You can afford a storage pouch worth 10 spirit stones. How could you be short?" You could just sell it to gather the stones. Although Zhao Donglai recognized the provocation in Hu Yifan's words, he couldn't help but think the same, further souring his opinion of Han Yuan. Not far away, a crowd was flattering Qin Feng. Senior brother Qin, your talent is truly astonishing. You've successfully broken through to Qi refining layer 3. Haha, now our courtyard 17 block D will hold its head high among the neighboring yards. What a pity senior brother Qin will move to another yard next year, and we won't see him anymore. Qin Feng stood with one hand behind his back. Don't worry, fellow junior brothers. If anything comes up, you can always come to me. Our acquaintance is fate. Many were overjoyed and drew closer to Qin Feng. Han Yuan stood alone with no one around him, looking somewhat forlorn. Han Yuan remained unfazed. Once he demonstrated his qi refining layer 3 cultivation, these people would come back to curry favor with him. Strength was what truly mattered. Soon Yu Muxiong arrived. He glanced at the group and announced, "Everyone follow me. We're heading to the outer sect square for the assessment." Yes. The 20 disciples followed Yu Muxiong out of the courtyard. At that moment, people from other yards were also emerging, each led by a steward with a group of about 20. Some disciples, who had reached qi refining layer 3, wore proud expressions, looking down on others. Han Yuan blended into the crowd, utterly inconspicuous. Soon they arrived at the outer sect square. Roughly 400 to 500 outer disciples were present, all from the same cohort. On the viewing stands around the square, some older outer disciples had come to watch. The annual cultivation assessment was a major event, drawing many spectators. On the stands, a group of outer disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak gathered, with Lu Cixi among them. Lu Cixi addressed her fellow disciples. Take a good look at the promising talents in this 58 cohort. If you know anyone, find a chance to persuade them to join the Spirit Beast Peak. This is an order from the Outer Peak Master. Don't be negligent. On the Spirit Plant Peak, Di Qin was chatting with some fellow disciples, also observing the candidates with interest. Suddenly he spotted a familiar figure and recalled something. I was planning to invite that junior brother Han Yuan to join the Spirit Plant Peak, but I got busy and forgot. But no matter. You'll find him after the assessment. Di Qin muttered to himself, then turned his attention to other prodigies. Han Yuan craned his neck among the crowd, eavesdropping on the hushed conversations around him. I heard that Yang Yuanyang, the genius from Courtyard C1, has already reached the peak of qi refining layer 3. If not for building a stronger foundation, he would have broken through long ago. It seems the top spot this year will be his. Han Yuan turned his gaze. That so-called Yang Yuanyang, clad in fiery red robes, with hair of the same blazing hue, stood under the sunlight, as if his garments might ignite at any moment. He resembled a sovereign of flames, exuding an overwhelming aura. Han Yuan muttered inwardly, Impressive, truly impressive. This is what a genius looks like. Extraordinary indeed. What is Yang Yuanyang? Have you heard of Nangong Juiyue? I heard she is the descendant of a senior within the sect, also at the peak of qi refining layer 3. Moreover, she has mastered a yellow-grade upper-tier wind element attack technique. Han Yuan looked to the other side, where a stunningly beautiful young woman with an icy demeanor stood. Around her swirled rings of cyan wind, like a spirit of the breeze, leaving Han Yuan inwardly astonished. He continued to listen to the discussions, and soon discovered over a dozen other formidable outer disciples, all geniuses, from Courtyard C1, each at the peak of qi refining layer 3, each with unique traits. Qin Feng stood beside Han Yuan, gazing at those distinctive outer disciples with envy. These so-called geniuses only rely on their deep backgrounds and abundant resources to get ahead. Give me the same resources, and I would have broken through to qi refining layer 5 or 6 long ago. Han Yuan nodded in agreement. Noticing this, Qin Feng sneered. Forget about you. Your talent is too poor. Even with the same resources, you probably couldn't reach qi refining layer 3. Han Yuan shrugged. When the test came, Qin Feng would have to eat his words. He was a genuine early-stage, qi refining layer 3 cultivator, on par with Qin Feng's cultivation level. They were in the same boat, so one shouldn't mock the other. Him! Hu Yifan snorted disdainfully. Han Yuan shot him a sidelong glance and whispered, Shut up! Hu Yifan met Han Yuan's calm gaze. The taunting words he had prepared suddenly caught in his throat, and he dared not speak further. When Han Yuan turned away, Hu Yifan snapped back to reality. Had he been intimidated by Han Yuan? Filled with humiliation and anger, his resentment towards Han Yuan only grew. Earlier he had offended Wu Chao because of Han Yuan, and now he had been humiliated again. If he didn't retaliate, his name wouldn't be Hu. Just as he was about to strike back, a figure suddenly appeared on the stone platform ahead. A middle-aged man stood on the platform with his hands behind his back, his stern gaze sweeping over the disciples. "Everyone silence!" His voice boomed across the square, suppressing all noise and instilling a suffocating pressure in the crowd. Instantly everyone fell silent, gazing at the middle-aged man with awe. "I am Lei Jioshu, Peak Master of the Affairs, Peak, fully in charge of this year's Outer Disciple Cultivation Assessment. All disciples proceed to the test in order of your courtyard numbers. First batch, courtyard D24. Step onto the platform immediately." Han Yuan looked to the right, where the disciples of courtyard D24, led by an overseer, filed neatly onto the stage. 20 outer disciples hung their heads low, their expressions gloomy. Han Yuan understood. Courtyard D24, ranked at the very bottom of the outer sect, likely had no one who had reached Qi refining layer 3. The 20 disciples approached Lei Jioshu, bowing one by one. "Greetings, Peak Master Lei. Step up to the testing artifact one by one, insert your identity token, and remain for 3 breaths before stepping away." Lei Jioshu reminded them. "Yes. Begin." Thus, under the gaze of countless onlookers, the lowest-ranked disciple stepped forward. Steeling himself, he approached the mirror-like artifact and inserted his identity token into the slot beside it. He then stood before the mirror for a moment. When a white light flared on the mirror, several lines of text emerged. Name: Yin Guangming. Status: Outer Disciple. Affiliation: Courtyard D24. Cultivation: Qi refining layer 1. Upper middle spiritual energy quality mid lower grades: lower 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 middle lower upper mid lower mid middle mid upper upper lower upper middle upper upper. This grading is specific to this test. Lei Jiuxio's face darkened. "Still at Qi refining layer 1. You won't be in the outer sect next year. Go to the miscellaneous courtyard." The disciple named Yin Guangming immediately pulled out his token and fled the stage in shame. Laughter erupted from the stands and the crowd below. "Ha ha, an outer disciple still stuck at Qi refining layer 1 after 2 years. And only at upper middle. Not even upper upper. Forget his cultivation. His spiritual energy quality is absurd, only mid lower. Who knows how many pills he's gulped down. Even so, he hasn't broken through to Qi refining layer 2. What a piece of work." Sarcastic remarks surrounded Han Yuan. Their words held some truth. Those who entered the outer sect early all had mid-grade aptitudes. Han Yuan himself had the worst of the mid-grade, a mid-grade 5-element spiritual root. Even before taking any pills, he had already broken through to Qi refining layer 2 on his own. This guy had wasted 2 years. After this extreme straggler, the remaining disciples had at least reached Qi refining layer 2 or above. However, not a single one from courtyard D24 had reached Qi refining layer 3, not even upper lower of layer 2. The entire courtyard had been wiped out, but everyone had expected it. From the adjacent stands, some experienced disciples remarked, "For this annual test, there's no need to pay much attention at the start. Things only get interesting around courtyard D10. Everything before that is trash." Thus many ignored the ongoing test, and instead scanned the crowd for standout talents. Lu Sisi also glanced around casually, then unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. "Oh, it's the owner of that little Wan Kai. He brought a bunch of straw a couple of days ago. What was his name?" Lu Sisi stared at Han Yuan for a moment, but still couldn't recall. "I wonder if little Wan Kai has gotten fatter again." As if struck by a thought, Lu Sisi's throat moved slightly. The junior sister beside her noticed senior sister Lu staring at a man, while swallowing, her eyes lighting up, as if she had uncovered some juicy gossip. She couldn't help sneaking a look at Han Yuan. Han Yuan stood in a corner waiting listlessly for the cultivation test, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the tense atmosphere around him. "What do I do? My spiritual energy should be at upper lower, but I'm worried it might drop to mid-middle. That would definitely lower my evaluation. I regret it. Since I can't reach Chi Refining Layer 3, I shouldn't have used so many pills. They affect spiritual energy quality. Higher quality can still boost my rating. I wanted to push for Chi Refining Layer 3. Cultivation is the most important factor for evaluation, and spiritual energy quality is secondary. But I failed to break through, so now quality matters again. The people nearby lamented. Zhao Donglai, oblivious to the noise, sat cross-legged, seemingly purifying his spiritual energy, unfazed by the risk of Qi deviation. Han Yuan shook his head lightly. Last-minute cramming was useless. As an early-stage Qi Refining Layer 3 cultivator, he was safe no matter what. Time flew by. The cultivation test proceeded quickly. Soon they had reached Courtyard D18, and Courtyard D17 was next. So far, not a single Qi Refining Layer 3 disciple had emerged. 6 courtyards had been completely wiped out. It was a scene of utter despair. Even Han Yuan couldn't help sighing at the difficulty of cultivation. Courtyard D17 prepared to take the stage. A booming voice reached Han Yuan's group. Zhao Donglai, who was still meditating, was startled by the sound, seemingly disrupting his qi flow. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, drawing shocked stares from those around him. Zhao Donglai hastily ceased his practice, his face as dark as charcoal, but he dared not voice his anger at Peak Master Lei on the stage. So close, so close! I was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to Qi Refining Layer 3. One step behind, and he'll fall further behind. I won't accept this. Biting his lip, Zhao Donglai shot a dark glare at Han Yuan and Hu Yifan. Neither of them was any good. Han Yuan caught his glance and felt exasperated. What was Zhao Donglai looking at him for? He hadn't taken anything from him. Hu Yifan showed no sign of nervousness, as if victory was already assured. Qin Feng meanwhile puffed out his chest, ignoring everyone else, and snorted lightly at Han Yuan with a confident smirk. Han Yuan remained calm, trailing at the back of the group, his mind already wandering to the new techniques he had purchased. Amidst the strange tension, the group ascended the stage. Lei Jiuxia cast a longer glance at this courtyard. His instincts told him this group might produce some results, finally allowing him to breathe easier. His gaze subtly shifted towards the mist high above the affairs peak, where peak masters, or deputy peak masters, from the 14 peaks of the Earth God sect were observing. The complete failure of the previous 6 courtyards had already put immense pressure on him. Though these outer disciples had low cultivation, and the test seemed insignificant, these mid-grade aptitude disciples were the future backbone of the entire sect. Upper-grade geniuses were rare, and had already joined the inner peaks, while lower-grade ones were beyond help. Thus, mid-grade outer disciples were the most crucial source of fresh blood. The higher-ups paid close attention. Even the sect master might occasionally drop by. If no talent emerged, his tenure as peak master of the affairs peak would be over. With this in mind, Lei Jiuxia coughed and said, "Hurry up, get on with it." "Yes." The disciples of Courtyard D17 stepped forward one by one for the test. Those without confidence had already resigned themselves, rushing through the test to leave the stage quickly, while those with some assurance deliberately lagged behind. Soon only 4 remained on stage: Zhao Donglai, Hu Yifan, Qin Feng, and Han Yuan. Hu Yifan addressed Zhao Donglai. "Brother Zhao, please go first." Zhao Donglai glanced at the others behind him without much thought, and stepped forward to the mirror, inserting his token. A flash of light revealed the text. Name: Zhao Donglai. Status: Outer Disciple. Affiliation: Courtyard D17. Cultivation: Qi Refining Layer 2. Upper Spiritual Energy Quality. Mid-upper. "Oh!" Lei Jiuxia raised an eyebrow, his expression improving slightly. "Not bad. Your cultivation is decent, just a step away from breaking through to Qi Refining Layer 3. A few more days of training should do it. Acceptable. It's a pity you missed out on the reward by a hair. Hey, raise a spirit-gathering pill as encouragement." Lei Jiuxia casually tossed a small porcelain bottle to Zhao Donglai. A rare smile of joy spread across Zhao Donglai's face. "Thank you, Peak Master Lei." Lei Jiuxia nodded, gesturing for him to leave, then fixed his gaze on the remaining 3. Those who dared to stay behind Zhao Donglai must have some skill. Hu Yifan shot a surprised look at Han Yuan. Han Yuan ignored him. Hu Yifan raised an eyebrow, sneering inwardly. If Han Yuan went after Qin Feng and failed to reach Qi refining layer 3, he would have made a fool of Lei Jiuxiu. Let's see how he handles that. With this thought, his eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward. Meanwhile, Qin Feng also eyed Han Yuan warily. Did this kid not know the unwritten rule of the test, that those with higher cultivation went last? If he tested at Qi refining layer 3 and Han Yuan lagging behind failed to reach it, he would surely incur the peak master's displeasure. Perfect. This would teach him a lesson for daring to approach senior sister Lu. He was already prepared to test first. When Hu Yifan stood before the mirror, Lei Jiuxiu's anticipation grew. A white light flashed. Name: Hu Yifan. Status: Outer Disciple. Affiliation: Courtyard D17. Cultivation: Qi refining layer 2. Upper middle. Spiritual energy quality upper. Interesting. Lei Jiuxiu praised him this time. Your cultivation progress is commendable, but what's more impressive is your spiritual energy quality reaching upper. You didn't rush to take pills for the Qi refining layer 3 reward, but instead took steady steps purifying your energy. That shows good character. It'll reward you with 2 spirit gathering pills. Lei Jiuxiu tossed a slightly larger bottle to Hu Yifan. Hu Yifan caught it hastily, beaming. Thank you, Peak Master. He hadn't avoided pills out of principle. He simply lacked spirit stones. What a fortunate accident. Zhao Donglai, who had just left the stage, was also surprised by Hu Yifan's performance. Could this flattering, scheming man also be a dedicated, hard-working cultivator? What a ridiculous notion. Even Han Yuan saw Hu Yifan in a new light. If only he could shed his nasty habits, the path of immortality might not be beyond his reach. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, and taking advantage of Han Yuan's distraction, stepped up to the mirror. Lei Jiuxiu's anticipation grew even stronger as he looked at him. Qin Feng did not disappoint. When he inserted his token, the mirror emitted a crimson glow that caught everyone's eye. Name: Qin Feng. Status: Outer Disciple. Affiliation: Courtyard D17. Cultivation: Qi refining layer 3. Lower middle. Spiritual energy quality upper. The red light made the previously indifferent crowd look up, surprise evident on their faces. Finally, a Qi refining layer 3 disciple appears. Oh! Courtyard D17 already has someone at Qi refining layer 3. The quality of this year's disciples is good. Last year, the first Qi refining layer 3 didn't appear until Courtyard D15. His name is Qin Feng, right? Impressive. Those ranked lower usually have weaker aptitudes. To break through to Qi refining layer 3 shows he excels in comprehension, physique, or perseverance. A buzz of praise filled the air. Qin Feng naturally puffed out his chest, facing the crowd with a faint smile. This was the reward for 2 years of hard work. Lei Jiuxiu laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. Your name is Qin Feng, right? According to the rules for reaching Qi refining layer 3, you receive 3 spirit gathering pills. Additionally, if you rank in the top 10, you'll get early inner disciple treatment, if in the top 50, extra rewards. Keep up the good work. Yes. Qin Feng accepted the pills from Lei Jiuxiu, a smile spreading across his face. He had made a name for himself with Peak Master Lei. In the future, he could access better tasks and guidance from Lei, rewards far greater than mere pills. As he stepped down, he shot Han Yuan a gleeful look. Lei Jiuxiu, now even more expectant, turned to Han Yuan. Your turn, disciple. His tone was much warmer than before. At this moment, the commotion stirred by Qin Feng drew most eyes to Han Yuan, making him the center of attention. Han Yuan remained utterly calm. He was also at Qi refining layer 3. What was there to fear? So he walked up to the mirror. Han Yuan's expression remained calm as he inserted his identity token into the slot. Immediately he sensed an unusual wave far more formidable than spiritual sense sweep over him, scanning his dantian twice. Was that divine sense? Han Yuan mused inwardly. The wave resembled spiritual sense, but was far more powerful. Before such divine sense, a Qi refining cultivator could never conceal their true cultivation level. A flash of white light appeared, and several lines of text emerged. Han Yuan glanced at them casually, then froze in place. Not only him, but Lei Jioshu, who was observing nearby, exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? Disciples on the left and right stands, as well as those waiting for inspection below, all widened their eyes in unison. Name: Han Yuan. Status: Outer Disciple. Affiliation: Ding. Character: Courtyard No. 17. Cultivation level: Qi refining layer 4. Lower upper spiritual energy quality mid upper. Is layer 4. Lei Jioshu took a second look to confirm he hadn't misread, then gazed at Han Yuan with a hint of admiration. He had never imagined that Ding character Courtyard No. 17, a remote outer courtyard, would produce a mid-stage Qi refining disciple. Breaking through from early to mid-stage Qi refining theoretically required overcoming a small bottleneck that could stall cultivators for a considerable time. Lei Jioshu took a deep breath and announced loudly, Congratulations! Han Yuan, your cultivation has now reached Qi refining layer 4, the highest among all disciples tested so far. According to the rules, on behalf of the sect, I reward you with 5 spirit gathering pills, 1 Qi condensing pill, and the right to choose any yellow grade upper tier or lower spell from the Sutra library. If your final rank places you in the top 10, you may receive inner disciple treatment ahead of time. Come forward to accept your reward. Lei Jiuxio's voice resonated across the entire square, startling the surrounding disciples into a wave of murmurs. Where did this disciple come from? He's already broken through to Qi refining layer 4. Isn't that too exaggerated? If I remember correctly, no other disciple has reached Qi refining layer 4 yet. Doesn't that mean this Han Yuan can claim the top spot? Many disciples turned to look at the formation of Bing character Courtyard No. 1, where the 20 composed disciples now changed expressions in unison. Yang Yuanyang's face darkened, his brows furrowed tightly, and the flames on his body burst forth intensely. This year's top outer courtyard disciples had all agreed beforehand not to break through to Qi refining layer 4, aiming to solidify their foundations. Yet he never imagined that a disciple from another courtyard, especially Ding character Courtyard No. 17, had already achieved the breakthrough. It was simply absurd. He cast a deep glance at Han Yuan on the platform, then without a word sat down in a corner, took out a pill, and swallowed it, clearly preparing for an on-the-spot breakthrough. Not only him, but another prodigy, Nangong Zhuoyue, also sensed the dire situation. She sat cross-legged, took out a pale golden pill, and swallowed it, her aura surging stronger. The other dozen or so disciples, their expressions sour, also sat down to attempt breakthroughs. Previously everyone was at the peak of Qi refining layer 3, and who would be first was uncertain. Now, without breaking through to layer 4, not even the top 3 could be guaranteed. The so-called agreement shattered completely once Han Yuan revealed his Qi refining layer 4 cultivation. On the viewing platform, Lu Sisi was dumbfounded when she saw Han Yuan's cultivation. She even pinched the arm of the junior sister beside her, accepting the reality only after the junior sister looked on the verge of tears. This kid is a talent. I must recruit him to raise spirit beasts for us, Lu Sisi muttered under her breath. At that moment, Han Yuan accepted Lei Jiuxio's reward with a bewildered look. 5 spirit gathering pills worth 50 spirit stones. 1 Qi condensing pill also worth 50 spirit stones. A yellow grade upper tier spell exchange book worth 400 spirit stones. In total that was 500 spirit stones. Even if spells were intangible, it was still a massive reward. But why did the test show him at Qi refining layer 4 when he was actually at layer 3? Suddenly Han Yuan realized something: the random enhancement multiplier. With a 3-fold enhancement effect, his Dantian size was equivalent to someone who had broken through twice, and his spiritual energy volume in absolute terms matched early Qi refining layer 4. On the surface, he indeed appeared to be at layer 4. Unexpected yet reasonable. Han Yuan sighed inwardly, maintained a calm expression, and walked down the platform. Returning to the formation, the outer disciples of Courtyard No. 17 looked at him with complex expressions. Hu Yifan stood in a corner, head down, staring at his toes, as if finding something fascinating on the ground, refusing to look at Han Yuan. He was furious. What kind of wretched thing is this Han Yuan, hiding his high cultivation so deeply? Would showing it have killed him? How will this end? Will he seek revenge? Unlike Hu Yifan's worries, Zhao Donglai felt jealousy and frustration. He had planned to teach Han Yuan a lesson after the test, but that idea was now stillborn. As for Qin Feng, he felt a burning shame on his face, recalling the harsh words he had spoken before Han Yuan. Still, his mindset was resilient. He stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Congratulations, Senior Brother Han, on breaking through to Qi Refining Layer 4. It turns out Senior Brother Han was the one truly concealing his strength. Qin Feng admits he is unworthy. I was rude before. Please forgive me, Senior Brother Han." Han Yuan, somewhat surprised, smiled and replied, "We are all fellow disciples. A bit of competitive spirit is nothing." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng grinned, his previous arrogance and disbelief completely gone. He sidled up to Han Yuan, winking, and said, "Brother Han, you also like Senior Sister Lu, right? I know some of her preferences. How about I share them with you?" He glanced toward a certain direction on the viewing platform and whispered, "I noticed earlier that Senior Sister Lu kept staring at you. Maybe she has feelings for you too. Seize the chance and you might win her heart." Han Yuan found this both amusing and exasperating. "I've only met Senior Sister Lu twice, and I have no romantic interest in her." "You're mistaken," Qin Feng urged. "Don't say that. Senior Sister Lu has many suitors. Let's keep the good fortune within our circle. I have no hope, but don't you give up." Han Yuan was speechless. "Wasn't it you who advised me not to approach Senior Sister Lu earlier? Now you're pushing me to pursue her and talking about keeping fortune within the circle. What's your relationship with her? Let's watch the test." Han Yuan ignored Qin Feng and turned his gaze to the platform. Qin Feng sighed, looking utterly dejected, as if he had just suffered a second heartbreak. Next came the test results for Ding character Courtyard No. 16. Compared to Courtyard No. 17, the results from Courtyard No. 16 were unimpressive. Only 2 disciples at the peak of Qi Refining Layer 2, not even one at Layer 3, leaving everyone greatly disappointed. As he watched, Han Yuan began pondering how to resolve the potential crisis caused by his apparent Qi Refining Layer 4 cultivation. Some might ask, what crisis? Clearly, as a mid-grade 5-element spiritual root cultivator, his cultivation speed surpassed even those with mid-grade single spiritual roots. Without any background, this would be an open invitation for others to suspect he harbored a great secret. Some might speculate that he possessed a tremendous fortune. Would they be tempted? Would they take action? Han Yuan felt that the safest approach was to reveal some small secrets to conceal the greater one. In the cultivation world, there was one thing that, if exposed, rarely invited covetousness: comprehension talent. After some thought, he made a move, as if to hide his actions, but inadvertently revealed a white spirit-gathering pill entering his mouth. Then, standing still, he began circulating his technique to refine the pill. His actions would inevitably be noticed by certain beings within the clouds above the miscellaneous affairs peak, leading them to deduce that his cultivation technique had reached the minor achievement realm, sufficiently explaining his higher cultivation level. Perfect. Besides the outer disciples from previous years observing on the left and right viewing platforms, numerous high-ranking sect members were also watching from the rooftop terrace at the summit of miscellaneous affairs peak. The 3 spiritual peaks: Spiritual Plant Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, and Spiritual Material Peak. The 3 refining peaks: Alchemy Peak, Artifact Refining Peak, and Talisman Peak. The 3 art peaks: Formation Peak, Inscription Peak, and Spirit Rune Peak. And the 5 elemental peaks: Ancient Wood Peak, Primordial Gold Peak, Celestial Water Peak, Nether Earth Peak, and Blazing Fire Peak. A total of 14 peak leaders and elders were all present to observe. Though their names suggested specialization, each peak possessed a complete inheritance of cultivation arts, merely with different emphases. At the start of the test, the peak elders, or leaders, did not glance downward, all keeping their eyes closed in meditation. However, when Qin Feng's test results were announced, a few peak leaders cast an interested glance, but only a glance. It was when Han Yuan displayed his Qi Refining Layer 4 cultivation that the peak leaders, as if awakening from a dream, opened their eyes and looked toward the stone platform halfway up the mountain. Earth God Sect leader Feng Jianming showed a flicker of interest and asked the person beside him. "Oh, this disciple has already reached Chi refining layer 4. He wasn't on the list before. What do we know about him?" The deputy peak leader of miscellaneous affairs peak gave an awkward smile. "Tech leader, please wait a moment." Phone jamming nodded lightly. Behind him, the high-ranking members of various peaks focused their attention. Feeling immense pressure, the deputy peak leader quickly sent a message to gather Han Yuan's information. In less than half a minute, he had collected precise data. The deputy peak leader hurriedly explained. Han Yuan, 18 years old, from Han family village in Manzhou of the 100 Battle Dynasty. Orphaned since childhood, raised by the village. At 16, he was tested and found to have a mid-grade 5-element spiritual root and was recruited. As only his wood spiritual root reached mid-grade, he was initially assigned to Ancient Wood Peak for cultivation. The peak leaders were taken aback. A mid-grade 5-element spiritual root with only one element reaching mid-grade. And a mere villager. How did he reach Chi refining layer 4? Alchemy peak leader Dai Yinju asked curiously. Without connections, how could he have advanced to layer 4 in just 2 years? Had he latched onto some powerful patron and consumed countless resources? Clearly many peak leaders shared this doubt. Phone jamming waved his hand. "Continue." The deputy peak leader wiped the sweat from his brow, inwardly lamenting. These peak leaders were all latest-stage foundation establishment experts, and he, a mere peak chi refining cultivator, felt immense pressure. He cursed Lei Jiuxia in his heart for not handling this himself. Swallowing his saliva, he continued reading the just-gathered information. In his first year, Han Yuan's cultivation test showed only late chi refining layer 1. According to sect exchange records, he spent 100 spirit stones to exchange for a spell spirit rain art. In the second year, he spent 50 spirit stones to exchange for a protective formation spirit guard array and took on a task to plant blood spirit rice. A few days ago, he completed the task, earning 162 spirit stones and exchanged for a bottle of spirit gathering pills and another spell green spirit art. Phone jamming paused as he stopped. "That's all. That's all." The deputy peak leader nodded honestly. Phone jamming asked further. "Has Han Yuan left the sect in these 2 years?" "No." Phone jamming raised an eyebrow. "That means in 2 years, he only obtained 1 bottle of spirit gathering pills as cultivation resources. With only a mid-grade 5-element spiritual root, how could he possibly break through to Chi refining layer 4? A hint of peculiarity crossed his face, and he looked at the peak leaders. "Is any peak leader interested in this Han Yuan?" The peak leaders exchanged glances. Alchemy peak leader Dai Yinju spoke up. "Sect leader, in recent years, Alchemy Peak has seen a decline in talent. This Han Yuan could replenish our reserve talents." "Cough, old Dai, you're speaking nonsense. Everyone knows Alchemy Peak disciples are rolling in wealth. My artifact refining peak is the poorest. This disciple should come to us." Artifact refining peak leader Xia Jiuyo interjected. Others also began vying for him. Suddenly, all the peak leaders halted their bickering as they witnessed Han Yuan swallow a pill and refine it, while standing even casually chatting with Qin Feng during the process, showing no signs of strain. "Oh, a minor achievement realm technique. Able to circulate while standing. So that's it. This disciple has decent comprehension talent. Though his aptitude is somewhat lacking, mastering a yellow-grade upper-tier technique to the minor achievement realm in 2 years explains his reaching Chi refining layer 4. Sect leader Feng Jiaming realized. He then looked at Dai Yinju and said, "Alchemy Peak indeed lacks talents. Let Alchemy Peak have first pick of Han Yuan." Seeing Han Yuan's performance, Dai Yinzu's eagerness waned significantly. He had thought Han Yuan had obtained some great fortune, but it was merely a technique breakthrough. The comprehension talent was indeed good, but in early cultivation aptitude was paramount. A mid-grade 5-element spiritual root was too poor, he likely couldn't even break through to foundation establishment. "Well, sect leader, I've never liked taking what others desire. Since Xia Jiuyo wants him, let him have him," Dai Yinju said with a smile. Xia Jiuyo quickly retorted, "Sect leader, this matter should follow the principle of first come, first served. Let Dai Yinju take him first." Feng Jiaming saw through their intentions clearly. These two peaks were the most powerful among all peaks. Typically they had first choice in talent selection. If neither wanted him, only then could other peaks compete. He looked at the other peaks asking, "What about you? Do you want to lock in this disciple early?" All the peak leaders showed hesitation. Among them Spirit Rune Peak leader Du Yuan's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. In recent years Spirit Rune Peak had suffered the most severe talent decline among all peaks. Other peaks had later-stage foundation establishment cultivators to succeed the leader position, but his peak lacked even one, forcing him a false core realm cultivator to remain as leader, an awkward position among the peak leaders. However, precisely because he had reached the false core realm, his divine sense was nearly at the golden core level, allowing him to silently probe Han Yuan's physical condition. He was astonished to discover that Han Yuan's true cultivation was only Qi refining layer 3, and from the speed of his internal technique circulation, it was far beyond the minor achievement realm. It had clearly reached the great achievement realm. A mutated Dantian meant greatly increased foundation establishment potential. A great achievement realm technique indicated astonishing comprehension talent. This was a true genius, several times stronger than the likes of Yang Yuanyang and Nandong Zhuiyue. Thus, seeing the others uninterested, he spoke up. "Sect leader, my Spirit Rune Peak wishes to lock in this disciple Han Yuan early." Feng Jiaming was surprised. Du Yuan's cultivation was higher than his own. Had he discovered something extraordinary about Han Yuan? "Does anyone else wish to compete?" Feng Jiaming looked at Dai and Xia. Dai Yinju hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Xia Jiuyo simply closed his eyes. The other peak leaders also showed no desire to contend. "Then let Han Yuan belong to Spirit Rune Peak." While the peak masters were discussing, the testing on the stage continued. The disciples after Courtyard 15 of the Ding block had mediocre results, with only one disciple at the third layer of Qi refining. Although the number of such disciples gradually increased afterward, the presence of Han Yuan had already dimmed their luster. Many outer disciples no longer watched the stage, instead focusing their attention on Courtyard 1 of the Bing block, where the true prodigy sat cross-legged in meditation, striving to break through. Yet how easy was a breakthrough, especially one achieved on the spot. However, Courtyard 1 of the Bing block lived up to its reputation as a gathering of geniuses. Just as the testing reached Courtyard 20 of the Bing block, a surge of breakthrough energy soared into the sky, drawing gasps from the crowd. Yang Yuanyang broke through. He truly broke through, as he said. His talent is extraordinary. He wasn't unable to break through before he was truly building up his foundation. In terms of aptitude, that Han Yuan cannot even compare to the least of Courtyard 1 of the Bing block. Even Qin Feng, standing beside Han Yuan, wore an expression of admiration, sighing. "Truly a genius. Nearly on par with Brother Han." Han Yuan asked, "Does he have a superior grade spirit root?" "Of course not." Qin Feng replied, puzzled. "What are you getting at? Those with superior grade spirit roots or above are true geniuses entering the inner sect early." Han Yuan shrugged. "What are we with our mediocre grade spirit roots but the tallest among dwarves?" Qin Feng was stunned, realizing Han Yuan was right. True geniuses had long been recruited into the inner sect. He had inexplicably forgotten about them. He felt his perspective was far too short-sighted compared to Han Yuan's. Yet Han Yuan thought even further ahead. What were the sect's superior grade geniuses? In the entire cultivation world there were bound to be supreme prodigies, even those surpassing the supreme. Some with special physique, some reincarnated, some descendants of immortals. Han Yuan deeply knew his current cultivation was nothing, and he must always remain vigilant and reverent. Nandong Zhuiyue also broke through. "I will follow senior sister Nandong from now on." "Oh, another disciple has broken through." In Courtyard 1 of the Bing block, disciples consecutively broke through to the fourth layer of Qi refining. Han Yuan's once impressive achievement lost its brilliance as all attention was stolen by Courtyard 1 of the Bing block. Han Yuan was quite satisfied with this. It allowed him to gain rewards while remaining inconspicuous. Perfect. Shortly after, Lei Jiuxio's voice rang out. "Courtyard 1 of the Bing block, come up for testing immediately." His voice interrupted over a dozen outer disciples attempting breakthroughs. Those disciples were filled with reluctance. So close! Ah! I was about to break through to the 4th layer of chi refining, and one of the top 10 spots was snatched away. Some even coughed blood in frustration. Many disciples looked toward Han Yuan in the distance, their faces full of resentment. Han Yuan kept his eyes downcast, minding his own business. Don't see me, don't see me. Lei Jiuxiu had already called a disciple to begin testing. As expected, at the peak of the 3rd layer of chi refining with an upper-middle spiritual energy quality, this cultivation was enough to rank among the top 30, yet it drew no attention now. In truth, everyone already had a good idea of the rankings. When Lei Jiuxiu finished the testing, he announced loudly, "The annual cultivation assessment for the 58th batch of outer disciples is now concluded. The top 10 in this assessment are Yang Yuanyang Nandong Zhuiyue, Han Yuan Lei Ming. Congratulations on earning inner disciple treatment in advance. The top 3 will receive the status of personal disciples to Foundation Establishment Elders. Congratulations once again. Now please have the top 10 disciples come on stage." Beside Han Yuan, Qin Feng was even more excited than him, saying, "Brother Han, you ranked 9th. You made the top 10. Haha, congratulations, congratulations." Han Yuan smiled and nodded. The 10th place was also a cultivator at the peak of the 3rd layer of chi refining with an upper-middle spiritual energy quality. If not for exploiting a loophole, he wouldn't have had a chance at the top 10. Under the gaze of the crowd, he stepped onto the stage with the other 9. Yang Yuanyang glanced at Han Yuan with disdain, and the others also looked down on him. Some even showed obvious contempt. Nandong Zhuiyue, however, curiously glanced at Han Yuan a few times. Han Yuan remained calm, standing quietly on the stage, with his head slightly lowered, inconspicuous among the top 10. Even Lei Ming, who ranked 10th, drew more attention than him. "Excellent! Among 500 outer disciples, you have ranked in the top 10, lacking nothing in talent, diligence, or comprehension. I hope you will successfully achieve foundation establishment and become the pillars of the sect. Now, on behalf of the sect, I grant each of you 3 chi condensation pills," Lei Jiuxiu said with satisfaction. The 10 lined up one by one, receiving Lei Jiuxiu's reward inspected by the assembled disciples. At this moment, they were the brightest stars, already regarded as future Foundation Establishment Elders. After a moment, Lei Jiuxiu said, "Prepare yourselves, you will accompany me to the peak to pay respects to the sect leader." Yang Yuanyang's face lit up with excitement. He had trained hard for this moment. He knew the top 3 could choose their peaks. He had already made his decision. The others were also thrilled, but beneath Han Yuan's calm exterior lay a hint of nervousness. If the sect leader discovered he had cheated to obtain the reward of the 4th layer of chi refining, it would be disastrous. The artifact detection had malfunctioned at first, and he could have explained, but he didn't because it was hard to clarify, so he went along with it, leaving him unable to refute any accusation of cheating. After declaring the assessment over, Lei Jiuxiu led the 10 toward the peak. Han Yuan felt a lightness in his body. Looking down, he saw a massive board beneath his feet, a magnified flying sword. "Let's go!" Lei Jiuxiu piloted the sword, carrying the 10 to the peak's cloudy realm in a few breaths. Han Yuan closed his eyes, and when he opened them, found himself before a high platform at the peak. He saw over a dozen experts, some scholarly, some fierce, some sinister, some profound, observing them. Lei Jiuxiu cupped his hands toward a gentle middle-aged man in the center. "Lei Jiuxiu pays respects to the sect leader. The top 10 disciples have been brought." "Thank you, Peak Master Lei. It is my duty," Lei Jiuxiu replied. He turned to the 10 and said, "Why not pay respects to the sect leader?" "Disciples pay respects to the sect leader," they chorused. Feng Jiaming smiled slightly. "No need for formality. Peak Master Lei should have informed you that you can all join the inner sect, but there are 14 peaks. The top 3 can choose their peaks, while the remaining 7 will be selected by peak masters. If no one picks you, you will be assigned to your current temporary peak. Any questions?" "None." "Then first, Yang Yuanyang, which peak do you choose?" Yang Yuanyang immediately replied, "I choose the alchemy peak." Dai Yinju laughed heartily. Good, good. Come stand behind me. Yang Yuaneng rejoiced. Yes, Peak Master. Feng Jiaming showed no surprise and looked at the second. Nandong Zhuiyue, which peak do you choose? Nandong Zhuiyue seemed to have anticipated this. I choose the Heavenly Water Peak. The Heavenly Water Peak Master, a beautiful woman, smiled warmly. Little one, come over. Nandong Zhuiyue replied sweetly. Okay. Feng Jiaming looked at the third. Yuji, your choice. I wish to join the artifact refining peak. Xia Jiuyo laughed. Good young man has vision. He gestured for Yuji to come over. Feng Jiaming paused and said, Next is the selection of inner disciples by each peak. Any thoughts, Peak Masters? Let's proceed in order. Is there any contention for the fourth outer disciple? My Talisman Peak can take him. The Spirit Beast Peak accepts. The Nether Soil Peak wants him. 3 Peak Masters immediately spoke up. Clearly the fourth was highly sought after. Feng Jiaming said, In order it falls to the Talisman Peak. This disciple belongs to the Talisman Peak. That disciple joyfully walked behind the Talisman Peak Master. Next, Feng Jiaming called them one by one in order. When it came to Han Yuan, the entire hall fell silent for a full 3 seconds. The 8th place disciple had been contested by 2 peaks, but when it was Han Yuan's turn it seemed to hit a dead end. Many Peak Masters secretly glanced at Du Yuanhe, the Spirit Inscription Peak Master, wondering what this old man was up to. Disciples like Yang Yuanyang watched this scene with secret delight, feeling vindicated. Han Yuan, however, showed no sign of disappointment. Inwardly he was pleased. He hadn't been caught cheating. Perfect. As for not being selected, what did it matter? Staying in the Ancient Wood Peak was fine. With his random boost multiplier cheat, he could rise anywhere. Du Yuanhe observed Han Yuan, secretly noting that this youth not only had talent and comprehension, but also a commendable temperament. After 5 seconds he spoke. The Spirit Inscription Peak wants him. Feng Jiaming, who had been waiting for this, said, Very well, proceed with the 10th. The 10th Lei Ming also caught the interest of 3 peaks, making Han Yuan, who was chosen by only 1 peak, seem very ordinary. Sect leader Feng Jiaming smiled. Since the selections are made, everyone may disperse. The group took leave of the sect leader, mounting various artifacts to depart. Han Yuan was also swept onto a flying sword by Du Yuanhe, and they vanished in an instant. Mid-flight, Han Yuan cautiously studied the old man before him. But just then the old man ahead spoke. You've only just broken through to the 3rd layer of chi refining, haven't you? Though phrased as a question, the tone was affirmative. Han Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he nearly fell off the flying sword. A torrent of thoughts surged through Han Yuan's mind as he slowly spoke. Peak Master, my cultivation was assessed by the sect's artifact. Surely it cannot be mistaken. Yet, I am indeed somewhat perplexed about my own state of cultivation, having never received guidance before. I only have a smattering of knowledge regarding the Tao of cultivation. Am I still at the 3rd layer of chi refinement? A faint smirk tugged at Du Yuanhe's lips. This lad was evading the issue with feigned ignorance. Quite the sly character. He said calmly, That artifact judges only by the measure of an ordinary person. Yet in this world there are always those who defy convention, though rarely among those with mid-grade spirit roots. Your Dantian is twice the size of an ordinary cultivator's. This can only be due to a special constitution or the consumption of some celestial treasure. Han Yuan interjected. Your disciple has never partaken of any celestial treasure nor eaten anything unfamiliar. Could it be that I possess a special constitution? Perhaps. But even with a special constitution, your cultivation speed seems excessively rapid. Do you harbor any other secrets? Would you be willing to share them with this old man? Du Yuanhe's tone carried a hint of mockery. Han Yuan gazed at the elder's back, inwardly grumbling. Was this old codger trying to trick him? After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Well, your disciple was fortunate enough to comprehend the minor achievement stage of the ancient wood nourishing life art, which has considerably accelerated my cultivation. Oh, so that's it. Du Yuanhe's lips curled, but he pressed no further. He had clearly sensed that Han Yuan's cultivation art had already reached the grand achievement stage, a feat 10 times more arduous than minor achievement. This lad was being less than honest. Yet he understood. Discretion was a necessary quality for any cultivator. Believing he had uncovered Han Yuan's secret, he spoke indifferently. I am Yuan, a peak master of Lin Wen Peak. Your aptitude is acceptable, your comprehension passable. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Han Yuan opened his mouth, feeling the flying sword steadily ascending. Glancing at the shrinking trees below, his mouth twitched. Your disciple is willing. Han Yuan pays respects to master. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Excellent. You are the 7th disciple I have accepted. Of the previous 6, 4 have already fallen. Your 2nd senior brother has broken through to Foundation establishment and is stationed at a mine. Your 4th senior sister is at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, currently on a journey. When they return, I will introduce you. Yuan roared with laughter, and as he spoke the flying sword naturally descended, its speed slackening. These subtle movements did not escape Han Yuan's notice, and he found himself at a loss for words. What truly made his scalp tingle was the fact that 4 of his senior brothers and sisters had already perished. This. Suddenly his legs felt numb. The mountain wind howled past, and within moments the two arrived at the peak of a grand mountain. The summit of Lin Wen Peak was breathtakingly beautiful. Pavilions and towers, bridges over flowing streams, spirit trees, and exotic flowers, all shrouded in swirling mist. It was a sight of unparalleled splendor, as if stepping into the realm of immortals. As the flying sword descended, several disciples practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard halted their movements and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Peak Master. Continue your practice. Yuan waved his hand and led Han Yuan forward. Han Yuan followed closely. Many inner disciples cast curious glances at him, their whispers drifting through the air. Who is that? Today is the outer disciples' cultivation assessment. If I'm not mistaken, he must be among the top 10, earning the right to become an inner disciple ahead of time. I see. It seems our Lin Wen Peak will gain a talented junior brother. Go cultivate quickly lest you be surpassed in a few years. Anyone in the top 10 is sure to reach Foundation establishment provided they survive. Han Yuan felt as if needles were pricking his back. Every inner disciple was a cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi refinement or above, dozens of times more powerful than him. Their gazes were like daggers stinging his skin. He felt like a kitten suddenly thrust into a den of dozens of tigers. Only when they entered a courtyard did the outside noise vanish instantly, and Han Yuan let out a soft breath of relief. After hearing their whispers, do you believe you will soon break through to the later stages of Qi refinement? Yuan stopped beneath a tree, hands clasped behind his back. Han Yuan shook his head. It will certainly take considerable time. You may not yet grasp the true difficulty of cultivation. The first lesson I, your master, will impart is the arduous nature of the immortal path. Han Yuan's expression turned solemn as he listened attentively. Let us begin with the outer disciples' cultivation assessment. Do you know why those who reach the 3rd layer of Qi refinement within 2 years receive rewards? It must be to encourage cultivation. Yuan shook his head. It is because only these disciples have hope of reaching Foundation establishment. To reach the 3rd layer of Qi refinement requires 2 years. The 4th layer takes at least another 2 years, the 5th layer 4 years, the 6th 8, the 7th 16, the 8th 32, the 9th 64, and the 9th layer's perfection, 120 years. That totals 256 years. Han Yuan was stunned. Surely it doesn't take that long. As one's cultivation level rises, cultivation speed increases. Speed does increase, but the quality of spiritual energy also rises, as does the quantity required. Add to that the bottlenecks, and the total time only grows longer. A Qi refinement cultivator's lifespan is merely 120 years. Moreover, after 60, the chances of Foundation establishment plummet. Thus one must aim to reach Foundation establishment before 60. Han Yuan pondered for a moment. Can't pills accelerate the process? Indeed, pills can hasten cultivation. But they come with 3 problems. First, pill toxins. You should be aware of this. Second, they affect the quality of spiritual energy, reducing the chances of Foundation establishment requiring constant purification. Third and most troublesome is drug resistance. Overuse renders their effects nearly negligible, and they consume vast resources. Furthermore, haven't you already consumed pills these past 2 years? That has already been accounted for. Han Yuan nodded, then felt a flicker of unease. Drug resistance. What was this? Han Yuan hesitated. Master, when does drug resistance manifest? Du Yuanhe looked puzzled. Have you not noticed? You've consumed a bottle of spirit-gathering pills. If you paid attention, the last pill's efficacy should be only 70 to 80% of the first. Han Yuan's pupils contracted. Recalling his previous pill consumption, his heart began to race. Du Yuanhe, unsuspecting, continued. Setting pills aside, how can these disciples achieve foundation establishment? Han Yuan thought of his own situation and his eyes lit up. I understand. Breakthroughs in cultivation art. The minor achievement stage doubles efficiency, and the grand achievement stage should quadruple it. Thus 256 years can be compressed to 64 years. Du Yuanhe was taken aback, then smirked. Grand achievement is not so easily attained. Minor achievement is already commendable. On the other hand, one can rely on spirit-gathering arrays or spirit stones to accelerate cultivation. The inner peak has cultivation caves and chambers that can double or even triple cultivation speed. Combined, one might reach the conditions for foundation establishment before 50. And these are merely the qualifications. Generally, those with mid-grade spirit roots have only a 20% chance of breaking through to foundation establishment. Of the 500 disciples in your batch, only 180 reach the third layer of Qi refinement. Among them, perhaps only 10 or 20 will achieve foundation establishment. Han Yuan asked instinctively, how can one increase the chances of foundation establishment? Du Yuanhe raised a thumb. First, the foundation establishment pill obtainable through the sect tournament can increase success by 20 to 30%. Second, breaking through to the 10th, 11th, and 12th layers of Qi refinement, each layer perfected adds another 10% chance. However, filling the Dantian at these stages requires a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Aside from that, he glanced at Han Yuan with a faint smile. Exceptional cases like yours can also add an extra 10%. Now, do you understand the true difficulty of cultivation? Du Yuanhe asked gravely. Han Yuan lowered his head, lost in thought. My situation is different from others. Every breakthrough expands my Dantian, making it hard to predict future cultivation speed. But with the aid of pills, cultivation is easy. As for foundation establishment, I already have a 30 to 40% chance. With the foundation establishment pill, my success rate can reach 100%. Foundation establishment is no obstacle for me. With this in mind, he replied, it will likely take some time before I break through. It's good that you understand. Du Yuanhe said calmly, I can prepare the finest cave dwelling for you, supply ample pills, and guide you in your cultivation art. With your conditions, achieving foundation establishment is not difficult. But I hope you set your sights on the golden core. Du Yuanhe spoke solemnly. To break through to golden core, one must cultivate a mystic raid or higher spell to perfection, condense a true talisman, and use it as a foundation. To prepare for this, you must cultivate a corresponding yellow grade spell during the Qi refinement stage, striving for perfection. During foundation establishment, aided by the resonance of heaven and earth, you can quickly master a mystic grade spell, saving centuries of bitter cultivation. I can provide you with several spell traditions. This is one of the greatest benefits of becoming my disciple. Thank you for your generosity, Master. Han Yuan expressed his gratitude. Du Yuanhe smiled and nodded. Han Yuan suddenly understood. After all this talk, wasn't his master trying to emphasize how much he had done for him? Truly a wily old fox. Yet he was genuinely grateful. Without this guidance, he would never have known the intricacies of cultivation. Even if he had, acquiring such precious spell traditions would have been nearly impossible. There's no rush to exchange for spells. Wait until you break through to the later stages of Qi refinement. For now, focus on cultivation. Our Earth God sect requires every disciple to master a cultivation craft. The spirit inscriptions of our Lin when peak are most unique. I wish to become a spiritual farmer. A spiritual farmer. Du Yuanhe quickly shook his head. Your comprehension is excellent. Spirit inscriptions suit those with high insight. You? Han Yuan was taken aback. He had high comprehension. He himself hadn't known that. His breakthrough to the minor achievement stage was a fortuitous moment of enlightenment. In truth, his comprehension was no better than others. Since spirit inscriptions demanded insight, he certainly wouldn't court trouble. No, master. I still wish to be a spiritual farmer. Yuan's face stiffened. Don't be stubborn. Han Yuan felt exasperated. How was this stubbornness? He was clearly very skilled at farming. Master, I have already successfully cultivated a season of blood spirit rice. I believe I have a great talent for planting, Han Yuan declared promptly. Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Fine. Don't come crying later. This is the token for Salmon Cave, a top-grade mystic level cave that can quintuple cultivation speed. Cultivate there from now on. Thank you, master. Han Yuan accepted the token joyfully. If you have nothing else, leave. Yuan grumbled under his breath. Wasting such comprehension. If I had that insight, I would have long since. Master, what did you say? Yuan pointed at the door. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Your disciple understands. Meaning he could come if there was something important. Token in hand, Han Yuan cheerfully returned to move his belongings. He decided that after moving to the new cave, he would go into seclusion until he reached the true fourth layer of Qi refinement. Additionally, he had to acquire a spell to conceal his cultivation. This world was far too dangerous. When he came, the flying sword had taken only a few dozen seconds, but now returning from Linwen Peak to Guma Peak, it took Han Yuan a full half-hour. This was even with him constantly using spiritual energy to boost his speed. To wield a flying sword, one must cultivate a sword-controlling art. Once I have money, I'll exchange for one. Han Yuan made up his mind. Returning to his familiar courtyard, he was surprised to see a person standing at his door, with Wonkai beside him watching warily. As if hearing the sound, the person turned to look. Han Yuan immediately recognized him. It was Wu Chao, who had once come to force him into supporting spirit stones. He frowned. What was this man here for? Before he could figure it out, Wu Chao bowed from afar. Senior brother Han, the other day, I was insolent and offended you. Today I've come specially to apologize. This is my humble gift of penance. Please accept it. Wu Chao held out a box with both hands, his eyes downcast, filled with reluctance. Han Yuan was somewhat surprised. You are. Please, senior brother Han, spare me this once. I will never again force anyone into support. I have deeply recognized my mistakes. Please give me a chance. Han Yuan understood. There had indeed been a small grudge between them. If Han Yuan's cultivation were ordinary, and his potential mediocre, offending him would have been trivial. But now, as one of the top 10 outer disciples, his strength and potential far surpassed Wu Chao's. Once Han Yuan broke through to a higher realm, he could easily make life difficult for Wu Chao. Coming to apologize now was a wise move. Leave the box. You may go. It was a small matter, nothing worth mentioning, Han Yuan said indifferently. Yes, thank you, senior brother Han. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to call on me. Wu Chao placed the box on the stone table, bowed once more, and left, his steps noticeably lighter. Han Yuan shook his head, sighing inwardly. In the world of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. With a firm fist, many troubles would vanish on their own, even turning into opportunities. Using a pole, Han Yuan nudged the box open from a distance. Inside lay neatly stacked spirit stones. Curious, he approached and counted. Exactly 150 spirit stones. Hey, exactly the amount he once wanted me to support. That's no small sum. After all, he had only earned 162 spirit stones from a season of planting blood spirit rice. Interesting. This is both an apology and a gesture of flattery. If he runs into trouble later, he can come to me. That's how worldly wisdom works. Han Yuan shook his head. Of course, he accepted the spirit stones gladly. As for Wu Chao, he merely left an impression. They would likely never meet again. Woof. Woof. Wonkai wagged his tail, chest puffed out, as if to say, I kept him outside the yard. Good, Wonkai. Well done. I'll buy you resources to evolve into a spirit beast. Han Yuan patted One Eye's head. One Eye wagged his tail even more vigorously, his small eyes brimming with joy. Han Yuan returned to the courtyard, packed some daily items, and patted the old apricot tree. Old fellow, you've kept me company for 2 years. I have to go now. Work hard at absorbing spiritual energy. May you one day gain sentience. The old apricot tree remained as still as ever. Han Yuan pondered for a moment, then infused a stream of spiritual energy into the tree. Turning around, he picked up Wan Kai and walked out of the courtyard, leaving the tree to its own fate. With a whoosh, Han Yuan was gone. After a while, Hu Yifan shuffled over, clutching a box tightly. But he soon found that Han Yuan's courtyard was empty. Even the dog had vanished. Already gone. So soon. Hu Yifan's face darkened with uncertainty. Frowning, he left again. Half an hour later, Han Yuan finally found Songming Cave Mansion. It was more of a villa than a cave. Outside Songming Cave, a formation spiritual light enveloped a full 1,000 mu of land. Using the token to open the formation, his eyes fell upon crisscrossing bluestone paths. In the distance lay patchwork fields, likely spirit fields, with dozens of buildings scattered about. At the highest point stood a 4-story tower bearing the sign Songming Tower in bold characters. So this is Songming Cave. How vast! Woof! Woof! Seeing such an expansive place, Wan Kai immediately dashed inside in delight. Han Yuan followed behind, looking here and there. The place was filled with ancient trees, many of which had become spirit trees. The grass and plants along the paths seemed well-tended, neat, and pleasing to the eye. Standing by a spirit field, he felt the dense spiritual energy above it, and was thoroughly satisfied. These were excellent fields for planting, far superior in quality to what he had before. With so many spirit fields, I can't possibly tend them all by myself. Han Yuan recalled some tasks from the mission hall. Such caves were meant to hire outer or even inner disciples for planting, cleaning, and guarding. But typically such high-quality caves belonged to Foundation establishment cultivators, who could afford to hire help. He, however, was penniless and couldn't even issue tasks. Moreover, with his apparent chi, refining 4-layer cultivation issuing tasks would draw too much attention. Better to keep a low profile and focus on cultivation first. Han Yuan lost interest in exploring further and called out, "One Eye, let's go." Woof! Woof! Wan Kai came sprinting back, crouched by Han Yuan's side, tongue out. "Come on, follow me into the tower. I'll arrange a room for you." Wan Kai blinked and quickly followed. Han Yuan entered Songming Tower and soon made a full circuit. The first floor had 9 cultivation chambers, the second held various functional rooms, an alchemy chamber, a forging chamber, and so on. The third floor seemed to be living quarters with a large study. The fourth floor was likely for entertaining and leisure, with a tea room, a chess room, and more. From the fourth floor, the view was vast, commanding the entire scenery of Songming Cave, evoking a sense of dominating the landscape. The design principle was simple. The first floor connected to the earth veins, with the densest spiritual energy, perfect for cultivation. The second floor could draw on the first floor's energy for forging and alchemy. The third floor required less energy for living, while the fourth, with the least, was suited for entertaining and recreation. Han Yuan picked a room on the third floor for Wan Kai and let him roam freely. He then went to the first floor, found the master's private cultivation chamber, and stepped inside. The spiritual energy seems no different. Puzzled, Han Yuan looked at the wall and soon spotted a formation switch. So the chamber hadn't been activated yet. He pressed the switch and eagerly walked to the central cushion. The moment he sat down, he clearly felt the spiritual energy density in the chamber surge rapidly, soon reaching an astonishing level. The concentration was 6 or 7 times higher than in his previous dwelling and much gentler. He began circulating the Gumi Yangling art, attempting to cultivate. As expected, a few lines of text flashed before his eyes. Random boost multiplier 6 spirit gathering array effect 600. Han Yuan's eyes widened. The array's effect increased 6-fold. In the next instant, the spiritual energy density in the array soared again. The once invisible energy now condensed into a mist. Spiritual energy poured into his body, like surging rivers, at an astonishing speed. Good heavens, too much too fast. Han Yuan's expression shifted. He immediately steadied his mind and focused fully on the Gumi Yanling art. 1 cycle. 2 cycles. Han Yuan was utterly immersed in cultivation, unable to extricate himself. It felt as if he were soaring straight into the heavens, wandering in a celestial paradise. This was no mere cultivation. This was a true ascension. Only when he felt a dull ache in his meridians did he hastily cease his practice. Han Yuan opened his eyes, a faint glimmer of spiritual light flickering within him. Under the cleansing of spiritual energy, his body, like those heavenly treasures, was nourished by the world's qi, his physical form noticeably stronger than before. Even a common stone, if left long enough in a place dense with spiritual energy, could become a spirit stone or spirit ore. The same principle applied to his body, an unexpected boon. Han Yuan checked his cultivation progress. If before he was at the qi refining layer 32040, now he had reached 2340. This was equivalent to having swallowed 3 spirit gathering pills of triple efficacy. This effect is incredible. Han Yuan was stunned. A rough calculation: with a 6-fold boost, the spiritual energy concentration was amplified 36 to 45 times beyond the outside world. 1 session of cultivation equaled over 30 ordinary ones. Combined with his 4-fold circulation speed, it was akin to 120 standard sessions. If he cultivated twice a day, that would mean the results of roughly 60 days, 2 months, of training, an increase of only 2 units of spiritual power. It must be a matter of quantity leading to quality. This dense spiritual energy is far easier to absorb, and its higher concentration makes it more docile. That's crucial. There are many variables here. My calculation is just a rough estimate. The specifics don't matter. In short, my cultivation efficiency in the training chamber surpasses even taking pills. Han Yuan looked at the pills he had prepared to take, feeling conflicted. He never imagined he would no longer need them. Pills came with pill toxins, but direct absorption of spiritual energy had none. What now limited his cultivation speed was the resilience and recovery rate of his meridians. The spiritual power from the ancient tree spirit nourishment art within him excelled at recovery. As it flowed slowly through his meridians, it gently nurtured them, accelerating their healing. What I need are pills, like meridian protection pills, not ordinary ones. Speaking of which, if a training chamber with a 6-fold effect is already considered a grade superior, what grade would a 36-fold chamber be? It must be at least golden core level. Han Yuan seriously wondered if the Earth Spirit sect had any place with better cultivation conditions than this. He walked to the door and deactivated the array. The dense spiritual energy inside surged back into the ground and vanished. Seeing this, Han Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although my spirit gathering array is several times more effective, the amount I absorb is minimal. Most of it returns to the spirit vein, so no one will notice anything unusual. After leaving the training chamber, he noticed a light glowing on his token. He extended his spiritual sense into it, and immediately received a message: someone was calling from outside the cave dwelling. Han Yuan went up to the 4th floor and looked toward the entrance. From a distance beyond the array, he could see a disciple waiting. He probed the token with his spiritual sense and spoke, his voice emerging from the gate. "What is it?" The waiting disciple was startled, then quickly cupped his hands and said, "I am here on the Peak Master's orders to deliver your personal disciple token and benefits." "Oh, then come in." Han Yuan remotely opened the array, revealing an entrance. "Yes." The disciple hurried inside and jogged toward the Sungming Tower. This was why Han Yuan had used the remote communication. The cave dwelling was enormous. From the Songming Tower to the gate was a distance of over 2 miles. As a personal disciple, now walking that far would be beneath his status. In the cultivation world, prestige and bearing were part of one's power. Failing to project an imposing image could even invite mortal danger. Appearing too weak could attract covetous eyes and greed. The disciple was not weak in cultivation. The few miles of bluestone path were nothing to him, and he soon arrived at the foot of the Sungming Tower. By then Han Yuan was already seated on a stone stool in a pavilion beside the Songming Tower sipping tea and gazing at the ancient trees nearby as if lost in thought. Inner disciple Chong Chun pays respects to personal disciple Han. Chong Chun bowed to Han Yuan. Han Yuan seemed to just notice him and quickly rose to help him up. Ah. Brother Chong, why be so formal? We are fellow disciples. This courtesy is too distant. Not at all, not at all. It's the sect's rule. How could that be? We're both from Spirit Inscription Peak, and there are no outsiders here. Han Yuan laughed heartily. Chong Chun also smiled and handed a storage pouch to Han Yuan. This is what the Peak Master asked me to deliver. Please check it, personal disciple Han. Han Yuan raised an eyebrow. Master is too kind. I could have fetched it myself. Why trouble you? He took the storage pouch. Only then did Chong Chun have a chance to observe Han Yuan, still full of curiosity. When did the Peak Master take on another personal disciple? He looks so young. This personal disciple seems to have just moved into the cave dwelling and appears to have few subordinates. Should I try to curry favor? Han Yuan extended his spiritual sense into the storage pouch and immediately saw 10 large porcelain bottles of pills, the kind that held 12 pills each, a small pile of spirit stones, which he counted to be 300, a personal disciple token, a dark silver longsword, a set of personal disciple robes, and a set of inner disciple robes. He was rich. That was Han Yuan's immediate thought, but he kept a composed expression, laughing wildly only inside. Personal disciple Han, personal disciples receive a monthly quota of 1 bottle of pills and 100 spirit stones. If you wish, Chong Chun would be glad to help deliver them each month. Chong Chun seized the opportunity to say. Han Yuan raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile on his face very much resembling the expression Du Yuanhe had worn on the flying sword. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Not at all, not at all. I have plenty of free time and enjoy helping fellow disciples, haha. Chong Chun laughed. Let's set that aside for now. Do you know if the personal disciples' pill quota can be exchanged for meridian protection pills? Han Yuan asked casually. Meridian protection pills. Chong Chun was surprised. Meridian protection pills were typically used when breaking through major bottlenecks. They might not even be needed for breaking through from Qi refining layer 6 to layer 7, but they were common when advancing from layer 9 to foundation establishment or layer 10, or when taking precious pills. In short, ordinary disciples had no use for them. I haven't asked about that. I recall a meridian protection pill costs 500 spirit stones, about the same value as your monthly bottle of Qi condensing pills, but they're more precious and usually require sect contribution points. So I'm not sure if the type can be exchanged. Chong Chun looked troubled. Han Yuan was taken aback. The pills in the bottles weren't spirit-gathering pills, but Qi-condensing pills. He opened a bottle in the storage pouch and confirmed they were Qi-condensing pills, of even higher value. Since that's the case, make a trip for me and ask. No problem. Chong Chun replied happily. Then you may go. Han Yuan said. Chong Chun quickly acknowledged and slowly turned to leave. After a few seconds, Han Yuan called out. Wait! Chong Chun looked back in confusion. Is there something else, personal disciple Han? I can't have you work for nothing. These pills are useless to me, so take them as payment. Han Yuan casually tossed a porcelain bottle. Chong Chun caught it and probed it with his spiritual sense. Inside were 5 spirit-gathering pills, worth about 45 spirit stones. He beamed. Thank you, personal disciple Han. I'll be focusing on cultivation for a while, and don't want to be disturbed. From now on you'll be the only one to come, Han Yuan added. Chong Chun was overjoyed. He had latched onto a powerful patron. He quickly said, Understood, personal disciple Han. I'll handle it. Han Yuan nodded. Go slowly. Chong Chun's steps were noticeably lighter as he departed. Han Yuan felt a vague sense of déjà vu. He saw Wankai slip out from a crack in the door and trot over, wagging its tail around him. Han Yuan smiled faintly, stroking Wankai's head. Don't you turn into an ungrateful wretch. Woof. Woof. Wang Hai shook its head fervently, its eyes full of loyal devotion. And not bad. Your master is rich now. Tomorrow he'll buy you materials to evolve into a spirit beast. Woof. Woof. Wang Hai leaped joyfully, its 4 legs dancing even more briskly. While his meridians were being nourished, Han Yuan took another tour of the entire cave dwelling. There were several hundred mu of spirit fields, among which only 10 mu were of profound grade upper, 30 mu of profound grade middle, a mere 50 mu of profound grade lower, and the rest were all yellow grade upper. However, Han Yuan had no use for fields of higher grades. These yellow grade upper ones were perfectly suitable for him. He'll try planting some easy crops first. All these fields belong to me now, with no need to hand anything over to the sect. After buying seeds, everything else is pure profit. This would be his future source of spirit stones, so he couldn't afford to be careless. He then proceeded to examine the other structures. To his surprise, there were specialized halls for artifact forging, alchemy, talisman crafting, formation arrangement, inscription carving, and spirit script studies, along with several residential buildings that seemed intended for disciples. These contained yellow grade upper cultivation chambers, which, though only of that grade, would normally require spending spirit stones to use for a set duration within the inner sect. Here they were completely free. Tis tsk. This cave dwelling is far too precious. It's making me uneasy. Han Yuan indeed felt a great deal of pressure. Was it reasonable for a cave dwelling prepared for a foundation establishment elder to be used by a cultivator who was in reality only at the 3rd layer of chi condensation? Even he found it absurd and felt a twinge of envy himself, let alone others. And that old man had sent someone to deliver things practically announcing the situation of his personal disciple to the world. Fortunately, he had been quick-witted enough to give Chang Chun a few hints. Chang Chun should understand his meaning and keep things quiet, buying him some time. Once his cultivation broke through, dealing with any ensuing troubles would undoubtedly be much easier. I bet this cheap master is just trying to pressure me into cultivating. How insidious! Han Yuan had seen through Du Yuan's wicked scheme. His heart was truly greatly malicious. Before his meridians had even fully recovered, Chang Chun had already rushed back. Han Yuan opened the formation gates. Chang Chun scurried over to him and said, "True disciple Han, I've asked. It can be exchanged. The monthly welfare can be exchanged for 1 meridian protection pill. However, the extra spirit stones are forfeited. And then no problem." Han Yuan nodded in satisfaction and handed him a bottle of chi condensation pills. "Go and exchange the welfare I just received for the meridian protection pill. It'll wait for you here." "Understood, true disciple Han." Chang Chun hesitated for a moment, then added, "But I have no way to prove him acting on your behalf to exchange the pills." Han Yuan smiled faintly. "That's simple." He tapped the Songming token, which contained a small spatial pocket filled with many subsidiary tokens. With a tap, a subsidiary token fell out. "Take this token as proof," Han Yuan said. Chang Chun's eyes lit up with joy. "I understand. Rest assured, Manor Lord. I will return shortly." Chang Chun vowed, thumping his chest. Han Yuan noticed the change in his address, calling him Manor Lord. What did this signify? Han Yuan didn't correct him, and simply nodded. "Go now and return soon." "Yes." Han Yuan watched Chang Chun hurry away, his heart beginning to anticipate the effects of the meridian protection pill. At 500 spirit stones apiece, its efficacy was surely impressive. Speaking of which, being a true disciple is incredible. A monthly welfare of 500 spirit stones. That's 6,000 a year. And without any mission requirements. How wonderful! True disciples were the reserve force of the sect's top combat power, and the resource supply was indeed unparalleled. By the time his meridians were nearly fully nourished, Chang Chun had finally rushed back. "I have succeeded in my mission, Manor Lord." Chang Chun respectfully handed over a porcelain bottle. Han Yuan took it, his expression calm as he nodded. He probed it with his spiritual sense, and after confirming its contents said, "I am going into secluded cultivation. If you don't mind, you may find a room to stay in within the cave dwelling. You are free to use the yellow-grade upper cultivation chamber within. During my seclusion, if anyone comes looking for me, tell them I am in closed-door cultivation and not receiving visitors." Upon hearing this, Chang Chun's spirits lifted. "Very well, Manor Lord. I will guard the cave dwelling and ensure no one disturbs you." Han Yuan turned and paused. "I also keep a half-spirit beast with the bloodline of a flame hound. If you have time, please feed it for me." Chang Chun was startled for a moment, then looked over at Wang Sai, who was peeking out from a distance. He nodded. "No problem." Han Yuan was very satisfied with Chang Chun's attitude. He had the potential to be a steward. For now, this was akin to giving him a probationary period, and whether he could become a permanent fixture depended on his performance. Han Yuan was well aware of his own position, and did not belittle himself. Though his cultivation was low, his status as a personal disciple was undeniable. Behind him stood the highest-ranking peak master of the entire mountain peak, who could mobilize vast resources. Even a tiny sliver that slipped through his fingers was enough to keep an ordinary inner disciple well fed. Only after Han Yuan disappeared from sight did Chang Chun's face light up with excitement. He had seized it. He had seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had latched onto the thigh of a personal disciple. He knew his own talent was mediocre. After enduring bitter cultivation for 20 years, he was merely at the 7th layer of chi condensation. If no opportunity presented itself in this lifetime, he would surely be unable to reach foundation establishment. When he had coincidentally encountered the peak master on the road and received the task of delivery casually assigned by the peak master, he knew that his sole chance for a reversal of fortune had appeared. And when he arrived at the Songming cave dwelling and saw how sparsely populated it was, his joy multiplied. Few people meant that this true disciple would surely need attendance, a role he could perfectly fill. Thus he busied himself for Han Yuan, eventually obtaining a subsidiary token. When he tentatively addressed Han Yuan as Manor Lord and received no rebuke, he knew he had truly latched onto a powerful backer. Now, as long as he did exactly as the Manor Lord instructed, everything would proceed smoothly. He couldn't even spare a thought for the yellow-grade upper cultivation chamber. Normally using it for half an hour cost a single spirit stone, but now it was completely free. He would never dare waste a moment of it under normal circumstances, but for now, his attention was fixed on Wang Kai. "Woof! Woof!" Wang Kai eyed him warily. "Here I have a rib of a black-haired boar, a savage beast. Do you want it?" Chang Chun asked ingratiatingly. Wang Kai snorted, remaining vigilant. "I am your master's subordinate, ordered to feed you. There's no need to worry," Chang Chun added. Wang Kai seemed to grasp the meaning of these words. It quickly lifted its little head and cast a haughty glance at him. Chang Chun placed the meat on a plate and stepped back a few paces. After a moment of wary observation, Wang Kai sensed no danger and cautiously approached. It took a small bite. The delicious meat caused Wang Kai to squint its eyes in bliss. The spiritual energy contained within the meat upon entering its body began to strengthen its physique, making Wang Kai unable to resist. Chang Chun seemingly out of nowhere produced a broom and began sweeping the paths within the cave dwelling, showing great initiative. Standing in the shadows of the 4th floor of the Songming Pavilion, Han Yuan watched Chang Chun's reactions and nodded in satisfaction. He quietly activated the protective formation of the Songming Pavilion, then feeling truly at ease, he entered the cultivation chamber and activated the Spirit Gathering Array. Random Boost Multiplier 3 Spirit Gathering Array Effect 300. Han Yuan was stunned. Only 3 times. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him, birthing an astonishing idea. He deactivated the Spirit Gathering Array. Then he reactivated it. Random Boost Multiplier 5 Spirit Gathering Array Effect 500. My heavens, it actually works! Han Yuan's eyes widened. Unlike pills which were swallowed and had a fixed multiplier, the array could be used repeatedly. Every time it was toggled on and off, the multiplier was recalculated. Did that mean? Han Yuan stood at the entrance, toggling the array on and off repeatedly. Each toggle only required a minute's interval, making the cost of experimentation nearly zero. He tried several times, but the results were either 3 or 4 times, with 5 times being rare. However, Han Yuan was patient. After 20 attempts, a massive number appeared before him for the first time. Random boost multiplier 12 spirit gathering array effect 12. The spirit gathering effect had been amplified 12-fold. The spiritual energy concentration was at least 6 times the external world multiplied by 12, equaling 72 times. The spiritual energy within the cultivation chamber quickly turned into a misty cloud and even began to condense into liquid spirit essence. Han Yuan even had the illusion of soaking in a pool of spiritual water. No, it wasn't an illusion. On the floor of the cultivation chamber, a damp liquid was indeed beginning to accumulate. Spirit water formed from the combination of dense spiritual energy and moisture. The spiritual energy in the air eagerly burrowed into his body, making the step of sensing it entirely unnecessary. Han Yuan could no longer contain himself and sat down. He took out the Meridian Protection Pill, tilted his head back, and swallowed it. Random Boost Multiplier 6. Vessel Protecting Pill efficacy 600. Pill toxin 60. 6 times the efficacy of the Vessel Protecting Pill. Han Yuan was overjoyed. The effect of this 6-fold Vessel Protecting Pill surpassed even that of consuming 6 ordinary pills. Due to pill toxins, it was impossible to swallow 6 Vessel Protecting Pills consecutively. Even if one could, the effects would not reach 6-fold because of drug resistance. Yet Han Yuan was able to enjoy the full 6-fold effect of the pill. He felt only that as the pill dissolved, a mysterious medicinal force spread along his meridians to all the channels in his body. The inner walls of his meridians were coated with a thick layer of the pill's power, and even the walls of his dantian were covered, as if his entire meridian system had been clad in armor. An ordinary Vessel Protecting Pill's effects lasted for 2 hours. Could the 6-fold pill endure for 12? Regardless, with no lingering worries, Han Yuan finally cast aside his inhibitions and began to absorb the dense spiritual energy of the cultivation chamber. Such docile spiritual energy, so easily refined. With just a single minor circulation, he could channel the spiritual energy flooding his meridians into his dantian. As these fresh currents of spiritual power merged into his dantian, Han Yuan was astonished to discover that their purity far surpassed the spiritual energy he had painstakingly cultivated before. Without needing to test it, he knew his spiritual power had undoubtedly improved in quality. This is simply cheating. No, this ability should be considered a talent. I am blessed with extraordinary talent. The spiritual energy in the cultivation chamber drawn by Han Yuan's absorption surged into his body like a deluge. The Vessel Protecting Pill's effect was astonishing. The 6-fold enhancement was not merely an extension of time, but also a 6-fold increase in protective power. Thus even this torrent of spiritual energy could hardly damage his meridians. The cultivation technique, having reached the great completion realm, exhibited astonishing efficacy during practice, cycling through the meridians at incredible speed. Han Yuan devoted his entire mind to the operation of the technique. Through this continuous high-speed circulation, his understanding of the ancient would nurturing spirit art deepened considerably. Earlier, while waiting for Chang Chun, he had been staring at the ancient tree, not merely to look impressive. He was pondering the essence of the ancient wood nurturing spirit art. What did the words, ancient wood, truly represent? When he had previously reached the minor success realm, he thought the key lay in sensing the breathing rhythm of the ancient wood in nature. But now, as he continuously cycled the technique, he gradually realized that the core of this art lay in the latter phrase. Nurturing spirit. Using my body as the ancient wood to nurture the spirituality of the spiritual power. Han Yuan recalled the form of the old apricot tree. Over his 2 years of cultivation, he had unconsciously committed every detail of that tree to memory. He had often rested beneath it, keeping it company. Whether intentional or not, the old apricot tree had been an indispensable presence in his 2 years of cultivation. One could even say they had been companions. Now his body relaxed and unfurled, as he sat cross-legged, his posture resembling ancient roots. Faintly it seemed as if an apricot tree had taken root in the center of the cultivation chamber. His breathing began to adjust, subtly becoming gentle and deep. Sensing that the technique's circulation path felt somewhat uncomfortable, he instinctively altered its route. Thus the path of the ancient wood nurturing spirit art began to change imperceptibly. Little by little it diverged significantly from its original form. His chi connected with the earth, and the speed of his spiritual energy absorption steadily increased. The energy cycled continuously through his body, part of it merging into his dantian, while the other part was channeled back into the earth and air, returning to the world. The spiritual power in his dantian grew ever purer, yet it still seemed far from achieving what was meant by nurturing spirit, where exactly lay the true essence of the technique. Just as Han Yuan was struggling in vain to grasp the true meaning of the art, his breathing rhythm suddenly resonated with the breathing rhythm of a distant existence. In an outer disciple's courtyard on ancient wood peak, the branches of an old apricot tree began to sway. The wind was still, yet the tree moved. The surrounding spiritual energy, as if summoned, gathered in clusters around the old tree. This old apricot tree, already several hundred years old, had finally accumulated enough to transcend from an ordinary species into a spiritual one. Within its trunk, mysterious transformations were taking place, and the spirituality of the spirit tree was beginning to sprout. During this process, a gift of a cultivator's spiritual power played a pivotal role. That power, flowing with the old tree's own spiritual energy, was gradually absorbed by the tree, yet also participated fully in the birth of the tree spirit. Unaware of the old apricot tree's situation, Han Yuan suddenly felt as if heaven and earth were aiding him. The circulation path of his spiritual power became profound once more. As the route shifted, his spiritual power seemed to gain a trace of unique spirituality. In an instant, he became utterly immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Within the Songming cave mansion, Chang Chun looked towards the Songming tower in confusion. Then, to his astonishment, he saw the trees near the tower begin to tremble, their swaying motion, as if celebrating the birth of a companion. "What's wrong with those spirit trees?" Before he could take a few steps to investigate, the trees had already returned to stillness, as if it had all been an illusion. But he was certain he had not been seeing things. It seemed the mansion master was cultivating some formidable spell that had caused the trees to stir. Suddenly his subsidiary token stirred. He looked towards the mansion gates and saw someone bowing respectfully in his direction. "Is someone looking for the mansion master?" Chang Chun activated his willow kaken movement technique, his speed skyrocketing. In a few steps, he was at the gate looking outside. Upon closer inspection, Chang Chun recognized the visitor. It was Lu Xinghe, a prominent figure among the inner disciples of Spirit Inscription Peak. A 9th-layer chi refining cultivator and president of the inner disciple group, the Star River Society. Rumored to be on the verge of becoming a true disciple, but clearly he was not. "I am inner disciple Lu Xinghe. I have come today especially to visit true disciple Han. Might I be addressing true disciple Han himself?" Lu Xinghe sized up Chang Chun. Although separated by the formation, his keen eyesight easily discerned that the other party was merely a disciple around the 7th layer of chi refining and not young. "I apologize, but the mansion master has stated he is in seclusion and not receiving guests. Please, President Lu, come another time." Chang Chun, mindful of the mansion master's words, made no move to open the gate. Lu Xinghe frowned inwardly. He had accidentally learned of the emergence of a new true disciple from a disciple at the Spirit Inscription Peak Welfare Hall, and had immediately rushed to the Songming Cave Mansion. From that disciple, he had learned that the newcomer had exchanged his monthly benefits for vessel-protecting pills, leading him to guess that the other party was about to enter seclusion. He hadn't expected it to be so soon. This true disciple seemed to have sprung up from nowhere. There had been no news of him before, and now, without even meeting him face-to-face, Lu Xinghe could not ascertain his background. Lu Xing's gaze fell upon Chang Chun. From the words just spoken, this man recognized him. He searched his memory, and recalled that he had indeed seen this person a few times. "Junior brother, since that's the case, could you kindly accept a gift? When true disciple Han emerges from seclusion, please pass it to him. I apologize, I cannot make decisions for the mansion master." Chang Chun replied immediately. "Then, junior brother, could you please inform me when true disciple Han comes out of seclusion? I will surely offer you a generous reward." Lu Xinghe reached into his sleeve and produced a bottle of chi condensation pills. Chang Chun's gaze involuntarily shifted towards that bottle of chi condensation pills. A single bottle was worth 500 spirit stones. This was merely a reward for sending a message, a task requiring little effort on his part. But Chang Chun had already experienced the hardship of cultivation before. He did not wish to lose this rare opportunity. Thus he resolutely declared, "I am sorry, but the mansion master does not wish to be disturbed. Please senior brother Lu return." His tone was firm. At this moment his former reverence for Alliance leader Lu had completely vanished. Reverting to the form of address between sect disciples, he now regarded Lu Xinghe as just an ordinary inner disciple. Lu Xinghe was taken aback. He gave Chang Chun a deep searching look, then said, "Since true disciple Han is in seclusion, I will come another time." Chang Chun cupped his hands in salute, then turned and went back to continue sweeping the grounds. Turning to cast one last glance at the Songming Cave mansion, Lu Xinghe felt a surge of resentment towards Du Yuanhe. That old fool was blind, unable to see his superior grade talent. He would see for himself what this new true disciple Han was really made of. What right did he have to occupy that Songming Cave mansion? Unbeknownst to him, 5 hours had passed. At this moment the dantian within Han Yuan's body had been completely saturated with spiritual energy, reaching the critical juncture for a breakthrough. The profound transformations of the cultivation technique had also arrived at their final threshold. Break! Boom! Boom! The dantian, brimming with spiritual energy, underwent another expansion. During this process, the energy experienced a metamorphosis, its quality markedly enhanced. The spiritual energy surged out from the dantian, beginning to cleanse and nourish the flesh, muscles, and meridians. At that very moment, the ancient wood nourishment art also completed its realm breakthrough, ascending to another level. Without opening his eyes, Han Yuan swept his spiritual sense over the lines of text before him. Random Amplification Multiplier 3 Cultivation Realm Breakthrough Effect 300 Random Amplification Multiplier 7 Technique Realm Advancement Effect 700. The size of his dantian had once again increased to 4 times its original capacity. Compared to an ordinary cultivator at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, this was an 8-fold disparity, equivalent to the state of someone at the 6th layer. The transmuted spiritual energy circulated through the meridians, nourishing them and expanding their radius by 40%. The cross-sectional area had doubled, allowing for swifter energy flow. His spiritual sense had undergone a transformation, its range expanding to approximately 30 meters. All of this was within Han Yuan's expectations, but what truly astonished him was that his technique realm had broken through once more. It had ascended from the minor achievement stage to the major achievement stage. How did I break through? Was it driven by the breakthrough in my cultivation realm? Or was it due to the overwhelming density of spiritual energy? Han Yuan came to his senses, unable to fathom the cause of his breakthrough. While the previous breakthrough to minor achievement had traces to follow, this ascension to major achievement was a stroke of serendipity, a true moment of epiphany. Of course, the process mattered little. What was important was the astonishing result. Previously, at the minor achievement stage, the ancient wood nourishment art had an effect 4 times that of the normal initiation stage. Now, after the breakthrough, it should have reached 8 times the initiation stage. Yet the amplification multiplier appeared once more, enhancing the effect by 7 times. This meant it became 447 for a total of 32 times the effect. When others broke through to major achievement with the ancient wood nourishment art, they only gained a 4-fold amplification. But for him, it was a 32-fold increase. Was this still a yellow-grade upper-tier technique? It must have already reached the level of a profound grade technique. Han Yuan silently sensed the circulation routes within his body, his heart brimming with myriad emotions. The original ancient wood nourishment art had only flowed through 3 main meridians and 6 secondary ones. Now the technique traversed 8 main meridians, 12 secondary meridians, 96 minor meridians, and countless micromeridians, forming an intricate and complex network of energy pathways. It resembled the dense yet orderly roots of an ancient tree. He was shocked to discover that he could absorb spiritual energy not only through his palm, soles, crown, mouth, and nose, but also through the countless pores beneath his skin. The micromeridians beneath the surface could receive this energy. Tracing the new meridian pathways, Han Yuan noticed a vast number of routes converging at his liver. There he found a grain-sized green fluorescence. These meridians connected to this green luminescence. As copious amounts of spiritual energy passed through it, they were automatically converted into Han Yuan's own attributed spiritual power. What is this? Han Yuan scratched his head. It seemed he had cultivated something extraordinary. Yet he could effortlessly control this green fluorescence as if it were an innate part of him. He manipulated it with instinctual ease, accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy, its conversion into spiritual power, and even energy storage. It was as if he had gained a peculiar second dantian. After confirming that there were no abnormalities in any of his changes, Han Yuan resumed his cultivation. The first activation of the major achievement stage, ancient with nourishment art, left him utterly captivated. Vast quantities of spiritual energy poured into his body from his 7 orifices, crown, palms, soles, and every inch of his skin. Though the dense micromeridians seemed to absorb only a little each, their sheer number, tens of thousands, meant the total energy intake far exceeded that of the main and secondary meridians combined. This was the source of the 32-fold amplification. It was not conjured from nothing. As the technique circulated, 1/3 of the spiritual energy arrived at the liver, where it was refined by the green fluorescence into pure with spiritual power and stored within it. This green luminescence could only store with attributed energy, unlike Han Yuan's dantian, which could accommodate any type. The remaining 2/3 of the energy surged into the dantian, elevating his cultivation realm. Time flowed slowly. The remaining 7 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Han Yuan ceased his cultivation, too weary to examine his transformations. Exhausted, he lay down in the cultivation chamber and fell asleep immediately. Yet even in slumber his body continued to absorb spiritual energy at a languid pace. The green fluorescence in his liver, like a sentient dantian, autonomously inhaled and exhaled with spiritual power. The energy nourished his meridians as it circulated, causing no damage, but instead infusing them with vitality. Han Yuan slept soundly. When he awoke, 6 hours had passed. Refreshed and invigorated, he sprang to his feet with a carp-like leap. His stomach growled with hunger, so he deactivated the spirit-gathering array and stepped out of the cultivation chamber. As he walked, he sensed his cultivation base. Within, his dantian spiritual energy had already filled 3/4 of the space once more. In his liver, the green fluorescence had grown from the size of a grain of rice to that of a soybean. Its form had become more substantial, and the energy stored within it equaled 1/4 of the dantian's capacity. Does this mean I could break through at any moment by transferring spiritual energy to my dantian? Han Yuan marveled inwardly, feeling as if his rapid advancement were a dream. When he stepped out of Songming Tower, night had fallen. Yet a figure quickly rushed over, lighting up the surrounding magical lamps, which cast a brilliant glow. The newcomer was Chang Chun. Behind him, Wonkai trotted over on short legs. Woof! Woof! The dog pounced, wrapping its front paws around Han Yuan's leg and wagging its tail joyfully. Han Yuan patted its head, surprised. And you seem to have grown. How long was I in seclusion? Greetings, Lord of the Manor. Chang Chun quickly replied. You have been in seclusion for a day and a half. Wang Hai has eaten quite a bit of beast meat, and the spiritual energy has spurred some growth. Han Yuan understood. Is there any spirit food? Prepare some, I'm hungry. Of course, my lord. I will prepare a portion for you immediately. Thank you. It is my duty. Chang Chun responded, a hint of nervousness in his demeanor. Han Yuan waved his hand, signaling him to hurry. A flicker of joy crossed Chang Chun's face, and he dashed off to a nearby building to prepare. Han Yuan sat down on a stone bench under a large tree beside Songming Tower. Then, as if sensing something, he glanced at the tree. His spiritual sense made contact with the tree, touching an ancient yet nascent intelligence. This consciousness met his spiritual sense, conveying a simple and joyful thought. At the same time, the tree's branches trembled involuntarily. Is that you, great banyan tree? Han Yuan transmitted his spiritual sense. Hello. The banyan's intelligence responded with even greater joy, and Han Yuan understood a fragment of its meaning. It was greeting him in return, expressing a pure happiness at encountering a kindred spirit and curiously asking why he could move. The branches swayed more vigorously. Han Yuan could now confirm that he truly could communicate with this great banyan tree. However, although it was already a spirit, with its intelligence was still too weak. His spiritual sense easily merged into the banyan tree, which offered no resistance, allowing him to meld with it completely. His spiritual sense extended along the tree's branches, reaching over 100 meters away. The banyan tree had become an extension of his perception and amplifier for his spiritual sense. As his spiritual sense expanded further, it touched the surrounding trees. Whether they possessed intelligence or not, they all naturally accepted his spiritual sense, allowing it to spread even wider. Each tree acted like a signal relay station, continuously extending his reach. Unwittingly, his spiritual sense expanded to a building 500 meters away, where he saw Chang Chun laboring over ingredients and preparing to grill meat. Han Yuan couldn't help but transmit his thoughts. "No need for anything too elaborate, keep it light." Startled, Chang Chun immediately replied, "Yes." He instinctively looked toward Songming Tower, seeing Han Yuan still seated beneath it. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Such a range for spiritual sense was far too great. A cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement could only manage 100 small steps right. This was 500 or 600 small steps. What realm had the Lord of the Manor reached? Could he have already achieved foundation establishment? Chang Chun's reverence for Han Yuan deepened. Han Yuan had merely attempted it, never expecting to actually succeed in transmitting his voice. He was utterly astonished at this moment. After breaking through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, he had cultivated further, yet his spiritual sense range only expanded by a few meters, reaching a maximum of about 35 meters. Chang Chun, however, was already over 500 meters away from him. Through the transmission via each and every tree, his spiritual sense remarkably achieved an inconceivably vast expansion. As he continued his attempts, the range of his spiritual sense connection kept expanding, reaching all the way to the entrance of the cave dwelling. This was not the end, but merely blocked by the formation of the dwelling. Yet he soon discovered a problem. His spiritual sense was being consumed at an alarming rate, 10 times faster than usual. However, compared to the immense range of the expansion, this consumption was utterly negligible. Even the perfected ancient wood nurturing spirit art didn't have such an effect. Han Yuan realized that this must be a new function of his transformed ancient wood nurturing spirit art, the ability to communicate with trees and extend his spiritual sense. Among these, he also discovered an additional benefit. He could probe the underground conditions through tree roots, which could prove remarkably useful at times such as for prospecting ores, seeking treasures, or tracking enemies. Suddenly, the banyan tree before him emanated a faint sense of yearning for his spiritual power. Han Yuan was taken aback. He withdrew most of his spiritual sense and channeled some of his spiritual power into the banyan tree, relinquishing control over it. The spiritual power gradually merged into the tree's veins, diffusing throughout its trunk. Han Yuan could sense that the spiritual power was diminishing. It seemed to be absorbed by this very banyan tree. Han Yuan observed this scene with wonder, his heart brimming with astonishment. When that cluster of spiritual power was completely absorbed by the banyan tree, he could perceive that the tree's spiritual essence had become slightly more active. Ancient wood nurturing spirit. Ancient wood nurturing spirit. It can be like this. Once again, Han Yuan marveled at the transformation of his cultivation art. His spiritual power could actually aid the growth of spirit trees, and even enhance their spiritual essence by a small degree. Though the increase was minor over time, this banyan tree might truly develop complete sentience and become a tree spirit. At this moment, his thoughts immediately turned to that old apricot tree. I must find a chance to help the old apricot tree gain a spark of spiritual essence, Han Yuan mused inwardly. Just then Chang Chun had already run back, arriving beneath the great tree. He placed steaming plates of dishes on the stone table. "Master of the dwelling, the dishes are ready," Chang Chun said with a smile. "Thank you." Han Yuan expressed his gratitude. He picked up a slice of green vegetable, put it in his mouth, and chewed a few times. The flavor was exceedingly refreshing. These vegetables were rich in spiritual energy, making them spirit food rather than ordinary fare. Where were these dishes bought? How much did they cost? Han Yuan inquired. Chang Chun quickly replied these were already in the dwelling planet in the vegetable field. There are plenty of them. I just picked some from there earlier. I haven't yet obtained your permission, master, so I. Han Yuan waved his hand and said, I told you to prepare food, so it's only natural for you to pick them. He paused for a moment, then said, I'll speak plainly. From what I gather, you intend to work for me here. I do indeed need more hands. If you are willing, you can help me with some chores. I will not treat my subordinates poorly. 1 condensing chi pill per month along with access to some of the dwelling's benefits. So are you willing? Willing. Willing. Chang Chun immediately bowed with delight. Tell me about yourself, your general experiences before this. Han Yuan asked. Chang Chun with a serious expression said, Master, I hail from the great Chu dynasty, born into an ordinary family. At 15, I was tested and found to have mid-grade 4-element spirit roots, and I joined the sect. In the 2nd year, I luckily broke through to the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Then in the 5th year, I reached the 4th layer. After entering Spirit Inscription Peak, I cultivated alone, completing sect tasks. It took me 20 years, and only in the middle of this year did I break through to the 7th layer of chi refinement at exactly 40 years old. You didn't join any group? Han Yuan asked, puzzled. I once joined a small team, but I found that after joining, my cultivation resources had to be supplied to others, and my cultivation speed didn't increase, it actually slowed down. Large teams wouldn't accept anyone below mid-grade 3-element spirit roots, so in the end, I had to struggle on alone. I encountered a small stroke of luck along the way which allowed me to barely break through to the 7th layer, Chang Chun said with a sigh. Han Yuan remained silent. This path of cultivation was indeed arduous. He quietly examined the area of his dantian and liver. If he factored in the green fluorescence in his liver and converted it into ordinary cultivation, he was already at the peak of the 6th layer of chi refinement, not far from the 7th layer. It was indeed a bit faster now, but before he activated his golden finger, he had also toiled in cultivation for 2 years, only reaching the 2nd layer of chi refinement. Normal cultivation was truly too difficult. If you work hard in the future, there may still be a chance to reach the perfection of the 9th layer of chi refinement before you turn 60. Han Yuan painted a rosy picture for Chang Chun. Yes, master. I will give my utmost. Chang Chun happily swallowed the bait. By the way, master, someone came to visit yesterday. Chang Chun said. Oh! Who? How many people? Han Yuan's expression showed surprise. Someone was already coming to call. Just one person, Lu Xinghe, a 9th layer chi refinement cultivator. He has founded an organization called the Star River Society with over 30 inner disciples, all of outstanding aptitude and remarkable cultivation, wielding considerable influence among the inner disciples of Spirit Inscription Peak, Chang Chun reported truthfully. He brought gifts, but I did not accept them on your behalf, master. Later he even tried to bribe me to tell him when you would emerge from seclusion. Chang Chun finished speaking and stood aside, offering no opinion, merely stating the other party's situation as it was. Han Yuan fell into thought. They were merely inner disciples, they couldn't affect him. He had thought it might be some Foundation establishment elder unhappy with his occupation of Songming dwelling. What could Lu Xinghe possibly do? Embarrass him. It didn't matter at all. He was originally only at the 4th layer of chi refinement anyway. Losing a fight was perfectly normal. His master could hardly revoke his position as a personal disciple over this. Even if a Foundation establishment elder came to cause trouble, at most, they would think he was unfit to occupy the dwelling. His position as a true disciple could not be lost. Of course, there would certainly be trouble. Lu Xinghe might resort to some schemes, sending people to test him, disturb him, or mess with his mindset. Han Yuan had no interest in playing those face-slapping games. They were too lowbrow and a waste of time. Wasn't it better to just cultivate diligently? Don't bother with him. Be careful when you go out next time so his men don't corner you, Han Yuan said after some thought. Forget it, don't go out either. Just cultivate well inside the dwelling. In Songming Tower, you may choose a profound grade low-tier cultivation chamber to practice in. This is a temporary benefit. When there are more people in the future, we will have to follow the rules. Understood, Chang Chun said joyfully. A profound grade cultivation chamber was a luxury he had never even dared to dream of before. A single hour cost 10 spirit stones, yet now it was free. At this moment, he almost felt grateful to Lu Xinghe. At that very moment, outside Songming dwelling, Lu Xinghe had indeed dispatched men to keep watch at the dwelling's entrance. 2 inner disciples took turns staring at the gate, not missing a single movement for even a moment. The moment anyone emerged, they would immediately report to Lu Xinghe. However, Lu Xinghe was destined for disappointment. The master of the art of concealment, Han Yuan, had already come online. Have you investigated thoroughly? In the dim chamber, a low voice echoed. As the candle flickered to life, the face of Lu Xinghe emerged from the shadows. A disciple standing in the shadow of the candlelight replied respectfully, "It has been confirmed. The newly promoted true disciple is named Han Yuan. He ranked 9th in this year's second-year cultivation assessment at the early stage of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Selected by Peak Master Du, he was prematurely promoted to an inner disciple, and soon after designated as a true disciple assigned to Songming Cave Mansion." What? The 4th layer of Qi refinement? Lu Xinghe was utterly taken aback by this revelation. What is his aptitude? He possesses a middle grade 5-element spiritual root, with only the wood element reaching the middle grade. The other 4 are all low grade. A profound confusion clouded Lu Xing's mind. What merits does he have to be accepted as a disciple by Du Yuanhe? Or has Du Yuanhe lost his senses? Lu Xinghe continued. What background does he have? None. He has no backing from any cultivation family or sect. He is merely an orphan with no parents. This is the specific intelligence. The disciple handed the intelligence report to Lu Xinghe. You may withdraw. Yes, Chairman. The figure retreated, and the candlelight in the room dimmed. Lu Xinghe perused the detailed intelligence, sinking into deep contemplation. Without support, and with mediocre aptitude, how did he win Du Yuanhe's favor? Wait. With such ordinary talent, and no backing, and still spending time cultivating spirit rice, how did he break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement? Lu Xinghe quickly identified the anomaly. This pace of cultivation starkly contradicted Han Yuan's fundamental circumstances. Such rapid breakthroughs in cultivation could be due to consuming heavenly treasures and earthly rarities. But he has never left the sect. Where could he obtain them? Apart from that, it can only be attributed to his enlightenment. If it is due to enlightenment, then his cultivation art must have already reached the minor success realm, and he must have attained it long ago, otherwise there simply wouldn't be enough time. Such enlightenment. Lu Xinghe conceded that this level of enlightenment was extraordinary. If that was why Du Yuanhe valued him, it was barely plausible. But to directly grant him a profound grade upper-tier cave dwelling is far too generous. None of the previous 6 true disciples received such a privilege. At most they were granted a profound grade middle-tier cave dwelling, and most only got a lower tier one. So if my speculation is correct, Han Yuan's cultivation art has not merely reached minor success but grand success. Only such astonishing enlightenment would warrant Du Yuanhe's exceptional regard. Through this chain of analysis, Lu Xinghe had indeed deduced Han Yuan's prior situation. Apart from missing the detail of Han Yuan's special constitution, he had essentially guessed correctly. A prodigy of enlightenment. Lu Xinghe suddenly felt the situation was exceedingly troublesome. On a single peak, only the disciples of the Peak Master and Golden Core cultivators were called true disciples. The disciples of other elders were core disciples. A Peak Master could accept 3 true disciples at a time. Lu Xinghe had been eyeing the vacancy for Du Yuanhe's 3rd true disciple, but he never expected someone else to snatch it away. He was naturally unwilling to yield so easily. Although Han Yuan has become a true disciple, the initiation ceremony has not yet been held. There is still a possibility of revocation. Lu Xing's gaze turned sharp. His cultivation level is his fatal flaw. A mere 4th-layer Qi refinement cultivator becoming a true disciple is utterly unqualified. If we can stir discontent among the disciples, even Du Yuanhe as Peak Master will have to delay Han Yuan's true disciple status. During this time I can maneuver. I can find a way to have others test Han Yuan's enlightenment in various aspects. If his previous breakthrough was a fluke and not truly due to enlightenment, Du Yuanhe will surely abandon him. If Han Yuan truly possesses astonishing enlightenment, I will give him a push, let his reputation as a genius of enlightenment spread throughout the sect, and have him become a sect-wide true disciple, even a disciple of the sect leader. That will also free up the position. After a moment's deliberation, Lu Xinghe felt everything was under control. Regardless of the outcome, Han Yuan would be removed from the position of true disciple of Lin Wenpeak. Subsequently, he himself would undoubtedly become the most likely candidate for that vacancy. The scheme was flawless. He immediately arranged for the first step to be executed, spreading the news across Lin Wenpeak that Han Yuan had become a true disciple, and that he only possessed middle-grade aptitude and was at the 4th layer of qi refinement. During this process, he could not show his face, merely waiting for the matter to ferment. The next day, this explosive news spread throughout Lin Wenpeak, and even began to reach other peaks. What? The Peak Master has taken on a new true disciple. Who is this Han Yuan among the inner disciples? I've never heard of him. It's no wonder you haven't heard. I heard he only joined the sect 2 years ago. Because he ranked in the top 10 in the cultivation assessment, he earned the qualification to be an inner disciple ahead of time. Then right after, he became a personal disciple, a triple jump. He's only at the 4th layer of qi refinement and has merely middle-grade aptitude. There must be a conspiracy behind this. This is unfair. Can someone like him really become a true disciple? This is utterly ridiculous. Although our Lin Wenpeak ranks low, we shouldn't be humiliated like this. What qualifications does such a person have to be a true disciple? I won't accept this. On Lin Wenpeak, a multitude of inner disciples buzzed with discussion, all expressing dissatisfaction with the news. After confirming the information was accurate, they voiced their discontent openly. Before long, many disciples sought out Foundation establishment elders to report the situation. Upon hearing their disciples' reports, several Foundation establishment elders were also greatly shocked. One by one, they went to find Du Yuanhe to inquire about the matter. Outside Lin Wenpeak, disciples from other peaks, upon hearing this news, mocked Lin Wenpeak for its decline, allowing a 4-layer qi refinement disciple to become a personal disciple. The outer disciples from the original Dingxi courtyard No. 17 found the news hard to believe. Upon hearing the news, Qin Feng immediately decided to seek refuge with Han Yuan. He felt that since he had been classmates with Han Yuan for 2 years, he was closer to him than others. He packed his bags and headed straight for Lin Wenpeak. Wu Chao let out a huge sigh of relief, a lingering look of fear on his face. Fortunately, he had resolved the conflict in advance, otherwise trying to fix it now would be too late. Zhao Donglai's face flushed red, with a mix of jealousy and shame. Hu Yifan was instantly stupefied, repeatedly muttering that it was impossible. At the summit of Lin Wenpeak in the Grand Hall, Du Yuanhe was now surrounded by several Foundation establishment elders. Peak Master Senior Brother, the disciples are saying you have taken on another personal disciple, asked the Elder of Transmission. Du Yuanhe glanced at everyone and said with a light chuckle, "Everyone, please calm down. I know what you're thinking. My decision to accept Han Yuan as a true disciple is of course for a reason. He is a rare genius of enlightenment. In just 2 years, he has cultivated the ancient wood-nourishing art to the grand success realm. His enlightenment is among the finest I have ever seen. The grand success realm. The ancient wood-nourishing art is a yellow-grade upper-tier technique. Achieving grand success within 20 years would indicate good enlightenment. If what Peak Master Senior Brother says is true, then this Han Yuan indeed deserves a true disciple position." The Elder of Transmission's expression softened. As the Elder in charge of transmission, he was most aware of the difficulty in breaking through cultivation art realms. However, another Elder expressed doubt. "Peak Master, can we determine his astonishing enlightenment solely based on one technique reaching grand success? Perhaps other factors led to his comprehension of the grand success realm. Maybe his actual enlightenment is not that outstanding. Wouldn't it be a bit hasty to make him a true disciple without conducting more tests?" Du Yuanhe, upon hearing this, seemed to feel the point had merit. He had indeed been a bit carried away by the breakthrough in the technique's realm. But naturally, he could not contradict himself. He stated, "Hasn't the true disciple initiation ceremony not been held yet? We'll know how good his enlightenment is after observing him for a while longer. If that's the case, let's observe for a while longer. We wouldn't want a blunder to invite ridicule from other peaks. Enlightenment is still too ethereal a thing. Only time can prove everything." With that, the Foundation establishment elders dispersed. Consequently, the initiation ceremony Yuan had prepared was put on hold. "Don't disappoint me, Han Yuan." Green spirit art. Green spirit art. Han Yuan cast a yellow rank low-grade spell he had learned before onto the great banyan tree. Every 10 seconds a green light shot from his fingertip illuminating the banyan tree. Each time the tree received the nourishment of the green spirit art, it emitted a joyful thought. Han Yuan discovered with astonishment that using the green spirit art allowed him to better harness the enhanced effects of his evolved cultivation technique. If pure spiritual power had an effect of 1, the green spirit art amplified it to 4. The green spirit art could accelerate the growth of the spirit tree and the condensation of its spirituality. He had a feeling that the transformation of his technique was partly due to this art. This revelation made Han Yuan realize that the evolution of his cultivation technique was not baseless. It stemmed from the integration of the immortal cultivation knowledge he had acquired over the past 2 years. It included not only the green spirit art, but also the spirit rain art. In fact, the current, ancient wood nurturing technique had been completely transformed into a unique method that perfectly suited only him. After the technique evolved, revisiting the green spirit art felt as natural as a fish in water. Having spent days without mastering it, he now succeeded after just a few attempts reaching the proficient level. He waited expectantly, but the dice that should have appeared did not. Nor did the words for random multiplier appear before him. Strange. Nothing. Han Yuan was puzzled. He felt that his green spirit art had indeed improved a level, yet the random multiplier did not show. He pondered for a moment and cast the green spirit art again. This time he directed it at himself. A phantom dice appeared. Random multiplier 3. Green spirit art growth effect 300. A green light bathed his body, making his scalp itch. He rubbed his head and found his hair had grown a bit. It's become a hair growth spell. Han Yuan laughed, helplessly confirming that the multiplier only applied to effects on himself. He had suspected this earlier, so it was no great loss. The best use of my golden finger is to consume items that permanently enhance my own abilities. If I ever get a heaven-defying treasure that boosts my talent, it'll soar instantly. Han Yuan daydreamed for a moment, then collected himself and calmly continued practicing the green spirit art. Why? Because he had plenty of spiritual energy. Master, I found where the spirit grain is stored. Chong Chun ran over excitedly, holding a bag. Han Yuan's eyes lit up. What kind of spirit rice? Chong Chun approached, placed the small bag on the table, and opened it for Han Yuan to see. This is yellow rank high-grade spirit rice, yellow millet rice named after the yellow millet dream. Long-term consumption not only boosts cultivation speed and physique, but also nourishes the sea of consciousness, enhancing spiritual sense limits. Chong Chun said excitedly. That's the spiritual sense limit. If my spiritual sense improves, my talisman-making skills will surely break through their bottleneck. Han Yuan rubbed his chin. Yellow millet rice was indeed good. He asked, Is there a lot? Not much. Chong Chun shook his head regretfully. Most of the storerooms over there are empty. I only found some in a small one. It won't last long. Han Yuan looked at the unhusked rice and asked, Can it be planted? Chong Chun paused, then nodded. It can, but planting yellow millet rice isn't simple. Are you thinking of hiring a spirit farmer master? No, I'll plant it myself. Han Yuan smiled. Chong Chun was first confused, then stunned. Was the master a spirit farmer? I'll give it a try. Success isn't guaranteed, Han Yuan added. Oh. Chong Chun understood planting might be the master's way of relaxing. Then he'll fetch more spirit rice, he said immediately. Not too much. Understood. 3 days later, Yuan flew on a green sword to the Tsangming Cave mansion. He looked down and saw a familiar figure bent over planting something in the spirit field. Yuan's eyes twitched. This kid is actually planting things. I thought those pills and the cultivation chamber would dissuade him, but this kid is really clueless. He descended and knocked on the formation barrier. Yuan felt the token vibrate and looked up to see the old man staring at him. Master, are you just passing by? Yuan quickly opened the formation. Yuan landed and saw the 99 acres of planted spirit field sighing as he held his forehead. Have you been farming all these days? Yuan quickly said. I've been diligently cultivating every day, and I feel like I'm about to break through. Yuan felt a pang of annoyance. With the pills he gave, fast cultivation was possible, but the spiritual power would be too mixed, requiring much time to purify, later wasting even more time. His divine sense then sensed Yuan's aura. He was at the peak of the 4th layer of qi refining, about to break through. Wait. Yuan was startled. When did you reach the peak of the 4th layer? Your cultivation speed is abnormal. Your 4th layer is equivalent to someone else's peak of the 5th layer. I had an epiphany a few days ago, and my technique broke through to the great completion realm, so my cultivation speed increased a bit. Yuan sighed inwardly. His realm was still too low to hide his aura from Old Man Du. Once he learned a concealment technique and mastered it deeply, he wouldn't have to worry. Still, he wrapped his spiritual sense around his dantian to hide its further mutation. Though he couldn't stop Du from forcibly probing, sensing his spiritual sense, the old man should have some decency, right? Yuan indeed began to probe Yuan's body, but before reaching the dantian, he was drawn to the green fluorescence at Yuan's liver. This is... Yuan's mouth fell open, his eyes bulging. Yuan asked cautiously. Master, what's wrong? Wait, what is this thing at your liver? Yuan's breathing grew heavy. When I broke through to the 4th layer of qi refining, I suddenly had an insight, and my technique advanced. Then this thing appeared in my liver. It was small at first, but it's been growing. I was planning to ask you what it is and if it's harmful. Yuan had indeed intended to ask, so he hadn't concealed the green glow. Yuan's mouth twitched. He knew Yuan's technique was already at the great completion realm. Breaking through again meant it was at the perfection realm. But even the perfection realm of the ancient wood nurturing technique couldn't produce this thing. He took a deep breath, looking at him like a monster, and said slowly, Have you heard of a sword heart? Yuan was surprised. I've heard of it, but I don't know the specifics. Those who comprehend a sword heart will make rapid progress in the sword path, quickly mastering various sword techniques and enhancing their power. It also essentially guarantees a ticket to the Golden Core realm, Yuan has said. And mine. Yuan looked at him expectantly. Yours is similar to a sword heart, but slightly inferior. You've just reached the level of a wood heart. This physical object is the embryo of a wood spirit core. A wood spirit core is usually born only in precious ancient spirit trees. It's a heavenly treasure with many wonders. Most crucially, it can be used to cultivate a second golden core. I never imagined this could be born inside your body. Yuan's expression turned strange and grave. A wood heart is already heaven-defying, but even more critical is that this wood spirit core can be stolen. You must never reveal it. Yuan was taken aback. It was that precious. This was beyond his expectations. No wonder this thing could cultivate on its own like another dantian. It truly had that effect. Yuan looked at him with a complex expression. This disciple was far too extraordinary, exceeding all expectations. Such a disciple should be sent to the main peak of the Earth God sect to become a true disciple. But he also had selfish motives. The spirit inscription peak had been weak for too long, trapped in a vicious cycle. If Yuan rose, he would surely drive the peak's resurgence, and Du himself would benefit. So he didn't bring it up. After thinking, he said, Wait here for a moment. Yuan soared into the sky and flew off on his sword. Yuan scratched his head. What was the old man up to now? In less than half an hour, Yuan hurried back. Take this. Du Yuan handed Han Yuan a jade slip. Han Yuan took it curiously, pressed it to his forehead, and used his spiritual sense to read the information flowing into his mind. The tortoise breath concealment and earth rank low-grade technique for concealing aura and breath. Han Yuan was stunned. Master, this is an earth rank low-grade technique. Are you sure you didn't grab the wrong one? No mistake. Though it's earth rank, its entry difficulty is only equivalent to a mystic rank low-grade technique. It should be relatively easy for you to start. With this even foundation, establishment cultivators won't easily detect your condition. Du Yuan said confidently. A question mark slowly formed over Han Yuan's head. Mystic rank low grade, not difficult for me. Master, have you misunderstood something? Du Yuan said. It'll give you 3 months to cultivate. Don't leave this month and ignore any rumors or provocations outside. After 3 months, I will hold a true inheritance ceremony for you, and you will officially become a true inheritance disciple. Han Yuan said. But? Don't worry. I have everything under control. Just focus on your cultivation. Du Yuan patted him on the shoulder, then soared into the sky. He watched Du Yuan's receding figure open his mouth to speak, but swallowed the words he wanted to say. Looking at the turtle shell breath concealment in his hands, Han Yuan complained. This looks like a water attribute technique. Couldn't you have given me a wood attribute one? A water attribute earth grade spell. How am I supposed to cultivate it? He had some understanding of his own random amplification cheat. His comprehension remained the same. Only by obtaining items that enhanced comprehension could he change it. But such items were too rare, he had never even heard of them before. Han Yuan flipped through the turtle shell breath concealment technique for a while, finding it utterly cryptic. He was certain he could not comprehend it on his own. Just then, there was a commotion at the entrance of his cave dwelling. Han Yuan looked over and saw a familiar figure. And why is he here? Han Yuan channeled his spiritual energy to his legs and swiftly arrived at the cave entrance. Through the formation, he looked at the visitor and asked, Qin Feng. Qin Feng said excitedly, Brother Han, I can't believe it's really you. I heard a few days ago that you became a true inheritance disciple, so I rushed to find you. It took me 3 days to learn you live here. Han Yuan asked suspiciously, Why are you here? I'm here to pledge my allegiance to you, Brother Han. We were in the same courtyard for 2 years. Our bond is stronger than others, isn't it? It'll work for you, and I'm definitely more reliable than anyone else, Qin Feng quickly added. Han Yuan looked at him thoughtfully and said, Forget it, old Qin. Go back and cultivate properly. This place isn't suitable for you to get involved. This storage pouch has some things in it. Consider it a gift. Now leave. Han Yuan tossed a storage pouch to Qin Feng, then turned and walked away. Hey, Brother Han. Don't go, I can do anything, let me follow you. Even menial work is fine. Han Yuan did not turn back, waving his hand to signal him to leave quickly. Qin Feng stared blankly at Han Yuan's resolute departing figure, lowering his head and arms in dejection. Alas, I was too arrogant before. Qin Feng sighed. Han Yuan's rejection was within his expectations. Previously, he had never looked Han Yuan in the eye and had even mocked him. That the other party did not retaliate was already magnanimous. It was only natural that he would not accept him. Clutching the storage pouch in his hand, Qin Feng still felt a sense of loss. Not far from Qin Feng, behind a large rock, 2 people observed the scene. Is that the true inheritance disciple Han? He's so young. It really is that Han Yuan from the outer courtyard. Now I believe it, haha. This Qin Feng is only at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and wants to become a follower of a true inheritance disciple. His brains are indeed lacking. What a pity. I thought we had found a flaw in that Han Yuan. What should we do? Should we tell the president? Forget it, it's such a trivial matter. What's there to say? True. But we can inform the president that the true inheritance disciple Han has emerged from seclusion. Mentioning it is fine, but it's probably meaningless. His previous refusal to meet the president was just an excuse for seclusion. The 2 sent news of Han Yuan's appearance to Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe received the message and hurried over, arriving at the entrance of some cave dwelling. He glanced at the two disciples hiding in the shadows and gestured for them to retreat. Then Lu Xinghe approached the cave dwelling and called out, "Lu Xinghe requests an audience with the true inheritance disciple Han." Soon Chang Chun appeared at the entrance, saying apologetically, "I'm sorry, senior brother Lu. Our master has just entered the cultivation chamber and won't be out for a while. Please come back another time." Lu Xing's expression darkened slightly. He had just been at the entrance, and now he was in seclusion. It was clearly a refusal to meet. Lu Xinghe clasped his hands and said, "How unfortunate. I will visit another time." "Take care," said Chang Chun. Lu Xinghe flicked his sleeve and left. At that moment Han Yuan had indeed entered the cave to cultivate, so it was genuinely an opportune, not just something Chang Chun made up. Of course, even if he hadn't gone into seclusion, Han Yuan would not have met him. The outcome would have been the same. Elsewhere, after walking some distance, Qin Feng still couldn't resist his curiosity and probed the storage pouch with his spiritual sense. Then he froze. He pulled out a piece of white paper, and upon reading its contents his eyes lit up. He looked into the storage pouch again, and sure enough found the items required for the task, filling him with confidence. He walked back joyfully. An hour later he arrived at the scripture depository of ancient Wood Peak. A purple-haired elder looked at him oddly and asked, "Which peak are you from? Why have you come to our ancient Wood Peak to exchange for techniques?" "Can I exchange here?" Qin Feng asked nervously. "Of course you can. Anyone from any peak can exchange techniques at any scripture depository. Tell me, what do you want?" The purple-haired elder squinted at him. "I want to exchange for a wood attribute technique to conceal aura and mask cultivation level, preferably of yellow grade superior quality. Additionally, I'd like to exchange for 3 yellow grade inferior techniques, Qi sword / constant temperature art and earth nurturing art." Qin Feng stated his requirements. The purple-haired elder looked at him strangely. "Are you sure you want a yellow grade superior aura concealment technique? Can you afford it? And a wood attribute one at that. You cultivate a fire attribute technique, don't you?" Qin Feng produced a yellow grade superior technique exchange token. "Elder will use this." The purple-haired elder said in surprise. "Isn't this the exchange token for the top 10 of the outer courtyard? This certainly isn't yours. You're exchanging it for—" "Oh, that kid Han Yuan, right?" Qin Feng asked in astonishment. "Elder, you know the true inheritance disciple Han. Had the kid became a true inheritance disciple, how could I not know? He previously exchanged for the spiritual rain art and the green spirit art here. With these 3, he now has all 5 basic wood element spirit farmer techniques. Even as a true inheritance disciple, he still hasn't forgotten about farming. Quite the character." Qin Feng gave an awkward smile and said nothing. "Give me another 300 spirit stones," the purple-haired elder said. "Yes, elder. Here they all are." Qin Feng took out 300 spirit stones from the storage pouch. The elder accepted the stones, and the token then got up to fetch the technique jade slips. Soon he handed 4 jade slips to him. "Do not read these jade slips. They can only be used by one person and will be destroyed after use. This disciple understands." Qin Feng quickly nodded. I selected the ancient wood chi concealment art for him, a decent yellow grade superior aura concealment technique. Tell him to cultivate it diligently and strive to comprehend it to perfection. If he truly reaches perfection, I will gift him the complete inheritance of the ancient wood nourishing art." "Yes, elder." Qin Feng excused himself and withdrew. The purple-haired elder stroked his chin, a curious glint in his eyes. Has a disciple finally appeared who has a chance to fully comprehend the ancient wood nourishing art simplified from the remnants of the Jinmu immortal scripture? "I hope you won't disappoint me, Han Yuan." After leaving the scripture pavilion, Qin Feng headed toward the Spirit Beast Peak. After some inquiries, he finally found Lu Cece. Seeing the ethereally beautiful and aloof senior sister Lu, who had haunted his dreams, standing before him, he couldn't help but be momentarily dazed. Lu Cece furrowed her delicate brows. So you're the one who wants to buy the awakening materials for a flame hound? Yes, yes. Qin Feng nodded hurriedly. Then where is your flame hound cub? Lu Sisi asked with a frown. I left it at home, Qin Feng replied sheepishly. Every flame hound cub requires different awakening materials based on its growth state and bloodline purity. Bring the cub here first. Lu Sisi waved her hand, insisting he bring the flame hound first. Qin Feng scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, Senior sister, do you know senior brother Han Yuan? Lu Sisi was taken aback. She looked Qin Feng up and down, then said in sudden realization, I've seen you before. You were that extra person standing beside Han Yuan. I knew I didn't remember selling you a cub, and I was worried I'd stolen business from another fellow disciple. Qin Feng was stunned speechless. It was as if he was seeing Lu Sisi for the first time. So the Spirit Beast Peak's tactic of selling spirit beasts that couldn't awaken their bloodlines at low prices was simply to later harvest money from awakening materials. No wonder the cost of awakening materials was even higher than that of a real spirit beast. It was all a scheme. First, they made people bond with unawakened spirit beasts, then they reaped the wealth through awakening materials. Huh? This was indeed the first time he had truly spoken with Senior Sister Lu. Originally, Senior Sister Lu was stunningly beautiful, cold, and alluring, but now he wished he hadn't seen this side of her. Since he's buying the awakening materials, I understand. I've seen Little Wankai and know its condition. Hey, race the deal. A top-grade awakening material costs only 255 spirit stones. Since you're an acquaintance, it'll make it cheaper, 250. Lu Sisi revealed a smile. Qin Feng shuddered at her smile and exclaimed, So expensive. A first-level chi condensation spirit beast costs only 100 spirit stones, right? What do you know? Offended by the challenge to her expertise, Lu Sisi retorted angrily. This is a high-grade awakening material that can enhance Wankai's bloodline purity several times over. It will be even better than a naturally born spirit beast. Its potential will be even greater. Qin Feng looked at her with suspicion. His gaze infuriated Lu Sisi. You don't know a damn thing. Do you have Han Yuan's contact information? I want to talk to him. Under Lu Sisi's piercing stare, Qin Feng instinctively took out a subsidiary token. Lu Sisi snatched the token from Qin Feng's hand and probed it with her spiritual sense. Wait! Qin Feng hastily tried to stop her. At that moment, Han Yuan, who had just finished his cultivation session and walked out of the training room, felt the token vibrate. He probed it with his spiritual sense and found a communication request from Qin Feng. This kid, is he in trouble? Han Yuan activated the token with his spiritual sense, and a clear, pleasant female voice came through, catching him off guard. Han Yuan, hey, is that you? You are? Han Yuan asked hesitantly. The voice turned a bit sharper. Han Yuan, I've helped you out a few times before, and you've already forgotten. Oh, it's Senior Sister Lu. My apologies, my apologies. Is Qin Feng there with you? Humph. Did you send him to buy Wankai's awakening materials? That's right. You're a true disciple now. You wouldn't use low-grade materials to awaken Wankai, would you? I offered him a high-grade awakening material for 250 spirit stones, and he still thought it was too expensive. I wouldn't sell this to just anyone. It can greatly enhance a spirit beast's bloodline purity, making it even stronger than a naturally born spirit beast. I gave you a discount because of our good relationship. So Han Yuan, are you buying or not? Lu Sisi's words came out like a rapid-fire barrage. 250. Han Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is the material for 250 spirit stones the highest grade awakening material? Is there anything better? You want something higher grade? Lu Sisi was taken aback. This is just a flame hound. Wankai is my contracted spirit beast. Like you said, since I'm already a true disciple, how can I treat it poorly? The very best. What's the price? We're all friends here. Give me a friendly price, Han Yuan said. All right, wait a moment. For the top-tier materials, I need to ask one of the elders of the Spirit Beast Peak to confirm the price. Han Yuan nodded lightly. Lu Cece rejoiced inwardly. She had caught another fat sheep. Selling spirit beast cubs cheaply, and then selling awakening materials at a high price had become a traditional tactic of the spirit beast peak. It was rare to find a fat sheep, and this Han Yuan was an unprecedented big one. She had never heard of anyone successfully fleecing a true disciple. It was only natural. Only newly recruited outer disciples would want unawakened spirit beast cubs. These disciples took several years just to break through to the mid-stage of chi condensation. How could they be willing to spend too much on awakening materials? Could she be the first genius of the spirit beast peak to accomplish this feat? Meanwhile, Han Yuan was equally looking forward to Wankai's awakening effect. Wankai was his contracted beast. Logically, it was a part of him. Would it be eligible for the random multiplier bonus? His golden finger didn't trigger all the time. For instance, when he ate spirit food, it accelerated his spiritual energy recovery, but didn't activate the golden finger. Only relatively significant breakthroughs would trigger it. He thought that a spirit beast's awakening should count as a significant event. On her end, Lu Cece put down the token, glanced at Qin Feng and said, "Stand farther away." Oh! Qin Feng obediently stepped back. Lu Cece casually cast a soundproofing spell and immediately contacted another person, an older sister from her clan, who was also on the Spirit Beast Peak and was an inner disciple at the 9th level of Chi condensation, holding a high status. "Hello, is this elder sister Lu Muing?" Lu Cece asked in a gentle voice. Is that Cece? What's the matter?" The voice on the other end was even colder than Lu Cece's. "It's like this, I have a big client here who wants to buy the top-grade awakening materials for a flame hound. That flame hound already has a bloodline purity of 95% and is ready to awaken at any time." "Oh, top raid. For a flame hound. What kind of fool would buy that?" Ahem. Lu Cece glanced at Qin Feng, wisely keeping her actions discreet. She whispered, "It's that true disciple Han Yuan. Have you heard of him, senior sister? I sold him a flame hound cub before." "So it's him. Well, business is business. I can find a set of top-grade awakening materials for a flame hound. It can fully awaken the flame hound's bloodline, and there's a 30% chance it will evolve into a blue flame hound with foundation establishment potential. My price to you is 2,000 spirit stones. How much you sell it for is up to you." "All right, I'll sound him out. Wait for me, elder sister." Then Lu Cece deliberately waited for a while before opening the token communication again. Han Yuan casually accepted the transmission. "Han Yuan, after much coordination, I've finally found a set of the top-grade awakening materials for a flame hound. It can guarantee 100% awakening into a flame hound with the bloodline purity raised to the most refined level. There's also a 30% chance of evolving into a blue flame hound. However, the price is a bit steep." "What's the price?" 2,500 spirit stones. Lu Cece said earnestly. "This is the lowest price I can get." Han Yuan's mouth twitched. "Are you obsessed with the number 250? Giving me 10 times 250. Too expensive. 2450 spirit stones," Han Yuan said. Lu Cece's lips curled up, though her tone carried a hint of distress. "I've already given you a very low price. I really can't make any profit at this price. You can't expect me to work so hard and only earn a few spirit stones, can you?" Han Yuan raised an eyebrow. He didn't believe Lu Cece wasn't making a profit. He spoke up. "By the way, I don't have that many spirit stones. Can I pay with chi condensation pills instead?" Lu Cece's eyes lit up. Of course. Chi condensation pills were even harder currency than spirit stones because they were rationed. One pill cost 50 spirit stones, so 2450 spirit stones equaled 49 chi condensation pills. "All right, I'll give you 50 chi condensation pills. Trade the extra one for a spirit beast pill," Han Yuan said calmly. Lu Cece gritted her teeth. "Fine, consider it a favor to make a friend. I'll sell. Once you have the goods, come directly to my Songming Cave mansion for the trade." "No problem, rest assured I'll deliver it quickly." Lu Cece beamed with joy. Han Yuan was surprised. He hadn't expected Lu Sisi to agree. He went to the alchemy pavilion to buy cheap condensation pills. The price was 500 spirit stones for a bottle of 12 pills. So 50 pills cost him about 2083 spirit stones. Which middleman doesn't take a cut? 2 hours later, Qin Feng and Lu Sisi arrived together at Songming Cave Mansion. Han Yuan opened the formation to let them in. So this is Songming Cave Mansion. How magnificent! Lu Sisi's beautiful eyes roamed around, unable to hide her envy. Qin Feng seized the moment to say, Senior Sister Lu, why not join Songming Cave Mansion as well? Our master has been eagerly anticipating your arrival day and night. Is that so? Lu Sisi's face revealed a playful expression. Han Yuan shot Qin Feng a glare, then addressed Lu Sisi. You are an outer disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak. Joining my cave mansion is not difficult. Simply transfer to the Spirit Inscription Peak when you enter the inner sect. Lu Sisi feigned pride at his words. I have backing at Spirit Beast Peak. I have no interest in coming to your place. Very well, then let's trade. Show me your wares. Han Yuan nodded. Seeing Han Yuan's indifferent attitude, Lu Sisi fumed inwardly. If only he would say a few more words, perhaps she might have agreed. Lu Sisi tossed a storage pouch to Han Yuan. It's all in there. Han Yuan probed the pouch with his spiritual sense, found a good amount of materials, and nodded with satisfaction. Thank you. Here are your pills. Han Yuan also handed a storage pouch to Lu Sisi. She inspected the pills, confirmed they were indeed chi condensation pills of superior quality, and a satisfied smile spread across her face. Her gaze swept around. Where's Wang Kai? Hidden behind a tree, Wang Kai peeked out cautiously. Upon seeing Lu Sisi, it had concealed itself, remembering that this female beast once wanted to eat its flesh. A terrifying thought. Noticing Wang Kai's cowardly behavior, Han Yuan coughed and said, It's resting. If Senior Sister Lu has no further business, you may take your leave. Wait, can you set up an awakening formation? Can you handle emergencies? If something goes wrong, what will you do? I am a spirit beast tamer skilled in nurturing spiritual beasts. I believe you need a professional like me to assist. How about it? My fee is very cheap. 100 no 80 spirit stones will do. Lu Sisi blinked her beautiful eyes, speaking with an air of seriousness. Han Yuan pondered. Her argument seemed reasonable, yet he looked at her with suspicion. Are you capable? Perhaps I should hire someone more skilled. Lu Sisi bristled instantly. I am a direct descendant of the Spirit Beast clan, with a family tradition. Do you understand? 80 spirit stones is already a friend's discount. For anyone else to ask for my services, I wouldn't lift a finger without 250 spirit stones. Han Yuan gave her a deep look, then suddenly asked, By the way, you share the surname Lu. Do you know Lu Xinghe? Lu Xinghe? Oh, him. He's like me, from another branch of the Lu family, Lu Sisi said casually. Wait, another branch? Didn't you claim to be a direct descendant? Han Yuan looked skeptical. Lu Sisi's face flushed. She had spoken too quickly. Her gaze wavered as she said, I am exceptionally talented. Though born to a branch, I am entitled to the treatment of a direct descendant. Oh, do you want my help or not? If not, I'll leave. I'll take it. But only one chi condensation pill. I'll take the loss. Deal? In the Songming Tower's profound raid lower cultivation chamber, Han Yuan and Lu Sisi were alone in the room. Dense spiritual energy filled the cultivation chamber. Han Yuan stared at the space ahead with confusion. Without turning around, Lu Sisi sensed Han Yuan's gaze fixed on her back. Her heart suddenly grew tense. Could he be thinking? But before she could dwell on it, Han Yuan averted his eyes and said calmly, You may begin. Lu Sisi steadied herself. No problem. Wang Kai, come here. Woof. Woof. Wang Kai hid behind Han Yuan, its eyes full of vigilance. Be good. It'll awaken your bloodline, okay? Don't you want to become a true flamehound and charge into battle for your master? Lu Sisi coaxed gently. Woof. Wang Kai's eyes gleamed with brightness. Go on, Wang Kai. This is your chance for awakening. Han Yuan rubbed its head. You've got this. Only then did Wang Kai step forward to Lu Sisi. Lu Sisi also rubbed Wang Kai's head. "Little Wang Kai, I used to feed you when you were small. You ungrateful one, have you forgotten your wet nurse?" Wang Kai's eyes looked dazed and confused. Lu Sisi chatted with Wang Kai for a while, easing its tension, then swiftly began setting up the formation. She arranged the awakening materials, constructed an awakening pool, chanted incantations, and periodically cast spells at the pool, leaving Han Yuan utterly bewildered. As Han Yuan observed Lu Sisi's actions, his mind wandered to what had just happened. After activating the cultivation chamber's spirit gathering array, his random boost multiplier had not taken effect. Clearly, with Lu Sisi, an outsider, present, the conditions for the multiplier were not met. He would have to remember this caution. Little Wang Kai sat uneasily beside the awakening formation, its eyes innocent and fearful as it looked at Han Yuan. Han Yuan gave it a firm, reassuring look. Wang Kai gradually relaxed, awaiting the start of the awakening. After a series of operations, the awakening pool was filled with a fiery red liquid brimming with intense heat. Lu Sisi's expression turned serious as she handed a fruit to Wang Kai's mouth. "Eat this. It's a 30-year vermilion fruit, the most crucial material for your awakening. The rest are only to aid your absorption of the fruit's power. You must try to absorb all its energy." Wang Kai opened its mouth and swallowed the egg-sized fiery red fruit. Then Lu Sisi immersed it into the awakening pool. Lu Sisi cast spell after spell into Wang Kai's body. In less than 10 seconds, red flames erupted across Wang Kai's surface. Flames also blazed from its eyes. "Success! It worked so quickly!" Lu Sisi exclaimed joyfully. "Now intensify your absorption of the fruit and the pool's liquid to raise your bloodline concentration." As she spoke, she continued to channel fiery red spell light into Wang Kai. "How?" Wang Kai let out a piercing cry of agony as its body visibly expanded. Its expression twisted in pain, as if enduring the torment of burning flames, yet it fiercely suppressed its frenzy and strove to absorb the pool's energy. Han Yuan cheered for Wang Kai. "Hang in there, Wang Kai. I'm right here with you." A barely perceptible smile flickered across Wang Kai's increasingly fierce face. The flames in its eyes grew brighter, a crystalline golden hue like 2 fire crystals. Lu Sisi exclaimed in delight. "Well done, Wang Kai. Your bloodline concentration is rising steadily. Persevere. You have a chance to fully awaken the Flame Hound bloodline, or even the stronger Blue Flame Hound." Wang Kai's fur was consumed by the flames, but under the scorching heat, golden fur gradually emerged, making it look like a golden wolf reborn from fire, its streamlined form strikingly handsome. Han Yuan could sense Wang Kai's strength leaping past Qi, refining levels 1 and 2, rapidly ascending toward level 3. Clearly, Wang Kai's awakening was a resounding success. At that moment, witnessing Wang Kai's outstanding performance, Lu Sisi retrieved a blue stone from her storage pouch. She addressed Wang Kai. "This is a blue flame crystal containing a trace of fire essence attuned to flame hounds. It may allow you to evolve during awakening, but you will endure greater pain. Are you willing to try?" Wang Kai hesitated, looking at Han Yuan. Han Yuan offered it a smile. "Wang Kai, I fully support your decision. The choice is yours." With a single inhale from Wang Kai, the blue stone in Lu Sisi's hand flew directly into its mouth. Lu Sisi gave Wang Kai a thumbs up, then immediately began assisting it in refining the stone, casting the special spells of a spirit beast tamer to help with the evolution. A cracking sound echoed as a wisp of blue flame appeared in Wang Kai's abdomen and began spreading throughout its body. The pain on Wang Kai's face intensified and its body started trembling, the agony far greater than before. The blue flame gradually reached Wang Kai's head, and the fire in its eyes slowly shifted from golden to icy blue. Han Yuan watched it with a grave expression. The evolution lasted a full half-hour. When Wang Kai's fur began shedding again, and pale blue flame fur grew in its place, Lu Sisi cried out in joy. "Success! Wang Kai did it! A blue flame hound! This is a blue flame hound with foundation establishment potential." Han Yuan was also overjoyed for Wang Kai. After evolving into a blue flame hound, its strength directly broke through to the mid-chi refining stage, equivalent to a 4-level chi refining cultivator. But at that very moment a phantom die materialized before Han Yuan. He first glanced at Lu Cixi, who showed no sign of noticing, then examined the text that appeared. Random Boost Multiplier 6 Contract Spirit Beast Awakening Evolution Effect 600. Just as Lu Cixi was about to lift Wan Kai out of the pool, an even greater surge of blue flame erupted from within Wan Kai. Lu Cixi froze. What's happening? In an instant, Wan Kai's body was completely enveloped in blue flames, forming a cocoon of azure fire. This time Wan Kai's face showed no pain, only a hint of confusion, as it lifted a paw, wondering what was occurring. Woof! The blue flames seemed to possess a will of their own, autonomously elevating Wan Kai's bloodline concentration. What had barely reached 10% blue flame hound bloodline now surged upward. 10%, 20%, 30%. Soon it surpassed 70% and kept climbing. Wan Kai's original evolution had already been extraordinary, from a semi-spirit beast to the flame hound bloodline, and then to the blue flame hound. To amplify that by 6-fold was simply unimaginable. Lu Cixi stared blankly at Wan Kai within the blue flames, watching its fur deepen to a dark blue, until finally the blue fur shed, completely revealing purple hair across its body. The burning blue flames were gradually replaced by wisps of purple fire. This is a sky-soaring purple flame hound. Lu Cixi gasped sharply in shock. The purple flames, like a noble sovereign, radiated an unparalleled presence. When Wan Kai inadvertently bounded a few times, it soared into the air, running about the cultivation chamber in a flustered manner. Wherever it passed, purple fire left faint traces of light, imbued with an air of mystery. Wan Kai, come to me! Han Yuan beckoned. Wan Kai barked joyfully, trotting through the air to leap into Han Yuan's arms, nuzzling its head against his stomach. The purple flames on its body did not harm Han Yuan, and they naturally retracted into Wan Kai's form. Its purple fur gradually turned black, making it appear utterly ordinary. Lu Cixi, having sensed the terrifying aura Wan Kai had just released, finally realized it was no illusion. Little Wan Kai had awakened into a sky-soaring purple flame hound, a beast with golden core potential, what spirit beast tamers called a king beast cub. Even at its initial awakening, it possessed the strength of a 7-level chi refining cultivator, and it would naturally ascend to the golden core realm through growth alone. Such a cub, valued in spirit stones, would fetch at least 100,000 as a minimum estimate. Lu Cixi stood dumbfounded. Han Yuan meanwhile looked at her thoughtfully. Gradually snapping back to reality, Lu Cixi met Han Yuan's gaze. This time she harbored no other thoughts, for she understood his meaning. Through gritted teeth, Lu Cixi said, "True disciple Han, I wish to join Salmon Cave Mansion and serve under you. Would you consent?" Han Yuan's cold expression softened into warmth as he laughed heartily. "Senior Sister Lu, I have witnessed your spirit beast taming skills firsthand. To have you join us, I welcome you with open arms." Lu Cixi let out a huff, her face slightly unnatural. She knew full well her own skill. Wan Kai's breakthrough to a sky-soaring purple flame hound had little to do with her. It was clear that Wan Kai itself possessed king-level spirit beast bloodline, and her actions had merely triggered the opportunity. And because she had stumbled upon Wan Kai's earth-shattering potential, such a secret could not be allowed to leave this room. Lu Cixi genuinely feared that Han Yuan might dispose of her right there in the cultivation chamber. She was merely an outer disciple, while Han Yuan was a true disciple. The gap in status between them was immense. If Han Yuan killed her, he could fabricate an excuse and face, at most, severe punishment, but not death. It would be a worthwhile price to conceal Wan Kai's secret. Thus Lu Cixi had immediately pledged her loyalty. Han Yuan had also guessed Lu Cixi's thoughts. He had no intention of killing her, but confining her for a time was a real possibility. However, since Lu Cixi had chosen a better path, Han Yuan was willing to go along with it. What had begun as a simple trade for awakening materials ended with Lu Cixi selling herself to Han Yuan. For a moment, she did not know whether to be pleased or worried. She regretted her greed in volunteering to assist with the awakening, yet, upon reflection, she felt no need for regret. Though she had been somewhat coerced, Han Yuan was now a true disciple with a bright future. Moreover, he possessed a spirit beast with the potential to reach golden core, making his prospects even more dazzling. To pledge allegiance to such a man early on, wasn't she the one who had gained? Lu Sisi wavered between anxiety and satisfaction. Meanwhile, Han Yuan marveled at Wan Kai's transformation. In a word, it was a complete rebirth. First, the spiritual energy within Wan Kai's body surged, breaking through to the 7th layer of qi, refining in one go, saving countless arduous efforts. Second, Wan Kai had acquired 2 innate abilities. One was flying heaven, allowing free flight between heaven and earth. The other was purple flame, enabling control of a violet fire with astonishing power. Both speed and attack had reached the pinnacle of the same cultivation level. Woof! Suddenly Wan Kai barked at Han Yuan, and a timid childish voice echoed in Han Yuan's mind. Master! Wan Kai! Han Yuan traced the source of the voice to a mysterious rune within his sea of consciousness, a rune formed during the contract. Master, I am one side woof woof. Wan Kai's joyful voice emanated from the rune. Han Yuan rejoiced that Wan Kai could speak, albeit through the contract rune, but... Han Yuan noticed that the contract rune had become several times more intricate than when it was first formed. As his spiritual sense touched the rune, a piece of information dawned on him. Han Yuan's eyes widened as he instinctively activated the power of the rune. The soles of his feet lifted a centimeter off the ground. He quickly ceased the attempt, and his body fell back down. Han Yuan looked at Lu Sisi and asked, By the way, junior sister Lu, how do beast tamers coordinate with their spirit beasts in battle? Junior sister Lu. Lu Sisi's eyes widened. Had his attitude changed too quickly? Just minutes ago, it was senior sister Lu. She snorted before replying, Of course we use spells to coordinate with spirit beasts in battle. As beast tamers, we have many methods to enhance a spirit beast's combat power. Though you possess a flying heaven purple flame hound, you are not a beast tamer, so your coordination needs to be more seamless. Coordination. Can a beast tamer synchronize a spirit beast's abilities onto themselves, allowing the cultivator to wield the beast's powers? Wouldn't that make beast tamers invincible under heaven? Han Yuan asked. Lu Sisi rolled her eyes. Are you dreaming? She seemed to recall something and added, I've heard there are specialized beast taming sects that possess such abilities. I'm just an outer disciple. How much would I know? Go ask your master. All right then. Han Yuan carried Wan Kai out of the cultivation chamber, casually tossing a subsidiary token to Lu Sisi. Pick any room in the cave dwelling to stay in. Use the subsidiary token to lock your room. There are several top-grade yellow-rank cultivation chambers in the dwelling. You may use them freely. Lu Sisi's eyes lit up, curving into a smile. Top-grade yellow-rank cultivation chambers. Previously, the best she had ever used was a low-grade yellow-rank cultivation chamber costing 1 spirit stone per session. Now arriving at Suming Cave dwelling, she could enjoy a top-grade yellow-rank chamber apparently with no time restrictions. She immediately dashed off, overtaking Han Yuan in a flash and disappearing. Han Yuan in turn took out the cultivation technique that Qin Feng had exchanged for him. The first technique he examined was the qi concealment art, the ancient wood qi hiding technique. According to Qin Feng's account, was this technique actually a complement to the ancient wood nourishing art? Upon mastering it, could one be gifted other matching techniques by the elder? Han Yuan sensed something fishy about this. To be safe, I'd better not seek out that purple-haired elder. Han Yuan had his golden finger, so he could cultivate steadily. He cared little for inherited spells. Still, he needed to practice this technique, as the need to conceal his aura was pressing. He directly began perusing the ancient wood qi hiding technique. The ancient wood qi hiding technique has 4 layers. At the first layer of initiation, one can conceal one's own aura, making oneself resemble a tree with double concealment effects in forested environments. At the second layer of minor mastery, not only can one conceal the aura, but one can also disguise oneself to appear 1 minor cultivation realm lower. At the third layer of major mastery, one can disguise to appear 2 minor realms lower, or even 2 realms higher. At the fourth layer of perfection, the disguise range expands to 3 minor realms in either direction, and it can fool any cultivator 1 major realm higher. Han Yuan valued the perfection effect most, which would prevent Foundation establishment cultivators from seeing through his disguise. Once I go play outside, I need to start cultivating. Han Yuan patted Wen Kai's head. Woof. Woof. Master, I'm going out to play. Wen Kai leaped out and dashed away, joyfully disappearing in a blur so fast that Han Yuan could only catch a faint afterimage. Han Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder. Then a faint purple flame flickered over his body, and he moved like a phantom to the master's exclusive cultivation chamber, stepping inside and closing the door. Han Yuan casually activated the spirit gathering array, paying no heed to the random amplification multiplier, as his focus was entirely on mastering the technique. Indeed, this technique is a match for the ancient wood nourishing art. The spiritual energy within his body circulated through several meridians according to the ancient wood chi hiding technique's method, passing by the position of the wood spirit heart. As it passed, the energy gained a trace of spirituality. Upon returning to the Dantian, the energy arranged in a specific sequence, forming a 3-dimensional shape connected end to end. Han Yuan manipulated it with his spiritual sense, completing the process with ease. When the 3-dimensional pattern took shape, it seemed to resonate with some Tao essence between heaven and earth. In the next instant, it condensed into a small rune, and a mysterious fluctuation enveloped Han Yuan's entire body. His original aura of the peak of the 4th chi refining layer instantly faded, making him appear as ordinary as a mortal. With a thought, Han Yuan altered his aura to that of a small tree. Not only the aura, but when he observed himself with spiritual sense, it was as if he were looking at a sapling. Only through naked eye observation could one tell he was human. This effect. Han Yuan glanced in front of him. Random amplification multiplier 8 ancient wood chi hiding technique initiation effect 800, an astonishing 8-fold effect. Originally, the initiation stage of the ancient wood chi hiding technique merely carried a faint tree-like aura, which was of little practical use and easily discernible by spiritual sense. But now, with the effect magnified 8-fold, he appeared indistinguishable from a tree in the perception of spiritual sense. Moreover, due to the wood spirit heart, this disguise was further enhanced. If he learned a water mirror art or similar spell to conjure a tree, wouldn't he achieve perfect invisibility? Han Yuan made a mental note to find such a spell later, forming a combination technique. As expected of a technique matching the ancient wood nourishing art, it's so quick to cultivate. With the wood spirit heart and the wood heart communion state in practically stacking every buff for this technique. The wood spirit heart was a physical object that reduced the difficulty of casting wood element spells, while wood heart communion was a state that accelerated his comprehension of wood element spells. Both greatly aided his practice of the ancient wood chi hiding technique. Han Yuan continued to delve into the ancient wood chi hiding technique, striving to quickly achieve minor mastery. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Lu Sisi stood at the entrance of Songming Tower, craning her neck to peer inside. Why hasn't Han Yuan come out yet? So infuriating. Lu Sisi muttered under her breath. What are you saying? Han Yuan asked in a low voice. Lu Sisi was startled and turned around to see Han Yuan looking at her with a faint knowing smile. Ah, well, greetings, Lord of the Manor. Have you eaten? Let me get you something. Lu Sisi said with an awkward laugh. Han Yuan waved his hand and said, Just tell me what you need. Speak directly. Lu Sisi secretly observed Han Yuan, feeling that he was vastly different from just a few days ago. She coughed and said, Lord of the Manor, I discovered a spirit beast garden and a savage beast garden in the cave dwelling. They are perfect for raising spirit beasts and savage beasts. I'd like to return to my old place to get some cubs for cultivation. Also, some spirit beasts I previously raised are still there and need to be moved here. Han Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. You can use those 2 gardens if you wish. Just submit a portion of the profits according to the agreed ratio. 50%, that's the deal. Lu Sisi exclaimed with delight. You are too generous, Lord. The outer sect of Spirit Beast Peak had worse conditions and demanded 60% of the profits. It was utterly extortionate. Lu Sisi felt that moving to Saming cave dwelling was an incredible stroke of luck. Han Yuan seemed to recall something and asked, "By the way, can I contract another spirit beast?" Lu Sisi quickly shook her head. "Lord Wankai is already at the 7th layer of Qi refining. Given your current spiritual sense strength, you likely cannot contract a second spirit beast. However, once you break through to the foundation establishment stage, you should be able to." Han Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "It'll give you a long-term task. Try to find some semi-spirit beasts with precious bloodlines that haven't awakened yet." Lu Sisi was baffled. "Lord, this is quite difficult. Beasts with precious bloodlines are usually born as spirit beasts. If their bloodline concentration is too low and they haven't awakened, it's very hard to detect their hidden bloodlines. Just do your best. I said it's a long-term task. If you find any, I won't skimp on the rewards," Han Yuan said. "All right, I'll keep an eye out," Lu Sisi said, holding little hope and quickly forgetting about it. Han Yuan reminded her, "Remember what you should and shouldn't say when you're outside." "I understand. Don't worry, I'm not stupid." Lu Sisi immediately rushed off to prepare for the cubs. Han Yuan extended his spiritual sense, connecting through the trees, and soon it spread across the entire cave dwelling. He saw Qin Feng diligently cultivating Chang Chun tending to the spirit rice in the spiritual fields, and Wang Hai guarding the fields driving away birds and beasts. Seeing this, Han Yuan raised an eyebrow. "I really need a few spiritual farmers to manage the fields for me. Sometimes I lose track of time when I'm cultivating." He hadn't expected to cultivate for 7 days straight. The spiritual energy in the cultivation chamber was so dense that it allowed him to achieve a state of fasting. He felt as if little time had passed. It wasn't until he successfully reached the minor achievement of the ancient wood concealment art and broke through to the 5th layer of Qi refining that he came to his senses. Breaking through to the 5th layer of Qi refining still tripled his effectiveness, equivalent to the state of an 8th layer Qi refining cultivator. Han Yuan was quite satisfied. The minor achievement of the ancient wood concealment art was only average. It tripled his ability to disguise himself, allowing him to lower his cultivation by 3 minor realms to appear as a 2nd layer Qi refining cultivator, and it was enough to fool early foundation establishment cultivators. But he was still not content. After coming out to check on the cave dwelling, he would go into seclusion again to cultivate the ancient wood concealment art to its great achievement stage. Without disturbing anyone, he turned and re-entered the cultivation chamber. Meanwhile, outside Songming cave dwelling, Lu Xinghe, hidden behind a tree, breathed a sigh of relief when he finally saw Lu Sisi appear. 7 days ago, when he learned that Lu Sisi and Qin Feng had entered Songming cave dwelling together, he realized that Han Yuan had subtly outmaneuvered him. Initially, he had dismissed the news that a 3rd layer Qi refining outer disciple had failed to join Songming cave dwelling. He never expected that Han Yuan had secretly accepted Qin Feng and assigned him tasks, costing Lu Xinghe a chance to make a move. Now that a second person appeared, he naturally had to pay attention. After some investigation, he discovered that this person was actually a member of another branch of his own clan. This complicated matters, as a direct confrontation was no longer feasible. So he scrapped Plan A and activated Plan B. After confirming that Lu Sisi had left, he secretly sent a message to initiate the plan. Lu Sisi walked with light steps, humming a tune, all the way back to Spirit Beast Peak. As she arrived at the foot of the mountain, she saw her junior sister approaching her. "Senior sister Lu, where have you been these past few days? I was so worried," Lu Sisi said awkwardly. "I had things to do." The junior sister glanced around meaningfully and whispered, "I heard you went to Songming cave dwelling for a deal. But who makes a deal that lasts 7 days? You haven't become the lady of the manor, have you?" The junior sister's eyes sparkled as she grabbed Lu Sisi's hand. "Sister, take me with you. I want to join Songming cave dwelling too." Lu Sisi's mouth twitched and she rolled her eyes. "Which gossip spread that rumor? Even if I joined Songming cave dwelling, it's because of my exceptional skill in taming spirit beasts. I'm a talent, you know the value of talent. As for you, it's not that I'm stingy, but you're just not good enough. Work hard for a few years, then we'll talk." "Oh, what a shame. the junior sister said, looking genuinely disappointed with no trace of pretense. Lu Cece comforted her. Don't worry. Since you care so much about your senior sister, it'll let a few scraps fall from my fingers, and that'll be more than enough for you. Thank you so much, senior sister. The junior sister's eyes lit up. As if thinking of Lu Cece's benefit, she said, Senior sister, you must hold tightly to the inner disciple's favor. Don't let up for a moment. Lu Cece laughed and scolded. Do I need you to teach me that? The junior sister seemed to recall something and whispered, By the way, I heard there's a secret place on Spirit Inscription Peak called the Ancient Spirit Inscription Stone Wall. If you comprehend 1 or 2 spirit inscriptions there, you can dominate among cultivators of the same realm. An entry token costs 500 spirit stones. Your lord hasn't been there yet. You could buy him one. If he comprehends some inscriptions, he might be so pleased that he values you even more. Lu Cece realized. Now that you mention it, I do remember that ancient spirit inscription stone wall. But 500 spirit stones. If you can't bear to part with the spirit stones, you won't win the Lord. My dear senior sister, are you still thinking about spirit stones at a time like this? When the inner disciples favor, and you might become the lady of the manor. The entire cave dwelling would be yours. Why worry about 500 spirit stones? The junior sister gritted her teeth and said, All right, I'll contribute 150 spirit stones. You only need to come up with 350. Good girl, you're betting big on me, aren't you? That 150 spirit stones must be your entire savings. Lu Cece exclaimed in surprise. If you can't bear to part with the spirit stones, you won't win the senior sister, the junior sister said shyly. Lu Cece pondered. Even the little girl understood investment. As the senior sister, though she was greedy, she needed to have a broader vision. 500 spirit stones for an entry token. She would take the deal. Later she might even negotiate for an extra 10% of the profits from the 2 gardens. That would be an even larger sum. Lu Cece's eyes gleamed, and she extended her right hand toward her junior sister. What is it? The junior sister asked in confusion. The spirit stones. Oh, right. The junior sister reluctantly took 150 spirit stones from her storage pouch and handed them over. Lu Cece tucked the spirit stones into her bosom and patted the junior sister on the shoulder. Don't worry. When your senior sister eats meat, you'll definitely get some soup. Mum, I love chicken soup, the junior sister said, secretly glancing at the extra 250 spirit stones in her storage pouch, delight hidden in her heart. Lu Cece first bid farewell to her junior sister, and then went to handle the acquisition of spirit beast cubs and the transfer of her original spirit beasts. A few days later, when she finished, she counted the extra 150 spirit stones in her storage pouch and remembered the events from days before. She made inquiries on Spirit Inscription Peak and was delighted to buy an entry token at a low price from an inner disciple, only 400 spirit stones. She only needed to spend an extra 250 spirit stones to get one. What a steal! She was unaware that only inner disciples of Spirit Inscription Peak could purchase entry tokens costing 500 spirit stones plus contribution points. The low price was clearly unusual. Returning to the cave dwelling, Lu Cece tended to the place while keeping an eye on Songming Tower, waiting for Han Yuan to emerge from seclusion. The junior sister occasionally sent messages asking if she had given the gift yet. Lu Cece felt helpless. Han Yuan remained in seclusion. The junior sister encouraged her not to rush and to wait patiently. Lu Cece wasn't worried. It wasn't as if Han Yuan would be in seclusion for 100 years. Time slipped away silently. In the blink of an eye, 80 days had passed, nearly 3 months. Han Yuan remained secluded in his cultivation chamber. He devoted himself to diligent cultivation every day, spending 60 days to reach the peak of Qi refining layer 5 before attempting a breakthrough. Little did he expect to encounter the first bottleneck of his cultivation journey. His initial breakthrough attempt, undertaken without preparation, ended in inevitable failure. Just moments ago, his second attempt also concluded in defeat. Only then did it dawn on him that his spiritual root was merely of the middle grade. Is breaking through from Qi refining layer 5 to layer 6 truly this arduous? Han Yuan grumbled. In truth, this was a normal phenomenon. He should have encountered a bottleneck when advancing from Qi refining layer 3 to layer 4, yet he only faced one at the peak of layer 5, a testament to his decent aptitude. Fortunately, this was a minor bottleneck. In theory, both Qi refining layer 5 and layer 6 fell within the mid-stage of Qi refining. With time and persistent effort, he could eventually overcome it. However, upon his second failure, Han Yuan realized another troubling issue: his Danshan's capacity already matched that of an ordinary cultivator at Qi refining layer 8. Did this mean his difficulty in breaking through layer 5 equaled that of someone striving for layer 9? If the difficulty was comparable, his path to advancement would be far from easy. Fortunately, aside from his cultivation base, the progress of the ancient wood concealment art remained smooth. In merely 3 months, his ancient wood concealment art had advanced from minor accomplishment to major accomplishment. This pace was astonishing, especially considering that his spirit rain technique studied for a full year still lingered at the entry level, not even reaching minor accomplishment. The contrast highlighted just how extraordinary it was for him to comprehend the major accomplishment realm of the ancient wood concealment art. The effects of major accomplishment were equally remarkable. The potency tripled, allowing him to adjust his aura across 6 minor realms. The disguise was so effective that even a golden core true person would struggle to see through it without careful observation. This brought Han Yuan considerable relief. With a mere thought, his spiritual energy fluctuation stabilized at the typical peak of Qi refining layer 5, while his spiritual power quantity remained at double the ordinary level. He then concealed all excess energy. Thus, how could anyone see through his disguise? He truly appeared as a cultivator at the peak of Qi refining layer 5, undeniable. The doubled spiritual power was deliberately shown for Du Yuan's benefit. A flawless disguise. Additionally, he had mastered 3 other farming-related techniques: Qi blade / constant temperature art, and soil nurturing art, all at the entry level. His dedication to farming stemmed from a simple reason: he knew his comprehension ability was mediocre. Complex arts like formations and alchemy were beyond his reach, so he wisely chose to invest his efforts in agriculture. Han Yuan tidied his appearance, leisurely walked out of Songming Tower, and gazed at the sky, murmuring, "I wonder how Old Man Dust's true disciple ceremony is progressing. By my reckoning, it should be soon, shouldn't it?" At that moment, Lu Sisi emerged from the Spirit Beast Garden and instinctively glanced toward Songming Tower, catching sight of Han Yuan standing at the entrance. Her eyes lit up as she dashed over. But Wankai was faster. A flash of purple light streaked by as the dog leaped into Han Yuan's embrace. "Woof! Woof! Master, I missed you so much." "All right, Wansai, you're 2 years old now. What kind of behavior is this?" Han Yuan chuckled helplessly, rubbing the dog's head. Wankai's little canine face beamed with joy. The 3-month separation had indeed made the dog yearn for him. Though Wankai was considered 2 years old, it had only been born a year ago, making 3 months an eternity in its perception. Lu Sisi hurried over and exclaimed in delight, "Han Yuan, you've finally come out of seclusion." Han Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Has anything happened?" "Not at all." Lu Sisi shook her head. 2 months ago, I prepared an entry token for the ancient spirit inscription stone wall, intending to give it to you, but I couldn't find you. I've been anxious waiting. The ancient spirit inscription stone wall. What's that?" Han Yuan looked puzzledly at Chang Chun and Qin Feng, who were running over. They had noticed Wankai's sudden movement and followed to find Han Yuan out of seclusion. Chang Chun hurried over and said, "Sect leader, I know about the ancient spirit inscription stone wall. It's a unique secret ground on Spirit Inscription Peak. Inside, there's an ancient stone wall from the primordial era. Viewing it offers a chance to directly acquire spirit inscriptions. Each inscription has various special effects. Some are even equivalent to a top-tier inherited technique that can be cultivated indefinitely. More importantly, the more spirit inscriptions you comprehend, the more wondrous abilities you can combine. The mysteries within are no less profound than formations and inscription patterns." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. "What formations and inscription patterns can achieve, spirit inscriptions can too. But formations and inscriptions require extensive study, while spirit inscriptions can be directly grasped or even mastered through the ancient spirit inscription stone wall. However, the entry token is a bit costly. Han Yuan began to understand. Wasn't this what Old Man Du had recommended he study? He had refused before because spirit inscriptions were complex, and he knew his comprehension was lacking. Thus he declined outright. He shook his head and admitted directly, "My comprehension is mediocre. I won't be using this entry token." "Don't," Lu Sisi quickly interjected. "I've inquired about it. While studying spirit inscription scriptures requires high comprehension, the ancient spirit inscription stone wall doesn't always depend on that. Many disciples with good fortune have gained favor from the inscriptions and received direct inheritance. Even if you don't gain an inheritance, it can still aid your cultivation. Why not give it a try?" Han Yuan asked curiously. "How much did this token cost you? Aren't you going to use it yourself?" 500 spirit stones. Lu Sisi winced. "I couldn't bear to use it." "And you're willing to spend it on me?" Han Yuan found it odd. "Ahem, am investing in you, not trying to curry favor." Lu Sisi's gaze wavered. Was there a difference? Han Yuan was puzzled but accepted the token. "In that case, he'll take it." Chong Chun and Qin Feng stared wide-eyed at Lu Sisi, who was openly offering a bribe in front of everyone. They were utterly stunned, as if seeing her for the first time, feeling a deep sense of pressure. Han Yuan then turned and asked, "Chong Chun, how is the yellow sprout rice plantation doing?" Chong Chun lowered his head in shame. "Forgive me, sect leader. Qin Feng and I have only managed to cultivate 30 mu. The remaining 70 mu failed due to various reasons. The surviving 30 mu are growing reasonably well, but they still need 6 months to mature. I can't guarantee the yield." Han Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Is it that difficult?" Chong Chun smiled bitterly. "Yes, sect leader. Yellow sprout rice is a yellow-grade high-grade spiritual grain that requires extensive manpower. Just the two of us can't handle the irrigation, weeding, pest control, soil cultivation, leaf trimming, fertilizing, and temperature maintenance. With enough hands, we could increase the yield by 30 to 50%. Without sufficient labor, the yield might decrease even further." Han Yuan nodded. "I understand. The losses so far are insignificant. The first year is all about experimentation. He'll join in the farming later, and he'll find some more agricultural talents." Chong Chun said solemnly. "Sect leader, I will redouble my efforts." Lu Sisi seemed to have an idea and asked, "Sect leader, could I also recruit some help? I can't manage the spirit beast garden and the fierce beast garden alone, and both gardens have considerable output." Han Yuan pondered for a moment. "We'll discuss that later. It'll give you the authority to assign tasks. You can recruit as many people as you need as long as I get 50% of the profits." Lu Sisi's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but pout. Stingy sect leader, always taking without doing any work. Han Yuan dismissed them and fell into deep thought, holding the token in his hand. "And there's something fishy about this token." Han Yuan's gaze turned profound. "But who cares? I'm about to undergo the true disciple ceremony. Only a fool would go out and cause trouble now. Whether there's a puppeteer behind this or not, I'll wait until I become a true disciple." Han Yuan calmly placed the token back into his storage pouch, sat down under the large banyan tree, and composed himself with a cup of tea. He felt no urgency. With his golden finger, why should he rush? Comprehend the ancient spirit inscription stone wall. Only a fool would go. 2 days later, in a darkened chamber, Lu Xing's face clouded. "What? Han Yuan still hasn't appeared?" he asked sullenly. A disciple replied, "No. We've confirmed it 2 days ago. Lu Sisi handed the admission token to Han Yuan, and Han Yuan accepted it, yet he has not shown up these past 2 days." Another added, "I heard the Peak Lord has decided to hold the true transmission ceremony in 3 days, and has already informed the sect master." "I already know that." Lu Xing has snapped. "Old Du has lost his senses. Disregarding the elders' opinions, he reported directly to the Golden Core Masters cultivating within the peak, overruled everyone, and initiated the true transmission procedures." Someone nearby exclaimed, This is unreasonable. Unreasonable is too mild. It is like cutting a knot with a single swift blade. Lu Xinghe frowned. Eliminate every possibility. Even if the remaining one seems impossible, it must be the truth. Han Yuan's talent is far too great. His astonishment had shaken old Du to such an extent that he dared to accelerate the procedures. But Han Yuan only possesses a mid-grade 5-element spirit root. Lu Xinghe pondered. Clearly it is not aptitude in cultivating spiritual energy nor in spiritual sense. Those would have been detected while the peak lords were present. Nor is it mere technique. Previously, he only knew how to cultivate blood spirit rice. So the only possibility is his comprehension. His insight is astonishing. Could it be that even a great completion level technique could not contain him, and he has already comprehended a method to perfection? Perhaps he has made tremendous breakthroughs in other spellcraft as well. He is too cunning. In Songming Dongfu, I could not deal with him. In that case, implement the final plan. Lu Xinghe made the final decision. Yes. The others withdrew, and before long several messages spread through the entire sect. Inner gate, outer gate, even among the labor disciples. In one corner a few disciples were chatting. Have you heard? That mid-stage Qi refinement disciple Han Yuan of Lin Wen Peak is about to be made a true transmission disciple. He's only mid-stage Qi refinement. How can he become a true transmission disciple? I know. They say his comprehension is extraordinary. He has cultivated Gu Mu Yang Ling Gong ancient tree spirit nurturing art to perfection, and several spells have reached minor completion and great completion. Aeons and 500 years genius of comprehension. Is that exaggerated? Surely a lie. Why would anyone lie to you? His insight stunned Peak Lord Du Yuanhe. He overruled objections, bypassed the elders, and would begin the true transmission ceremony without even testing him. I don't believe it. He only entered barely over 2 years ago. Among his cohort, no one has even reached minor completion in a technique. You tell me he's perfected a method. Do you trust such words? Don't believe it. Here is a little secret: an apricot tree near Han Yuan's former outer gate dwelling, having absorbed the qi he exhaled, and inhaled, transformed from an ordinary tree into a spirit tree. People say that brewing tea with an apricot blossom from it can accelerate comprehension of Gu Mu Yang Ling Gong ancient tree spirit nurturing art. Really? One rumor after another, true or false, spread through Dishan's sect. Some insisted Han Yuan had comprehended heirloom spells. Others claimed Han Yuan's skill was superb, and that he had already become a latest-stage first-rank array master. The stories grew ever more outlandish until they reached the ears of sect master Feng Jianming. Feng Jianming heard and chuckled with indifference. Aeons and 500 years genius. If that were so, it would have been detected at entry examinations, and the youth quietly cultivated. Yet that night a figure with sword-arched brows and star-bright eyes inexplicably appeared above an outer gate courtyard. His gaze fixed upon the old apricot tree that drew in and exhaled spiritual energy on the breeze. It truly has become a spirit tree, and this is the qi circulation pattern of Gu Mu Yang Ling Gong. Feng Jianming was startled, a thoughtful look crossing his face. He swept his sleeve and vanished as if he had never been there. Under the sect's mysterious mood, the day of Lin Wen Peak's true transmission ceremony arrived in the blink of an eye. Han Yuan donned the robes of a true transmission disciple and stood upon Du Yuanhe's sword. Worried, he asked, "Master, is everything in order for the ceremony?" Du Yuanhe puffed his whiskers and glared. "I handle matters. What do you have to fear?" Han Yuan finally relaxed. "That's good then." Du Yuanhe inspected Han Yuan and approved. "Not bad. You have concealed the Mu Ling heart. Be alert during the ritual and speed things up." "Very well." Han Yuan nodded obediently. In an instant, the two had arrived at Lin Wen Peak's main hall. By then, the 13 Foundation establishment elders of Lin Wen Peak were in place, each regarding Han Yuan with inscrutable expressions, as if trying to see through him. Outside the hall, all of Lin Wen Peak's inner disciples were arrayed. For most, it was their first time seeing Han Yuan, and they watched in astonishment. Only as the true transmission ceremony began did they truly behold him, an unprecedented moment in Dishan sect's history. The attention Han Yuan attracted was immense. To say all eyes were upon him was no exaggeration. Han Yuan composed himself inwardly after the ceremony. He intended to continue steady cultivation, first reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement before anything else. As time passed, their curiosity would naturally wane, so Han Yuan remained calm. The auspicious hour has arrived, a Foundation elder shouted. Yuan adopted a solemn tone, stepped to the center of the hall, and bowed to the sect's founder. I, current Lin Wen Peak Lord Yuan, pay respects to the founder. We pay respects to the founder. The Foundation elders echoed with their bows. Outside the hall, the inner disciples and Han Yuan bowed in unison. Yuan intoned solemnly. This disciple Yuan shows extraordinary talent and virtuous conduct. I hereby recruit him as a Lin Wen Peak True Transmission disciple and report the matter to the founder. Yuan offered 3 sticks of incense and placed them upon the altar before the founder's portrait. Then blue smoke curled up, and the hall became solemn. Yuan turned to Han Yuan and asked, Inner disciple Han Yuan, do you accept me as your master and wish to become a Lin Wen Peak True Transmission disciple? Amid admiring gazes, Han Yuan began. But his voice abruptly ceased. Wait! Everyone turned toward the voice. A dozen or so figures arrived together. Yuan's expression shifted. He knew them all well, the peak lords from the other peaks, and Sect Master Feng Jiaming. Yuan frowned. Sect Master, what is the meaning of this? Feng Jiaming replied gravely. By Dishan sect rules, if a disciple reaches the level of supreme genius, the peaks must convene to decide his placement. I heard Lin Wen Peak has such a disciple, so I have come to observe. Yuan raised an eyebrow. You mean Han Yuan? He does not yet qualify as a supreme genius. His technique has reached minor completion, and his constitution grants a slight advantage for Foundation establishment. He is a fine upper-tier talent, but to call him a supreme genius seems excessive. Feng Jiaming, surprised at the constitution's merits, looked to Han Yuan and smiled. I am Sect Master Feng Jiaming. May I examine your physical condition? Han Yuan had no objection and nodded. The Sect Master glanced and indeed noticed the state of Han Yuan's dantian. He inclined his head. His constitution innately possesses the foundation of one level more than others. Quite good. He was not overly impressed and said, I hear Han Yuan's comprehension is decent. Peak Lord may not know the full situation. Let him try once at the Lin Wen Ancient Spirit Script Stone Wall. If he discerns nothing special, we will treat him as an upper-tier talent. If he does uncover something, I ask Peak Lord Du to reluctantly let him go. Peak Lord Du replied coolly. The sect's rules must be observed. He gave Han Yuan a look that said, You know what to do. Han Yuan returned a reassuring expression. Regarding the comprehension of the spirit script, he was absolutely confident in his own insight, and told himself he would certainly make no notable discoveries. He did not even need to feign incompetence, merely performing the normal motions of contemplation would suffice. Yuan led Han Yuan toward the direction of the ancient spirit inscription stone wall. A group of elders followed, riding their magical artifacts. The sect leader and the peak masters naturally joined as well. Only the inner disciples stood frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances. They looked at one another, unsure whether to stay or leave. They too wanted to watch, but entering that place cost 500 spirit stones and 50 contribution points. It was hardly worth wasting spirit stones just for a glimpse. Lu Xing's eyes flickered. A flying sword materialized beneath his feet, carrying him toward the secret realm of the ancient spirit inscription stone wall. Naturally, he had long prepared the entry token in his hand. Seeing this, over a dozen other disciples at the 8th or 9th layer of qi refinement also rode their magical artifacts to join the excitement. The remaining disciples could only sit down in resignation and begin cultivating. Chang Chun was among them, a trace of worry on his face. If the Manor Lord becomes the sect leader's personal disciple, will I still have the right to follow him? He grew anxious, torn between hope and doubt. The ancient spirit inscription stone wall was located at the core of the back mountain of Spirit Inscription Peak, rumored to be guarded by a golden core cultivator. Naturally, the crowd did not see any golden core cultivator. Han Yuan opened his eyes, and found himself brought to the base of a cliff. Looking up, he could see the summit hundreds of meters above. Before him lay 1,000 meditation cushions arranged in a semicircle surrounding the cliff wall. The cliff face was remarkably smooth, as if cleaved by a colossal heavenly sword, clearly man-made. Yuan pointed at the stone wall. "This is the ancient spirit inscription stone wall. Go and observe Han Yuan." Han Yuan glanced at the surrounding foundation establishment elders, cupped his hands, and said, "Then this disciple shall attempt to comprehend it." Under everyone's gaze, Han Yuan walked to a cushion and sat down with a relaxed demeanor. His posture was steady, his movements calm, and his mind utterly at ease. His gaze naturally fell upon the stone wall. Without overthinking or pondering, he quickly entered a state of absent-mindedness, simply spacing out. Indeed, Han Yuan was merely daydreaming. He had never held high hopes for his own comprehension ability and felt no urgency to glean anything from the wall. He would just sit in a daze for a few hours. After all, Old Man Du favored him. Even if he comprehended nothing, he would still become a true disciple of Spirit Inscription Peak. There was no loss. Speaking of which, isn't it easier for Qi refinement cultivators to comprehend the spirit inscriptions from the ancient spirit inscription stone wall? Asked Dainju, the Peak Master of Alchemy Peak. Yuan shook his head. Not at all. The reason Foundation establishment elders have poor comprehension results is that they already visited during their Qi refinement days. The ancient spirit inscription stone wall values comprehension, fate, affinity, or other intangible qualities. Advancing in cultivation can slightly enhance comprehension, but only to a limited extent. Dainju nodded in understanding. I attempted comprehension 3 times during my Qi refinement stage and gained nothing. I might as well take this opportunity to try again. To everyone's speechless surprise, Dainju sat down on a cushion behind Han Yuan and began to contemplate the stone wall himself. Ignoring Dainju, Yuan turned to sect leader Feng Jiaming. Sect leader, typically for a first viewing of the ancient spirit inscription stone wall, if there is a reaction within an hour, one qualifies for comprehension. If not, there's no point in waiting. And everyone knows the situation with the ancient spirit inscription stone wall. Let's set an hour as the standard. Feng Jiaming casually produced an incense burner and lit a stick of incense. When the incense burned out, exactly 1 hour would have passed. Yuan raised an eyebrow at this. The sect leader had clearly come prepared. Just then Lu Xinghe and the other Qi refinement disciples finally arrived. Yuan had glanced at them briefly before fixing his gaze back on Han Yuan, thinking to himself, "Kid, whatever you do, don't comprehend something earth-shattering or all my efforts will be for nothing." Han Yuan indeed was not thinking much. As he continued to space out, his mind gradually emptied, and he soon forgot where he was. Meanwhile, as his thoughts drifted, the wood spirit heart began to autonomously absorb spiritual energy. This was a trait of the wood spirit heart, allowing Han Yuan to cultivate even while sleeping. He did not place much value on this, as the enhancement from the wood spirit heart was negligible compared to active cultivation. At that moment, Dainju, seated behind Han Yuan, was earnestly trying to comprehend the spirit inscriptions. He had attempted 3 times before at the ancient spirit inscription stone wall without success, but those efforts were not wasted. This time he easily entered a focused state. Gradually he sensed a faint resonance with a particular spirit inscription on the stone wall. As an alchemist, he had handled countless herbs, constantly interacting with spiritual plants. In the process of refining pills, he meticulously studied the essence of medicinal ingredients, developing a unique understanding of the wood Tao. Perhaps for this reason, Dainju found himself resonating with a wood spirit inscription on the stone wall. At this point, only a quarter of an hour had passed since Han Yuan sat down. The Foundation establishment elders were still chatting through spiritual transmissions. Suddenly, one elder, who had been watching the stone wall, sent a message to all. "Look, the stone wall is reacting. Impossible, so fast." Everyone turned to look. Yuan in particular cursed inwardly. "Kid, I told you to hold back. Can't you read my expression?" On the previously blank section of the stone wall, faint lines gradually appeared. Slowly, a cyan green character began to glow brightly. "Wood!" someone exclaimed. That's the wood character spirit inscription. Seeing this inscription, Yuan has sighed inwardly. So it's the wood character. Even with his wood heart attunement, can he still easily perceive it even when relaxed? Wait, it seems Peak Master Dai comprehended it. The crowd snapped out of their shock, realizing it was not Han Yuan who had understood the wood spirit inscription, but Dai Yinju sitting behind him. So it was old Dai. You scared me. Me too. I thought Han Yuan had comprehended a spirit inscription in just a quarter of an hour. That would have been incredible. The group relaxed and chuckled. Old Dai attempted 3 times before totaling 24 hours. It's only natural he could comprehend the wood spirit inscription now. He's an alchemist, so why didn't he comprehend the fire spirit inscription first? What do you know? Alchemy involves fire, refining water, refining metal, refining, and more. But the wood spirit inscription representing spiritual herbs is the most essential for pill refinement, Xiaojiuyo explained. I see. Indeed, although alchemists seem to deal most with fire, it is actually wood that is paramount. While refining materials include spiritual ores, and water, spiritual herbs remain the primary ingredient. Thus, it was natural for Dai Yinzu to comprehend the wood spirit inscription. As Dai Yinju delved deeper into his comprehension, the mysterious character on the ancient stone wall gradually became complete and bright. The wood spirit inscription on the wall was no ordinary character, it was a complex and profound celestial rune embodying the principles of heaven and earth. It could easily draw upon natural forces. Legendary immortal scriptures were written in such spirit inscriptions, for only they could bear the vastness of the immortal path. Dai Yinju opened his mind unreservedly, presenting his understanding of the wood Tao before the ancient spirit inscription stone wall. His insights finally earned the recognition of the wood spirit inscription. The brightness of the wood spirit inscription reached its peak, transforming into a cyan-green spiritual light that sped swiftly toward Dai Yinju. The light moved with such speed that even the divine sense of a golden core cultivator could not catch it. Yet as it passed by Han Yuan, it paused imperceptibly, a fleeting moment unnoticed by anyone. The spiritual light continued its course, landing atop Dai Yinzu's head and merging into his body. Shortly after, Dai Yinju rose and rejoined the crowd, sensing the spirit inscription's legacy in his mind. He let out a joyful laugh, his face brimming with delight. Everyone congratulated Dai Yinju on finally achieving his goal. Some eyes held obvious envy, for not every foundation establishment cultivator had comprehended a spirit inscription. In fact, only about a quarter of them had succeeded. Comprehending a single spirit inscription brought immense benefits, enhancing cultivation, breaking through bottlenecks, refining alchemy skills, and mastering spells. The sooner one grasped it, the better, but it was never too late as long as one succeeded. Hey, have you noticed that the wood spirit inscription hasn't hidden itself? The crowd was startled, and even Dai Yinzu turned to look at the stone wall. They saw that the wood spirit inscription had indeed not vanished. According to convention, after a spirit inscription imparted its legacy, it would conceal itself again, even changing its position. The same spot could not yield the same inscription again, leaving no room for shortcuts. Yet, this wood spirit inscription anomalously remained on the wall, glowing with a cyan light. Han Yuan remained indifferent to the changes around him. He continued to drift off, his mind blank, akin to a light slumber. Within his liver, the wood spirit heart began to resonate subtly with the wood spirit inscription on the ancient stone wall. At times, a cultivator's fortune truly proves crucial. Had Han Yuan attempted to comprehend the wood spirit inscription on his own, it would have been exceedingly difficult, if not impossible. Yet due to Dai Yin's accidental comprehension of the wood spirit inscription, the transmission of the inscription's legacy brought the fluctuations of the wood spirit heart into close proximity, thereby triggering an alternative mechanism within the ancient stone wall for bestowing its heritage. It was not a matter of talent but of affinity. Possessing the wood spirit heart, his resonance with the wood spirit inscription was unparalleled. Since contact had been established and the ancient stone wall had resonated with the wood spirit heart, it naturally followed the prescribed method to grant the inheritance. Thump! 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 Han Yuan suddenly snapped back to reality, feeling something within his body beating rapidly. He quickly turned his spiritual sense inward. There in his liver the wood spirit heart had inexplicably accelerated its pulsations. A verdant orb the size of an eye was rapidly expanding and contracting. With each beat it refined the passing spiritual energy, emitting pure with spiritual power. All the spiritual energy within him began to circulate faster, driven by the wood spirit heart. My heavens, what's happening? Has the wood spirit heart gone berserk? Wait, this seems like a perfect opportunity for a breakthrough. Ignoring the fact that he was still contemplating the ancient stone wall, Han Yuan seized this chance to break through his bottleneck. Though the opportunity came inexplicably, it mattered not. A breakthrough was paramount. If he could surmount this bottleneck, it would save him countless hours of arduous cultivation. Of course, aware of the onlookers, Han Yuan fully activated the ancient wood concealment art to mask the overly intense fluctuations. Fortunately, those nearby were all high-ranking sect members. Had he been outside the sect, he would not have dared to attempt a breakthrough even with such an opportunity. The Foundation establishment elders, initially puzzled by the changes in the ancient stone wall, were further baffled, as the wood spirit inscription delayed releasing its legacy light. Yet the fluctuations emanating from Han Yuan left the elders utterly bewildered. Is he breaking through? Dainju asked in astonishment. Yuan's mouth twitched. It certainly seems like a breakthrough, but... The wood spirit inscription on the ancient wall continued to shine, growing ever brighter, far surpassing the glow from Dainju's earlier comprehension, as if someone was still immersed in its study. Only Han Yuan remained in the field. But could one truly comprehend the ancient stone wall while fully engaged in a breakthrough? Was this phenomenon truly caused by Han Yuan? As he focused all his energy on the breakthrough, he began to actively drive the wood spirit heart. Consequently, the wood spirit heart's fluctuations grew more pronounced, yet remained veiled by the ancient wood concealment art. However, this pulsation did not escape the perception of the ancient stone wall. Thus, the wood spirit inscription on the wall grew increasingly radiant. Dainju's once bright smile gradually faded, replaced by a twitching expression. The brilliance was now 3 times greater than his own comprehension. What was going on with this lad? The Foundation establishment elders and peak masters watched in stunned silence. Even the dozen or so inner disciples standing behind them were utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the unfolding events. Though Lu Xinghe did not understand, he was certain that Han Yuan had stirred up something monumental. His plan seemed on the verge of success. If Han Yuan proved too prodigious, and was claimed by the main peak, would the position of true disciple at Spirit Inscription Peak become vacant? And who else but him in the weakened peak was worthy of contending for it? At the thought, Lu Xinghe couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Han Yuan continued his breakthrough. With prior experience, the process accelerated. The aid from the wood spirit heart was astonishing. Under the assault of faster, purer spiritual energy, the once firm Dantian was finally breached. The Dantian expanded abruptly. It swelled to 4 times its original size. He realized each breakthrough granted a fixed 3-fold increase, the lowest tier yet sufficient. The expansion of the Dantian triggered a transformation of spiritual energy, which then washed over Han Yuan's physical body. In particular, the wood spirit heart, invigorated by the breakthrough, expanded further. At the moment of the breakthrough, its pulsations reached their zenith. The brilliance of the ancient stone wall intensified to an astonishing degree, resembling a miniature green sun that illuminated the entire valley. Then from the wood spirit inscription a deep green radiance burst forth and shot toward Han Yuan. He opened his eyes in delight, just in time to witness the green light hurtling toward him. What the? Before the thought could fully form, the green light had already plunged into his sea of consciousness. Instantly he directed his consciousness into his sea of consciousness. A mysterious, intricate, ancient character appeared there, radiating a profound aura. As his spiritual sense probed it, a vast trove of inherited knowledge surged into his awareness. Han Yuan's expression turned blank. The wood spirit inscription legacy. He stared dumbfounded at the inscription, then at the ancient stone wall. But before he could piece together the situation, several lines of text materialized before his eyes. Random multiplier 7 comprehension effect of ancient inscription wall 700. Wait! This is... Han Yuan's eyes nearly bulged. He stared in disbelief at the ancient stone wall. The wood spirit inscription had indeed faded away. Yet after its disappearance, 7 more ancient mysterious inscriptions gradually emerged on the wall. Behind Han Yuan, everyone stood frozen, staring at the stone wall in utter shock. All their thoughts ground to a halt. What happened? Who am I? Where am I? What was I about to do? The stark conflict between reality and their past understanding left even the Foundation establishment elders stunned into mental blankness. Yuan has sat down blankly on a rock, his eyes vacant. What? What is this? As the peak master of spirit inscription peak for over a century, he had seen much. Yet this spectacle was beyond his experience. 7 inscriptions. 7 inscriptions appearing simultaneously. What did this signify? Talent, insight, or fortune? Regardless, he could no longer comprehend it. Under the bewildered gaze of the crowd, the inscriptions grew brighter, rivaling the earlier radiance of the wood spirit inscription. Consider that the wood spirit inscription's brightness had already been extraordinary, over 10 times that of Ju's. Now 7 inscriptions had reached the same luminosity, each likely containing a legacy as profound as the wood spirit inscription. Under everyone's gaze, the 7 inscriptions blazed with astonishing brilliance before each shot a beam of light into Han Yuan's mind. A Foundation establishment elder, after consulting ancient texts for a while, finally identified them and transmitted. These are the inscriptions for metal, water, fire, earth, as well as concealment, sword, and forest. The crowd snapped back to reality. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elemental inscriptions all encompassed. The sword inscription was also excellent, promising swift progress in swordsmanship. The concealment inscription's appearance, however, was peculiar. After a long silence, Feng Jiaming suddenly spoke. Peak Master, do the golden core stage Kai concealment technique turtle concealment you exchanged at the main peak, was it for Han Yuan? Yuan's expression turned awkward. He was beyond pretense. Han Yuan's performance was too extraordinary. He nodded openly. I did acquire turtle concealment for Han Yuan originally to mask an exceptional trait of his. But he has proven far more exceptional than I imagined. All present were filled with awe. Sect leader Feng Jiaming then said solemnly, Han Yuan's situation exceeds my assessment. I will report this to the Golden Core cultivators and potentially even alert the nascent soul ancestors. It may be necessary to seal the memories of everyone here. I hope you understand and cooperate. Yuan asked in shock. Even I must undergo this. Feng Jiaming sighed. Apologies, even I may be subject to it. The final decision rests with the ancestors. Han Yuan closed his eyes. Within his sea of consciousness, 8 Lin Wen gleamed, their lights interwoven. A vast inheritance of knowledge poured into his soul, branding the Lin Wen upon him. This transmission, like a bestowed topping, could at first be used only by him, for he perceived its form, but not its inner reason. The advantage of receiving Lin Wen from the ancient stone wall was that one could employ them even without grasping their profound mysteries. All 8 Lin Wen he had obtained had reached the 3rd level of insight, the tier of mastery. Lin Wen can be used to comprehend the Tao, to cultivate, to cast spells, to write. Its applications are vast. Like formations and runes, its usage is remarkably flexible. It can even assist in forging implements, refining pills, and composing talismans. Han Yuan marveled inwardly. Despite its wonders, Lin Wen remained the most solitary among the peaks because it was so difficult to fathom. Every stroke contained the utmost truths of heaven and earth, and the threshold for entry was exorbitant. The 1st level might be called a Lin Wen apprentice, the 2nd a Lin Wen teacher, the 3rd a Lin Wen master, comparable to the Golden Core realm, and that speaks only of a single Lin Wen. Not to mention that Han Yuan had acquired 8 Lin Wen. No wonder the Foundation elders were stunned and lost their composure. Such a thing completely overturned their worldview. As they murmured, a purple-haired elder appeared before the Lin Wen ancient stone wall. The moment he manifested, a powerful aura tightened everyone's breath. The sect leader's face changed upon seeing him. He bowed deeply and proclaimed, Hail Yuan ancestor! The other Foundation elders, as if roused from a dream, hurriedly paid their respects. Hail ancestor! The purple-haired elder nodded to Feng Jiaming and said, You need not report further. I know all that has occurred. Everyone present must undergo my memory sealing. Do you consent? Disciple consents. They chorused, with the sect's highest nascent soul ancestor having appeared who would dare refuse. Though the Foundation elders held exalted positions, before a nascent soul ancestor they were but children. After arranging the inheritance, Han Yuan opened his eyes. 3 meters before him stood the familiar purple-haired elder smiling. Startled, Han Yuan rose and saluted. Disciple pays respects to the elder. He stole a glance behind and saw the sect leader and the others standing with bowed heads silent, proof that this person truly was a foremost figure of the sect. He realized that the elders, who held court in the Sanjing Pavilion, were each of extraordinary station. Hey Han Yuan, you are commendable. My name is Ziyun. I suppose you have guessed my identity. I wish to appoint you as a Michuan disciple of the sect. Will you accept? Michuan disciple. Han Yuan paused, wondering what rank that implied. A Michuan disciple is the sect's true inheritor, representing hope to break through to nascent soul. They are entitled to access the sect's legacy. Should the sect fall into peril, Michuan disciples become the seeds of its resurgence. Their true standing can even surpass that of the sect leader. The Zimu elder explained. What? There are Michuan disciples in the sect? Higher than the sect leader. Many Foundation elders were struck with astonishment. Only now did they learn of the sect's hidden depths, secrets they had previously had no right to know. Though they knew this now, their memories would soon be sealed, and thereafter they would remain ignorant, an unavoidable helplessness. Lu Xinghe, hiding at the back, was likewise astonished. He had never heard of such a genius. Yet he worried if his memory of this were sealed, might he later risk offending Han Yuan again. If that were to happen, it would be a bitter sort of satisfaction. Han Yuan did not ponder long and nodded. Disciple agrees. The purple-haired elder nodded with approval. Every Michuan disciple must conceal their identity. Even Michuan disciples do not know one another. From now on you will communicate with me alone. I will assign you cultivation tasks. Upon completion, you will be rewarded. This is how Michuan disciples obtain resources. Do you understand? I understand. Han Yuan cupped his hands. Your case differs from a normal Michuan disciple. You arrive midway. If the change is too conspicuous, it will arouse suspicion from the outer sect. You must therefore still appear among others, but not draw attention. I will give you 2 choices. 1. Become an inner disciple of Lin Wen Peak. 2. Continue as a Zhenchuan disciple of Lin Wen Peak. I will seal Du Yuan's memory so that he believes he misread your talent and cannot take it back. In the end, he will leave you to your own devices. Ziyun ancestor said calmly. Du Yuan heard this and spread his hands in exasperation. This was extreme. Han Yuan then asked, if I become an inner disciple, will the Songming Grotto still be granted to me? Of course not. Then I will become a Zhenchuan disciple of Lin Wen Peak. Zima nodded. No problem. You may return. I will handle the rest. Yes, ancestor. Han Yuan hurriedly replied and returned to the Songming Grotto on his own. After he left, Ziyun ancestor released a misty purple cloud that enveloped everyone present, and all fell unconscious. Ziyun ancestor closed his eyes and began to seal each person's memory, weaving illusionary arts to blur certain recollections. While they remained unawakened, he again guided them back to the main hall of Lin Wen Peak. The inner disciples, who had been waiting, also succumbed the instant they touched the purple mist. They were swallowed by the fog. After a time, the masters of each peak departed, first mounting their flying swords. Only after returning to their own mountains did the purple tint in their eyes fade and clarity return. They did not realize they had just experienced an illusion. The Foundation elders of Lin Wen Peak likewise returned to their abodes. One by one, the inner disciples left. Only after exiting the main hall site did they slowly regain lucidity and begin to converse among themselves. I didn't expect that Han Yuan truly became a Zhenchuan disciple of Lin Wen Peak. Tisk, I heard his comprehension isn't as high as they said. He went to the Lin Wen ancient stone wall and gleaned almost nothing. Those rumors sounded so vivid. Could Han Yuan have manufactured his own rise? Don't say that. It's possible. Hush. He's already a Zhenchuan. Would you dare speak of him so? He's only mid-stage chi refinement trash, what can he possibly do? The inner disciples spoke of Han Yuan with disdain. In the main hall only the sect leader and Du Yuanhe remained. Du Yuanhe blinked, and seeing the sect leader had not yet left asked, "Sect leader, the Zhenchuan ceremony is over. Do you still have business?" Feng Jiaming showed hesitation. Du Yuanhe chuckled. "It was my fault. I admitted Han Yuan as a Zhenchuan before you did. I apologize." Feng Jiaming's mouth tightened as he shook his head. "Senior brother Yuanhe, do you not think Han Yuan may not possess the degree of comprehension you imagine? That his observation of the Lin when ancient stone wall yielded no gain should prove it." Du Yuanhe smiled and shook his head in silence. At the outset, he had signaled Han Yuan, so Han Yuan naturally showed no true performance. Feng Jiaming, as if perceiving Du Yuanhe's intent, said, "I found no slacking in Han Yuan. He genuinely strove to comprehend yet could not fathom the meanings. If you think he faked it, do you suppose I would fail to see through him?" Du Yuanhe's smile slowly faded, and he muttered in startled doubt, "Could it be?" Feng Jiaming continued, "I once went to Han Yuan's outer residence. The apricot tree in his courtyard truly shed its mortal shell and became a spirit tree. Rumor says his breakthrough stirred the tree's transformation, but another possibility is that the apricot tree's breakthrough precipitated Han Yuan's own." Du Yuanhe was shocked. "How could that be? Why not? Have you asked him?" Feng Jiaming replied softly. Du Yuanhe hesitated and then asked in puzzlement, "You discovered this issue. Why did you not stop me from taking him as a Zhenchuan disciple?" Feng Jiaming replied calmly, "I hope senior brother Yuanhe will take this as a warning." He turned his flying sword, rising a foot off the ground as he sped away, his voice drifting back. "I hope my conjecture is wrong." The main hall fell utterly silent. Du Yuanhe pondered deeply, realizing he had been too hasty, so he rode his sword light to the top of Songming Cave Mansion and knocked on its protective barrier. Han Yuan, who had been waiting, immediately opened the formation barrier upon seeing Du Yuanhe. "Master," Han Yuan said cautiously. Du Yuanhe took a deep breath and asked, "I've heard someone say you mastered the ancient wood nourishing art by sheer chance. Is that true?" Just then the voice of Patriarch Ziyun echoed in Han Yuan's ear. "Just pretend your comprehension is poor." Han Yuan blinked and said to Du Yuanhe with utmost sincerity, "I truly did comprehend it by chance. At the time I was in my room, and it felt like I resonated with the apricot tree outside. Before I knew it, my cultivation art had broken through." Du Yuanhe's eyelid twitched, and he continued, "I recall you've been practicing the spirit rain technique for over a year now. What stage have you reached?" Han Yuan scratched his head and said sheepishly, "I'm still at the entry level." "How is that possible? With your comprehension, a mere yellow-grade low-rank technique shouldn't still be at entry level after a year." "Master, my spirit rain technique truly is at entry level. I don't even know the extent of my own comprehension," Han Yuan said. "But didn't you have a bountiful harvest of blood spirit rice? How could entry-level spirit rain be enough?" Du Yuanhe couldn't understand. Han Yuan asked in confusion, "Master, I did have a good harvest of blood spirit rice. If the spirit rain isn't enough, I can just carry spirit water to irrigate it. Is that wrong?" Du Yuanhe was bewildered. Could it be that this boy's comprehension wasn't as high as had imagined? "Show me your technique." Still unconvinced, Du Yuanhe said. Han Yuan unassumingly activated the spirit rain technique, his movements practiced and his expression earnest. The surrounding moisture coalesced into a spirit cloud that covered a full acre. A fine drizzle began to fall. Du Yuanhe's heart sank as he saw the coverage, and when his hand touched the faint spiritual energy within the rain, his expression completely fell. Han Yuan said cautiously, "Master." Du Yuanhe glared at Han Yuan. "Why didn't you say something earlier?" "Say what earlier?" Han Yuan was bewildered. Du Yuanhe paused at his words. Reflecting on the whole process, it seemed that from start to finish Han Yuan had never said anything, nor had he asked Han Yuan anything. It had all been his own decision. Call it arrogance if you will, but this time he had indeed misjudged and been too impatient. "Forget it. Cultivate diligently. With your mastery of the ancient wood-nourishing art, there's still great hope for foundation establishment. Disheartened, Yuan shook his head, mounted his flying sword, and departed in deep disappointment. The disciple he sought needed the potential for a golden core. If one only aimed for foundation establishment, with enough resources couldn't anyone achieve it? Alas! Han Yuan sighed inwardly as he watched Du Yuanhe's receding figure. He hadn't lied. He could see Du Yuanhe's disappointment upon discovering his poor comprehension. But he had no choice. If he lied, Du Yuanhe would surely see through it. And pretending about something like comprehension was incredibly difficult and impossible to fool a foundation establishment grandmaster like Du Yuanhe. He was truly helpless, wasn't he? In the shadows, Patriarch Ziyun also observed Han Yuan's performance. This kid. His act is too flawless. It doesn't seem like pretense. Patriarch Ziyun grew somewhat uncertain. With his years of experience, he couldn't detect a single hint of deception from Han Yuan. Even the spirit rain technique he cast looked exactly like an entry-level version. The practiced yet clumsy movements were identical to those of ordinary outer disciples, a perfect match. You see, if you've truly mastered a technique to a high level, pretending to be at entry level isn't always easy. Cultivators with average comprehension often make small odd mistakes, but due to long practice, they miraculously adapt and keep the technique working. That awkwardness is something a gifted genius would find hard to imitate. Could it be that Han Yuan isn't truly a genius of comprehension, and I've misjudged him as well? Patriarch Ziyun was startled by this sudden thought, but dismissed it as overthinking. He had clearly witnessed the 7 spiritual runes manifesting simultaneously earlier. Still uneasy, he appeared before Han Yuan out of thin air. Startled, Han Yuan quickly bowed respectfully. Han Yuan pays respects to Patriarch Ziyun. Now use your full power to cast the Spirit Rain technique for me, Patriarch Ziyun said calmly. Full power. Han Yuan hesitated. That's right, use every means you have, Patriarch Ziyun said serenely. Yes, Patriarch. Han Yuan closed his eyes, focusing his consciousness within his sea of consciousness. 8 spiritual runes shone, brilliantly illuminating the entire sea of consciousness. This time Han Yuan's consciousness focused on the water spiritual rune. Since the Patriarch wanted to see his full-powered Spirit Rain technique, he naturally had to use the water rune. It was his first time casting a spell with the aid of a spiritual rune, and he felt a bit nervous. The moment he willed the water rune into activation, his ability to cast the Spirit Rain technique instantly soared by 3 levels. The Spirit Rain technique was merely a yellow-grade low-rank spell. Empowered by the water rune at the 3rd level of proficiency, it could elevate the entry-level technique by 3 minor realms, reaching the power of perfection. Just then the die appeared again. A number rapidly emerged. Random boost multiplier 8 water rune enhancement, effect 800. In an instant, Han Yuan inexplicably felt he could cast the Spirit Rain technique with even greater ease, a state of knowing without understanding why. Yet his hands had already formed a complex gesture, seemingly drawing on the water-attributed spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual power within his body drained rapidly like a burst dam. Patriarch Ziyun looked up at the sky in confusion, watching as a dark inky cloud gradually formed over most of Sungming Cave Mansion. The cloud covered a full 800 acres. Patriarch Ziyun stared at the sky, then turned to look at Han Yuan, stunned. This is... But before he could finish his sentence, a bright flash of lightning streaked through the dark cloud. Immediately after, a torrential downpour began. Under the random boost, the Spirit Rain technique's coverage had expanded, and the quantity and quality of spiritual energy within the rain had increased 8-fold. The overall effect was dozens of times stronger. The abundant Spirit Rain fell fierce and dense. Wonkai frolicked joyfully in the rain, its barking filled with delight. This rain had already surpassed the realm of the Spirit Rain technique, its power rivaling late foundation establishment spells. Han Yuan's face rapidly paled. His spiritual sense and power plummeted at a cliff-like rate. In the blink of an eye, his spiritual power was completely depleted, and his spiritual sense was mostly exhausted. The spell abruptly ended, forcibly interrupted. Han Yuan plopped down into a puddle, mud splashing all over him, looking utterly disheveled. Patriarch Xian's mouth twitched as he looked at him. I said use your full power, no need to go this far. He cast a spell that entered Han Yuan's body. Han Yuan's spiritual power and sense recovered at an astonishing rate. Thank you, Patriarch. All right, cultivate peacefully. Remember not to be too flashy in the future. Patriarch Xian admonished him before vanishing as a streak of purple light. Wang Kai looked curiously in the direction of the purple light, then shook off the water and ran toward Han Yuan. Before Han Yuan could react, Wang Kai pounced on him. Stop! You idiot! Han Yuan lay on his back in the puddle, wiped his face, and looked up at the sky. Bright sunlight once again pierced through the clouds, shining on his face. The gains are substantial, but I want Rush to study the spirit script. Since I've coincidentally broken through my cultivation bottleneck, I should continue cultivating for now. Han Yuan deeply understood that cultivation was the foundation of a cultivator. He was not blinded by these immense gains. No matter how powerful these spirit scripts were, they were ultimately external objects similar to the 8 treasures. Once he reached the golden core stage, their usefulness would diminish. Cultivation was the fundamental foundation. Just then Lu Sisi and Qin Feng hurried over. Estate Lord, what just happened? Why is the cave mansion pouring with rain? Lu Sisi asked, looking puzzled at the dissipating dark clouds in the sky. Han Yuan waved his hand and said, It's nothing. An elder came to visit but has now left. I need to continue cultivating. Make yourselves at ease. Qin Feng was astonished. Estate Lord, has your true disciple ceremony concluded? It's over. Han Yuan nodded. Qin Feng was overjoyed, realizing that his gamble had paid off. By the way, where is Changchun? Han Yuan asked. He hasn't returned yet. Lu Sisi shook her head. Han Yuan immediately contacted Changchun, learning that he was still on the way, and instructed him to collect the 3-month benefits for a true disciple. The 3-month benefits included 3 pulse-protecting pills. Han Yuan said to the two, He'll be leaving now. When Changchun returns, tell him I'm cultivating at the Songming Tower, and will be out in about 2 hours. With that, Han Yuan drifted away with incredible speed. Lu Sisi watched his rapidly departing figure, stunned. Such speed! What realm has the estate lord reached? What kind of technique is this? Qin Feng scratched his head. I feel like the estate lord is flying. His feet aren't touching the ground. Lu Sisi said helplessly. Junior brother Qin, when you exaggerate, try to be a bit more realistic. Only Golden Core true masters can fly with their physical bodies. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. My eyes must have been playing tricks. Neither of them knew that Han Yuan was indeed flying, albeit close to the ground. With Wang Kai's awakening effect amplified several times, the contract rune in Han Yuan's mind had transformed, granting him 2 of Wang Kai's innate abilities, flight and purple flames. He had previously wondered how this was achieved, but now he suddenly realized that this contract rune was actually a special spirit script. Although he couldn't decipher the script, having acquired 8 spirit scripts, he naturally recognized it as one. Han Yuan didn't delve deeper. As long as it worked, that was enough. Flying close to the ground all the way back to the Songming Tower, he entered the cultivation chamber and casually placed Wang Kai beside him. Cultivate well. From now on, your master's safety depends on you. Wang Kai had been quite lazy, but upon hearing this, its gaze sharpened. It raised its head and nodded emphatically. Woof! Woof! Master, I will protect you. It took a deep breath, drawing the dense spiritual energy in the cultivation chamber into its body, then laid down to refine it. Han Yuan was curious about how it cultivated. It seemed to have inherited memories, much like the spirit scripts he had acquired. Though it didn't understand them, it could use them. Truly remarkable. Han Yuan's spiritual sense delved into his dantian. It was vast, with only a quarter occupied by spiritual energy. At the center of the energy pool were several spell imprints, left from comprehending techniques, also known as talismans. Unlike the spirit scripts in his sea of consciousness, these talismans were condensed from Han Yuan's own gradual comprehension, so losing them wouldn't matter. He could easily recondense them. The art of talisman crafting involved inscribing these spell imprints onto talisman paper. These talismans also represented Han Yuan's progress in spell comprehension and could slightly accelerate his casting speed. Han Yuan set aside these spell imprints for now and gazed at the immense capacity of his Dantian falling into contemplation. If his Dantian capacity at the 3rd layer of Qi refining was 40 points, then now, at the 6th layer, it was 2,560 points. Currently he had only filled 640 points of spiritual energy, leaving 3/4, 1920 points, to be filled. But crucially, Han Yuan also possessed the Wood Spirit Heart, which could store a similar amount of energy, bringing the total to 4,000 points of spiritual energy. Based on his previous cultivation speed, his daily progress was about 13 or 14 points of spiritual energy. Thus reaching the peak of the 6th layer would take roughly 300 days, 10 months. This was a rough estimate, but close enough. Han Yuan frowned slightly at first, then relaxed. 10 months isn't too long. When did I start feeling dissatisfied with this time frame? His current Dantian size was comparable to that of a 10th layer Qi refining cultivator, yet it would take only 10 months to fill, similar to the time he took to break through from the 1st to the 2nd layer. This was already incredibly fast. Cultivation shouldn't be rushed too much. Wait, a thought struck Han Yuan. The spirit scripts can also enhance cultivation. My technique, Ancient Wood Nourishing Spirit Art, is wood attributed, and I've already comprehended the wood and forest spirit scripts. Can they boost my cultivation speed? Han Yuan turned his gaze to the imprint of the Ancient Wood Nourishing Spirit Art in his Dantian. It was a talisman 100 times more complex than the other spell imprints. His Ancient Wood Nourishing Spirit Art had undergone a transformation upon reaching mastery. He wasn't sure of its exact grade, but it was certainly still within the foundation establishment range and could definitely be enhanced by the spirit scripts. Lost in thought, he began to experiment. He started circulating the Ancient Wood Nourishing Spirit Art, sending spiritual energy through his meridians, and the technique's imprint at the center of his Dantian began to glow. Simultaneously, Han Yuan activated the Wood Spirit script in his sea of consciousness. Gradually the script began to shine, resonating across space with the technique imprint in his Dantian. Just as it had enhanced the Spirit Rain technique, the Wood Spirit script now amplified the Ancient Wood Nourishing Spirit Art. The technique imprint visibly grew more intricate, but Han Yuan was surprised to find that the Ancient Wood Nourishing Spirit Art still couldn't reach the perfect realm, it only approached it. What grade has the Ancient Wood Nourishing Spirit Art become? The Spirit Script's enhancement can't even temporarily bring it to perfection. The Spirit Rain technique reached the perfect realm instantly. Despite his astonishment, Han Yuan didn't slow down. After the Wood script, he activated the Forest Spirit script. Forest, meaning 2 trees, was perfectly suited to the Ancient Wood Nourishing Spirit Art. He even suspected that this script had appeared because of the technique. Indeed, when the Forest script was applied to the imprint of the Ancient Wood Nourishing Spirit Art, the talisman underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming something Han Yuan could no longer comprehend. The perfect realm of the Ancient Wood Nourishing Spirit Art. The boost to cultivation speed was at least twofold. Thus 10 months could be reduced to just 5. But that wasn't all. Han Yuan opened his eyes, and a few lines of text appeared before him. Random Amplification Multiplier 5 Wood Forest Spirit Script Amplification, Effect 500, just as expected. The Random Amplification Multiplier had appeared again. The technique imprint in his Dantian, already extremely complex, grew even more so under the infusion of some mysterious power. Once the imprint had fully transformed a part of Han Yuan's spiritual sense, spiritual energy and life force naturally harmonized with it. In a daze, Han Yuan seemed to see a vast amount of green light surrounding him. Is this Wood attributed spiritual energy? He could perceive this Wood attributed spiritual energy with his naked eye, his spiritual energy, and his spiritual sense. It was as if all this Wood attributed energy had become his subordinates. With a mere thought, they moved according to his will. Han Yuan felt a sense of control over the surrounding Wood spiritual energy. What state is this? He wondered, bewildered. His limited cultivation knowledge couldn't explain what was happening. He would need to consult the scriptures in the sutra library later. But he was certain that in this state his cultivation speed would be even faster. With all the wood attributed energy in the cultivation chamber obeying his commands, absorbing it would be effortless, wouldn't it? He didn't even need to refine other types of spiritual energy, as he could gather wood attributed energy around him and directly expel the rest. The time, already reduced to 5 months, could be shortened to less than a month. This cultivation state made him feel like a favored child of heaven and earth. Han Yuan, however, began to worry. Would cultivating this fast be too much? Could his meridians really withstand it? Han Yuan ultimately chose caution. He could not recklessly unleash all his power and cultivate at once. What if his meridians ruptured under the strain? He resumed training at the moderated pace he had used before, gradually accelerating. When he reached 4 times his original speed, he felt his meridians begin to strain. So Han Yuan remained steady at the 4-fold rate, refusing to rush. At that speed, 10 months of progress collapsed into 2.5 months, a compression already exceedingly brief. Good thing I did not let joy cloud my judgment. Had I surged to the limit at once, my meridians would have been torn apart, Han Yuan said, still shaken by the thought. He cultivated like this for more than an hour. When his spiritual energy rose by roughly 50 points, he stopped. His meridians had reached their carrying limit, and under the slow, soothing warmth of his waning qi began to mend, emerging tougher than before. His spiritual sense had also been heavily taxed during cultivation, and drawing on the replenishing spiritual energy retreated into the sea of consciousness to gradually recover. I seem to have overlooked the issue of my innate growth. Each time I train the meridian capacity, and the limit of my spiritual sense rise slightly. At this rate, perhaps only 2 months will suffice in the end. His spirits lifted. He glanced toward the corner where Wankai lay. The beast's aura had clearly risen by a measure. Wankai was a fire spirit beast that primarily absorbed fire spiritual energy. Because Han Yuan had only been drawing with spiritual energy, while cultivating he had inadvertently filtered out wood qi from the pool, increasing the relative proportion of fire qi, and thereby accelerating Wankai's advancement. Sensing that Han Yuan had ceased his practice, Wankai soon calmed its cultivation fluctuations, opened its eyes, wagged its tail, and flew over. You have a poor temperament for cultivation, Han Yuan chided. Never mind. Once I leave here, you won't be able to enjoy double qi anyway. If you stop, then stop. Wankai was his contracted spirit beast, and also benefited from the random bonuses of his spirit gathering formation that had been tested before he began cultivating. Thus Wankai's rate of breakthrough would not lag. As the beast grew stronger, so too would its flight and purple flame abilities. Han Yuan walked out of Sungming Tower. Chong Chun was waiting outside. Master of the residence, this is a vein guarding pill, Chong Chun said, presenting a porcelain vial. Han Yuan accepted it, swept his spiritual sense through the vial, and nodded with approval. Chong Chun hesitated, and Han Yuan urged, speak plainly, if there is something on your mind. Chong Chun said, Master, I heard from the disciples in the welfare hall that pills, like the vein guarding pill, should not be wasted in ordinary times. After taking 3, the effect is halved, so they are usually reserved for major breakthroughs. Oh, I understand. I have other uses for the vein guarding pill. Do not worry, Han Yuan replied casually. Drug tolerance was essentially irrelevant to him. As if remembering something, Han Yuan added, Chong Chun, go investigate which pills or treasures can permanently raise innate aptitude even if the effect is slight. Even those that become useless after a second dose. Find them all and make me a list. Chong Chun nodded. Understood, Master. But most of what I can find are very ordinary items. Some effects are almost negligible. Do not worry. Even the smallest increment is useful to me, Han Yuan said softly. He paused slightly, then continued, this task is important. Search thoroughly. The more comprehensive your report, the greater the reward you will receive. One more thing. When you go out, do not act under my banner. Keep a low profile. Yes. Chong Chun responded with energy. I understand. He hurried away from the Songming dwelling to carry out the orders. Han Yuan was pleased with Chong Chun's attitude and did not mind granting him additional resources later. He reflected heavenly materials and earthly treasures can dramatically raise cultivation aptitude, but they are exceedingly rare. Yet many items exist with effects only 1,000th or 1/10th as potent as those treasures. Though most become ineffective after repeated use, my random bonus seems to ignore tolerance. If the effects can stack, then I might truly take off. He had discovered another way to unlock his golden advantage. He was a false genius for now, but if his conjecture proved true, he would eventually become a genuine prodigy, perhaps surpassing all peerless geniuses in the world. Yet even the faintest items that improve aptitude will command high prices, and at present I am very poor. Han Yuan turned his attention to farming. Apart from the cultivation chambers, the greatest asset of the Songming dwelling was its several hundred acres of spirit fields. If fully utilized, a year's yield could reach the level of hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, a sum not to be scoffed at. Han Yuan strode toward the spirit fields and arrived swiftly. Originally 100 acres of Huangyang rice, only 33 acres still bore the crop. Qin Feng was in the field pulling weeds between the paddies, working with great exertion. Noticing Han Yuan approaching, Qin Feng hurried over. "Master of the residence." Han Yuan sighed. "With appreciation, old Qin, thank you for your hard work of late." "It is nothing. It is my duty," Qin Feng replied cheerfully. Han Yuan saw the sparse seedlings of weeds among the crops, and an itch to act rose within him. "Make way. Let me try clearing the weeds with a spell," Han Yuan said. "All right," Qin Feng replied, standing at the edge to watch curiously. Han Yuan grew solemn and recalled the sequence for Qi's Sword Slash. Qi's Sword Slash was a metal element spell commonly used to deal with weeds, dead branches, pests, and even to loosen soil in spirit fields. Its uses were many. He formed the seals, and the spell mark of Qi's Sword Slash within his dantian flared bright. A wisp of sword Qi appeared between his fingers. His Qi's Sword Slash was only at the novice tier, and its power was slight, yet it sufficed well for clearing weeds. The wisp leapt from his fingertip and threaded through the spirit rice. Wherever the sword Qi brushed a weed, it severed it by the root. The metal nature within the sword Qi extinguished the weed's vitality, eliminating any chance of regrowth. Slash. 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 As the spell dissipated, 2 rows of weeds were already cleared away. Qin Feng envied him, saying, "Master, this spell is much faster than my sword for this work." Han Yuan glanced at the long sword in Qin Feng's hand and gave a faint smile. Using a sword to weed felt slightly off. "I'll handle the spirit fields from now on. Go contact Chang Chun and take a task with him." "Oh yes." Qin Feng beamed. He was delighted to be relieved of the fields and left at once, as if he could not bear to remain there a moment longer. Han Yuan, however, had just been roused. "Just now, when I cast Qi's Sword Slash, it seemed to stir the metal script and sword script in my sea of consciousness. My comprehension of Qi's Sword Slash feels noticeably deeper." Having cast it only once, he sensed a clear change. Before, even after 10 repetitions, his progress had been scant and barely perceptible. Yet today a single casting brought a sense of unblocked flow. There was no doubt the spirit script was at work. Though it had not triggered the random bonus multiplier, it was already enough to accelerate his understanding of the spell. "Try a few more times, and we'll know for sure." Han Yuan stepped between another row of spirit rice and cast Qi's Sword Slash again. A sword of Qi manifested at his fingertip, and under his spiritual sense swept through the weeds in that row. The metal nature in the sword Qi effortlessly extinguished the weed's vitality, reducing the roots buried in the soil to useless remnants. If one cleared weeds as Qin Feng did, after a day they would sprout again in the abundant spiritual energy, an endless chore. But Han Yuan's Qi's Sword Slash prevented any regrowth. During this attempt, Han Yuan deliberately observed and felt a liveliness in his thinking. Many doubts he had, while cultivating Qi's Sword Slash, dissolved as if cut away. He even felt a strange wonder at his past mistakes. Could this be what geniuses feel? He mused. Han Yuan could not truly compare himself to a real genius, but the difference from his former self felt like heaven and earth. Qi's Sword Slash. Qi's Sword Slash. Qi's Sword Slash. Yellow-tier lower-grade spells consumed little spiritual energy, and Han Yuan's cultivation method could restore energy autonomously, so the Qi he spent returned quickly. He thus continued casting chi sword slash without pause. After clearing the weeds across the 33 acres, his chi sword slash had become highly practiced, advancing rapidly toward the minor attainment realm. With a nod of his finger, 3 sword wisps launched from his fingertips, winding between the spirit rice like living serpents. They moved with far more flexibility than before, sometimes coiling back with a glance, vivid and agile. This is exhilarating. Is this already the minor attainment stage? Han Yuan marveled. The spirit rain technique had stayed at the novice tier for a year, while chi sword slash reached minor fruition in a single day. After clearing the weeds, he could cast a constant temperature spell on the spirit field to regulate its temperature. The principle of the constant temperature spell was simple. It released a low-temperature flame that absorbed ambient heat when the temperature was above the set point, and released the flame's energy to warm the surroundings when the temperature dropped below the designated level. Yet just as he was about to cast the spell, he paused. So what is the optimal temperature for yellow millet rice? Han Yuan felt a sense of bewilderment. This knowledge fell within the domain of a spirit farmer. Every spirit herb and medicinal plant had its own suitable growing environment and temperature requirements. Some thrived atop lofty peaks, while others needed to bathe in molten lava. As for yellow millet rice, the Sutra library surely contained records of cultivation experience for this spirit grain. But suddenly Han Yuan thought of the unique traits of his cultivation technique. After breaking through to the great completion stage, he had gained the ability to sense and communicate with spirit plants, having previously conversed with the great banyan tree. Now he could also perceive the state of the spirit rice. Han Yuan attempted to merge his spiritual sense into a single stalk of yellow millet rice. This plant lacked true sentience and could not be conversed with, but he could still feel its condition. Its perception of temperature was one of scorching heat. Stirred, Han Yuan began to form hand seals and cast the constant temperature spell. A peculiarly small low-temperature flame appeared in his palm. As he brought his palm close to the spirit plant, the flame naturally began to absorb the heat from its surroundings. The temperature around it dropped quickly, falling to around 18 degrees even under the blazing sun. The leaves of the spirit rice stretched slightly, and the entire plant emitted a faint impression of comfort. Under this temperature, its growth state had clearly improved. Han Yuan smiled. In this way, he had successfully determined the optimal growing temperature for the yellow millet rice. This flame could cover an area of up to 10 meters in diameter, and many of the spirit rice plants appeared more vigorous than before, their forms becoming more relaxed. However, when he tried to probe another stalk of spirit rice with his spiritual sense, its perception of the temperature surprised him. It seemed to feel that the warmth was insufficient. Han Yuan seemed to have an inkling and examined each plant individually. In the end, he was astonished to discover that every stalk of spirit rice had different temperature requirements. Some needed 18 degrees, others 19, and still others 18.5. Although cultivators see these yellow millet rice plants as the same species, each one is an independent entity, so their needs naturally aren't identical. Furthermore, even for the same plant, as its growth cycle changes, its required temperature, humidity, and so on will inevitably differ. With this realization, his understanding of the wood spirit rune deepened, and he faintly sensed that he had grown stronger. An illusion. No, this is a real feedback. In the world of immortal cultivation, insight matters. A deeper understanding can directly reflect on one's power. Han Yuan concentrated and discovered that his wood spirit heart had expanded slightly, a fact confirmed by the precise measurement of his spiritual sense. No wonder cultivators value enlightenment so highly. Every bit of insight enhances their strength. Accumulated over time, quantitative changes lead to qualitative leaps, eventually transforming into overwhelming power. For him, farming was not merely a tool for wealth, but also a path of cultivation. He practiced the ancient wood nurturing art, and planting was not a waste of time, but rather an aid. Han Yuan applied himself even more vigorously to the constant temperature spell. One flame after another appeared among the field of spirit rice, and each time he adjusted the temperature to the most average comfortable level for the plants based on the conditions of each plot. As he cast the spell, the fire spirit rune in his sea of consciousness aided him, as expected, accelerating his comprehension of the spell's effects. But unexpectedly, he also discovered that the contract spirit rune with Wonkai was simultaneously assisting him elevating his understanding of the constant temperature spell to a higher level. The purple flame ability that Wonkai shared with him could also aid his cultivation. This truly took Han Yuan by surprise. Thus, by the time all the spirit fields were dotted with little spirit flames, his constant temperature spell had indeed advanced to the minor completion stage. The flame's temperature control became more precise, its upper and lower limits expanded, its duration lengthened, and its range broadened. Next, the soil cultivation spell. The soil cultivation spell was an earth element technique used to nurture the soil, loosening or compacting the ground. Han Yuan cast the soil cultivation spell, and a patch of land began to absorb spiritual energy from the air, becoming richer in qi. The weeds on that land were covered by the soil, accelerating their decomposition into nutrients for the earth. In particular, insect carcasses had a remarkable effect on enriching the soil. Under the soil cultivation spell, they transformed into nourishment for the spirit plants to absorb. After casting the spell once and sensing the spirit rise, there seemed to be no beneficial change. This was perfectly normal. The soil cultivation spell was a long-term process for enriching the earth. 1 or 2 castings would have little effect, especially since it was merely a yellow-grade lower-rank spell, while these spirit fields were yellow-grade upper-rank, further diminishing the spell's effectiveness. Han Yuan did not rush. He cast the soil cultivation spell again and again. But gradually he noticed that his rate of comprehension for this spell had slowed down more than tenfold. Strange. The Earth Spirit rune is also helping me accelerate my understanding of the soil cultivation spell, but its efficiency is more than 10 times weaker than before. After several attempts, Han Yuan confirmed that this was the normal effect of the Earth Spirit rune. It had not failed. Normally, it would take him about 2 years to reach minor completion in the soil cultivation spell, but now it would only take about 2 months. This boost was already very high. The rapid improvements in the Qi sword slash and constant temperature spell were the abnormal cases. So the simultaneous effect of 2 spirit runes multiplies the result by 10. It's multiplication, not addition, Han Yuan gasped. He then realized the terrifying power of the spirit runes. A single one was already incredible, but combined the enhancement was astonishing. No wonder those people were so shocked that I comprehended 8 spirit runes. I'm stunned myself now. No wonder those Foundation establishment elders looked like ignorant bumpkins, and even a nascent soul powerhouse was stirred. Although as one's realm rose and spell levels increased, the rune's boost would diminish significantly, their multiplicative effect was still extremely heaven-defying. Han Yuan then attempted to cast the green spirit art. This was a wood element farming spell that could accelerate the growth of spirit plants, and even had a chance to increase their spiritual nature. The basic green spirit art had a modest effect, slightly boosting the growth rate of yellow millet rice. If cast daily, it could advance the harvest by about 10 days. Han Yuan cast the green spirit art once, and sensed the situation in his sea of consciousness. As expected, the wood spirit rune and the forest spirit rune simultaneously boosted his spell, and with the additional effects of the ancient wood nurturing art, and the wood spirit heart, his comprehension of the green spirit art was divinely aided. After merely 100 castings, he had elevated its mastery to the minor completion stage. Wait, speaking of which, I previously trained in the ancient wood concealment art. With the help of the technique and the wood spirit heart, I easily reached great completion in 3 months. If I could enjoy the simultaneous boost of the concealment spirit rune, the wood spirit rune, and the forest spirit rune, how fast would I reach perfection? Han Yuan suddenly thought of the ancient wood concealment art. This spell had reached the yellow grade upper rank, 2 grades higher than spells like the Qi sword slash, so its boost would be several times, if not tenfold right. With 3 spirit runes multiplying their effects, wouldn't the cultivation speed and spell potency skyrocket? Han Yuan attempted the spirit rain technique once more. The effect of a single spirit rune was indeed mediocre. However, he had already cultivated the spirit rain technique for a full year, making it the spell he had practiced the most. It was already close to the minor accomplishment realm, and with the boost from the spirit rune, it would soon reach that level. After watering all the spirit fields with the spirit rain technique, the night had grown deep. In the fields, the spirit flames released by the constant temperature technique faithfully radiated their fiery power, maintaining a steady warmth. Han Yuan had already returned to his cultivation chamber. He took out 3 meridian protection pills, pondered for a moment, then put them away. Changchun was right earlier. There's indeed no need to use meridian protection pills during ordinary practice. It's not about developing tolerance, it's about saving them for breakthroughs. Others can only take 1 pill at a time, but I can consume several in succession. When I make a breakthrough, I can attempt it multiple times without worrying about damaging my meridians from failure. He recalled that during a previous breakthrough attempt, failure had forced him to recuperate for 10 days before trying again. If he had meridian protection pills and prepared several, couldn't he attempt consecutive breakthroughs? During a breakthrough, the pill's efficacy depletes rapidly. Others can only take 1 meridian protection pill in a short time. Though it protects the meridians in failure, they cannot immediately consume a second. They must spend time refining the pill's toxins, and the first pill has the best effect. The second is weakened due to tolerance. But he was different. The random boost multiplier enhanced the pill's effect and greatly reduced its toxins. Taking several pills in succession would produce only as much toxin as a single pill for others. Moreover, consecutive use wouldn't develop tolerance, and the effect remained potent. He could attempt multiple breakthroughs at once. If one failed, 3 or 5 attempts might succeed. Thus, using meridian protection pills for daily cultivation was wasteful. They should be saved for breakthroughs. I still need to farm. Once the yellow millet ripens, he'll have plenty of spirit stones. The output of this cave dwelling was meant for a foundation establishment elder's expenses. For a chi condensation cultivator like him, it was more than sufficient. He put away the meridian protection pills. He then focused on the ancient wood concealment art. This yellow-grade top-tier technique had already reached the major accomplishment realm, but attaining perfection would not be easy. Every spell, when cultivated to perfection, had special effects. According to Yuan, a perfected spell could transform into a true seed, which after foundation establishment could accelerate the cultivation of earth-grade inherited techniques. Simply put, a perfected yellow-grade top-tier spell could bring an earth-grade top-tier spell directly to the initiation or even minor accomplishment realm. Notably, cultivating a yellow-grade top-tier spell was far easier than an earth-grade top-tier one, saving a great deal of time. Cultivators could also try cultivating matching yellow-grade inherited spells to determine which earth-grade spell suited them. Such inherited yellow-grade spells could also be used to screen disciples with talent for earth-grade spells, avoiding wasted resources. And so on. At this moment, Han Yuan suddenly recalled what Qin Feng had told him. The old man in the scripture library had said that once he perfected the ancient wood concealment art, he would receive all matching spells of the ancient wood nurturing art for free. Now he understood why. So I was already being watched by Purple Cloud Ancestor, or perhaps all disciples are under his observation. Han Yuan shook his head and began cultivating the ancient wood concealment art. As soon as he started, he noticed changes in his sea of consciousness. The 3 spirit runes, conceal, wood, and forest, glowed, aiding his cultivation. Each rune's enhancement should be 6-fold. With 3 runes stacked, the effect should be 216 times, and with the wood spirit heart in his liver and the ancient wood nurturing art in his dantian, the boost should be even more terrifying. Han Yuan estimated the total effect should be around 300 times, but it was only 150 times. It seems these enhancements have limits, but 150 times is still terrifying. If I had no boost with my natural comprehension, breaking through from major accomplishment to perfection would take about 30 years. At 150 times, that's only 2.5 months. These were just estimates. Actual cultivation time could be longer or shorter. Suddenly a phantom flickered before his eyes. A die appeared unexpectedly. When he had cultivated other spells with spirit rune boosts, the die hadn't appeared. Now with such excellent enhancements it showed up. The die spun rapidly and stopped at the number 9. Random boost multiplier 9. Ancient with concealment art cultivation boost 900. Han Yuan gasped. This was incredibly powerful. With this, he could perfect the ancient with concealment art in just a week. It's like stacking all the buffs. Han Yuan felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. The ancient with concealment art now seemed as simple as a yellow-grade low-tier technique. The ancient with concealment art is not about hiding, but about merging, becoming part of the trees, blending in seamlessly to conceal oneself. Since the tree's aura experience, their changes integrate into the forest's atmosphere. Unity of man and wood is perfection. As if his comprehension had temporarily increased 100-fold, he immediately corrected the biggest mistake in his major accomplishment, cultivation. The art was not about concealment, but about integration. Without correcting this error, reaching perfection would have been nearly impossible. His earlier estimated cultivation time was meaningless. Spell cultivation isn't just calculation. If the direction is wrong, all effort is futile. Han Yuan felt a profound enlightenment. He suddenly realized how foolish and shallow he had been before. His calculation of cultivation time was laughable, presuming to estimate the time to reach a higher level from a shallow perspective. That was overconfidence. It was like a child who took half a day to learn 112 and then estimated learning all arithmetic within 100 days. Now with all his buffs stacked, he didn't need 7 or 8 days, just half a day. The reason was the wood spirit heart. He had never fully tapped into the wood spirit heart's potential. With it, he was essentially a humanoid spirit tree. Cultivating the ancient with concealment art was as easy as eating or drinking. Simulate a tree's aura. He already had it. Unity of man and wood. He was already that. He began to suspect his past self was an idiot. Such a simple spell had taken him 3 months just to reach minor accomplishment. Unbelievable. How could he have made such a mistake misidentifying the spell's focus? Wasn't it obvious? He directly discarded the results of his 3 months of cultivation, dispelling the spell imprint in his dantian and recondensing a brand new one. It looked the same, but its essence had changed. The effect remained, but the principle behind it was different. Following this new path of understanding, Han Yuan gradually advanced toward the perfection realm of the ancient with concealment art. As dawn broke on the horizon, Han Yuan's aura gradually calmed, becoming gentle and natural. He stepped out of Summing Tower and approached the great banyan tree. Without even using a skill, his aura naturally merged with the trees. Wonkai passed by the banyan tree, its gaze sweeping over Han Yuan, as if he were just another tree, and walked past. But after a few steps it turned back in confusion. It tilted its head and barked in bewilderment. Then it shook its head and continued forward a few steps. Han Yuan chuckled silently. Even Wonkai couldn't see through his concealment. Wonkai was a dog and a spirit hound with the potential of a king beast. If not for the contract linking them, which gave Wonkai a faint sense, it would have walked away. Indeed, because of the contract, Wonkai circled back, sniffing around Han Yuan. From the direction of the contract link, it finally identified the true identity of this tree. Woof! Master! Wonkai leaped at him. Han Yuan laughed, catching and holding it. Woof! Woof! It really is Master. Wonkai blinked as the illusion faded, finally seeing Han Yuan clearly. Its small eyes were filled with confusion. How had its master turned into a tree? Was its master a tree spirit? You're the tree spirit. Han Yuan tapped Wonkai's head. Foolish dog. Now I can go ask Purple Cloud Ancestor what benefits a secret disciple truly gets. Han Yuan mused. When the ancient with concealing chi art broke through to the perfect realm, the random amplification multiplier was triggered without surprise. A 4-fold enhancement effect. Ordinarily, those exceeding a major realm could not see through his concealment. Now even those 4 major realms above could not discern it. Of course, if battle erupted or an expert scrutinized him intently, the risk of exposure would naturally increase. Nothing in the cultivation world could be fully guaranteed. Yet his safety had indeed been greatly enhanced. He could now disguise his cultivation level across 12 minor realms. What astonished him was that he still could not feign a foundation establishment realm. It seemed as though the Qi refining realm was an abyss capable of devouring all 12 minor realms. Upon careful reflection one could understand what was the true method of dividing the Qi refining realm. The number of expansions of the Dantian. If the Dantian could continuously expand, the realm could naturally rise without end. Theoretically, there was no limit. Thus, in ancient times there existed a cultivation path known as the Qi cultivators, who ceaselessly expanded the Dantian, constantly raising the upper limits of spiritual energy quantity and quality. But this path had fallen out of favor in the present era, for attaining immortality required enlightenment of the Tao, and forming a nascent soul was essential for deeper comprehension. Han Yuan tidied up and silently flew out from above the cave dwelling. When he emerged from the cave's bounds, he indeed spotted several figures near the entrance. He stealthily approached, drawing no attention, and listened to their conversation. After a few minutes, a disciple said helplessly, "The guild leader wants us to keep watch over Soming Cave. Until when? I want to go on missions and earn spirit stones." Another disciple with a beard replied, "Just keep watch. The guild leader won't shortchange you on spirit stones. He's already become a true disciple now. What's the point of watching? And the position of true disciple isn't one anyone can hold steady. He's ranked 7. The third person quickly covered the mouth of the reckless disciple and whispered, "Shut up! What nonsense are you spouting? If anyone hears us, we're finished." The group immediately fell silent. Han Yuan listened a while longer, determined there was nothing useful, and quietly departed. On the way he pondered. His public identity as a true disciple was indeed ranked 7th, and 4 other true disciples had already perished. Every true disciple had remarkable talent, aptitude, and strength. How did they die? It was unlikely to be within the sect, so it must have been during training adventures or completing missions outside. Thus, he couldn't afford to be reckless. He couldn't reveal too high a cultivation level outside, or he'd be sent out for training, like 4 senior sister, who was currently training outside at the peak of Qi refining. Speaking of 4 senior sister, has she just started her training? 5th and 6th senior brothers and sisters have long since died. It seems she's seen through it, suppressing her realm until she can no longer hold it. Han Yuan nodded thoughtfully. He was different. He didn't need to suppress his realm because he could perfectly disguise a lower one. Before long he arrived at Ancient Wood Peak. By concealing his aura, he stealthily made his way to the outer sect's scripture pavilion. An elder with purple hair sat behind a desk smiling at him. "You've come," said Purple Cloud Ancestor with a grin. "Disciple pays respects to the ancestor." Han Yuan bowed. "No need for formalities," Purple Cloud Ancestor said calmly. "I thought you'd come to me sooner, but you had the patience to consolidate your newly broken through cultivation. Not bad. Thank you for the praise, ancestor." Han Yuan smiled faintly. He hadn't been consolidating his cultivation, had wanted to master the ancient wood concealing Qi art first. Without serendipity comprehending it to perfection in a single day, he could have endured 2 or 3 years without issue. Purple Cloud Ancestor nodded. The lad had a thick skin too. He waited for a moment, but seeing Han Yuan not initiating the conversation, he wasn't in a hurry, and took a sip of tea. At that moment Han Yuan caught a faint lingering fragrance of tea, and couldn't help stealing a glance. Purple Cloud Ancestor chuckled. "This is spiritual tea from the sect's only 5,000-year-old tea tree, crafted through 37 processes to stabilize one's foundation. Care for a cup?" Han Yuan's eyes lit up. "How could I be so presumptuous?" He reached out his hand. Yet Purple Cloud Ancestor blocked him, smiling. "If you want to drink, it's simple. Complete a task, and you'll earn the reward." Han Yuan dropped the pretense and asked, "Ancestor, what exactly are the benefits of being a secret disciple? I've yet to see any." "You're not tricking me, are you?" Purple Cloud Ancestor shot him a glare. "What's the rush, boy?" Han Yuan fell silent, staring at Purple Cloud Ancestor. After a moment, even Purple Cloud Ancestor felt uneasy, so he began. "Our Earth God sect traces back to the Heavenly God sect of the Middle Antiquity era. When the Heavenly God sect was destroyed, our lineage moved here to Baiyuan Prefecture and established the Earth God sect. At that time, we had a primordial spirit realm ancestor overseeing us, and our influence covered half of Yuan Prefecture. Heavenly God Sect. That name seemed like it was begging for trouble. No wonder it was destroyed. Han Yuan muttered inwardly. Later, the primordial spirit ancestor passed away from old age and aggravated injuries, and after that the Earth God Sect never produced another primordial spirit grandmaster. Our influence gradually waned, and now we only control 40 dynasties and 4 empires covering just 1/20th of Yuan Prefecture. Han Yuan frowned, a sense of foreboding rising. So our former territories were taken by other sects. They wouldn't just sit back and let us produce another primordial spirit grandmaster to reclaim them, would they? Purple Cloud Ancestor looked at him in surprise and nodded. You're sharp. True, while our Earth God Sect is on par with neighboring sects, and there's superficial peace, there's a covert trend of them uniting to suppress us. But we still hold primordial spirit heritage, so they dare not openly clash. So venturing out from the Earth God Sect is quite dangerous, Han Yuan murmured. Which grandmaster didn't rise from mountains of corpses and seas of blood? This situation may seem perilous, but it's also your opportunity. With pressure from disciples of other sects, you'll have a better chance to break through bottlenecks. That's why our Earth God Sect has a constant stream of nascent soul cultivators, Purple Cloud Ancestor said calmly. Han Yuan inwardly disagreed. No wonder 4 true disciples of Spirit Inscription Peak had died. Once outside the sect, enemies were everywhere, even true disciples couldn't withstand it. Ancestor, you've said so much but still haven't told me. What are the benefits of being a secret disciple? Han Yuan asked curiously. Purple Cloud Ancestor glared at him. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why are you so dense now? Han Yuan was taken aback. Our Earth God Sect has a long heritage. It may appear as a nascent soul sect now, but it possesses primordial spirit inheritances, and even higher ones. Other sects hit a dead end after nascent soul, but we have a path. The benefit of being a secret disciple is naturally the right to cultivate the true inherited techniques and advance all the way, Purple Cloud Ancestor declared proudly. Han Yuan's palms grew sweaty as he exclaimed, If I were from another nascent soul sect, I would definitely unite to attack the Earth God Sect. Other sects with primordial spirit inheritances aren't easy to conquer, but we have such a legacy while being only a nascent soul sect. This, Purple Cloud Ancestor said calmly. We're aware of this, but these sects have their own conflicts. Moreover, with the difficulty of converting cultivation techniques, how could they be of one mind? And would attacking our Earth God Sect really yield primordial spirit techniques? If it were that easy, they'd have struck long ago. How else could we have coexisted peacefully for 1,000 years? Han Yuan nodded slowly. Indeed, 1,000 years of peace seemed safe, but who was he? A transmigrator. With a transmigrator entering the Earth God Sect by convention, a scene of 3 or 5 sects besieging it could be anticipated. A sudden sense of urgency surged in Han Yuan's heart. Purple Cloud Ancestor, seeing his slightly anxious expression, smiled faintly. This was his intention. Without a little pressure, how could the lad grow quickly? All right, you're just a small chi-refining cultivator now. These intersect matters won't fall on your shoulders. Since you want the benefits of a secret disciple, I'll grant them to you. Han Yuan gazed at Patriarch Ziyun with eager anticipation. Our sect comprises 15 peaks: Jishokai Danji Fusion Wenwenjin Mushuewa 2 and the Dishan Peak. Each peak possesses its own nascent soul-level cultivation art. The main peak of Dishan Peak even houses a cultivation art surpassing the nascent soul realm. Thus, in theory, there are 15 secret disciple inheritors, though the main peak adds 2 more, bringing the total to 17. Han Yuan was utterly astonished. So many. Do other sects not possess even a single nascent soul art? Precisely so, Patriarch Ziyun declared with quiet pride. Other sects remain unaware of this truth. They know only that we possess nascent soul arts, but not how many. You must never speak of this to anyone. Upon leaving the scripture repository, you shall act as though nothing ever occurred. Han Yuan's lips twitched. Elder Patriarch, have you truly told me all this outright? I'm genuinely unsettled. Fear not, Under ordinary circumstances, you simply won't be able to reveal it. Patriarch Xian replied with an enigmatic smile. Han Yuan suddenly grasped the implication, and then frowned in puzzlement. Then, am I actually a secret disciple of Gumu Peak? Yet I am a true disciple of Lingwen Peak. Secret disciples are selected across the entire sect. The choice rests solely upon each peak's elder patriarch's discernment. First come, first served, Patriarch Xian said. Ah, I see, Han Yuan murmured enlightened. With a flick of his palm, Patriarch Xian produced a hexagonal emerald green crystal and handed it to him. Han Yuan accepted it and examined the crystal curiously. This is the inheritance crystal of the Jinmu Immortal Canon, a singular transmission vessel containing both the core cultivation art and all complementary techniques. Once integrated into your spiritual sea, each breakthrough unlocks the teachings for the next major realm. This crystal is a sacred inheritance artifact. It dissolves instantly upon your death, and self-destructs if forcibly seized by another. Han Yuan gasped in disbelief. You mean, you're giving all of this to me? Patriarch Xian sighed softly. In ancient times, the heavenly god sect transmitted knowledge step by step. But after its annihilation, only those elders who escaped retained their own lineages, art transcending the nascent soul realm. All others, mere nascent soul arts, were lost forever. Thus our newly founded sect resolved, when bestowing inheritance, give it whole and unreservedly. Han Yuan blinked, bewildered. Elder Patriarch, do you harbor no concern over spies or infiltrators? Patriarch Xian spoke calmly. This crystal permits but one transmission. Only after attaining profound cultivation can one pass it on. Yet, by then such a cultivator would wield absolute authority within Dishan's sect. Why serve as a spy when one could become its patriarch? His logic was irrefutable. Han Yuan fell speechless. Enough banter. Integrate it now, Patriarch Xian commanded. Yes, sir. Han Yuan solemnly placed the crystal against his forehead. As his spiritual sense probed inward, the solid crystal dissolved into an ethereal wisp and slipped directly into his brow center. In the next instant, it materialized within his spiritual sea. When his consciousness focused upon it, knowledge flooded his mind unbidden. Yellow rank Supreme Art, Ancient Tree Spirit Nourishing Cultivation Method, Complete Chi Refinement Section. Mystic rank Supreme Art, Azure Tree Primordial Spirit Cultivation Method, Foundation Establishment Preliminary Intermediate Sections. Yellow rank Supreme Core Techniques, Ancient Tree Chi Concealment Formula, Ancient Tree Chi Recovery Formula, Ancient Tree Chi Defense Formula. Mystic rank Supreme Core Techniques, Azure Tree Essence Concealment Art, Azure Tree Essence Augmentation Art, Azure Tree Essence Defense Art. Plus 18 additional Supreme Tier with Affinity Techniques. The sheer breadth of its contents left Han Yuan breathless. Henceforth, he need never fret over cultivation arts again. Are you satisfied? Patriarch Xian smiled faintly. Even true disciples rarely receive techniques extending beyond the nascent soul realm. Only secret disciples qualify for such direct transmission, ascending seamlessly from chi refinement all the way to nascent soul. You may not comprehend its worth yet, but someday when you encounter wandering cultivators trapped eternally at the nascent soul stage, unable to advance further, you will grasp, truly grasp, the immeasurable value of being a secret disciple. The Tao cannot be lightly transmitted. Han Yuan understood the gravity of those words. It was simple arithmetic. Even true disciples of Dishan's sect lacked eligibility for nascent soul inheritance. Across the entire sect, only 17 disciples held such privilege. How many cultivators did the sect host? Golden Core elders certainly numbered more than 17, yet none possessed the right to inherit nascent soul arts. And he, merely at the chi refinement stage, had already secured that sacred inheritance. At that moment, he realized the staggering magnitude of his earlier feat before the Lingwen ancient stone wall, where 7 glyphs had blazed forth simultaneously. Only such a celestial omen could have moved an elder patriarch of nascent soul rank to grant him secret disciple status without hesitation. I am profoundly satisfied. I swear to cultivate diligently, for the future of Dishan's sect, for the glory of Gumu Peak, and to magnify both our sect and our peak, Han Yuan affirmed with unwavering resolve. Patriarch Xian chuckled soundlessly. First attain Golden Core, Then speak of such grand ambitions. Han Yuan scratched his head. Beyond inheritance, may I receive further resources? My cultivation pace feels rather sluggish. Have you not already acquired the Songming cave abode? Patriarch Ziyun asked, puzzled. Han Yuan flushed with embarrassment. I dare not draw undue attention, Elder Patriarch. You understand. Heh? Patriarch Ziyun smiled faintly. Secret disciples naturally enjoy privileges, even the right to select freely from Gumu Peak's treasure vault artifacts. Heavy treasures all lie within your reach. Han Yuan's eyes lit up. Then, simple. I shall assign you tasks, complete them, and rewards follow. I mentioned this earlier. Given your current Chi Refinement 6th layer, your first task is straightforward: master Ancient Tree Chi Recovery Formula, Ancient Tree Chi Defense Formula, and Ancient Tree Spirit Nourishing Cultivation Method to perfection. The Chi Recovery Formula exceeds the Chi Concealment Formula in difficulty by tenfold. You have 1 year. Succeed within that span, and you may choose one treasure from the first vault. The Chi Defense Formula proves even more demanding than the Chi Recovery Formula. You shall have 9 years to perfect it, and upon success, you may select one treasure from the second vault. The Spirit Nourishing Cultivation Method governs the Chi Refinement stage. Mastery demands rare karmic fortune, thus no fixed timeline applies. Should you achieve perfection within 10 years, you may claim 2 additional treasures from the second vault. So few. Han Yuan sighed helplessly. Treasures housed here are priceless. Soon enough you'll understand why. Patriarch Ziyun merely shook his head, offering no further explanation. What if I master them ahead of schedule? Han Yuan pressed. Patriarch Ziyun shook his head. Do not aim too high. The timelines I've set are already exceptionally brief. To succeed within them is itself extraordinary. Rushing further would backfire. Clearly no extra rewards would be forthcoming. Han Yuan's eyes gleamed shrewdly. However, I have already mastered the Ancient Tree Chi Concealment Formula to perfection. If mastering the latter 2 merits reward, surely this achievement warrants one as well. Patriarch Ziyun studied him, oddly paused in thought, and nodded. Very well. A small taste of sweetness then. I shall take you to the vault. Han Yuan's eyes sparkled. Many thanks, Elder Patriarch. Follow me. Patriarch Ziyun strode forward, hands clasped behind his back. Han Yuan hastened to keep pace. They walked across Gumu Peak. Along the path numerous outer disciples passed them, yet each without exception instinctively overlooked them both. What technique is this? Han Yuan asked, intrigued. True wood illusion art, a technique I devised myself. Certain plants possess innate illusory properties. After years of observation, I distilled them into this art. Patriarch Ziyun smiled faintly. Hence my Taoist title, Ziyun or Purple Cloud, is also illusory cloud. Han Yuan nodded, awestruck. This art was formidable indeed, ideal for ambushes. Strike once, and victory was assured. I wish to learn it, Han Yuan affirmed. Then complete your task swiftly, Patriarch Ziyun replied coolly. Han Yuan pursed his lips. They arrived at the sect's grand hall, and passed straight through, ignoring the Gumu Peak Master and several Foundation establishment elders conversing inside, proceeding directly to the concealed treasure vault behind the hall. A figure materialized before the vault entrance, bowing deeply to Patriarch Ziyun. Patriarch Ziyun waved dismissively. I seek only one item, no need to attend to me. Yes, Elder Patriarch. The man who appeared, an adult of formidable aura, was undoubtedly a Golden Court elder of Gumu Peak. Yet he failed entirely to perceive Han Yuan's presence. Suddenly he recalled something and turned to Patriarch Ziyun. Elder Patriarch, I heard Lingwen Peak has fallen into decline. Is it because they lack a nascent soul elder? Patriarch Ziyun tilted his head, perplexed. Indeed they do not. But whence springs such a deduction? I observe that this elder recognizes your existence. Thus Elder Du must likewise know whether his own peak harbors a nascent soul elder. Only the absence of such an elder would drive him to urgently seek a promising true disciple. Han Yuan withheld one unspoken truth. His spectacular display before the Lingwen ancient stone wall had drawn no response from Lingwen's elder, yet Gumu Peak's elder had appeared instantly. That silence alone spoke volumes. They conversed as if utterly alone, and the Golden Court elder remained oblivious to the slightest anomaly. Han Yuan suppressed a shiver of awe. Together they entered the vault. Numerous formation arrays guard this vault. Under no circumstances enter secretly. Your inheritance crystal doubles as its key. Patriarch Ziyun added this warning unexpectedly. Han Yuan blinked. Could this be done? He'd given it no thought, yet this deliberate reminder suggested intentionality. There, choose for yourself. Patriarch Ziyun remained rooted, gesturing toward the treasures arrayed before them. Han Yuan scanned the first vault, and immediately beheld chests brimming with spirit stones. Each chest held no fewer than 10,000. Ignore those. They are the least valuable items here, Patriarch Ziyun advised kindly. Han Yuan nodded and turned his gaze elsewhere. Raw materials of indeterminate quality in every hue, weapons, spears, blades, swords, discs, in abundance, pills, talismans, formation discs, and banners, so numerous they blurred before his eyes. Few items registered clearly to him, such as an azure flying sword he'd seen priced at 30,000 spirit stones in the exchange pavilion, affordable only to latest chi refiners or foundation establishment cultivators. He sighed and turned back to Patriarch Ziyun. Elder Patriarch, might you help me select a treasure that enhances my personal cultivation foundation? Unable to decide. Very well, I shall assist this once. But henceforth you must broaden your knowledge. Visit Lingshou Peak, Lingji Peak, Linkai Peak. Familiarize yourself thoroughly. Otherwise, during future expeditions, priceless treasures will lie before you unrecognized. Patriarch Ziyun regarded him with mild disdain. Han Yuan acknowledged the wisdom. These matters were vital. After all, during future excavations, treasure hunts, ignorance would prove fatal. Your instinct is sound for one at your stage. A treasure-strengthening foundational essence holds paramount importance. Patriarch Ziyun stepped toward a jade vial and pointed. This contains 100 drops of purple vine heart fluid, harvested from golden courtier vines. It subtly enhances your wood affinity root. Your current root quality is merely middling, indeed too low. The first drop yields the strongest effect. Subsequent ones diminish progressively. Still, consuming all 100 will elevate your root, perhaps not to superior grade but sufficiently to accelerate your cultivation. Han Yuan's eyes widened. A treasure capable of enhancing one's affinity root. Ranked among the most valuable treasures in the first vault, one drop costs 10,000 spirit stones, and even then, it is unobtainable on the open market. Consider yourself fortunate, Patriarch Ziyun remarked. Han Yuan snatched the vial with delight, immediately sealing it within his storage pouch, fearing the elder might rescind the gift. Patriarch Ziyun smiled faintly. To expect the horse to run, one must first feed it well. He trusted Han Yuan would soon deliver triumphant news. Han Yuan bid farewell to the Violet Cloud ancestor and returned to the Spirit Inscription Peak. As he passed by a courtyard belonging to an inner disciple, his nose involuntarily twitched. This scent feels familiar. Could it be junior sister Lu Cici's? Han Yuan glanced around in confusion. Wait, why is my sense of smell so acute? Startled, Han Yuan subconsciously glanced at the contract spirit inscription in his sea of consciousness, his eye twitching. Could this be Wang Kai's ability? Did I actually also pilfer Wang Kai's olfactory ability? But why haven't I noticed this power before? Han Yuan took another gentle sniff and took a few steps, his gaze slowly settling on a nearby courtyard. He raised an eyebrow. Does Lu Cici have some hidden agenda? He pondered for a moment, then cautiously approached the courtyard, carefully concealing his aura along the way. Upon reaching the edge of the courtyard, he discovered it was shrouded by a sound-isolating formation. The formation was not particularly advanced enough to block sound, but any attempt to probe it with spiritual sense would instantly break it, alerting those inside. Han Yuan scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed the willow tree in the yard. Planting trees in courtyards was a custom of the Earth God sect, and this particular willow was exceptionally tall, with many branches extending beyond the courtyard walls. Those branches were not within the formation's coverage. Even when the wind stirred the branches, it did not disrupt the formation, as the formation's ripples could automatically identify the willow's trunks and leaves flowing around them. Thus, while the area outside the branches was isolated by the formation, the interior of the branches lay outside its range. This was a flaw in the formation. But most people couldn't exploit this flaw. However, Han Yuan could. He extended a thread of his spiritual sense onto a willow branch, following it upward through the plant's interior. The willow tree accepted Han Yuan's spiritual sense without resistance, even sending back fragmented thoughts of familiarity. His spiritual sense traveled through the tree's body, bypassing the sound-isolating formation. Not only did he hear voices, but through the willow, he could also see the scene in the courtyard. Beneath the willow tree sat 3 people. An elder, a young man, and a graceful young woman, none other than Lu Sisi. The young man was turning his head away, looking at the willow tree with a sullen expression, unaware that this gave Han Yuan a clear view of his face. Han Yuan recognized him as Lu Xinghe, whose portrait Chang Chun had shown him before. The elder, however, was unfamiliar. Han Yuan wondered what they were up to.
Xinghe, it seems your ambition to become a true disciple has failed. The family's decision is that you need to be apprenticed to a foundation establishment elder.
The elder said calmly. Lu Xinghe said gloomily,
I had it all planned out. With Han Yuan's comprehension, the sect master would surely favor him. He becomes a true disciple of the main peak, and ID undoubtedly secure the spirit inscription peak true disciple position. Who knew he was all show?
Lu Sisi hummed softly.
That's not necessarily true. The Manor Lord's talent is beyond your imagination. He's already at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Do you know how old he is? Only 18. Do you understand the significance of being 18?
Lu Xinghe snorted coldly.
Fool, if you had that many resources, you could break through several realms in a year too. Do you understand the value of resources for a true disciple? You?
Lu Sisi thought for a moment, but couldn't find a retort.
Enough, what's all this arguing about?
The elder snorted coldly.
Xinghe, you know the value of being a true disciple. From now on, stop opposing Han Yuan. What happened before had limited consequences. Even if the rumor about his genius comprehension spreads, it's not a big deal. But you must not do anything more. Otherwise, even if you don't act, our Lu family will be implicated if something happens to him. Pull back the people you stationed at his gate immediately. Do you think the higher-ups are blind? Yes, elder.
Lu Xinghe nodded gloomily. The elder then looked kindly at Lu Sisi and said gently,
Sisi, you've done well. Infiltrating the Songming Manor and establishing a solid foundation. Keep it up, and becoming Han Yuan's trusted right hand will be simple. The family will allocate resources to help you secure your position in the Songming Manor, so don't worry about your cultivation base or foundation lagging behind.
Lu Sisi nodded happily.
Thank you, elder. Also, the family hopes you can go a step further if possible.
The elder said with a sly smile.
A step further.
Lu Sisi was taken aback.
That's right. Han Yuan is only 18 or 19 now, and you're 20. You two can get along. If you could become his Dao companion, the benefits for the family would be even greater.
Lu Sisi slowly shook her head.
No, elder. I can't do that. Since I've become Han Yuan's subordinate, I cannot compromise the Manor Lord's interests, or well end up with nothing.
The elder said with a tone of frustration.
Why are you so foolish? Who said you have to compromise his interests? Take the spirit rice in its Songming Manor, for example. When it matures, it needs to be sold right. Who can he sell it to? The sect won't offer a high price, and he has no channels. You could step in and help the Lu family buy the spirit rice. That would allow him to sell it quickly, recoup his investment fast, and we can offer a slightly higher price than the sect. He would actually earn more. We buy the spirit rice at wholesale and distribute it through various channels, naturally making a profit too. It's a win-win situation.
He paused and continued.
More importantly, he has no background, yet he's a tempting target. Cooperating with our Lu family means we'll also bear some risk for him. We'll support him from behind, making him safer. In short, it's mutually beneficial.
Lu Sisi hesitated, pondering the elder's words. They did seem to make sense. Seeing her waver, the elder pressed on.
Also, your parents' branch will receive rewards for your contributions. Your mother's status seems low, but a daughter's merit brings honor to her mother. The more you do for the family, the more she benefits. At the very least, we can prepare a barrier-breaking pill for her to reach the late chi refinement stage.
Lu Cece was momentarily stunned, recalling her mother's previous melancholy. Finally, she nodded.
I'll do my best. I'll try to become his right hand. As for becoming his doubt companion, I can't promise that. And I understand.
The elder smiled with great satisfaction. The value of a true disciple was considerable. The annual output from all those spirit fields alone amounted to hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Even skimming 10 to 20% would yield 100,000 spirit stones, not to mention the various conveniences and privileges the status brought. The benefits were immense. A collateral daughter with mediocre aptitude was a small price to pay for such a bounty as surefire profit. Han Yuan, overhearing these words, fell into deep thought. It seemed his apparent status as a true disciple was tempting enough to attract the attention of some cultivation families. The Lu family was making its move now. What about the others? He mused silently as the conversation in the courtyard continued. After finishing with Lu Cece, the elder turned his gaze to Lu Xinghe. Noticing the look, Lu Xinghe asked doubtfully,
Elder, is there something else? Now, he doesn't seem to have anyone capable by his side. No, Elder. Even if I can't be a true disciple, I can still secure a core disciple position. My foundation establishment pill is ready. I can attempt a breakthrough anytime. I was only waiting for the true disciple position. Now that it's out of reach, I'll become a core disciple as soon as possible and then prepare for my breakthrough.
Lu Xinghe quickly refused, not giving the elder a chance to finish. He had indeed missed the chance to become a true disciple, but he refused to admit he was inferior to Han Yuan. Once he broke through to foundation establishment, he would have a shot at the Golden Core stage. As a Golden Core true person, his status would be no less than that of a true disciple. The elder nodded. He knew Lu Xinghe was not one to play second fiddle. It was a pity that Lu Xing's luck had been poor. He had come to the Spirit Inscription Peak thinking he had a chance, only to fail in the end. Sensing there was nothing more interesting to hear, Han Yuan quietly left. On the way, he noticed a message from a disciple named Di Qing requesting a visit. He actually remembered this person. It was Di Qing who had collected the first batch of blood spirit rice. They had exchanged contact information back then, and now Di Qing was reaching out. He hadn't planned to bother, but recalling the conversation he had just overheard, he replied with a message agreeing to meet in 3 days. Then, without another thought, he quickly returned to the Songming Manor. Unnoticed, he entered the cultivation chamber in Songming Tower, ready to refine the purple vine with heart sap. Within the cultivation chamber, spiritual energy was as abundant as ever. The amplified spiritual energy formed a mist enveloping Han Yuan's figure. He retrieved a jade bottle from his storage pouch and examined it closely. This jade bottle was no ordinary object, it was actually a second-grade magical artifact. Artifacts were graded first grade corresponded to Qi refining, second grade to foundation establishment, third grade to golden core, and fourth grade to nascent soul, and so on. Spiritual tools were also graded, but they started at the second grade, similar to artifacts thereafter. Dharma treasures were graded as well, with the lowest being the third grade corresponding to the golden core stage. Spiritual treasures had a minimum grade of fourth corresponding to the nascent soul stage. Within the same grade there were distinctions in type and quality. In terms of type, spiritual treasures were superior to Dharma treasures, which were superior to spiritual tools, which were superior to magical artifacts. However, when crossing grades, the situation varied. Generally, a fourth-grade magical artifact was more powerful than a third-grade Dharma treasure. The specific differences between magical artifacts and spiritual tools need not be elaborated here. Han Yuan infused his spiritual power into the jade bottle, and its lid opened automatically. A refreshing fragrance assailed his nostrils. Tilting the bottle, a single drop of crystalline purple-green liquid fell slowly. Han Yuan tilted his head back and swallowed the drop of wisteria hardwood liquid. He resealed the jade bottle and began to refine the hardwood liquid he had ingested. A vast cooling sensation spread from his abdomen throughout his entire body. Han Yuan carefully sensed the situation within his body. He was curious what exactly was a spirit root. Spirit roots were the most crucial element in the early stages of cultivation. Without one couldn't even absorb spiritual energy. Since spirit roots could be detected, cultivators should be able to perceive them as well. Han Yuan followed the trail of purple-green energy and was astonished to see it surging towards his vertebrae. It was entering his bones. Han Yuan was shocked. His spiritual sense pursued it, but he only saw the purple-green energy vanish inexplicably, revealing nothing. At that moment, his wood-spirit heart began to beat faintly. In a trance, Han Yuan seemed to enter a unique state of consciousness. Within his spiritual sense, where there had been nothing, a green luminescent body suddenly appeared embedded in the center of his spinal column, appearing in a segmented form. He saw 10 small segments at the very bottom, forming a complete large segment. On the second large segment, however, there were only 3 small green luminescent bodies. Spirit root? So this was the spirit root. Han Yuan clearly saw those purple-green energies falling into the 4th small segment of the second large segment, accelerating the growth of this part of the spirit root.
So this is what a spirit root looks like. If one large segment represents a lower-grade spirit root, then 2 large segments represent a middle-grade spirit root. My spirit root has only 1 large segment and 3 small segments, which is merely the lower tier of middle-grade spirit roots.
Seeing the condition of his spirit root so vividly was immensely exciting for Han Yuan. Under his gaze, the purple-green energy filled the 4th small segment by a full 1/10.
That's a bit meager. Even considering the most effective first drop, it would probably take 100 drops to fill the 4th small segment. Even then, it would cost over 1,000,000 spirit stones and be priceless on the market.
Han Yuan thought such treasures were best used by geniuses, who were just 1 small segment away from upgrading their grade. Taking it might allow them to ascend. However, in the eyes of Purple Cloud ancestor, Han Yuan was evidently far more important than even a superior or supreme grade spirit root.
But I have a golden finger, so the effect won't be ordinary.
Han Yuan opened his eyes and looked ahead. Sure enough, a die was spinning. The moment his gaze swept over, the die stopped spinning.
7.
As soon as the number 7 appeared, the die vanished, replaced by several lines of explanatory text.
Random boost multiplier 7. Wisteria hardwood liquid effect increased by 700.
The purple-green energy that had been consumed reappeared in his dantian in quantities far greater than before. This purple-green energy slowly flowed into his wood spirit root just as before. The wood spirit root was growing at an astonishing speed. Han Yuan watched this scene in delight. When the purple-green energy dissipated, the 4th small segment of his wood spirit root's second large segment was already 8 full. Such was the charm of a 7-fold boost. Terrifying. Han Yuan had to marvel again at the power of his golden finger. This ability to conjure energy out of thin air was simply heaven-defying. Han Yuan carefully sensed the surrounding with spiritual energy. It was indeed easier to perceive than before, and he even felt his control over it had improved slightly. Spirit roots were undeniably the most important talent for a cultivator in the early stages. Disciples with superior grade spirit roots were treated as inner disciples upon joining a sect. Those with supreme grade spirit roots were treated as core disciples. Han Yuan with his middle grade spirit root also enjoyed benefits, receiving the treatment of an outer disciple. Those with superior grade spirit roots had hope of breaking through to the golden core stage, while those with supreme grade spirit roots had hope of reaching the nascent soul stage. Beyond nascent soul, spirit roots were no longer the sole factor, but this already demonstrated their immense importance. Han Yuan hesitated no longer. He took out the jade bottle again and dripped a single drop of the spirit liquid into his mouth. The second time he swallowed the hardwood liquid, the die began to spin immediately. He had also noticed that generally for the same item the die would appear later the first time, but it would activate quickly on subsequent uses.
Random boost multiplier 6.
A 6-fold random boost. Han Yuan hurriedly began to digest the hardwood liquid energy that had materialized in his abdomen. His wood spirit root began to rise again. This time, the hardwood liquid completely filled the 4th small segment and began to attack the fifth small segment. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye he had swallowed the 10th drop of hardwood liquid. To his delighted surprise, his wood spirit root had successfully filled all 10 small segments of the second large segment. His middle-grade spirit root was now complete. A trace of energy even began to sprout at the first small segment of the third large segment. Han Yuan's joyful expression suddenly turned to one of astonishment.
Wait, the wood spirit root in the third large segment consumed so much energy.
The drop of hardwood liquid had only consumed a small portion of its energy. The majority should have been enough to fill half of the first small segment of the third large segment. But now it had only filled less than 1/10. Upon closer inspection, it was merely 1/20. Han Yuan suddenly realized.
No wonder such a remarkable treasure was still placed on the first floor of the vault. It turns out its effect on superior grade spirit roots is so weak. And this is even with the random boost multiplier. It seems I was overthinking things before.
Thinking about it, this hardwood liquid was derived from a golden core stage wisteria demon. If it were so powerful for a superior grade spirit root, the wisteria demons would probably have been hunted to extinction.
But for me, even if its effect is weakened tenfold, what does it matter? I've only used 10 drops.
Han Yuan pondered and realized that even with an average 10-fold boost, 90 drops probably wouldn't be enough to fill his third large segment.
I hope my luck is good. I hope I can get a few large multipliers.
Han Yuan felt some pressure. But he wasn't too panicked. With 90 drops, there were bound to be opportunities for a large multiplier. He had already experimented with the spirit gathering formation effect and found that around every 50 tries a large multiplier was guaranteed. Sure enough, when he swallowed the 48th drop of wisteria hardwood liquid, a massive number appeared before him.
Random boost multiplier 24. Wisteria hardwood liquid effect 24.
The effect was boosted 24 times. The fifth small segment, which was only a third full, was instantly brought to near completion. The increase was over 60 times the normal amount. Clearly, the 24-fold boost wasn't merely a simple multiplication of quantity. The quality must have improved significantly as well. Moreover, the more times he used it, the more frequent large multipliers became, with multipliers like 13 and 15 appearing often. Han Yuan silently consumed the wisteria hardwood liquid. When he swallowed the 99th drop of wisteria hardwood liquid, a staggering number appeared before him.
Random boost multiplier 32.
32 times was the largest multiplier Han Yuan had ever seen. The 10th small segment was already 9/10 full. After swallowing this drop, it quickly reached completion and forcefully occupied a portion of the first small segment of the fourth large segment. At that moment, his wood spirit root underwent another transformation, evolving from a superior grade to a supreme grade spirit root. He swallowed the final drop of hardwood liquid only to find that this 10-fold boosted drop was completely ineffective, having no impact on the first small segment of the fourth large segment. Han Yuan felt a sense of relief. It seemed that his true breakthrough into the ranks of supreme grade spirit roots was thanks to the 32-fold random boost. Otherwise, he would have only reached the peak of a superior grade spirit root, unable to surpass it by even half a step. The next morning, Han Yuan stood at the edge of the spirit field executing the chi sword slash to clear the weeds that had regrown. Weeds had sprouted again among the fields he had just cleaned yesterday.
Where do these weeds even come from? Their vitality is too tenacious.
Han Yuan couldn't help but complain. His spiritual sense traced the growth of the weeds following the roots deep into the soil. Countless root systems greedily absorbed every ounce of nutrients, fueling their relentless expansion. He gazed at them, lost in thought, pondering the nature of these weeds. Lu Sisi cautiously approached. Seeing Han Yuan seemingly in a state of contemplation, she quickly grabbed Wang Cai, who was about to rush over, and gave him a look that said,
"Wait!"
Wang Cai didn't catch her gaze, but understood her gesture. He halted, curious, staring at the standing Han Yuan. His doggy mind wondered, why is the master slacking off halfway through work? A quarter of an hour later, Han Yuan came back to his senses. He withdrew his spiritual sense and felt his inner energy. His spiritual power had become more active, the wood spirit core had expanded slightly, and its spirituality seemed richer. He had just marveled at the weed's tenacity, recalling scenes of forests and grasslands from the animal documentaries of his past life. Somehow a spark of enlightenment struck, and his cultivation seemed to have advanced a notch. Was this the terror of an extreme grade with spirit root? Every tiny insight related to his techniques could be transformed into strength. He withdrew his thoughts and turned to Lucisi.
What is it?
Lucisi hesitated.
Senior brother Han, I wanted to ask, after these spirit rice plants mature, how do we sell them?
Han Yuan replied casually.
Just find a place to sell them, isn't that simple? Doesn't the sect also buy spirit rice?
A flicker of joy crossed Lucisi's face as she prepared to speak the words she had rehearsed. Suddenly Han Yuan slapped his forehead.
Oh, I remember now. When I harvested the first batch of spirit rice, a senior brother Di Qing from the spirit plant peak came to collect it. He said yesterday he'd visit me in 3 days. I'll ask him how to sell the spirit rice then. Haha, junior sister Lu, you reminded me well. Ah. This. Oh. Di Qing. He said he'd visit. You agreed, lord of the manor. I mean, shouldn't we prepare something to receive a guest?
Lucisi coughed, nearly choking. Han Yuan's eyes held a smile.
No need to prepare anything. But look into this Di Qing for me. He didn't visit before, but now that I'm confirmed as a true disciple, he suddenly wants to come. There must be something behind it.
Lucisi said firmly.
Yes, senior brother. I'll dig up everything about him. Could I trust you?
Han Yuan nodded. Lucisi hurried away. Han Yuan continued farming. Wang Kai ran over eagerly, extending a paw offering to help.
Haha, can you weed? These roots go deep underground.
Han Yuan laughed. Wang Kai raised his dog head proudly. Purple flame suddenly erupted from his paw, landing on a weed and reducing it to ashes in an instant. Wang Kai looked at Han Yuan smugly. Han Yuan shook his head, with a smile, pointing a finger. He cast the verdant spirit art. Green energy fell on the spot Wang Kai had burned. To Wang Kai's utter astonishment, a fresh new sprout grew from the ashes, taller than before. Wang Kai scratched his chest, circled the weed, his doggy face full of confusion.
Woof!
What's going on?
Haha, that's the nature of plants. They may be hard to move, but it's equally hard to truly kill their vitality. As long as life force persists, life goes on. Woof! Woof!
Wang Kai's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand something. Flames erupted from his paw again, burning the newly grown weed, completely following the roots all the way down until the ground itself was scorched dry. Wang Kai bared his doggy grin, wagging his tail furiously, seeking approval from Han Yuan. Han Yuan's mouth twitched.
Take a look at the spirit rice beside you.
Wang Kai glanced at the adjacent spirit rice plant. Its stalk was dry, leaves wilted, on the verge of death. Realizing his mischief, Wang Kai quietly backed away, then bolted off in a flash.
Spirit rice is far more delicate than weeds.
Han Yuan looked at the collapsed plant, lost in thought.
If only spirit rice could be as resilient as weeds.
He shook his head, amused by his own fancy. If he truly delved into it, he might develop a new strain, but he didn't have that much time.
Speaking of which, an extreme grade with spirit root also enhances wood element spells.
Han Yuan casually cast another verdant spirit art on the spirit rice. Without hand seals or activating the spell imprint in his dantian, he instantaneously released it with ease. A thought, and the spell was complete. Under the verdant spirit art, the ailing spirit rice revived, its stalk straightening once more.
Only a mastered verdant spirit art could achieve instant casting. I didn't expect to do it at the minor mastery level, and the spell's effect has also improved.
Compared to yesterday, only his spirit root had changed, but his cultivation and spellcasting efficiency had both improved. The boost from an extreme grade spirit root was truly remarkable. Even the comprehension required for mastering spells had diminished. Han Yuan then cast the spirit rain art, but sensed no change. He tried the earth nurturing art, which showed a slight improvement, though not significant. It wasn't until he used the constant temperature art that he noticed a clear difference. His control over the constant temperature art had greatly increased. The temperature was more precise, and the range seemed broader. He even gained new insights into the purple flame ability shared by Wang Kai.
Fire element spells. Wood feeds fire,
Han Yuan mused. He took out his token and sent a message to Changchun. Changchun quickly returned to the cave dwelling.
Lord of the Manor, I've gathered over 70 items with permanent enhancement effects. Do you need them now?
Oh,
that fast. All right, let me see them first. Also, did you bring the spirit measurement stone I asked for? Yes.
Changchun quickly handed Han Yuan a list and a spirit measurement stone. Han Yuan scanned the list and nodded with satisfaction.
Here are a few condensing chi pills. Use them for your cultivation.
Han Yuan handed him a jade bottle. Overjoyed, Changchun took the bottle and tactfully withdrew. Han Yuan returned to the cultivation chamber and placed his hand on the spirit measurement stone. Soon 5 beams of light, green and red, lit up the stone. But Han Yuan was surprised. His wood spirit root had indeed reached extremigrade, albeit barely. That was still extreme grade. Amazingly, his fire spirit root had reached high grade. Earth spirit root was at mid-grade. Water and metal spirit roots remained low grade, but they seemed to have reached the peak of low grade.
This is possible.
Han Yuan was astonished. He had suspected as much when testing spells, but the actual measurement confirmed it. While his wood spirit root reached extremigrade, the other roots had also benefited. It was unexpected, yet it made sense. No wonder the consumption for upgrading to high grade increased tenfold. Some with spirit root energy converted to fire, and fire to earth. The tenfold increase didn't seem excessive. A satisfied smile spread across Han Yuan's face. This was far better than a mere extreme grade with spirit root, which limited development. Now all his roots had improved, allowing for comprehensive growth. Especially the fire spirit root enhancement, which would aid in artifact forging and alchemy. But first, he needed to focus on raising his cultivation level.
Cultivation is the foundation. Whether farming or alchemy, it all serves to advance my cultivation. I must never forget that.
Han Yuan reminded himself, then immediately began his first cultivation session with his new extreme grade with spirit root. With a single inhale, a surge of wood-type spiritual energy poured directly into his body, all his pores opening wide to simultaneously absorb the surrounding chi. His body, like an abyss, devoured the spiritual energy around him.
Damn, this is too intense. My meridians can't take it.
Han Yuan's expression shifted as he hastily retrieved a vessel-protecting pill and swallowed it. An illusory die spun rapidly.
Hurry up, stop spinning.
The die came to an abrupt halt, the number landing on 13. Random amplification multiplier 13 vessel protecting pill efficacy 13 vessel protecting pill toxin 100. The pill's power proliferated swiftly, spreading throughout his body to shield the meridians from the torrent of spiritual energy, especially the countless minute vessels beneath his skin, some of which had burst. Under the pill's restorative effects, they slowly healed. These minuscule meridians, as numerous as capillaries, resembled plant roots anchoring themselves to Han Yuan's skin surface. They converged layer by layer into smaller meridians, then into larger ones, finally flowing into his dantian and with spirit heart. Normally, the vessel-protecting pill's effects couldn't reach these fine meridians, but with a 13-fold boost, it was anything but normal. Han Yuan's condition soon stabilized. He had never imagined the gap between a supreme grade and mid-grade spirit root could be so vast. Previously, even with full effort in cultivation, his meridians were unaffected. Now, before he even pushed himself, they were already straining. Indeed, he had held back. He wasn't operating the ancient wood-nurturing art at full capacity, only exerting 30% of its power. Yet the volume of spiritual energy he absorbed was 10 times greater than before. If he unleashed full power, would it reach over 30 times? Did a normal supreme grade with spirit root truly cultivate this absurdly fast? Multiple factors might be at play, but investigating the cause was not the priority now. Han Yuan immersed himself wholly in refining the spiritual energy. As cultivation progressed, he gradually realized that the primary and secondary meridians, even the 96 minor ones, were not the main conduits for refining spiritual power. On the contrary, it was those seemingly insignificant minute meridians that supplied a vast amount of spiritual power. The total length of human capillaries is 90,000 kilometers. The sum of these miniature meridians was no small number. Even individually tiny, their collective capacity was dozens of times that of the main and secondary meridians. In a daze, Han Yuan felt as if he had become an ancient tree. The 8 main meridians were its trunk, the dantian its fruit, the wood spirit heart its core, and the smaller and minute meridians its roots and rootlets, anchoring him into the soil of heaven and earth, greedily absorbing nutrients. Even his spiritual sense extended like invisible rootlets, drawing power from the distant firmament. As his consciousness spread beyond Sungming Tower, he seemed to perceive kindred beings similar to himself. Closest to him was a familiar banyan tree. In this unique perspective, the banyan, like him, was absorbing surrounding spiritual energy through its roots and leaves. The banyan seemed to sense his spiritual awareness and emitted a friendly, joyful pulse. He also saw more spiritual trees and plants farther away, all in the same state. But soon Han Yuan noticed something amiss. These spirit plants absorbed spiritual energy at a decent pace, yet there was no turbulent surge of qi. Though they were absorbing qi, they were simultaneously releasing it. The amount released was slightly less than what was absorbed, but the impact on the surrounding spiritual energy concentration was minimal. For instance, he often sat under the banyan tree and never felt a significant change in qi density, as if the plant wasn't absorbing anything at all. If he absorbed spiritual energy in the outside world, it would surely create a vortex of qi, causing quite a stir. Why was this happening? Han Yuan couldn't help but recall the content of the ancient wood qi returning art. This was the core technique to cultivate after the ancient wood qi concealing art. He retrieved it from his mind and studied it closely. Gradually, understanding dawned on Han Yuan. If the ancient wood qi concealing art allowed one to blend into the trees, then the ancient wood qi returning art made one become an ancient tree itself. Where did a plant's nourishment come from? One source was the sky, sunlight, air, and the other was the earth. When a plant transcended to become a spirit tree, it was the same. It absorbed not only qi from the air but also from the earth, converting it into its own spiritual power and returning the excess to the sky, forming a cycle of qi. The roots of a spirit tree drew qi from the earth not through sheer effort, but through this cyclic flow of qi. Similar to the siphon effect, this was a special phenomenon of qi, which could be called the qi siphon effect. Spirit trees were born with this ability, almost a racial gift. Typically, for every unit of qi released, they could absorb double the amount. Such profound secrets lay hidden within an ordinary spirit tree. And the ancient wood qi returning art, a supporting technique for the simplified ancient wood nurturing art from the Jinmu immortal canon, utilized this very qi siphon effect. Incredible, absolutely incredible. What brilliant minds must have created these techniques and arts? Han Yuan marveled. Even learning from predecessors was difficult for him now, while they had comprehended these arts by observing heaven and earth. In comparison, he felt a deep sense of inadequacy. No match at all. Even if I fully master these techniques and arts, I have no right to be proud. Han Yuan sighed inwardly and began to cultivate refining spiritual energy, while simultaneously studying the ancient wood qi returning art. This art could only be comprehended during cultivation, hence, it was called a supporting technique. Under his rapid cultivation, he made swift progress in mastering the basics of the ancient wood qi returning art. At a certain moment, his spiritual sense seemed to pierce through the ground's barrier, finally detecting a faint pulse of earth veins. Oh! It seems the cultivation chamber's floor has been modified, making it easy to connect with the earth veins, perfect for my training. Han Yuan felt a pleasant surprise. The conditions for cultivation were absolutely optimal. Indeed, when he used his spiritual sense to pull, a strand of much denser qi rose from beneath the stone floor, penetrating his skin and surging into his body. The consumption of spiritual sense was rapid. To drag this single strand of earth vein qi, he expended 100 times the spiritual sense needed to absorb qi from the air. Yet Han Yuan remained calm. Under the guidance of his spiritual sense, the earth vein qi began to circulate through his body. As it traveled through the meridians, the qi gradually separated. Part of it became increasingly pure, while the rest remained as it was, though refined by the meridians shedding its heavy quality, and becoming lighter, gradually resembling normal qi. In the end, the pure qi merged into the wood's spirit heart, while the remaining portion took a detour in the main meridians, diverting into secondary meridians, then minor and minute ones, until it drilled out of Han Yuan's pores and returned to the world. The next moment, when he drew another strand of earth vein qi, the consumption of spiritual sense dropped tenfold, now only 10 times that of absorbing ambient qi. Thus he had achieved the initial mastery of the ancient wood qi returning art. A tiny qi siphon effect had formed within his body. Though the consumption at this stage was still 10 times greater than normal, this was merely the beginning. At minor mastery, consumption would equal normal. At major mastery, it would be 1/10, and at perfection the qi returning speed would be 100-fold. The ancient wood qi returning art truly deserved its status as a core technique, absolutely formidable. The endurance was maxed out. Suddenly an illusory die appeared before Han Yuan's eyes.
Here it comes!
Han Yuan was somewhat startled. The die spun rapidly before him. He couldn't discern how many faces it had, or what numbers were on them, nor did he know if he'd be able to see clearly at a higher realm.
Stop!
Han Yuan willed. The die halted instantly. The number landed on
5.
Han Yuan paid it no mind, instead looking down at the ground. 5 strands of earth vein qi were drawn from beneath the surface, surging into Han Yuan's body. They cycled in the same manner, forming 5 qi siphon effect loops. When he next absorbed 6 strands of earth vein qi, he enjoyed the benefit of reduced consumption. Han Yuan was curious whether these 5 strands of qi originally existed in the earth veins, or were generated out of nothing.
Forget it, why dwell on this? I need to reach major mastery as soon as possible. Even if it's not a perpetual motion machine, my cultivation speed will surely increase further.
Han Yuan cultivated diligently. The vessel-protecting pill's effects depleted surprisingly fast. Even the 13-fold potency seemed insufficient for long. His demand for vessel-protecting pills would be extremely high in the future. A sudden thought struck him.
If I refine pills myself, will I enjoy the multiplier effect? 1 pill becomes 5. But this doesn't affect something on my own body. It probably won't work. Only by trying will I know.
A full day and night had passed. The effects of the meridian protection pill had already worn off. Han Yuan still stood on the floor of the cultivation chamber, his eyes closed in meditation. If someone were to extend their spiritual sense, they would see that countless root-like filaments covered the surface of his skin, connecting him to the earth veins deep below. A vast amount of dense earth vein spiritual energy flowed through these roots into his body. After circulating within him, a portion of this earth vein spiritual energy remained, while another portion emanated from his skin and flowing hair. Copious amounts of ethereal spiritual energy steamed outward, forming a white mist, making him appear like an immortal. He had become a bridge between heaven and earth, drawing nourishment from the ground and supplying spiritual energy to the heavens. This state was magnificent, yet far too conspicuous. As time passed, his absorption rate did not slow, but the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him visibly calmed, gradually becoming imperceptible. Han Yuan opened his eyes, sensing the unbroken connection to the earth veins that provided him with abundant spiritual energy at every moment. A satisfied smile spread across his face. So this is the true purpose of the ancient wood concealing qi art, Han Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Only now did he understand what a complementary technique truly meant. The ancient wood qi return art alone caused tremendous commotion, and was highly conspicuous, making it easy for others to detect anomalies. Now, by layering the effects of the ancient wood concealing qi art over the ancient wood qi return art, a wondrous thing occurred. The disturbances and violent fluctuations caused by the qi return art vanished entirely, merging into the heavens and earth. As mentioned before, the essence of the concealing qi art was not concealment, but integration. The same principle applied when paired with the qi return art. While circulating the ancient wood qi return art, he simultaneously activated the ancient wood concealing qi art, causing the immense disturbances of the former to blend into the natural world. This allowed heaven and earth to shield him, reducing the commotion to the point of invisibility. This was a truly brilliant combination of techniques. He had initially thought the ancient wood concealing qi art was solely for ensuring the cultivator's safety, but that was merely a secondary benefit. Concealing qi, it was indeed created to hide spiritual energy. The name held multiple layers of meaning, simplicity veiling profound complexity. This was merely a greatly simplified version of the qi refinement stage technique from the Jianmu immortal canon, yet it concealed so many mysteries. Those with lesser comprehension would never grasp this point. Han Yuan smiled, glancing at the fading lines of text. Random boost multiplier 6 ancient with qi return art mastery effect 6 a 6-fold boost. The results were satisfactory. In a single day and night, the qi return art had advanced from initiation to mastery. This was due to the top grade with spirit root, the mid-grade earth spirit root, the wood spirit heart, the wood and forest spirit inscriptions, the enhanced technique, and the superior cultivation environment and conditions. This method differed from others requiring cultivation exclusively while practicing the ancient wood nurturing art. Clearly, the higher the technique's realm, and the longer the cultivation time, the better. One needed at least the minor achievement realm to begin cultivating the ancient, which he return art, otherwise dual focus was impossible. Thus this technique was far too difficult for others. His technique had already reached mastery, and being enhanced rivaled the perfection realm. With the earth veins beneath his feet, and a spirit gathering array equivalent to an earth-grade cave dwelling, he had even forsaken breaking through to Qi refinement layer 7 to cultivate this art. Finally his efforts bore fruit. Upon careful sensing, he found his baseline qi return speed was tenfold. With a 556 multiplier, his speed had soared to 150 times the norm. This already equaled 1.5 times the effect of perfection. Now, as long as I stand upon the earth, spiritual energy will flow endlessly to sustain me. I can use it for cultivation daily, and my endurance in battle will be formidable. However, circulating the ancient would qi return art still consumes spiritual sense. If my spiritual sense is depleted in intense combat, it's all for naught. Moreover, if an enemy is far stronger and defeats me in a single blow, no amount of recovery will help. Mastering this art did not make him invincible. It was immensely helpful in battles of attrition or against equals, but against those of higher cultivation, it was negligible. What use was recovery against a one-shot kill? Thus cultivation realm remained paramount. Yet Han Yuan had another reason for prioritizing this art. It also tempered the meridians. As the dense earth vein spiritual energy passed through his meridians, part of it transformed into ethereal energy returning to heaven and earth. In this process, the heavy essence was gradually absorbed by the meridians, making them as tough as wood while imbuing them with vitality and vigor. Clearly, the technique's creator had considered the fragility of qi refinement cultivators' meridians. The art's perfection effect of 100-fold qi return speed would require a prerequisite technique for meridian training, if not for this built-in reinforcement. But this art needed no prerequisite, as the process of circulating it already strengthened the cultivator's meridians. This effect was also amplified by the multiplier, though it was gradual, as the meridians could not withstand too much spiritual energy in a short time. TSK. High-grade techniques truly are superior. They account for everything. Even if the sect declines and its heritage wanes, as long as a disciple has decent talent and insight, they can cultivate anywhere on any mountain. The speed might be slightly slower, but not by much. Han Yuan once again appreciated the benefits of being a secret disciple. Truly, a single inheritance was enough, everything else was secondary, as the technique had already accounted for all needs. He now eagerly anticipated the ancient would qi control art. Purple Cloud Ancestor had given him a year to master the qi return art, but 9 years for this one. Clearly it was the most challenging. Beyond his progress in techniques, his cultivation realm had also surged, reaching the peak of qi refinement layer 6. What would have taken 2.5 months was accomplished in just 2 days due to a 33-fold cultivation speed boost. And those 2 days excluded the use of meridian protection pills. With yesterday's pill, his total cultivation time had far exceeded the requirement. He even had the opportunity to break through to qi refinement layer 7. But sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. He focused entirely on mastering the qi return art. Overall, the gains were substantial. When he stepped out of Songming Tower, he saw Chongming waiting by the stone table upon which steaming spirit food was laid. Wang Kai occasionally looked up at the table, torn between eagerness and restraint. Lu Cece paced with a furrowed brow, while Qin Feng busily swept the bluestone path, in the distance appearing unusually diligent. Yet all their attention was fixed on the entrance of Songming Tower. When he appeared, they all froze. Wang Kai was the first to act, rushing over and tugging at his pant leg. Woof. Woof. I want to cultivate too. Haha, alright. Once you're showing ambition. From now on you'll join me in cultivation. Han Yuan patted Wang Kai's head with satisfaction. He looked at the others and asked, "What's with all of you today? You seem off." Chang Chun looked at the two with confusion, then spoke first. "Estate Lord, I received a notice from the welfare hall today. They said the supply of meridian protection pills is disrupted. Next month only Qi condensation pills will be available, and only 10 per bottle. I specifically asked. 10 pills is the normal amount for true disciples, but..." Han Yuan raised an eyebrow. So this was how reality worked. Any other news? Chang Chun said solemnly, "The mission hall also sent word urging me to complete the Inner Disciples 3-year mission soon. Inner Disciples must fulfill a sect mission every 3 years. It's been 2 years since I entered the Inner Sect, leaving 1 year. I need to finish it early, or I'll be assigned a bad mission. I recall true disciples have 3 exempted slots for disciples. You can have 1, Han Yuan said. Thank you, Estate Lord. Chang Chun's face lit up, but then he hesitated. However, the mission hall requires you to register it in person, Estate Lord.
Let me go personally. I understand, Chang Chun, rest assured. Since you work for me, I will certainly protect you,
Han Yuan said calmly.
Chang Chun understands.
Chang Chun nodded heavily, then took his leave from Han Yuan to continue searching for treasures that could enhance permanent effects, a task still unfinished as the archives alone held countless texts. Lu Cece then stepped forward to speak. Han Yuan smiled.
Don't rush yet.
He looked at Qin Feng.
You rarely seek me out. Tell me what has happened.
Qin Feng quickly set down his broom and hurried over.
Master of the Manor, do you still remember that Hu Yifan? He has been secretly spreading malicious rumors about you among the outer disciples.
Qin Feng paused briefly. Han Yuan gestured for him to continue.
He says you are utterly unqualified to be a true disciple, that you used underhanded means and spread falsehoods to mislead the peak masters and elders about your abilities, thus deceiving your way into the position of a true disciple. He even testifies as your neighbor about your cultivation progress over the past 2 years, claiming you are slower than him, and secretly incites others to unite against you becoming a true disciple, aiming to oust you from your position.
Qin Feng's face was filled with panic.
Master of the Manor, what should we do?
Lu Cece, upon hearing this, also showed surprise and worry. Han Yuan, however, remained composed.
Have you ever heard of a true disciple being stripped of their title?
Qin Feng shook his head.
I don't know.
Lu Cece then spoke up.
I browsed some historical records before. In the 1,000 years of the Earth God sect, there is no precedent of a true disciple being demoted. Even if one loses all cultivation due to an accident, there is no such case. The only reasons for vacating a true disciple position are death in battle, natural death, or breakthrough.
Han Yuan said calmly.
So that settles it, doesn't it? No matter what means I used to become a true disciple, now that I have assumed the position, I am not afraid of being ousted. If I were truly removed, there would be a first time and a second. Other true disciples, or those aspiring to become one, would not agree to it, and the peak master would not bear the shame.
Lu Cece seemed to ponder. Qin Feng nodded in sudden realization, visibly relieved.
However, this Hu Yifan is indeed overstepping his bounds.
Han Yuan narrowed his eyes.
Is he acting on someone's orders?
He cast a subtle glance at Lu Cece, who had lowered her head. Lu Cece felt a pang of unease, silently wondering if Lu Xinghe was up to mischief again. Qin Feng spoke up.
I think he's just jealous that you obtained the status of a true disciple. I've heard many people are ostracizing him. Perhaps he can't bear it. He often gossips about me behind my back too. Ha, a fool who only knows how to wag his tongue.
Han Yuan understood and did not pay much heed to Hu Yifan. He had just been pondering the reaction from the welfare hall of Lin Peak and the changes in the task hall. A faint smile crossed his mind. It seemed some were dissatisfied with him. But what of it? He was still an inner disciple. Still he needed to give a response, or these people would inevitably grow bolder. Suddenly he recalled what Qin Feng had said about Hu Yifan and narrowed his eyes. He abruptly asked,
Junior sister Lu, what punishment would breaking someone's limbs incur?
Lu Cece was taken aback.
Limbs? Well, the punishment shouldn't be severe, I think. It might just be 3 months of confinement. Limb injuries are still easy to heal.
Lu Cece replied after some thought.
And what if someone accidentally destroys an outer disciple's dantian?
Han Yuan asked in a low voice, deliberately emphasizing the identity of an outer disciple. Qin Feng seemed to grasp the implication and couldn't help but gasp.
That is a very serious matter. It would warrant over 20 or 30 years of confinement where even spiritual energy is scarce. Being locked up for so long would make it nearly impossible to reach Foundation establishment.
Lu Cece said gravely. Han Yuan muttered.
Strike once to avoid 100 blows.
Qin Feng hurriedly said.
Master of the manor, you must not act rashly.
Han Yuan rolled his eyes.
What are you thinking? How could I possibly do it myself? Huh?
Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Han Yuan said.
I recall Hu Yifan has a friend named Wu Chao Right. Go ask him if he's willing to spar with Hu Yifan. If he accidentally injures Hu Yifan, he can come work at Songming Manor after his release. I guarantee he will reach the 9th layer of Qi refining before the age of 60 and give him one chance at Foundation establishment.
Qin Feng's eyes widened. He suddenly felt a surge of temptation to do it himself. On his own, he could never reach the 9th layer of Qi refining before 60 and obtain a Foundation establishment pill to attempt a breakthrough. Han Yuan thought of something and turned to Lu Cece.
With good behavior, can the confinement period be reduced? There should be ways,
Lu Cece said hesitantly, thinking of her family's influence. Though the sect was relatively safe, factions ran deep, and touching interests could draw blood.
Very well. I can find a way to get him out early. Of course, all of this depends on him being willing.
Han Yuan looked at Qin Feng.
Understand? Oh, I understand.
A cold sweat broke out on Qin Feng's forehead.
If he's unwilling, find other friends of Hu Yifan. Someone will be interested. Also, after he's caught, send this to him to make his time inside a bit easier.
Han Yuan tossed him a bottle of qi condensing pills.
Yes.
Qin Feng took it and wiped the sweat from his brow again.
Make sure it's clean, no loose ends. But afterward, you still need to spread some rumors, like saying Han Yuan is a cunning, vengeful villain, or how Hu Yifan ended up after offending true disciple Han. Things like that.
Qin Feng was deeply shaken. Could it really be done this way? Lu Cece also seemed to see Han Yuan in a new light, her demeanor becoming a bit uneasy. Han Yuan looked at their expressions speechlessly. Why were they looking at him like that? When others provoked him repeatedly, even a clay figurine would have some temper. Wasn't he allowed to fight back? He didn't seek trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Qin Feng walked away with heavy steps. Lu Cece stood beside Han Yuan, losing her usual carefree air, her eyes revealing a hint of complexity.
Is there something you need?
Han Yuan asked with a gentle smile. Lu Cece gathered her thoughts before speaking.
Senior brother, I have already investigated Di Qing's identity. Tell me. Di Qing is indeed a member of the Di cultivation family, a direct descendant. Their family primarily deals in spirit plant cultivation and spirit herb trading. Many clan members have joined the planting peak, including some elders. They have extensive connections and cooperate with many alchemists and alchemy families. They are considered a notable golden core family.
Lu Cece reported, thoroughly holding nothing back. Han Yuan looked somewhat surprised.
A random disciple I meet turns out to be from a golden core family. Ah, Manor Master, you underestimate yourself.
Lu Cece explained.
Being able to single-handedly cultivate a season of blood spirit rice before even joining the planting peak shows you have considerable talent in farming. It's natural to attract some attention. If you hadn't soared so quickly, he might have assessed you and invited you to join the planting peak.
Han Yuan nodded in realization. So that was it. In his past life, he had farmed, as a child, knowing some rice-growing techniques. Combined with his spirit root, he indeed had some insights into farming. But times changed. If his golden finger hadn't appeared, he might have followed the path of a pure spirit planter. Lu Cece secretly studied Han Yuan's contemplative expression, and finally gritted her teeth to speak.
Actually, I am also from a golden core family, just a branch. The sect and families are deeply intertwined. Most disciples have family backgrounds. Does Hu Yifan have one?
Han Yuan suddenly asked. Lu Cece was momentarily stunned, not expecting the question. She had worried he might grow to dislike her. She quickly shook her head.
No, he's just an ordinary disciple with no connections or background.
She had just secretly messaged Lu Xinghe to confirm it wasn't his doing. Han Yuan nodded. The sect's waters ran deep. Normally Hu Yifan's grievances, complaints, and slander didn't bother him. But at this critical juncture, if he didn't show some resolve, everyone might think they could bully him. Hu Yifan had simply walked into the line of fire.
All right, continue. I assume your family has given you some task.
Han Yuan smiled slightly.
Ah, yes.
Lu Cece admitted openly. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, a faint blush on her pretty face.
Our family also wishes to cooperate with you, selling mature spirit beasts, fierce beasts, spirit rice, spirit herbs, and so on. Additionally, true disciples have the right to occupy or manage certain properties outside the sect, which we could also collaborate on.
Han Yuan asked curiously.
Don't you specialize in raising spirit beasts? Do you also need spirit rice and spirit herbs?
Lu Cece quickly replied.
A family's operations are naturally diverse, just with different focuses. We also have distribution channels for spirit rice and alchemists. Oh, I see.
Han Yuan showed a contemplative expression.
I'll give you an answer tomorrow, but rest assured the Lu family will have a share.
Lu Cece breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across her face. Qin Feng walked along the mountain path leading to the outer sect of the blazing flame peak, his mind churning with thoughts. At 18, he was still pondering Han Yuan's words, the profound implications of which stirred his heart. The words his parents had spoken to him before their departure 2 years ago gradually resurfaced in his mind, and only then did he begin to understand the complex expression of both relief and worry in their eyes at their parting. Qin Feng let out a faint sigh, then quickly rallied his spirits. The choice I made impulsively might just be the most correct decision of my life. Earlier, upon hearing the rumor that Han Yuan had become a true disciple, he had rushed over in a fit of impulse. Others dismissed it as mere gossip. How could Han Yuan possibly become a true disciple? But he didn't think twice, deciding to come and see for himself first. Then he smoothly became one of Han Yuan's subordinates. In just these 3 months, his cultivation had advanced from the early stage of Qi refining level 3 to the late stage of Qi refining level 3. He had unlimited access to the yellow-grade upper-class cultivation chamber, received spirit condensation pills from Chong Chun's distribution, and occasionally benefited from Chong Chun's guidance on cultivation. How could his progress not be swift? These were all the benefits of aligning himself with Han Yuan. Yet he often worried that his cultivation was too low. As the cave dwelling attracted more people, he feared being reduced to a mere errand boy rendered useless. He dreaded that the bond from 2 years as fellow outer disciples would fade away. He lacked Chong Chun's late Qi refining cultivation and efficiency in handling affairs, nor did he possess Lu Cece's beauty or her family background. He was just a small fry at Qi refining level 3. Once proud in the outer courtyard, he now realized at Songming Cave dwelling that Qi refining level 3 was hardly impressive. So what use was he? But today he seemed to see a way to prove his worth. Take today's task, for instance. It was a dirty job, and spreading rumors afterward was shady and unsavory. Chong Chun had no time for such matters, and Lu Cece would never stoop to it. This left room for him to shine. Gradually Qin Feng's eyes brightened. I will handle this task flawlessly. This is my chance to prove my value. If I can leave even a slight impression on the master of the cave dwelling, how could future benefits elude me? The master offers outsiders a chance at Foundation establishment. Surely he would prepare something for his own people. Suddenly the youthful naivety on Qin Feng's face faded, replaced by a colder aura. Has Wu Chao broken through? If he has, things will get troublesome. Qin Feng squinted. He pondered whether to secretly recruit some helpers. The task had fallen to him only because he had stumbled upon the matter. Otherwise, why would it be his? Besides, accomplishing the task without a few hands would be difficult. With this thought, he changed direction from the path to the outer sect of Blazing Flame Peak. He knew quite a few outer disciples, and servant disciples, though he had paid them little attention before. Now seemed the right time to make contact. Although he was just an errand boy at Sungming Cave dwelling outside, with his astonishing progress to the late stage of Qi refining level 3 just 2 years after joining the sect, he was considered someone of importance, a target for sycophants, especially with the backing of Sungming Cave dwelling and Han Yuan. This shift in mindset changed Qin Feng's approach to things. Half a day later, in a small courtyard, Wu Chao and Hu Yifan engaged in a friendly spar. After a cordial exchange of blows, Wu Chao accidentally destroyed Hu Yifan's dantian. Hu Yifan spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, his face pale, as he clutched his abdomen. His expression twisted with pain and fury. Brother Chao, Wu Chao, why did you destroy my dantian and sever my path of cultivation? Don't you realize you'll be punished by the sect too? Finished. And so are you. Wu Chaos' face showed regret. Junior brother, who I had a moment of distraction and lost control. Lost control. Haha, lost control. Hu Yifan laughed bitterly. Destroying a dantian without causing fatal harm required precise targeting with spiritual sense. How could a mere accident achieve such accuracy? Feeling the spiritual energy dissipating within him, he glared at Wu Chao with hatred. You, just because I caused you to fall out with Han Yuan, you struck me so viciously. No, you've contacted him, haven't you? This is his order, right? He had a grudge against you, so why would he let you off? And you're still doing his bidding. Haha, are you an idiot? See, now he's taking revenge on me just because I made a few snide remarks. Haha, petty man. He's nothing but a petty man. You're such a fool. Really? Hu Yifan spoke with a mix of anger and mockery. Wu Chao looked at him with pity. I just made a mistake myself, and I'll bear the consequences. As for offending true disciple Han, I've already apologized and made amends. Why would he bother with a nobody like me? Hu Yifan stared at him in shock. Apologize and make amends? You would do that? His expression turned dazed, as he suddenly recalled that morning when he saw Wu Chao passing by his door with a wooden box heading toward Han Yuan's residence. He guessed Wu Chao was going to apologize. After hesitating for a long time, he took a wooden box himself that evening, but by then Han Yuan had already left. He had thought Wu Chao, like him, had failed to meet Han Yuan, but clearly the outcome was different from what he imagined. At that moment, regret began to stir in Hu Yifan's heart. Wu Chao, unwilling to waste more words on a cripple, took out his identity token and sent a message to the Law Enforcement Hall. Law Enforcement Hall. I am Wu Chao, an outer disciple of Blazing Flame Peak. I accidentally destroyed a fellow outer disciple's dantian. I am deeply remorseful and wish to confess. Minutes later, a team of late Qi refining disciples arrived swiftly on flying artifacts. The team leader glanced at the listless, but physically unharmed, Hu Yifan, then at the remorseful and earnest Wu Chao, and nodded knowingly. You're the one confessing. Wu Chao said gloomily, yes, it was unintentional. The team leader looked at him indifferently. According to standard procedure, given your confession and the accidental nature of the injury, you'll be sent to the cliff of seclusion for 20 years. Wu Chaos' face showed remorse, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. 20 years was shorter than he had expected. He could afford to wait. No. He did it on purpose. He was ordered by someone, and I know who it is. I want to. Hu Yifan shouted sharply. Do you have evidence? The team leader looked at him. Hu Yifan's words stopped abruptly. But then an idea struck him. No, I've been speaking ill of that Han Yuan these past few days, so he deliberately set me up. It must be. I can have those people testify. You mean the newly promoted true disciple of Spirit Inscription Peak? The team leader asked in surprise. Yes, Hu Yifan affirmed. One of the law enforcement disciples sent him a telepathic message. You, an outer disciple, dare to provoke a true disciple. Do you have any background? Background? What background? Hu Yifan asked, bewildered. The law enforcement disciple shook his head inwardly, thinking, no background, no strength. And you, an outer disciple, skip over inner and core disciples to provoke a true disciple. What were you thinking? Wu Chao said, it's all my fault. I really made a mistake. I am in so much pain. Hu Yifan is my closest friend. If it weren't an accident, how could I have hurt him? The team leader waved for Wu Chao to stop his act and turned back to Hu Yifan. Do you have any concrete evidence? What you said is useless and will only get you confined. Are you sure you want to call those people? Hu Yifan lowered his head. Evidence? I have none. The team leader shook his head. If you had evidence, I might be able to arrange a meeting with true disciple Han. Without it, don't think about false accusations. Take them both away. Well, close the case back at the hall. Both were taken away, drawing the attention of many disciples, who asked what had happened. Hu Yifan was carried low through the air on a flying artifact, his face ashen. Now he could only think of his future. Though he might receive compensation, what use was it to someone without a dantian? It might even attract the covetous eyes of others. He couldn't stay in the sect, and would have to return to the mortal realm. But even their cultivators, rune and martial artists, were numerous. He couldn't even defeat a martial artist now. He glanced at Wu Chao. Wu Chao was to be punished in the cliff of seclusion, but he didn't seem too troubled. The law enforcement disciples didn't treat him like a prisoner. They even exchanged a few words, and Hu Yifan could detect envy in some of their eyes. Envy for being confined. Did they believe Wu Chao would be helped by Han Yuan after his release? 20 years. By then Han Yuan would have long forgotten him. Clearly Hu Yifan still didn't understand. This wasn't about Han Yuan's credibility, but the status, rights, and reputation that all true disciples of the earthly deity sect had upheld for a millennium. What did it mean to be a true disciple? Even Lu Xinghe, a top genius from a Golden Core clan, had deliberately chosen the weakest Spirit Inscription Peak. He could have built his foundation long ago, but didn't rush. What he painstakingly sought was precisely this very thing. A whisper spread among the outer disciples, the newly appointed true disciple Han to retaliate against the Lustunged, Hu Yifan deliberately had someone destroy his dantian, and the deed was done by none other than Hu Yifan's own friend. According to the rumor, true disciple Han was a sinister man, with an intense thirst for revenge. Anyone caught speaking ill of him in private would incur his displeasure and invite retaliation. He was especially fond of testing the loyalty of friends, truly a treacherous character. With such tales circulating, and the sight of Hu Yifan's pitiful state fresh in their minds, everyone fell silent, refraining from uttering another word about Han Yuan. Some even deliberately erased his existence from their thoughts. True disciple Han. Who was that? No one knew. Yet this rumor eventually reached the Di family.
Elder, you summoned me.
Di Qing approached a middle-aged cultivator and spoke with deference. The middle-aged cultivator nodded.
I've heard some rumors about that true disciple Han. Have you heard them too?
Di Qing understood and nodded.
I have. Oh, you've met him. What do you make of him?
The middle-aged cultivator inquired.
Elder,
Di Qing said cautiously.
To be honest, I've only seen him twice, once outside his courtyard and once at the assessment ceremony. My first impression was that he is a gentle-natured person, warm and amiable in his dealings and quite cheerful. The second time from the viewing stand, I could see he was neither arrogant nor impatient. Even after testing at the 4th layer of chi refinement, he showed no haughtiness. He returned to his group, stood quietly in a corner, and smiled at those who approached him. Therefore, I believe the rumors about him are likely false.
The middle-aged cultivator smiled faintly.
I made a point of investigating. Do you know who spread the news? Who?
Di Qing asked, puzzled.
Qin Feng,
the middle-aged cultivator said calmly.
Who is he? Wait, I seem to recall. He's the one from Han Yuan's outer courtyard who first tested at the third layer of qi refinement.
Di Qing was confused.
Why would he spread such rumors? You don't know? He's now one of true disciple Han's people working in his cave dwelling. This whole affair with Wu Chao was likely arranged by him. How is that possible? Would someone deliberately tarnish their own reputation? That Hu Yifan stirred up trouble and got what he deserved. It hardly qualifies as sinister scheming.
Di Qing couldn't comprehend. The middle-aged cultivator affirmed.
But that's exactly what he did. Do you think any true disciple is ever simple? He rose from being an outer disciple with no background to a true disciple. That alone is extraordinary. Can you imagine a 16-year-old boy already planning his future saving spirit stones to exchange for the spirit rain technique? All the while enduring the sneers and mockery of his fellow disciples resisting the temptations of spirit stones and elixir saving for an entire year, even two. Later he even knew to purchase a formation to protect his spirit field, spending half a year's worth of savings without hesitation. Do you think such a person is simple? So young yet so mature, can you truly discern his character? He tarnishes his own name, but what considerations lie behind that? How could you possibly know? Perhaps it's for self-preservation, or perhaps to lure others into a trap.
Upon hearing this, Di Qing fell into deep thought and couldn't help but shudder. The devil was in the details. He had been too naive. A mere 16-year-old orphan without guidance from elders could make such plans and resist all temptations. It was utterly terrifying. He even considered another layer. Where did this youth's farming skills come from? Naturally, from observing the farmers in his village over the years. And it wasn't mere imitation. He summarized insights and innovated. He must have observed for years, and even helped with the work himself. How old was Han Yuan then? Living in a dilapidated thatched hut, struggling to survive day by day, yet, at such a tender age, he was already contemplating his future path. Truly extraordinary. Extraordinary. No matter how he thought about it, it was extraordinary. He had once looked down on Han Yuan for becoming a true disciple, attributing it to luck or cunning. But now, he realized the matter was far from simple. He had been far too superficial. The middle-aged cultivator stroked his beard and nodded with a smile.
It seems your mind hasn't been ossified by your status as a direct descendant of a Golden Core clan. Every true disciple is extraordinary. You must remember that. And this is just true disciple Han of humble origins. Some things we can trace. What about the others? Those who died in battle were killed by opponents of equal rank. The ones who survived who weren't crippled almost all reached the Golden Core realm.
Di Qing nodded slowly.
I called you here to remind you to be mindful of your attitude when you visit him tomorrow. Don't be misled by his appearance or the rumors. Don't underestimate him, but don't bring shame to our family either. How to handle it you must judge for yourself. It'll be outside the cave dwelling. Contact me if anything arises. Yes, Elder.
Di Qing replied solemnly. Another day passed. At dawn, the Han Yuan whom Di Qing deemed extraordinary was still busy in his spirit field.
She sword slash. She sword slash. Where do these weeds come from? When I farmed in the outer courtyard, there were never this many.
Han Yuan couldn't understand. Qin Feng, diligently assisting nearby, smiled and said,
Master, it seems weed seeds can drift along with spiritual energy. Some weeds over time can also become spirit herbs. Their seeds are carried by the circulation of heaven and earth spiritual energy to every corner. So where spiritual energy is dense, there are more weeds, unless the area is sealed off like those adjacent fields where qi doesn't flow, and thus no weeds grow. Or in legendary secret realms where weeds are scarce.
Han Yuan glanced at Qin Feng in surprise.
Is that so? But why don't I feel anything when I absorb spiritual energy? Those seeds are very fragile and have low vitality. They need to absorb a large amount of qi from the soil to truly sprout. If you absorb them into your body, they are immediately refined and expelled as impurities.
Qin Feng explained. Han Yuan looked at Qin Feng as if seeing him anew.
How do you know all this?
Qin Feng coughed.
I have some friends from the planting peak among the outer disciples. I asked them about farming matters during idle chats.
Han Yuan sighed.
There's so much to learn about farming. When my cultivation slows down, it'll definitely delve into the intricacies. But the idea of seeds and spiritual energy is quite fascinating.
Han Yuan extended his spiritual sense to sense the wood attributed qi in the air, but shook his head in disappointment.
I can't see anything, can't detect a trace. I think only a golden core cultivator's spiritual sense can perceive them.
Qin Feng said uncertainly.
Forget it then. Qi sword slash. Qi sword slash.
Streams of metal attributed qi swords darted nimbly among the spirit rice, severing the vitality of the weeds. Qin Feng watched in secret alarm. So many qi swords. He seemed to see more than 30 moving at once. Even for continuous releases it was unreasonable. Could a mere 6-layer qi refinement cultivator's spiritual sense really control so many? Qin Feng was alarmed, but Han Yuan felt nothing. He just wanted to clear the weeds quickly, so he used more qi swords. His spiritual sense bore no burden from controlling them, so he didn't realize that handling so many was unusual. The bell at the cave entrance rang. Han Yuan stopped and looked over. Chang Chun seemed to exchange words with someone outside, then opened the gate. A familiar figure entered, Di Qing.
Oh, a visitor. Let's speed up.
Han Yuan unconsciously increased the number of qi swords. Before Qin Feng's incredulous eyes, the weeds in the field were cleared swiftly. Han Yuan strode away. Only Qin Feng remained rooted to the spot. He felt the threat of death from each of those qi swords, and there were over 100 of them. Lu Sisi, seeing him frozen in the distance, called out,
Qin Feng, go prepare some tea. Oh, right, I'm coming.
Qin Feng snapped out of it and hurried off to prepare tea. On the 4th floor of Songming Pavilion, Han Yuan greeted warmly.
Senior brother Di, it's been a while.
Di Qing responded with deference.
How could I presume to be called senior brother?
In the sect, precedence is given to those with higher attainment. I should address you as senior brother Han. Haha, brother Di is too kind. Please have a seat.
Han Yuan chuckled.
Di Qing sat down somewhat nervously.
Serve tea.
Qin Feng immediately stepped forward to pour tea for Di Qing.
Thank you.
Di Qing cast a deliberate glance at the silently pouring Qin Feng, then at Lu Sisi, who was quietly playing the zither in the corner, and finally at the faintly smiling Han Yuan. How could he not feel a sense of inferiority? Han Yuan asked curiously.
Brother Di, what brings you here? Ahem ahem.
Di Qing coughed twice, stealing a glance out the window. From the 4th floor window, he could see a small patch of spirit rice already planted on the distant spirit fields. These were premium fields. Planting spirit rice was actually a low-value use. Cultivating rare spirit plants would yield greater profits. Looking at the idle fields, an idea began to form in his mind.
Senior brother Han, I came here hoping to cooperate with you,
Di Qing stated bluntly. Lu Six's zither playing paused almost imperceptibly, and she let out a soft hum through her nose. Han Yuan noticed her subtle reaction, a hint of amusement in his eyes, as he asked,
And what kind of cooperation do you have in mind?
Di Qing said,
I can arrange for people to help manage your spirit fields. We'll handle all the planting, and we can split the harvest 50-50.
Han Yuan gave a faint smile upon hearing this.
A 50-50 split leaves me at a disadvantage. I could simply assign tasks to the mission hall. Plenty of disciples would be eager to work here. I'd keep over 90% of the output. Why would I cooperate with you?
Di Qing said confidently.
Senior brother Han, those disciples lack unified management, and their farming skills are generally mediocre, far inferior to ours. I come from a family of planters. We have extensive experience and can boost output by at least 50%. Moreover, relying solely on task assignments for those Shen-grade spirit fields is unreliable. Few take on long-term tasks. We can provide continuous care and supply seeds and seedlings of rare spirit plants, increasing output by another 50%.
In other words, you wouldn't have to lift a finger yet. You'd effectively reap the full benefits of all the spirit fields. Our costs, however, are significant: time, manpower, and so on. Han Yuan listened noncommittally and continued.
And what else?
Di Qing paused, then looked out the window again.
You also have some spirit beast gardens and savage beast enclosures. Here only 2 are currently in use. We could take those over too, and I guarantee you'll be rolling in riches.
Lu Cixi had had enough. She stopped playing the zither and couldn't help but speak up.
Your D family sure has a big appetite. Aren't you afraid of overeating?
Di Qing was taken aback looking at Lu Cixi with confusion. Han Yuan introduced her briefly.
This is Lu Cixi, originally an outer disciple of the spirit beast peak from the Lu family. She manages those 2 beast enclosures. The Lu family?
Di Qing was surprised, his brow furrowing. He hadn't expected someone else to have moved so quickly. Moreover, she had the advantage of being a woman, and she already seemed quite familiar with Han Yuan. The lack of intelligence made Di Qing tense up. He couldn't help but secretly send a message to the clan elder.
Lu Cixi snorted. You only came to visit after senior brother became a true disciple. You value profit over loyalty. I came to see him first. Don't you know the principle of first come first served?
Di Qing seemed to have received a message. He smiled slightly and said,
Junior sister Lu, it turns out you're an elite disciple of the Lu family. My eyes were indeed blind. However, since the Lu family specializes in spirit beasts, it'll refrain from meddling in the beast enclosures.
He turned to Han Yuan and said solemnly,
Senior brother Han, our D family, is willing to give up another 0.5%. What do you think?
Han Yuan laughed inwardly. With the 2 of them competing, the advantage was his. Without even starting negotiations, they had already voluntarily conceded 0.5% of the profits. Han Yuan put on a troubled expression and said,
Brother D, it's not that I'm unwilling. Junior sister Lu helped me out a lot before, and I promised her a share. This puts me in a difficult position too.
Lu Cix's lips curled upward slightly, as she looked at Di Qing with a hint of superiority. She smiled at Han Yuan and said,
If senior brother is willing to let the Lu family manage the spirit fields, we'll give you 60% of the yield.
Di Qing's face darkened. He had indeed been a step too slow. The Lu family had seized the advantage. But since he had come, he was mentally prepared for various scenarios.
Senior brother Han trusts in the D family's expertise. We can also raise our share to 60%. And our 60% will be far more than what the Lu family offers. Their spirit beast clan farming is just a sideline for them.
Di Qing said earnestly. Han Yuan pretended to ponder, then sighed.
A few months ago, I was strapped for spirit stones. Senior brother D acted impartially and helped me through that difficult time. Am deeply grateful. If I don't give you a share, I'd feel guilty.
Lu Cixi rolled her eyes at Han Yuan. That excuse was far too flimsy.
How about this? No one should suffer too much. For the spirit fields, let the D family manage 60% and the Lu family 40%. For the beast enclosures, the D family manages 40% and the Lu family 60%. What do you think?
Han Yuan smiled faintly. Both Di Qing and Lu Cixi were taken aback, neither having expected such an allocation. Neither answered immediately. Both began consulting with their respective backers. Han Yuan didn't rush them. He picked up his tea and took a sip. Qing Feng, quick-witted, refilled Han Yuan's cup, inwardly marveling at the scale of this cooperation. An acre of yellow-grade high-quality spirit field yielded between 2,000 and 4,000 spirit stones annually. 300 acres meant 60 to 120,000 spirit stones, not counting the Xian-grade fields. The output from the beast enclosures was no less, starting at least 1 million spirit stones. Even at a conservative estimate, 60% would be at least 100,000 spirit stones. Lu Cixi was the first to respond.
All right, senior brother, our Lu family agrees to your proposal.
Di Qing's expression shifted, and he hesitated.
Could we have a larger share of the spirit fields?
Han Yuan glanced at Lu Cixi and said,
The total is fixed, but I can allocate more high-grade spirit fields to the D family. The same goes for the beast enclosures, more high-grade ones to the Lu family. How about that?
Di Qing's expression eased, and he agreed.
In that case, our D family accepts.
Han Yuan's smile didn't fade as he gestured with his hand. Qing Feng immediately produced a resource map of Songming Cave Mansion and laid it out in the center.
This shows the resource distribution of the cave. You can discuss how to divide things up.
Di Qing and Lu Cixi each studied the resource distribution, especially the Xian-grade high-quality spirit fields and beast enclosures, both rare resources. The two tacitly allocated the Xian-grade high-quality spirit fields and beast enclosures to each other, then quickly divided the rest according to the agreed proportions. Han Yuan noticed that they had left him the 33 acres of spirit fields currently planted with spirit rice. That way, he could still do some leisurely farming, which was quite nice. After they finished their discussion, both turned to Han Yuan. Di Qing said,
Senior brother Han, shall we draw up a written contract? It should also be reported to the sect.
Han Yuan said,
No problem. But regarding the profits, I have a small suggestion. Would you be interested in hearing it?
Han Yuan suddenly spoke.
Please go ahead,
Di Qing said. Lu Cixi also looked at him curiously. Han Yuan said calmly,
You can estimate your annual total profit and pay me half of that estimated amount in advance, say 50,000 spirit stones. If the year-end profit exceeds 100,000, the first 100,000 will be split 50-50, and anything beyond that will be split 60-40. If it doesn't reach 100,000, I won't refund the 50,000 spirit stones.
Lu Cixi looked confused, counting on her fingers with a dazed expression.
What does that mean?
Di Qing cast a helpless glance at Lu Cixi. The meaning was straightforward. Han Yuan would be guaranteed a profit regardless. If there was a poor harvest, Han Yuan would still get half the estimated amount. If the estimate was low, he would secure a portion of the 50-50 split. If it was high, it increased their risk, but also allowed them a larger share of the 50-50 split. Overall, Han Yuan secured a baseline, while they gained some concessions, benefiting both sides. Di Qing took a sharp breath inwardly. Could an 18-year-old really come up with such an idea? Lu Cixi pondered for a long while before grasping the logic behind it, muttering to herself that Han Yuan was a cunning merchant, for this arrangement guaranteed him a profit with no risk of loss. She relayed the news to the clan elder, who quickly approved the proposal. On the whole, the proposal posed no major issues, as long as one did not harbor greed. It was indeed a concession, as the original 60-40 split could essentially become a 50-50 division, far better than the previous terms. Han Yuan, observing the pair and their families deliberating, chuckled inwardly. He cared little about a 50 or 60% share. What truly mattered was that his pockets were empty. Now, with nothing to his name, he did not even have spirit stones to reward his subordinates, and was on the verge of running out of resources. Scraping together a batch of spirit stones was the top priority. With spirit stones, he could purchase items to enhance his strength. A year later, he would have long since transformed, and the advantage of time gained far outweighed a mere 10% of profits. In the end, Di Qing and Lu Cixi naturally agreed. Di Qing hesitated for a moment before saying,
Senior brother Han, we have all agreed here, but the clan elders must come to sign the contract. What do you think? Me too,
Lu Cixi quickly added.
All right, please invite them over.
Han Yuan understood that such matters were not truly within the authority of these two to decide.
Thank you, senior brother Han,
Di Qing said gratefully. Lu Cixi also breathed a sigh of relief. With the contributions she had made here, her mother could live a better life, and she herself could gain more resources from the clan. Her cheeks flushed, and she beamed with a radiant smile. Before long, two figures swiftly appeared at the entrance of Songming Cave Mansion. One was an elder from the Lu clan, and the other was a middle-aged cultivator from the Di clan. Upon meeting, they clasped their hands in greeting. The middle-aged cultivator spoke first, smiling.
I didn't expect the Lu clan to reach a decision so quickly, even faster than us. Truly discerning. It's all a matter of serendipity.
The elder chuckled.
From now on, we'll all be working under true disciple Han. Cooperation between us is beneficial. There are those with covetous eyes that my Lu clan alone might not withstand. With the Di clan by our side, we can rest assured. Not at all, not at all. It is we who are relieved to collaborate with the Lu clan.
After exchanging pleasantries, the doors swung open, and Chong Chun smiled at the two.
The master of the mansion has been awaiting both elders. Ha ha, let's not linger. Let's go up and not keep true disciple Han waiting. Agreed, let's go together.
The two stepped through the mansion's entrance and headed towards Songming Tower. Chong Chun swallowed hard, secretly observing their retreating figures. Both were Foundation Establishment cultivators. Even Foundation Establishment elders had come, yet the master of the mansion had not personally greeted them. He had heard rumors that the status of a true disciple surpassed even Foundation Establishment elders, second only to peak masters and Golden Core elders. This finally confirmed it. Indeed, it was true. However, Han Yuan was not being presumptuous. The two Foundation Establishment elders had simply arrived too swiftly. He had already come to Songming Tower to personally welcome them.
Han Yuan pays respects to both elders,
Han Yuan said with a smile.
I am Lu Zixi, greetings to true disciple Han.
The elder replied with a chuckle.
Di Hung greets true disciple Han.
The middle-aged cultivator responded with a smile.
Please both of you come upstairs.
Han Yuan led the way, and the two followed. Both the middle-aged and elderly Foundation Establishment cultivators couldn't help but appraise Han Yuan. At that moment, Han Yuan's revealed aura was at the peak of the 6th layer of Qi refining. He had concealed his more extraordinary aspects, and his apparent cultivation level was indeed his true realm, a disguise that was virtually flawless. Such stable cultivation with no fluctuation in aura. It doesn't seem bolstered by pills. But how long has it been since the cultivation assessment? Lu Zixi, the elder of the Lu clan, was somewhat astonished. Di Hung felt the same. He knew that every true disciple was extraordinary. This Han Yuan, who had been underestimated, clearly possessed genuine ability. Was the selection of true disciples not only determined by peak masters, but also vetted by Golden Core elders? Could those Golden Core elders truly be blind? Han Yuan remained unruffled. Even nascent soul elders could not see through his disguise, let alone two mere Foundation Establishment elders. In no time at all. By the window of the 4th floor meeting room, Di Qing and Lu Zixi now stood behind their respective clan elders, with Di Hung and Lu Zixi taking the lead.
True disciple Han, this is the draft agreement we discussed. It's in 4 copies, one to be filed with the sect. What do you think?
Di Hung handed the drafted document to Han Yuan for review. Han Yuan examined it carefully and nodded.
No problem.
After the three confirmed it, they each signed the 4 copies, and Han Yuan also stamped them with his True Disciple token and Cave Mansion token. Thus the agreement was successfully concluded. Smiles spread across their faces, and the atmosphere grew harmonious. Lu Zixi said,
I will assess the estimated profits back at the clan and deliver the spirit stones by tomorrow. I will send them as soon as possible. My preliminary estimate of the total annual profit is 4 million spirit stones for the first year, with more to come in the future,
Di Hung said. Han Yuan took a sip of tea to conceal his astonishment. For million spirit stones, he would receive 2 million. His previous annual income was a mere 1 or 200 spirit stones. This was an instant increase of 10,000 times. Lu Zixi coughed and said, My estimate should be around 3.5 million spirit stones. Han Yuan smiled and nodded.
I trust the integrity of both clans.
After they put away the agreements, Di Hung and Lu Zixi exchanged a glance. Then Di Hung spoke first.
True disciple Han, besides the output from the cave mansion, a substantial portion of a true disciple's income comes from industries outside the sect.
Han Yuan paused slightly, looking at them.
Am all ears.
Di Hung slowly explained.
For example, newly discovered spirit mineral veins or spiritual fields within the sect's territory, true disciples are qualified to send people to claim them. After allocating a portion to the sect, the rest is yours to distribute. As for market shops and other industries, only true disciples and Golden Core elders have the right to use the sect's banner. Even we Foundation Establishment elders are not qualified.
Han Yuan asked, puzzled.
Aren't you both Golden Core families?
Lu Zixi coughed and said,
Even a Golden Core cultivator has limits on their shares.
Han Yuan nodded, having guessed as much. The benefits a Golden Core elder could openly obtain were certainly capped. A few mines, a few market shops, and so on, with no room for unlimited expansion. What they needed was his name and his quota. If he had a family background, that quota would naturally not go outside. As luck would have it, he had no background, so others would come to cooperate with him. Clearly, the subsequent cooperation was even more important. He surmised that both families had some hidden industries unsuitable for exposure. But if they added his name, they could register them with the sect and gain the sect's protection. Some things need not be said too plainly, those in the know understand. Han Yuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, producing a faint knocking sound, lost in thought. Such cooperation would undoubtedly block his own path to establishing industries later. But since he had never planned to build industries, if he could gain benefits from it, it was not unacceptable. With that in mind, Han Yuan inquired,
"May I ask how both elders intend to proceed with the cooperation?"
Di Heng and Lu Zixian exchanged a glance, as if they had already communicated privately. Di Heng said,
"For industries, the sect has not yet discovered or intervened in such as mineral veins or fields. If we report them to the sect and claim them ourselves, we need to pay 30% of the profits. My proposal is that true disciple Han takes 20% and the remaining 50% goes to us."
Han Yuan was surprised. That was quite a share.
"You only take 50%.
Lu Zixian shook his head.
"If the sect takes them directly, they'll give a one-time reward of spirit stones, and subsequent profits won't be ours."
Han Yuan gazed out the window deep in thought. Di Heng and Lu Zixian did not disturb his deliberation, quietly awaiting his response. This was a significant decision. In truth, Han Yuan did not hesitate much. He had already decided to cooperate with both families. What he was actually pondering was how much the treasures on the list of permanent effect enhancements that Chang Chun had given him could bolster his foundation. Han Yuan spoke.
"All right, I agree.
However, the revenue from these external sect assets must be settled quarterly. The first quarter, as before, requires an estimated profit report in advance. Subsequent quarters will follow the regular distribution schedule." Di Heng and Lu Zixian both nodded in agreement.
"We have recently stumbled upon 4 mineral deposits and 6 farmlands, which can be registered under your name shortly."
Di Heng smiled.
"Our family has also discovered 7 exceptional beast breeding grounds and 3 mineral deposits in recent days, all of which can be placed under your name."
Lu Zixian coughed lightly as he spoke. Han Yuan's brow twitched involuntarily. What a coincidence, all discovered within these few days. There's no need for such gestures. Not reporting these assets to the sect doesn't violate sect rules, it merely means bearing the security risks ourselves. However, once included in the sect's asset registry, the sect will issue protection tasks. Many missions from the task hall originate from such assets, and the sect will dispatch strong cultivators in the face of insurmountable threats.
"Fine, let's sign the agreement,"
Han Yuan said calmly.
"Good."
Both had evidently come prepared, producing contract deeds. Following the same procedure, each party prepared 3 copies, one for each side, and one to be submitted to the sect. Thus Han Yuan became deeply intertwined with the Lu and Di families. While reaping benefits, certain costs were inevitably incurred. Yet this arrangement suited him well. Han Yuan could conceal himself beneath the aegis of these 2 families, absorbing their resources for growth while diverting attention from others. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout the day, Han Yuan kept busy, particularly with the transactions involving the sect, which demanded considerable effort. Fortunately, everything was settled. Before the entrance of Songming Tower, Han Yuan quietly watched as a group of people carried chest after chest of spirit stones into the 3rd-floor storage room. Beside him, Chang Chun trembled with each passerby, his hand shaking as he recorded the delivered spirit stone count in his ledger. The accumulated number had already become staggering. Qin Feng, too, was tallying the spirit stones, his mind growing numb from the task. In his eyes now, anyone with less than 1,000,000 spirit stones was not considered wealthy. Di Qing and Lu Sisi stood by, overseeing their family members' work. They too were astounded by the sheer volume of spirit stones. Though they were scions of their clans, they had never witnessed such wealth before. Only Han Yuan remained calm, composed, and unruffled. How could he not be at ease? In his past life, he had heard of a company losing trillions. Now a few million spirit stones seemed trivial. Though the commodities differed, the magnitude was indeed modest. Mere millions, not even a tenth of a small target. The cultivators transporting the spirit stones finally finished. Lu Sisi approached.
Senior brother, shall I go check on the beast garden setup?
Go ahead.
From now on you will handle all beast garden affairs.
Han Yuan nodded with a smile. Di Qing hesitated, then stepped forward and bowed.
Senior brother Han, may I also work under you? Ha, excellent. You will take charge of the spirit field matters.
Han Yuan looked at them both.
You two can report daily matters to Chong Chun. From now on, Chong Chun will oversee all estate affairs. Yes,
Di Qing promptly replied. Chong Chun's face beamed.
I will handle everything well.
He was delighted. This solidified his role as the estate steward.
Qin Feng.
Han Yuan turned to him.
Present. For now you will oversee the functional buildings within the estate, such as the Alchemy Pavilion. If issues arise, report to Chong Chun.
Han Yuan paused, then continued.
Chong Chun, you may recruit suitable personnel to get these places running. Now that we have spirit stones for operations, it would be rather shabby for the estate to lack even menial disciples for cleaning. Yes,
Qin Feng replied with renewed vigor, finally securing a tangible role.
Excellent.
Chong Chun also beamed with joy. Now he would have direct subordinates under his command, as those in the spirit fields and beast gardens were not under his purview.
Han
Yuan nodded, then addressed Di Qing and Lu Sisi.
You two go attend to your tasks. Chong Chun, Qin Feng, come inside. I have matters to discuss.
Lu Sisi and the other departed. Chong Chun and Qin Feng followed Han Yuan into Songming Tower. The three arrived at the storage room entrance, where a vast pile of spirit stones lay within.
What is the total?
Han Yuan asked. Chong Chun promptly reported.
The D family contributed 2 million spirit stones from estate assets and 5,000,000 from external assets. The Lu family provided 9 million from estate assets and 4,000,000 from external assets. The total is 5 million spirit stones.
Han Yuan nodded. The external assets yielded 9,000,000 spirit stones per quarter at a 20% share. This was just one quarter at 20%. The total annual revenue amounted to 18 million spirit stones, averaging 9,000,000 per asset per year.
Keep 1 million for estate operations. I will spend the remaining 4 million entirely.
Han Yuan stated flatly. Chong Chun was stunned. Spend it all. Qin Feng too was breathless. 4 million spent on a whim.
Do you still remember the lists I asked you to compile?
Han Yuan asked.
Ah, of course. Yes.
Chong Chun and Qin Feng both nodded quickly. Chong Chun promptly added,
I have supplemented some item information recently. Here it is.
Qin Feng replied,
I have also investigated the common items in the market and sect trading grounds. Here is the list.
Each produced a list.
Now mark off the items that are easy to purchase.
Han Yuan instructed. Chong Chun and Qin Feng exchanged bewildered glances. Yet they dared not question further, and quickly began comparing their own collected lists. Han Yuan observed from the side, also making comparisons. Chong Chun's list contained over 120 types of items, quite a few. However, many were obscure, either scarce, exorbitantly priced, lacking cost-effectiveness, or simply unavailable in the market. Thus he easily eliminated 100 items. After further cross-referencing, another dozen were removed. In the end, only 9 items remained for Han Yuan's consideration.
Bloodvine herb leaves bear red veins can be refined into blood chi pills to enhance physical constitution. A 10-year-old bloodvine herb consumed directly permanently improves forging physique slightly. Ineffective after 3 doses. Price 30 spirit stones per plant, 10-year growth. Spirit nourishing herb used to refine chi gathering pills and chi condensing pills. A 10-year-old herb consumed directly permanently increases the speed of absorbing spiritual energy slightly. Effective only once. Market price 80 spirit stones per plant, 10-year growth. Lynxy snake gallbladder, a yellow-grade upper-tier snake gallbladder. Possesses the effect of clarifying the spiritual eyes. Consuming it permanently improves aptitude for visual type spells slightly. Market price 200 spirit stones per piece. Meridian Unblocking Pill, a yellow grade upper tier pill. Expands Meridian width effective only once. Market price 500 spirit stones per pill. Spiritual Essence, a companion or from spirit stone mines. Enhances the spiritual energy and quality of various items commonly used in refining alchemy and talisman making. Cultivators can refine it to slightly improve spiritual energy quality. Price 800 spirit stones per piece. Ghostly Soul Fruit grows in dark damp swamps. Permanently improves spiritual perception aptitude. Effective only once. Market price 1000 spirit stones per fruit. 9-leaf sword chi grass, a weed growing in sword valleys. Absorbing the sword chi from its leaves permanently improves sword art aptitude. Each leaf usable only once, but common variants have only one leaf effective once. Market price 1500 spirit stones per plant single leaf. 100 poison bee honey permanently enhances resistance to toxins. Price 2000 spirit stones per jar. Longevity pill, a yellow grade upper tier pill. Consuming it permanently extends lifespan by 1 year up to 5 pills. Price 5000 spirit stones per pill. Han Yuan's gaze fixed on the last item. Longevity pill. Longevity pill. He furrowed his brow contemplating whether this pill truly extended life or merely enhanced some aspect to indirectly prolong it. Is the recipe for the longevity pill available? Han Yuan asked. Only some main ingredient information, Chang Chun replied. It is refined from 50-year-old lifeblood fruit and spirit tree heartwood. Han Yuan mused. This longevity pill likely enhances the bodhi's vitality and life force, thereby indirectly extending life. He had heard that a person's lifespan limit could only be broken through cultivation breakthroughs. This pill could extend life merely by improving the physical body when it weakened, but the soul's lifespan limit remained unbreachable. Nevertheless, since this pill can permanently increase lifespan, it must possess extraordinary qualities. Han Yuan made up his mind and instructed the two. In the coming days, prepare to acquire these 9 items. There's no need to buy them all at once. Purchase as many as you can. Yes, Chang Chun and Qin Feng replied in unison. Han Yuan initially thought that purchasing these goods would take a long time and require multiple batches. However, in just 3 days, the spirit stones in the warehouse had already decreased by over 3 million, and most of the items he needed had been acquired. What surprised Han Yuan the most was Qin Feng's efficiency. Within nearly 2 days, he had procured over 10,000 portions each of the most numerous blood tendril grass and spirit nourishing grass. At that moment in the cultivation chamber, Han Yuan sat cross-legged. Surrounding him were numerous storage pouches, each labeled with a name. 10,000 stalks each of blood tendril grass and spirit nourishing grass, 1,000 stalks per pouch, totaling 20 pouches. 500 spirit serpent gallbladders stored in 5 pouches. 1,000 meridian unlocking pills housed in 100 porcelain bottles, all fitting neatly into a single storage pouch. There were also 500 spirit essences, a rare 100 ghostly nether fruits, 300 one-leaf sword intent grasses, 200 boxes of 100 poison bee honey, and 200 longevity pills, each type occupying just 1 pouch. The total market value of all items was 4.05 million spirit stones, but they were acquired for only 3.5 million, not including the wages he paid, a clear benefit of bulk purchasing. First, consume the 100 poison bee honey. Han Yuan's gaze fixed on the pouch marked with the hive pattern. Why start with this? He pondered whether pill toxicity itself could be considered a poison. Regardless of its efficacy, consuming this first seemed optimal. He opened a box of the honey, revealing a solid chunk within. Chi sword slash. A blade of chi from his fingertip carved several lines across the honey, dividing it into 24 small pieces. He placed one in his mouth, swallowed it, and began refining the honey with his spiritual energy. The honey dispersed, sending waves of cool energy throughout his body. Though Han Yuan couldn't discern the exact changes, he felt considerably more at ease. His stomach in particular was the first to be enveloped by the cool energy. At a certain moment, the energy intensified, accelerating,
and deepening the transformation in his stomach. After a long while, Han Yuan opened his eyes. As expected, familiar text was slowly fading. Random boost multiplier 800 poison bee honey effect 800. Han Yuan sensed again, but noticed no significant change. Thus, he continued consuming the honey. After refining an entire box, he finally observed a marked difference. Beyond the increased vitality in his flesh and blood, the most dramatic change was in his liver, now enveloped in a green radiance vividly apparent to his spiritual sense. The liver again. Han Yuan paused, then recalled knowledge from his past life. The body's detoxifying organs were indeed the liver and kidneys. This honey derived from plants aligned with the liver's wood element, making its detoxifying effect on liver function perfectly logical. Notably, Han Yuan felt the wood spirit heart beat more vigorously. Initially, there was some disharmony between the wood spirit heart and his liver, the heart being an accidental creation not native to the organ. Yet under the honey's energy they gradually synchronized, amplifying the wood spirit heart's efficacy. The honey improved the liver to accommodate the wood spirit heart, which in turn drove the liver's transformation, creating a virtuous cycle. Undoubtedly, the liver's detoxifying ability had vastly improved. This explained the liver's dramatic change. Truly a serendipitous outcome. Han Yuan hadn't realized before that the wood spirit heart hadn't fully unleashed its potential, held back by his own bodily limitations. With the liver's upgrade, the wood spirit heart's effects could now shine. Excellent. Satisfied, Han Yuan unhesitatingly took out a second box of honey. This time he transformed his spiritual energy into countless root-like tendrils, plunged them into the honey, and refined it in one go. Simultaneously, a rapidly spinning die appeared. By instinct, Han Yuan fixed his intent. A prominent 12 appeared on the die's face. Instantly, a far denser cool energy surged through his spiritual energy, refining his body. The wood spirit heart pounded intensely, and his liver activated, absorbing the special energy rapidly. The energy coursed through his meridians, converging into the wood spirit heart, which then channeled it to the liver, far outpacing other organs and tissues in absorption. Seeing this, Han Yuan didn't intervene. Instead, he actively amplified the wood spirit heart's operation, accelerating the absorption even further. The liver's transformation surpassed the first instance, its green radiance deepening. From the wood spirit heart, green threads seemed to extend, connecting to various parts of the liver, imbuing it with greater mystique. Perceiving the wood spirit heart's need for more honey energy, Han Yuan waved his hand, opening 10 boxes at once. His spiritual energy enveloped them, drawing vast amounts of special energy into his body. 10 dice appeared simultaneously, then instantly merged into one larger die. This startled Han Yuan. It was the first time he'd noticed such a change. Reflecting on the die sizes from previous uses, he realized they varied in size. The larger the quantity, the bigger the die. Did a larger die mean a higher upper limit? Setting aside speculation, he locked onto the die with his intent. The die halted, revealing a number 18. Larger than before. Does using more of the same item at once yield a higher multiplier? Han Yuan noted this rule for later verification, though he was fairly certain. Then an abundance of special energy surged into him. Every organ, stomach, kidneys, large and small intestines, underwent unique transformations. Yet the most significant change remained in his liver. Under spiritual observation, the entire liver had turned a translucent green, its flesh crystalline. The threads from the wood spirit heart were now distinct, as if the liver had become an external extension of the heart. The wood spirit heart beat with unprecedented speed, and spiritual energy flowed rapidly. Had his meridians not been fortified by the ancient Wuchi return art, they might not have withstood the heart's autonomous operation. This spiritual energy velocity already matched a third of Han Yuan's full cultivation speed. Most notably, the wood spirit heart perfectly aligned with the ancient wood spirit nourishing art, allowing it to run automatically without his conscious control. Han Yuan realized he could entrust the ancient Wuchi return art's operation to the wood spirit heart. Perhaps the key to mastering the art lay within it. What a surprise! I thought this would only enhance detoxification, but it's boosted my core abilities, far better than near poison resistance. Han Yuan smiled. His wood attributed techniques and spells were all tied to the wood spirit heart. Enhancing it naturally accelerated his cultivation and comprehension, indirectly improving his insight. He had previously lamented the lack of items to boost enlightenment, but this indirect enhancement was a welcome boon. Systematically, he continued refining the honey. The 200 boxes weren't as many as he'd anticipated. He had expected the process to take long. Yet with Spirit Heart's synergistic changes greatly increased his refining capacity, allowing him to digest 10 or even 15 boxes at once. When the last box was consumed, Han Yuan's liver had become entirely translucent as jade. With Spirit Heart pulsed like a perpetual motion machine, continuously refining the liver, processing with qi and accumulating with spiritual power. Truly worthy of being a treasure likened to a second Dantian. He was now certain that his liver and with Spirit Heart could neutralize pill toxicity. However, the pills he refined produced little to no toxicity, rendering this function somewhat superfluous, but having it was far better than not. This made consuming other materials far more efficient. His gaze fell upon the remaining 8 types, selecting the next to refine. Han Yuan glanced at the time. 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. He had thought not much time had elapsed, but it turned out to be longer than he had imagined. Leaving the cultivation chamber, Han Yuan walked to the window on the 4th floor and looked out. The entire cave mansion had transformed dramatically. A large number of cultivators were active within the premises. In the hundreds of acres of spiritual fields, they were already planted with spiritual herbs. Some cultivators toiled in the fields, and the tender sprouts of the plants had carpeted the earth lush and verdant. Han Yuan noticed that these cultivators all wore badges on their chests. One type bore a purple wisteria flower, the very bloom of the wisteria from which he had once consumed the hardwood sap. The other depicted a winged spirit beast unknown in name, but exuding an air of majesty. On the other side, in the spirit beast garden, there were also many hands at work. Numerous young spirit beasts and savage beasts frolicked mischievously, while the cultivators behind them appeared somewhat clumsy, easily outwitted by the creatures, creating a rather amusing scene. In some of the central functional buildings, many cultivators were also active. He noticed that these cultivators did not wear badges, but instead carried wooden plaques inscribed with the characters Song Ming at their waists. In the distance, a disciple wearing a wooden plaque spotted Han Yuan standing by the window. He first bowed to Han Yuan, then quickly turned and entered a building. Soon Chang Chun arrived at the Song Ming Tower with remarkable speed. Han Yuan nodded at him with a smile and said, "You've worked hard." "Not at all," replied Chang Chun. Han Yuan then asked, "How is the cave mansion running now?" Chang Chun answered, "This is a report on the operations of the cave mansion over the past 5 days. Please take a look, Cave Lord." Chang Chun handed over a document resembling a report. Han Yuan gave it a cursory glance. The Liu and Di families each dispatched 200 cultivators to reside in the Songming Cave Mansion, overseeing the operation of its industries. Chang Chun also recruited 200 disciples to manage the mansion and its functional buildings. In total, 600 people were working within the cave mansion. Chang Chun arranged for disciples to guard the gates, clean patrol, and handle communications, managing everything in perfect order. Han Yuan's eyes lit up at the accounts. He had expected a considerable expense in recruiting disciples, but Chang Chun had already achieved a balance between income and expenditure. The revenue generated by Qin Feng's management of the functional buildings had offset the costs of the disciples and other expenses, which greatly surprised Han Yuan. Truth be told, without Chang Chun's appearance, he would have been utterly at a loss in running the cave mansion. He gradually came to realize that the position of true disciple was essentially reserved for the offspring of noble families, even implying a channel for interest conveyance. Since most of the sect's higher-ups came from family backgrounds, these immense benefits were prepared for their own benefit. Although occasionally a disciple from humble origins might become a true disciple, and thus become wealthy overnight, such cases were rare, serving merely as a glimmer of hope for the commoners. Moreover, operating a cave mansion required a large workforce, and in the end the benefits would subtly shift back to the various aristocratic families. Despite the official 50-50 split, the raw materials sold in bulk were naturally at wholesale prices. After the Di and Liu families processed them into finished goods, the revenue from sales would definitely double. So what was the real ratio? Han Yuan was fully aware. Moreover, among the disciples in those functional buildings, there were inevitably figures from other families. Han Yuan set the report aside and gazed out the window at the thriving scene. Turning to Chang Chun, he said with a meaningful smile, Chang Chun, you've done well. But the most important thing for a cultivator is personal cultivation. You've been busy all this time, and your cultivation has fallen behind. Chang Chun gave an embarrassed laugh. I have indeed been quite busy lately. I'll step up my cultivation from now on. Don't worry too much. You've helped me a great deal, and I won't treat you unfairly. At the very least, I'll let you attempt foundation establishment a few more times. Han Yuan offered another enticing promise. Chang Chun said with renewed vigor, I will not disappoint your expectations, Cave Lord. And then go about your business. I'm going back into seclusion, Han Yuan said. Yes. Chang Chun withdrew. It was then that Han Yuan noticed another piece of paper on the desk, its contents sealed. He casually picked it up and broke the seal. Qin Feng reports my subordinates have learned by chance that Chang Chun is suspected to be a descendant of a collateral branch once expelled from the Chang family. 2 days ago, a disciple surnamed Chang had a long conversation with Chang Chun lasting half an hour before leaving. Reading this, Han Yuan gave a faint indifferent smile. Flames materialized from thin air, reducing the letter to ashes. Wang Sai, the dog beside him, looked at him quizzically, then raised a paw that also burst into flames, gazing at him expectantly. Amused, Han Yuan tossed the report to Wan Kai. The dog's flames instantly consumed the paper, and its tail wagged rapidly, as if immensely pleased. Weren't you always following Lu Sisi around begging her for spirit beast pills? How come you're now lounging on the Songming Tower basking in the sun? Han Yuan asked teasingly. Woof. Woof. Her scent has changed, it's unpleasant. Wang Kai looked at Han Yuan with innocent eyes. Nosy dog. Come on, accompany me to cultivate. Woof. Woof. Sure. Sure. Wang Kai wagged its tail joyfully. The Songming Cave Mansion continued to operate steadily. Han Yuan had already quietly closed the door to the cultivation chamber. Random amplification multiplier 20 spirit gathering array effect multiplied by 20. The spiritual energy within the chamber began to accumulate at an astonishing rate. Han Yuan picked up a meridian unblocking pill and tossed it to Wang Kai. The dog caught it in its mouth and swallowed. As the pill's medicinal power began to spread through its body, Han Yuan placed his hand on Wang Kai and used his own spiritual energy to help refine the pill. Wang Kai wagged its tail happily, feeling extremely comfortable. Han Yuan then fed it the other precious materials one by one, even giving it a longevity pill. After the entire regimen, Wang Kai showed noticeable improvement, cultivating about 20% faster than before. It's a pity you can't enjoy the random amplification normally. You'll probably only get a chance at it when you break through to foundation establishment, Han Yuan said. He patted Wang Sai, signaling it to cultivate. The dog ran a lap around the chamber, then curled up in a corner, obediently breathing in the spiritual energy. Through the changes in Wang Sai, Han Yuan deduced that the next best thing to consume was bloodvine grass. Although cultivators don't focus on body refinement, the stronger the physique, the better all aspects become. The bloodvine grass may seem the most insignificant, but perhaps it will benefit me the most. He took out a bloodvine grass plant, plucked its 4 leaves, and swallowed them. His newly strengthened stomach began to digest the leaves rapidly, and a peculiar medicinal energy started spreading from his stomach. With his spiritual sense, he saw blood-red energy entering his flesh and blood, naturally forming new red veins. Since they were exactly the same color as his flesh, it was hard to detect their presence unless one stared intently. After these veins appeared, his flesh became more vital and resilient. These blood-colored veins seemed to act as meridians for the flesh, some even connecting to the micromeridians, surreptitiously drawing spiritual energy from them to enhance the flesh's capabilities. Interesting. So this is how physical aptitude is improved. In essence, it added an extra pathway for absorbing spiritual energy. The blood-colored veins from the bloodvine grass were incredibly miraculous, seamlessly merging with his flesh without any hint of foreignness. If he hadn't been paying close attention, he wouldn't have noticed them at all. Not only does it provide another way to absorb spiritual energy, but these veins can also protect the flesh from harm, and even mobilize blood and qi to accelerate the healing of injuries. What a treasure! Han Yuan marveled at the wonder of bloodvine grass, yet the world did not hold it in high regard. The improvement in body refinement talent was minimal, only a few %, and it would become ineffective after a few uses. Moreover, cultivators did not value body refinement, as the ultimate goal was to cultivate the primordial spirit and comprehend the great Tao, making the physical body of little importance. Han Yuan was not concerned with the improvement to his physique. His focus was on the blood-colored veins themselves, because these veins had miraculously connected with those micromeridians. Ordinary cultivators had no use for these micromeridians, and were not even aware of their existence. They only utilized the main and secondary meridians, at most adding a few small branches. Han Yuan's cultivation technique was different. After the random amplification transformation, it had diverged from the original ancient wood-nurturing art. He could utilize these micromeridians, and due to their vast number, they had become the mainstay of the ancient wood-nurturing art. Now that these blood-colored veins had connected with his primary cultivation system, how could he not pay close attention? The bloodvine grass was a yellow-grade low-rank spirit herb, not particularly valuable. Even a 10-year-old bloodvine grass cost merely 30 spirit stones per plant. However, Han Yuan felt that this herb was anything but simple. He paid no heed to the random multiplier, meticulously observing the formation of the blood-red veins, striving to discern the underlying principle. Yet, if the principle were truly so easy to discern, it would have long been concealed, and such herbs would not be so prevalent in the market.
The veins formed so naturally. Observing their patterns, they were entirely different from those on the leaves. The blood-red veins on every inch of flesh were also distinct, shaped according to the local conditions, as if carved by heaven and earth, perfectly natural and harmonious. Han Yuan scratched his head. He had observed with all his might, yet still could not fathom the intricacies. This substance somewhat resembled inscription patterns, and somewhat spirit runes, yet it was fundamentally different from both.
The mysteries of the cultivation world are no less profound than the physics of my past life, perhaps even more arcane and unfathomable. Han Yuan even summoned the wood spirit rune and the forest spirit rune in his mind, but their enhancement to the blood-red veins was negligible. Han Yuan opened his eyes, watching the number 3 rapidly fade away. He also realized that these characters only vanished after he had truly seen them, regardless of how long he waited. If the die was not locked in advance, it would select a number on its own, and such numbers were usually very small.
Forget it. Since I can't figure it out, it'll just absorb the special power of the bloodvine grass.
With a sweeping gesture, 10 plants of bloodvine grass flew out.
Chi sword slash.
With a thought, 10 chi swords flashed past in an instant, and 40 leaves fell. Han Yuan inhaled, and all the leaves were drawn into his abdomen. He opened his eyes, refining the essence as he gazed ahead. 40 dice flickered and vanished, transforming into a single slightly larger die. The die spun rapidly, but Han Yuan still could not discern the rolling number.
I need to cultivate an ocular technique.
His gaze fell on the storage pouch containing the lynxy snake's gall. He had specifically selected the lynxy snake's gall for the purpose of later cultivating an ocular technique to see the number on the spinning die. There was no other deeper meaning, and he had no suitable ocular technique at hand, so he had not rushed to use this ingredient. It was saved for future consideration. Han Yuan snapped back to reality, his will locking onto the die. The next moment, the number 7 appeared on one face of the die. The blood-red energy within his body swelled immensely, rapidly spreading through the flesh and even the bones throughout his body. This time the blood-red energy was already quite distinct. From the perspective of spiritual sense, the energy attached to the flesh, swiftly forming blood-red veins. These veins connected with the existing ones, creating larger networks, and some even linked with the micromeridians. At the junctions, incredibly magical rune-like structures formed. After passing through these transformation points, spiritual energy changed into blood-red energy, circulating within the blood-red veins, nourishing itself and the surrounding flesh. As the scale of the blood-red vein network expanded, the absorption rate of spiritual energy also greatly increased. Han Yuan did not hinder this. Instead, he urged his cultivation technique, channeling a portion of spiritual energy to the connection points for the blood-red veins to transform and absorb. The blood-red energy of the blood-vine grass was digested quickly. The power of 10 plants barely made a ripple. During the refinement process, Han Yuan gradually discovered why the blood-vine grass must be swallowed raw to be effective. The blood-red veins on the leaves were an integrated whole. If destroyed, the blood-red energy would dissipate. What he absorbed was the blood-red vein itself. The leaf was merely a carrier. Although the leaf also had an effect of enhancing the physical body, this effect actually interfered with the absorption of the blood-red veins. Han Yuan's mind stirred, and he took out 4 more leaves. This time, instead of swallowing them, he held them in his mouth, using spiritual energy to directly envelop the blood-red veins on the leaves and extract them. Once separated from the leaves, these blood-red veins turned into red energy, merging into Han Yuan's body. He discovered that this blood-red energy could not exist without a carrier. It had to transfer from one carrier to another. If suspended in the mouth, it would also be destroyed. He took out another leaf, placed it on his palm, and refined the blood-red veins on it with spiritual energy. Once again, it transformed into blood-red energy and seeped into his body through the skin. Thus, the refinement process became much easier. In one breath, he took out 100 plants of blood-vine grass. He unleashed the chi sword slash. Strands of invisible sword chi precisely peeled off the leaves intact. Then the chi swords retracted their aggression, guiding the leaves to land on Han Yuan's body. Han Yuan rapidly mobilized his spiritual energy for refinement. Once the blood-red veins on the leaves were refined, they would detach on their own, falling around Han Yuan. Thus Han Yuan swiftly refined the blood-vine grass. Unbeknownst to him, the chi sword slash had been used to a miraculous degree. The sword chi moved like extensions of Han Yuan's fingers, incredibly agile, sharp enough to cut metal, and jade, yet gentle enough not to harm grass or hair. The chi sword slash had unconsciously reached perfection. Han Yuan did not notice this. His focus was entirely on the blood-red veins. Each mass of blood-red energy could form a patch of blood-red veins. After doubling, it became several or even dozens of vein patches, each capable of connecting to a micromeridian. A single patch or 2 of blood-red veins were inconspicuous, but when millions of such veins throughout Han Yuan's body coalesced into a complete blood-red vein system, his physical aptitude had reached an unimaginable level. Millions of blood-red veins interconnected with millions of micromeridians, forming a network of extreme complexity. Yet the Wood Spirit Heart still flawlessly coordinated the circulation of the meridians, and the flow of spiritual energy remained smooth. Especially within the liver, blood-red veins were also pervasive, but the power of the Wood Spirit Heart equally pervaded the organ. The intertwining between the two was infinitely denser than in other flesh tissues. A vast amount of Wood spiritual energy was channeled through the junctions into the blood-red veins, but the conversion speed of the blood-red veins could not keep up with the transmission rate of Wood spiritual energy. Gradually, these blood-red veins turned a pale green. Han Yuan was astonished to discover that the Wood Spirit Heart was refining these blood-red veins, bringing them under its own governance. To be honest, these blood-red veins were somewhat difficult to control. Although they were all within Han Yuan's body, they still felt like foreign objects, except within the liver. These blood-red veins had gradually been brought under the command of the Wood Spirit Heart, and Han Yuan could now more naturally mobilize these blood-red veins. After discovering that their color change did not diminish the effect of transforming qi in blood, but rather enhanced it, Han Yuan did not hinder this transformation. Instead, he accelerated the refinement by the Wood Spirit Heart. When all the blood-vine grass was consumed, Han Yuan focused entirely on accelerating the integration of the Wood Spirit Heart and the blood-red veins. Time passed like a white horse fleeting past a crack. He knew not how long it had been. Han Yuan opened his eyes. It seemed a dense green network filled his gaze, turning his eyes green. But after a moment, everything returned to normal, and his blackened white eyes radiated a vibrant, lively spirit. He glanced at a few lines of numbers flashing before him. Random multiplier 72, blood-vine grass enhancement effect 72. 72 times. Han Yuan's eyes widened. This was the highest multiplier he had ever seen. He had never imagined such a large number. It seemed the massive quantity of 10,000 blood vine grass plants had indeed raised the upper limit of the die's multiplier. Han Yuan skimmed the text, feeling the surging vitality within him, and was deeply satisfied. The breath he exhaled seemed to carry the fragrance of grass and leaves. Well, not just seemed, he was indeed buried amidst a pile of discarded blood vine grass leaves. Han Yuan's joy was short-lived as his brow furrowed. He was startled to discover that his rate of qi recovery could no longer keep pace with his consumption of spiritual power. The spiritual power that had once filled his dantian was beginning to dwindle.
What's going on?
He wondered. Examining his inner self, he was shocked to find that every part of his flesh, and even his bones, were absorbing the blood-colored energy to grow stronger. The source of this blood-colored energy was his own spiritual power. The crimson and green interwoven meridians were rapidly draining his spiritual power. The enhancement of a single piece of flesh was negligible, but when every shred of flesh in his body began absorbing nutrients, the demand skyrocketed. Even the Grandmaster-level ancient would qi recovery art, with its 150-fold increase in qi recovery speed, could not match his consumption rate. He could of course halt the absorption of spiritual power by his flesh, but this was a path to gaining strength. Naturally, he would not stop, and the solution was simple. Beside him lay two items related to Meridian spirit-nourishing grass and Meridian unlocking pills. The former could enhance the speed of absorbing spiritual energy, while the latter could expand the meridians. Han Yuan took a stalk of spirit-nourishing grass, plucked its leaves, and placed them in his mouth. The leaves quickly entered his stomach. He was curious about how the grass accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy. As he refined the spiritual power, a cool sensation merged into the walls of his meridians. He could feel the spiritual energy flowing through them at an increased speed. Han Yuan suddenly understood.
So it speeds up the passage of spiritual energy, thereby increasing the rate of absorption.
He realized that the descriptions of these herbs' effects were always imprecise, but as long as they worked, that was enough. The medicinal power of one spirit-nourishing grass soon spread through his 8 primary meridians, increasing the flow speed of spiritual energy by a full 10th, a rather effective result. Shortly after refining that, several more surges of the grass medicinal power emerged, spreading into the 12 secondary meridians. After finishing the refinement of this portion of spirit-nourishing grass power, Han Yuan discovered that his consumption of spiritual power had become even faster. Because only the primary and secondary meridians had been accelerated, while the minor and micro meridians remained unenhanced, the overall absorption rate hadn't increased dramatically. The bulk of his technique's absorption came from those micro meridians. Yet Han Yuan was not flustered. Once he strengthened the micro meridians, as well, his absorption speed would increase. After a moment's thought, he swallowed a meridian unlocking pill. After refining the pill's power, a scorching medicinal force emanated, integrating into the walls of his meridians and expanding them slightly. The cross-sectional area of the meridians naturally increased, as well, allowing for a greater instantaneous flow of spiritual energy. Observing the effect, he confirmed that the meridian unlocking pill also only enlarged the primary and secondary meridians. This expansion made it easier for spiritual power to diffuse into the blood-colored vessels, further accelerating its consumption. Han Yuan was both amused and exasperated. Fortunately, he could continue taking spirit-nourishing grass and meridian unlocking pills, and their effects would eventually cover all his meridians. Time passed slowly. Han Yuan silently refined the spirit-nourishing grass and meridian unlocking pills. The meridian unlocking pill normally carried pill toxins, but Han Yuan often rolled multipliers of 10 or higher, leaving no toxins at all. Instead, the extra multiplier seemed to transform the toxins into additional medicinal power, enhancing the drug's efficacy. Coupled with his improved detoxification ability, the impact of pill toxins on him had become negligible. At a certain moment, Han Yuan sensed that his micromeridians had been thoroughly washed by the power of the spirit-nourishing grass, and he was about to cease refining it. But his spiritual sense was astonished to see that some of the cool energy was extending from the tips of the micromeridians into the blood-green vessels.
Could this cause problems?
Han Yuan watched nervously as the vessels covering his flesh, originating from the blood vine grass and mutated by the wood spirit heart, were being affected. These vessels normally converted with spiritual power into blood energy to strengthen his flesh. If the spirit nourishing grass power caused an anomaly, he would have to stop refining it immediately. He observed the cool energy deftly attaching itself to the blood-green vessels, strengthening them just as it had the meridians. When the cool energy was exhausted, Han Yuan stared intently at the vessels, looking for any abnormality. He found nothing unusual. The patch of flesh where these blood vessels resided was merely a small area on his abdomen, and outwardly there seemed to be no change. Han Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to look away when he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The skin over that piece of flesh was absorbing spiritual energy, which should have been transferred into the micromeridians, then refined and sent to higher-level meridians. But he was shocked to find that the blood vessels attached to that flesh were also absorbing this spiritual energy. As the energy circulated through these blood meridians, it was being transformed into both spiritual power and blood energy. He watched in bewilderment as the blood energy naturally merged into the flesh, while the spiritual power flowed through the connecting points into the micromeridians.
Wait! Something remarkable is happening.
Han Yuan fixed his gaze on that small piece of flesh, watching as the blood vessels repeated the process once more. Confirming that his eyes were not deceiving him, he was filled with astonishment. Previously, these blood vessels could not absorb or circulate spiritual energy. They could only convert it into blood energy via the connecting terminals for the flesh to absorb. But now, after absorbing the cool energy, they could circulate spiritual energy and even refine it, transforming it into both spiritual power and blood energy. Although the spiritual power delivered to the micromeridians was soon converted back into blood energy through the connecting points and returned to the blood vessels to fuel the flesh's enhancement, seemingly of little use. What if the meridians of these blood vessels were expanded? The meridian unlocking pill could also increase the instantaneous absorption speed of the blood vessels. He directed the medicinal power of the meridian unlocking pill to that area. The scorching energy flowed into the blood vessels, and indeed it began to expand their diameter. The absorption speed of spiritual energy also increased accordingly. Dazzled by this discovery, it was as if he had found a new continent. He accelerated his intake of spirit-nourishing grass and meridian unlocking pills, channeling both medicinal forces into the blood vessels. There were so many blood vessels. But fortunately, with his random multiplier ability, a steady stream of medicinal power fueled his grand enhancement project. In the corner, Wankai occasionally raised its head to look at Han Yuan in the center. Seeing him still cultivating, it would helplessly droop its head and continue its own practice. In such a dense spiritual energy environment, it could also abstain from food, but it felt uncomfortable in its stomach if it didn't eat something. Its gaze then fell upon the leaves of blood vine grass that Han Yuan had swept aside. It could sense some of its master's emotions, and knew these leaves were useless to him. So, hesitating for a moment, it picked up a leaf, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Although the leaves lacking the blood vessels could no longer enhance physical aptitude, they still possessed a body-tempering effect. Swallowing them actually helped stave off hunger. Wankai found the taste mediocre, but after eating it felt a warmth in its stomach. So each time it finished absorbing spiritual energy, it would eat 1 or 2 leaves before resuming its cultivation. The energy from the bloodvine grass leaves gradually integrated into its body as it cultivated, strengthening its physique. But it didn't think much of it, it just didn't want to go hungry. One by one, the bloodvine grass leaves entered Wankai's stomach. Unbeknownst to it, its aura had already risen by a minor realm. Han Yuan, however, did not notice Wankai's little antics. Otherwise, he would certainly have felt ashamed that his pet had resorted to eating grass leaves. Though these leaves were quite valuable, for leaves constituting 1 stalk of bloodvine grass with each leaf worth 7 spirit stones, they could still be used for refining pills and even save the trouble of removing impurities. No one would have imagined that someone would use tens of thousands of bloodvine grass stalks to feed a chi refinement stage spirit beast. It was truly extravagant. Han Yuan opened his eyes, a glint of light flickering in his gaze. He glanced at the text before him.
Random enhancement multiplier 58. Spirit nourishing grass effect increased by 58 times. Random enhancement multiplier 32. Meridian connecting pill effect increased by 32 times. A maximum of 58 times the medicinal power. Not bad.
Han Yuan marveled at his own transformation, which could only be described as a complete rebirth. He felt he was no longer human. The network of veins spread throughout his flesh made it resemble leaves, allowing him to absorb and release spiritual energy through his very blood and muscles. At this point, he knew that the perfection level of the ancient Wuchi returning art was within reach. As he prepared to break through, he glanced around. The storage pouches were neatly arranged. Wankai was cultivating in a corner, and the floor was clean, much like when he first entered. The cultivation chamber's self-cleaning function ensured it remained spotless during his training.
Am I forgetting something?
He looked around, confirming none of the storage pouches were missing, and scratched his chin in confusion.
I feel like something is missing, but it doesn't seem to be.
Han Yuan glanced at Wankai again, noting its significantly elevated aura, and nodded with satisfaction.
Forget it, let's break through the ancient Wuchi returning art first.
Han Yuan closed his eyes once more. As he closed his eyes, Wankai guiltily opened one eye. Seeing that its master hadn't noticed the missing leaves, it breathed a sigh of relief. Then its gaze turned to the discarded stems of the spirit-nourishing grass left by Han Yuan. When Han Yuan consumed the grass, he only swallowed the leaves, as the stems lacked the permanent enhancement effect. Thus, he had tossed them aside, forming a large pile beside him. However, these stems could still be used to refine qi-gathering pills and qi-condensing pills, provided the proportions were calculated correctly. As Han Yuan sank into deep cultivation, Wankai's appetite stirred again, an uncomfortable emptiness gnawing at its stomach. So it stealthily crept to the pile of stems beside Han Yuan, picked one up in its mouth, and returned to the corner, quietly swallowing it. Wankai was Han Yuan's contracted spirit beast and harbored no ill intentions toward him, so Han Yuan did not notice its approach. His spiritual sense was entirely focused on the fluctuations of the earth vein's spiritual energy, and Wankai had no effect on it. After swallowing the spirit-nourishing grass stem, Wankai felt immense comfort in its abdomen. A vast amount of cool, pure spiritual energy spread from its belly throughout its body, bringing a refreshing coolness and making cultivation much smoother. Each time it cultivated, it would secretly come over to fetch a stem and eat it, causing the pile to gradually shrink. Meanwhile, Han Yuan was fully engaged in circulating the ancient Wuchi returning art. This time his main focus was on modifying the circulation direction of the ancient Wuchi returning art. Previously, the qi returning art absorbed and released spiritual energy through micromeridians to achieve a spiritual energy cycle. In this process, the micromeridians acted as both absorbers and releasers, making the circulation somewhat chaotic. Even with the wood spirit heart's control, efficiency was inevitably reduced. Now, with the involvement of the blood-colored meridians, the situation was different. Earth vein spiritual energy entered the body through the skin, circulated within the micromeridians, then partially flowed into small meridians, and further into the main and secondary meridians. Finally, it was refined into pure wood spiritual power within the wood spirit heart and accumulated. The other portion of spiritual energy directly transferred from the connection points between the micromeridians and blood-colored meridians into the blood-colored network. From there, it dispersed through the flesh into the world, completing a new spiritual energy cycle. In this process, the blood-colored meridians primarily served as releasers, while the micromeridians mainly acted as absorbers. The two did not interfere with each other, thereby enhancing the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption. Within the micromeridians, spiritual power was already being channeled into the blood-colored meridians to strengthen the flesh. Now, adding earth vein spiritual energy merely increased the flow. As the earth vein spiritual energy dispersed through his flesh, it also washed over and further fortified his body. Through this cyclical process, the operation of Han Yuan's techniques became increasingly smooth. Gradually, both the ancient wood spirit nourishing art and the ancient wood qi returning art approached perfection. He felt he was only one opportunity away from breaking through to the perfection level of the ancient wood spirit nourishing art, but he couldn't quite grasp it. However, with the improvement of the spiritual energy cycle, the ancient wood qi returning art gradually reached perfection. Countless spiritual energy cycles were established between his body, the earth, and the air, achieving a state of perfect harmony. After tens of thousands of such cycles were successfully formed, a significantly larger die appeared before him. Staring at the rapidly spinning die, Han Yuan issued a mental command. "Stop!" The die halted instantly, revealing one of its faces. 20. Han Yuan was overjoyed. Random enhancement multiplier 20. Ancient with sheer turning arc perfection effect increased by 20 times. Under the astonishing 20-fold amplification, countless streams of earth-vein spiritual energy surged into his body, forming spiritual energy cycles. All the micromeridians involved in his technique circulation connected with the earth-vein spiritual energy. A massive influx of earth-vein spiritual energy entered his body, but the network of micromeridians expanded several times, and strengthened by the spirit-nourishing grass and meridian-connecting pills easily absorbed it, all becoming wide and smooth. The spiritual power in his dantian, which had been reduced by a third, rapidly replenished during this process. Soon the spiritual power in his dantian returned to its peak state. This time Han Yuan did not hesitate to break through. Surging forth, the powerful spiritual energy struck the barriers of his dantian. Expecting it to require multiple attempts, he was surprised when the with spiritual power shattered it in a single blow. His dantian expanded several times over. The original spiritual power was reduced to less than a quarter, and its quality had been condensed during the breakthrough. This time Han Yuan understood more clearly the changes spiritual power undergoes during a breakthrough. He realized with sudden clarity. No wonder my dantian reached the size of a Qi refining layer 10 cultivator before breaking through, yet I never felt the sensation of reaching foundation establishment. It turns out that spiritual power also undergoes a transformation each time one breaks through. Although his spiritual power had also tripled in transformation, the change was more quantitative than qualitative. Indeed, the qualitative improvement was not as effective as a proper breakthrough to Qi refining layer 10. Nevertheless, the spiritual power he now possessed at Qi refining layer 7 was likely comparable to that of someone at Qi refining layer 9. He was undoubtedly qualified for foundation establishment. This is the role of spirit essence. The improvement in spiritual power quality increases the success rate of foundation establishment. No wonder a single piece costs 800 spirit stones. This is also because others have limits in using spirit essence. One person cannot consume too many. If they could, the price would surely be even higher. Han Yuan looked toward the storage pouch marked spirit essence and was about to reach out. Suddenly he paused and glanced at a certain spot beside him. He clearly remembered that when he used the spirit-nourishing grass, he had discarded the stems into a very high pile. But now the original pile was gone. The ground was spotless, as if the pile had never existed. At that moment, he recalled something he had forgotten. Where were the leaves of the blood-vein grass that had lost their blood-colored veins? Even the stems of the blood-vein grass had vanished without a trace. He walked around the cultivation chamber, his gaze suspiciously falling on Yuan Kai in the corner. In the entire chamber, he couldn't think of anyone else who could have taken the leaves. After a while, Yuan Kai finished its cultivation and habitually opened its eyes to look toward Han Yuan. It then saw Han Yuan crouching before it, arms crossed, looking down at it. "Woof! Woof! Master, are you done cultivating?" Yuan Kai's voice was filled with joy, its tail wagging vigorously. "Where are the blood-vein grass leaves and the spirit-nourishing grass stems?" Han Yuan asked in a low, probing tone. Yuan Kai's expression remained unchanged, a trace of confusion on its face. However, its tail wagging twice as fast behind it betrayed its actions. Han Yuan picked it up, intending to see where it had hidden the leaves, but suddenly noticed that the dog was over 10 times heavier than before. "What the heck, what have you been eating to get so heavy?" At that moment, Han Yuan extended his spiritual sense into Yuan Kai's body. He could feel an extremely surging blood energy within it, and its fire spiritual power was astonishingly immense. Somehow Yuan Kai had already reached the late stage of Qi refining perfection, its cultivation progress even more exaggerated than his own. Han Yuan looked at Yuan Kai with a strange expression as it avoided his gaze. He finally knew where the leaves had gone. 10,000 stalks of bloodvein grass worth 3,000,000 spirit stones. 10,000 stalks of spirit-nourishing grass stems excluding the leaves were also worth about 3,000,000 spirit stones. This dog had consumed a total of 6,000,000 spirit stones.
Forget it. Since you've reached chi refining perfection, go ask how you can break through. Spirit beasts probably don't need foundation establishment pills, do they?
Han Yuan carried Wan Kai and walked out of the cultivation chamber. His aura merged with Wang Kai's, gradually blending into the surrounding environment, making them seem invisible. Without attracting anyone's attention, he soon arrived at the spirit beast garden. After a brief stroll, he spotted Lu Sisi. Lu Sisi's demeanor had changed significantly. She moved with a decisive, commanding air, exuding the aura of a strong-willed woman. 2 disciples followed behind her, apparently reporting on the garden's income.
Supervisor Lu, over the past 5 months, the garden's output has met all plans with even a 10% surplus. Completing the goals set at the beginning of the year is no problem,
a female disciple reported. Lu Sisi nodded slightly.
Report the growth status of the spirit beasts promptly. There must be no mistakes. Yes.
The 2 female disciples quickly nodded. Han Yuan was also quite surprised by the transformed Lu Sisi. The original Lu Sisi had a senior apprentice sister's demeanor, generous and graceful, with a clear innocence and simplicity in her eyes. Now she had begun to resemble the outer courtyard supervisor he was familiar with. She carried a hint of superiority and a touch of pride. Although she seemed similar to before, her flavor had changed. Han Yuan did not rush forward to inquire about Wang Kai's advancement, for he noticed Lu Zhixian standing in the distance, watching the scene with an impassive expression. Lu Zhixian did not see Han Yuan unless one deliberately sought him out. Others would perceive Han Yuan as nothing more than a small tree utterly devoid of presence. Lu Sisi also noticed Lu Zhixian. She first gestured for her subordinates to leave, then hurried toward him. Han Yuan and Wang Cai, 1 man and 1 dog, both watched with curiosity.
Elder, why have you come?
Lu Sisi asked with a smile and a bow. Lu Zhixian replied indifferently.
As I recall, you had the beast garden nearly arranged 2 months ago. Why are you still bustling about here?
Lu Sisi was taken aback.
Have I done something wrong?
She asked in confusion. Lu Zhixian shook his head.
No, you have done excellently, managing the beast garden with great order. I never realized before that you possess a certain talent for administration, but you have misplaced your focus.
Lu Sisi looked bewildered.
Focus? Please enlighten me, Elder. Let me ask you this, are you now a member of Songming Cave Mansion or a member of the Lu family?
Lu Zhixian gazed into Lu Sisi's eyes.
Well?
Lu Sisi's thoughts churned as she replied.
I am of course a member of the Lu family. Wrong,
Lu Zhixian declared. Lu Sisi blinked.
Then am I a member of Songming Cave Mansion? Wrong again.
Lu Zhixian snorted coldly. Lu Sisi was perplexed by Lu Zhixian's meaning. Lu Zhixian sighed and said,
You belong to Han Yuan. And not Han Yuan the true disciple, but Han Yuan the person himself. I don't understand.
Lu Sisi said, her face paling as she sensed a vague unease.
Let me ask you, what is your purpose in building connections and amassing influence in the Beast Garden? Do you truly believe you earned this steward position through your own talent? No, it is because of your relationship with the true disciple Han. Without that bond, you would be no different from any ordinary family disciple. At best, you might secure a mid-level managerial role, perhaps even reach foundation establishment, but so what?
Lu Zhixian offered his guidance. Lu Sisi vaguely grasped Lu Zhixian's meaning. Months ago, her mother's side had improved due to her influence, and letters had arrived advising her on the intricacies of networking. She had been deeply inspired, but now it seemed she had erred. Lu Zhixian looked at the bustling crowd in the distance, then pointed at Songming Tower.
Who do you think is the master of Songming Cave Mansion?
Lu Sisi hesitated.
Do you believe that Songming Cave Mansion has been jointly controlled by the Lu Di and Chang families, and that the true disciple Han has become useless? That only a title remains, and the master of Songming Cave Mansion has already changed. So you have stopped paying attention to the true disciple Han, and instead focus solely on scheming within the Lu family.
Lu Zixian saw through Lu Sisi's thoughts. Lu Sisi bit her lip and lowered her head, unable to refute. Was this not permissible? Could one not plan for one's own future? Lu Zixian sighed.
In a mortal dynasty your thinking would be correct. But in the cultivation world only strength reigns supreme.
His gaze turned solemn as he looked into the distance.
The Lu family owes its vast territory and benefits to our ancestor, a golden core cultivator. Should the ancestor's lifespan end or fall midway without a successor of the golden core realm, our great family would collapse overnight. We would yield massive interests, the main branch would retreat, and branch families would scatter to other lands. Many clansmen would be killed or separated by hostile forces, our power greatly diminished, until a new golden core cultivator emerges from the family to reunite all branches.
Lu Sisi took a deep breath, finally understanding Lu Zixian's point. True to his word, Lu Zixian continued.
As for Han Yuan, I had you become his person not because he became a true disciple, but because he could become one. The sect does not appoint true disciples lightly. Those who achieve this status possess the potential for golden core, even nascent soul. Such individuals must be cultivated at all costs. If Lu Xinghe had such potential, he would have become a true disciple long ago. He thinks the peak master is holding him back, unaware that the true decision-makers are the hidden golden core cultivators and nascent soul ancestors of the peak. Thus Han Yuan's swift ascension to true disciple upon arriving at Spirit Inscription Peak cannot be dismissed as mere cunning. It underscores his immense potential, requiring no further observation. Regardless of the rumors circulating, they are irrelevant. Do you trust the judgment of Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators, or the insight of a golden core cultivator? Once Han Yuan reaches the golden core realm, should the Lu family encounter trouble, he will offer some protection. The worst outcomes would be averted. If we even become marital kin, the benefits the Lu family could reap would be tenfold or 100-fold greater than all our current assets.
Lu Sisi understood. She grasped Lu Zixian's meaning. Her present duty was to approach Han Yuan, assist him, and serve him.
But elder, am I not already working for him? This is exactly what he instructed.
Lu Sisi said, flustered.
Huh. Chang Chun and Qin Feng also served the true disciple Han. But did you know that when the true disciple Han emerged from seclusion recently, Chang Chun and Qin Feng acted immediately without waiting for his orders? You, however, knew nothing. What about Di Qin?
Lu Sisi bit her lip.
Is he the same? He is an outsider, a latecomer. You three were originally the true disciple Han's closest people. But now not only have you failed to bond with him, even your status as a close subordinate is fading. You have become just like Di Qin.
Lu Zixian spoke with frustration.
Go to Songming Tower, wait for Han Yuan to emerge, and have hot food ready so he sees you the moment he steps out. That is what you should do.
Lu Sisi finally understood completely. The elder still wanted her to actively get close to Han Yuan, but she wished to prove herself through ability. Was she not strong? Her cultivation had made 2 consecutive leaps during this time, rising from the 5th layer of Qi refining to the 7th. Her spirit beast had also advanced to the late Qi refining stage, and through a family secret art, she had contracted an additional beast. She had become an inner disciple of Spirit Inscription Peak and mastered several spells. How could the elder think she was only fit to be a seductive flower spirit? Han Yuan exchanged a glance with the innocent Wang Kai. Wang Kai's eyes were blank. Han Yuan, however, remained unfazed. Lu Zixian's idea was quite sound. If Lu Sisi approached him in this way, he would not immediately make her his Dao partner, but he would certainly look after her where he could. He had always been good to his own people. Now Lu Sisi was half his, and half the Lu family's, which had indeed diluted their bond. Truly age brings wisdom. Han Yuan quietly slipped away. Neither of them noticed the anomaly beside them, completely unaware that someone had just eavesdropped on their conversation. Han Yuan looked suspiciously at the sky, muttering to himself.
They chose to say all this just when I appeared. Is this mere coincidence?
He thought of his identity and felt relieved. He was glad he had not left the sect earlier. Such encounters happened frequently, and other matters would likely follow suit. He had felt somewhat invincible, but upon reflection, with so many golden core cultivators out there, he still needed to develop steadily. After half a year of cultivation, Yuan sensed a flicker of spiritual light within his sea of consciousness. At a certain moment, his divine sense finally broke through, also reaching the false core stage, false core being the great perfection of foundation establishment. At this moment, he was truly only half a step away from the golden core, and could prepare to break through at any time. It was also at this moment of breakthrough that he felt a forgotten region deep within his memories. Yuan's eyes widened. A portion of my memories was once sealed by someone. Startled, he did not hesitate. As his divine sense broke through, he channeled a massive amount of it to assault that region. Even if it meant his divine sense regressed to the late foundation establishment stage, he was determined to shatter the seal. As a peak master, having his memories sealed would be a laughingstock if it got out. Break. 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 Yuan mobilized his divine sense to batter the seal, his spiritual sense draining rapidly, yet he cared not. Meanwhile, in the Sutra Pavilion of Ancient Wood Peak ancestors, Yuan cast an unexpected glance toward Lin Wen Peak. He chuckled lightly. It seems the change of the Lin Wen Peak master is not far off. In the cultivation chamber, as his divine sense was depleted by 9/10, the memory seal finally shattered. A flood of familiar yet foreign memories surged into his mind, clashing considerably with his existing recollections. He could instantly discern that the memories he had once considered normal were actually false, implanted ones. He sat dazed on his prayer mat, his face shifting between gloom and uncertainty. Han Yu on the Lin Wen ancient stone wall, all 8 inscriptions appearing. A secret disciple. Also, the sect does have secret disciples. Yuan suddenly understood, then gave a bitter smile. I thought it was just the sect leader who was drawn here, but it turns out even the ancestor was attracted by Han Yuan. Then a smile crept onto his face. It seems my judgment is still sound. Besides, nominally, I am still Han Yuan's master, and he remains my true disciple. If he truly becomes an ancestor in the future, wouldn't I? He looked toward Ancient Wood Peak, stroking his chin. Ancestor Yuan must have noticed I broke his memory seal, but he didn't stop me. In fact, it seems he intended for me to discover it. This way it should be fine for me to approach Han Yuan again. He took out his token, intending to contact Han Yuan. But after a moment's thought, he put the token away, walked straight out of the cultivation chamber, and flew personally toward Songming Cave Mansion. Master. A woman greeted him with a warm smile from outside the door. You've come out of seclusion. I just bought your favorite roasted immortal goose and forgetting sorrow brew from outside. They're still warm. Would you like to warm up first? Yuan looked at her and said in sudden recognition, Ah, it's Xian. He glanced at the array of items beside her and paused his outward movement slightly. He reconsidered. Since half a year had passed, a little more time wouldn't matter. He decided to eat first. He sat down. Xian quickly poured wine for Yuan, her tone cheerful. Master, did your seclusion bear fruit? Ha, a small gain. Yuan took a sip of the warm forgetting sorrow wine and sighed. You truly care for me, Xian. Even while out training, you remembered to bring me forgetting sorrow wine. There's no need to rush over here with all your busy work. Forgetting sorrow wine was a specialty of Forgetting Sorrow Valley, costing 50 mid-grade spirit stones per flask with limited purchases. It was clear Xian had put in great effort. How could I not? Xian shot him a glare. Are you abandoning me? Ha, Xian, of course I wouldn't abandon you. I see you're busy with cultivation and managing Lin Wen Peak every day, yet you still find time to visit this old man. Focus on reaching foundation establishment as soon as possible. Yuan laughed. Master, look. Xian spun around proudly in front of him. Yuan explained in surprise, you've broken through. Of course. I rushed back to be with you, Master. That foundation establishment barrier, I smashed right through it. Xian chirped joyfully. Good. It seems my judgment was indeed correct. Yuan nodded with satisfaction. A flicker of surprise passed through Xian's eyes. She had heard rumors that her master's judgment had faltered when he accepted a useless disciple, but he still seemed brimming with confidence in his own insight. "By the way, Xianxian, have you met my new disciple?" Yuan has smiled. "Ah, I just returned not long ago, and haven't yet met the 7th junior brother," Xianxian replied. In truth, she had been back for a few days, but upon hearing that her 7th junior brother's reputation was mediocre, she hadn't thought to visit him. As the 4th senior sister, it should be Han Yuan who came to pay respects to her. She had also gathered some information that 7th junior brother spent all his time in seclusion, and even most of those in Songming Cave Mansion had never seen Han Yuan in person. "Haha, then you must get close to him. He is a genius." Yuan laughed heartily. Xianxian blinked, utterly baffled. Yuan has said with a knowing smile, "Have you been listening to the rumors outside? I deliberately put on a show for others. Don't underestimate him." Xianxian suddenly understood. "I see. Master, your methods are truly impressive. It seems everyone thinks the 7th junior brother only bears the title of true disciple without the substance." Yuan had coughed. That was hardly his doing. But of course, he didn't explain. "After we eat, come with me to see Han Yuan." "All right." Xianxian asked curiously, "Master, what is so extraordinary about the little junior brother?" "Well, his comprehension is astonishing. The cultivation technique he practices was already mastered half a year ago. Moreover, he experienced an epiphany and grasped something truly remarkable. I'll keep that a secret for him. You can ask him yourself, ha ha ha." Yuan has seemed to recall something and burst into laughter again, his smile showing no sign of pretense. Xianxian was secretly alarmed. The little junior brother hadn't actively sought out their master in the past 6 months, yet their master seemed more than satisfied with him, perhaps even more so than with her. This situation caught her off guard. She had originally thought the only contender for the peak master position was 2nd senior brother, but now the situation seemed far from clear. A storm of thoughts churned within Xianxian, and she didn't hide her curiosity. "Then I truly must see what makes junior brother Han so special." Yuan has smiled in silence. After they finished the food and wine, they flew toward Songming Cave Mansion aboard magical artifacts. Yuan looked at Xianxian and asked, "Have you prepared a meeting gift?" "There's no time to prepare now. If not, your master can give you one, haha. As the senior sister, you can't lose face." Xianxian replied with a beaming smile, "I heard you had taken on a little junior brother, so I especially prepared a grand gift. No need for you to spend, master." "That's good." Yuan had nodded with satisfaction. Xianxian, however, probed her storage pouch with her divine sense to remove the item from the box she had originally prepared and rummaged through her pouch to replace it with something she had kept stored away. This was something she had obtained with great difficulty and luck during her travels, and it was extremely precious to her. A look of pain flickered in her eyes, but she understood her master's hint. Her master wouldn't have assumed she had no gift, rather, he was subtly implying that the gift shouldn't be too light. It should be as generous as possible. He was even willing to lend her a grand gift. The flattery she had shown her master was not in vain. This hint alone was worth it. Xianxian's eyes brimmed with curiosity. What was so extraordinary about this little junior brother that her master spoke of with such an air of mystery and reverence? Lu Cece returned to her dwelling. After pondering the matter, she felt the clan elder's words held some truth. She approached her vanity and deliberately applied a touch of light makeup. Then she pinched her own delicate cheeks to soften her features, making herself appear less cold. After mustering her courage, she stepped out and made her way toward the Songming Tower. Meanwhile, as Han Yuan was lost in contemplation, he sensed a vibration from his true disciple token. Extending his spiritual sense into it, he looked up at the sky in astonishment. "And master and 4 senior sister are coming." Han Yuan was somewhat surprised. No sooner had he emerged from seclusion than events came one after another. It was quite a coincidence. He partially dispersed the concealment effect of his ancient wood concealing art, opened the main gate of the Songming Tower, and stepped outside. Seeing Han Yuan open the door, just as she arrived, Lu Cece was taken aback. Had he sensed her coming? Recalling the clan elder's earlier words, she hesitated for a moment, before stepping forward. But before she could approach, Chong Chun had already arrived before Han Yuan, offering a respectful bow.
Lord of the Manor, have you emerged from seclusion?
Within seconds, Qin Feng also arrived swiftly, as if he had been lingering nearby all along. Han Yuan's expression softened.
You've come at the right time. Go prepare some food and tea. My master and senior sister are coming.
Chong Chun immediately replied,
Lord of the Manor, no problem. I'll arrange the reception room and attendants right away.
Qin Feng's eyes lit up as well.
Lord of the Manor, I heard the dining hall just butchered a foundation establishment midst ferocious beast, the iron-thorn blood ox. I'll send someone to purchase some beef immediately.
Chong Chun added,
I happen to obtain a precious box of Xianrank top-grade tea leaves. It should be worthy of hosting the Peak Master and won't disappoint. Excellent, you've both done very well. If you need spirit stones, just withdraw them from the treasury and record the account properly.
Han Yuan nodded with a smile. Only then did Lu Sisi approach. Standing to the side, she felt somewhat at a loss, watching Chong Chun and Qin Feng take out their tokens and begin assigning tasks, arranging everything swiftly and efficiently. She couldn't help but feel a little superfluous. These two were far too skilled at flattery. Han Yuan looked at Lu Sisi and said with a slight smile,
Junior sister Lu, how are things? Have you been managing well lately? It's manageable.
Lu Sisi nodded.
Senior brother,
Han Yuan chuckled and interrupted.
Wait a moment, my master and senior sister will be here soon. If it's nothing urgent, we can talk after we've finished. Oh, all right.
Lu Sisi stood aside, watching Chong Chun and Qin Feng bustle about with the others. Chong Chun ordered people to use cleaning spells on the Songming Tower, tidy up the reception room on the 4th floor, and summoned several female cultivators of fine figure and appearance to serve as attendants. Carpets were laid, incense lit, and the atmosphere instantly became dignified. It was at this moment that Di Qing arrived, belatedly standing awkwardly beside Lu Sisi, asking her in confusion,
What's going on? The Lord of the Manor says the Peak Master is coming.
Lu Sisi replied absently. Standing next to Lu Sisi, Di Qing caught the faint fragrance emanating from her and noticed her fair rosy lips and slightly furrowed brows, unable to resist stealing a few more glances. Sensing his subtle movements, Lu Sisi frowned slightly, moved away from him, and positioned herself on the other side of Han Yuan, drawing even closer to him. Di Qing's mouth twitched, a trace of annoyance crossing his brow. He cast a disdainful glance at her, then approached Han Yuan and cupped his hands, saying,
Lord of the Manor, is there anything I can help with? Oh.
Han Yuan thought for a moment and said,
Both of you come with me to welcome the Peak Master. Yes.
Di Qing quickly replied.
All right.
Lu Sisi nodded with a smile. Han Yuan nodded, unconcerned with their little schemes, and led the way toward the entrance of the cave dwelling. Along the way, some disciples were seen cleaning and tidying various functional buildings, appearing hurried. However, upon seeing Han Yuan, they paused to bow one by one. Han Yuan was somewhat surprised. It seemed everyone recognized him. He responded to each with a nod and a slight smile. To Lu Sisi's embarrassment, the Lu clan disciples looked at Han Yuan with utter bewilderment, but upon seeing her they bowed, then cast curious glances at Han Yuan. Meanwhile, the Di clan disciples, seeing even the direct descendant of the Di family standing respectfully behind Han Yuan, immediately deduced his identity. Though a bit slow, they quickly followed suit and bowed. Lu Sisi secretly observed Han Yuan's reaction, but he appeared completely unruffled. She couldn't help but lower her head, her cheeks flushing with heat. She had previously looked down on Chong Chun and Qin Feng, but now she realized she had been the one lacking. She recalled the clan elder's words. Was she a person of the Lu clan or a person of Han Yuan? If she belonged to Han Yuan, why hadn't she thought to inform the Lu clan disciples of his appearance and the proper etiquette toward him? She quickly sent a group message reminding the Lu disciples to mind their manners. She wondered if it was too late to make amends. Han Yuan, of course, didn't dwell on such complexities. His mind was focused on why old man Du was coming to see him, leaving no room to care who was bowing to him. At most, had retained a vague impression. Arriving at the main entrance, Han Yuan opened the barrier and looked into the distance. Two streaks of light from magical artifacts were approaching at tremendous speed. They landed 300 meters from the gate, revealing two figures who walked slowly toward them. It was Old Man Du and an unfamiliar stunning woman. Han Yuan strode forward quickly and said with a smile,
"Master, you could have flown straight in. Why be so courteous with your disciple?" "Ha ha, Han Yuan, you won't blame me for ignoring you for half a year, will you?"
Du Yuanhe laughed exaggeratedly.
"How could I? I haven't come to pay my respects for the past 6 months. It's entirely this disciple's fault."
Han Yuan quickly added,
"I heard you were in seclusion for half a year, so it's only natural you didn't visit me. I was also in seclusion for half a year and just emerged. Coincidentally, your 4th senior sister has also returned from her training journey, so I brought her along to visit you. Haha, I was lucky to find you out of seclusion as well."
Du Yuanhe chuckled. Han Yuan curiously observed the beautiful female cultivator. Her eyes were captivating, her demeanor lively and youthful, a smile playing on her lips as she gazed at him without blinking. Their eyes met, yet the female cultivator did not look away. Instead, she regarded him with even greater interest.
"This is your 4th senior sister, Yu Xianxian,"
Du Yuanhe introduced.
"Han Yuan greets 4th senior sister,"
Han Yuan said respectfully.
"I little junior brother, why so formal?" "You're a truly handsome little junior brother. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, a tall and upright figure like a towering ancient tree, you stand out from the crowd. You've made the senior sister's heart bloom with joy,"
Yu Xianxian said with a charming smile. Lu Sisi and Yi Qin both lowered their heads, not daring to look too closely. Having risen in status within the Lu clan, Lu Sisi had gained access to more information. She naturally knew about the second true disciple of the spirit inscription peak. Yu Xianxian, the eldest daughter of the Yu family's direct line, was of noble status, gifted talent, and profound knowledge. The Yu family had once been a nascent soul clan with an ancestor who had reached that realm. Though no nascent soul cultivator remained now, the clan still had several golden core cultivators, making their power far greater than that of the Di and Lu families. Lu Sisi secretly appraised Yu Xianxian. She had always been confident in her own beauty, but she was clearly several levels below Yu Xianxian, especially that innate aristocratic aura which was beyond her reach. However, what happened next left her utterly stunned. Yu Xianxian approached Han Yuan naturally and familiarly, taking his arm, and giggled.
"Little junior brother, your senior sister here doesn't have a Dao partner yet. How about considering me? Xianxian is a great beauty. You be getting quite the deal."
Han Yuan was taken aback and quickly tried to remove her hands with his other arm.
"Senior sister, stop joking around. This little junior brother knows his place,"
Han Yuan said, sweating.
"Humph, are you rejecting me?"
Yu Xianxian snorted lightly, then laughed coquettishly.
"Is your senior sister not pretty enough?"
She blinked her big eyes at Han Yuan, their misty allure making one's head spin. Han Yuan said with a wry smile,
"Senior sister, please don't tease your junior brother." "How could I tease you? I Xianxian never go back on my word. If you don't believe me, ask around the peak. What I say is like water spilled, never taken back."
Yu Xianxian leaned close to his ear and whispered softly,
"Your senior sister is still a virgin."
She let out a light laugh and released her hold. Han Yuan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, never imagining his senior sister would be so bold and fiery. Lu Sisi was utterly stunned. This was too direct, wasn't it? She could confirm that Yu Xianxian never went back on her word. Since becoming a true disciple, Yu Xianxian had assisted the peak master in handling affairs, always unwavering in her decisions. Though her personality was open and generous, she had never been this close to a male cultivator before. And she took the initiative. That playful remark didn't seem like a lie after all. Such an outstanding woman throwing herself into his arms at their first meeting. Lu Sisi felt her mind couldn't keep up. Not just her, even Han Yuan found it overwhelming. He looked to Du Yuanhe for help. Du Yuanhe watched their antics with amusement. Catching Han Yuan's desperate gaze, he laughed heartily.
"Xiao Yuan Xianxian has a good nature and truly knows how to care for others. If you don't mind, I could act as a matchmaker and bring you two together."
Yu Xianxian looked at Du Yuanhe in surprise, then turned her gaze to Han Yuan. The peculiar light in her eyes grew even more intense. Yuan's words seemed to imply that she might not be worthy of Han Yuan, and that his consent was necessary. This only fueled her curiosity further. Han Yuan wore an expression of being utterly toyed with by Yuan. He sighed helplessly.
Master!
Yuan cleared his throat.
All right, just a joke. Let's enter the cave dwelling. It was empty before, but now it seems quite lively.
Yu Xianxian suddenly slapped her forehead.
Oh, I almost forgot the meeting gift.
She shoved a box into Han Yuan's arms.
Look at it later, and don't let anyone see. Oh, thank you, senior sister Xianxian,
Han Yuan said with a bright smile. He accepted the gift without hesitation. When it came to receiving presents, he was a professional. Laughing and chatting, the group walked into the cave dwelling. Yuan swept his divine sense across the cave dwelling, observing its bustling nascent scale. He remarked with some surprise.
I heard you've been in seclusion cultivating. I didn't expect you to manage the cave dwelling so well.
Han Yuan shook his head with a smile.
It's not me managing it. I'm cooperating with the Lu and D families. They handle most of the work. I'm just a rent collector. These two beside me are the representatives of the D and Lu families here, Lu Sisi and Di Qing. Pay your respects to the Peak Master.
Di Qing was startled, then quickly bowed.
Di Qing pays respects to the Peak Master. Lu Sisi pays respects to the Peak Master.
Lu Sisi also hurriedly performed the courtesy. Yuan nodded at them kindly, a gentle smile on his face.
Not bad. Di Qing and Lu Sisi, is it? Your families have good foresight. If you help Han Yuan manage his affairs, well, there will definitely be benefits for you. Wait a moment. I have some matters to discuss with Han Yuan. You may go about your business.
Di Qing was overjoyed. Having his name noted by the Peak Master was undoubtedly advantageous. He quickly replied happily,
Understood, Peak Master. I will manage everything clearly and properly.
Lu Sisi, on the other hand, nodded hesitantly, at a loss for words. She wanted to follow the three of them. But Han Yuan, Yuan, and Yu Xianxian quickened their pace, instantly widening the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Watching Han Yuan's chatting and laughing figure gradually recede, Lu Sisi realized something was wrong. Di Qing glanced at Lu Sisi, who stood frozen in place, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He shook his head and left directly. Lu Sisi's face paled, followed by a faint, resigned sigh. Then she gritted her teeth and pulled herself together.
Others can do it, why can't I? In cultivation and ability, I can all strive to improve.
She regained her confident demeanor. She wasn't that kind of person, nor was she skilled at flattery. Instead, a sense of relief washed over her. When it came to fate, she preferred to let it take its natural course. She wouldn't force others, and she wouldn't force herself. On her way back to the Spirit Beast Garden, her steps were noticeably lighter than the hesitant pace she had arrived with. The budding arrogance had faded from her face. She threw herself back into the cultivation of spirit beasts in the garden, becoming more focused and dedicated. She was Lu Sisi, not a member of the Lu family, nor Han Yuan's person. She was simply herself. On the way to Songming Tower, Yu Xianxian was surprised to discover that Han Yuan's speed was not slow. In fact, it was quite fast. She hadn't seen him cast any techniques, yet he moved with remarkable swiftness and grace, far beyond what a normal Qi refining layer 7 cultivator should possess. Suddenly her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment.
Junior brother, I heard you were only at Qi refining layer 4 half a year ago. You're already at Qi refining layer 7 now.
Han Yuan replied with a faint smile.
That's normal. With the elixirs bestowed by Master and the spirit beasts from the cave dwelling producing many treasures I've consumed, it would be strange if my cultivation didn't improve quickly. Don't even mention me. My dog has devoured a large number of spirit stones and is on the verge of breaking through to foundation establishment. I was just about to ask Master for advice on how to help it break through.
A hint of doubt flickered in Yu Xianxian's eyes. She looked at Yuan. Yuan was also observing Han Yuan. On the surface, Han Yuan's aura was normal, and his cultivation had reached Qi refining layer 7, already quite fast. Moreover, his aura was stable, not at all like someone who had relied solely on elixirs. Such performance wouldn't be at the bottom among true disciples. But Yuan knew that Han Yuan's constitution was extraordinary, and he possessed the wood spirit heart. Yet now not even the wood spirit heart was detectable, nor the abnormalities in his dantian that he had previously observed. What level of concealment had he achieved? Yuan smiled warmly.
Oh, I can take a look for you.
Soon the group returned at Songming Tower. They ascended the steps and quickly arrived at the reception room. The female cultivators arranged by Chang Chun had already arrived. Seeing the three of them, they all gracefully bowed.
Greetings, Peak Master. Master, please take the seat of honor.
Han Yuan guided him. He said to Chang Chun, who was waiting nearby,
Serve tea. Keep it simple. These people can be dismissed.
Yuan sat down without ceremony, pointing at the women who were preparing to serve. Han Yuan chuckled lightly, signaling Chang Chun to dismiss them. It might have seemed like a wasted effort, but it represented Han Yuan's respect. He then handed the tea prepared by Chang Chun to Yuan with both hands.
Master, please have some tea.
Yuan smiled approvingly and took a light sip. He praised,
This tea is excellent.
Han Yuan also poured tea for Yu Xianxian. Yu Xianxian, however, had no time for tea. She familiarly pulled Han Yuan to sit down and whispered,
Junior brother, what secrets are you hiding? Want to secretly tell me? We can go to a private room on the 3rd floor to talk.
Han Yuan smiled calmly.
What secrets could I have? With my mid-grade spirit root aptitude, I'm already quite proud to have reached Qi refining layer 7 after half a year of hard cultivation.
Yu Xianxian exclaimed in surprise.
You only have a mid-grade spirit root.
She glanced at Yuan. Yuan remained composed and unreadable.
Of course. My entrance examination confirmed I have a mid-grade spirit root.
Han Yuan affirmed.
It's a matter of record.
Yu Xianxian produced a spirit root testing disc.
Come, put your hand on this.
She grabbed Han Yuan's hand, pretending to place it on the disc. Han Yuan was dumbfounded and quickly pulled his hand back. Yu Xianxian hadn't held him tightly at all. Instead, she looked at him with a broad smile. Han Yuan couldn't help but cough twice.
By the way, Master, please take a look at my gluttonous dog. It squandered hundreds of thousands of spirit stones on me. If it can't break through, we'll beat it to death.
Han Yuan called downstairs.
Once I come up quickly. Woof.
Woof. Master, I'm coming. A small black dog scurried up in a flash, its petite body agilely leaping. It soon arrived on the 4th floor. It curiously observed the strangers, and sensing their powerful auras, it timidly hid behind Han Yuan. Han Yuan's face darkened. He grabbed the dog and placed it in the middle.
This is it.
Yu Xianxian examined it for a moment, puzzled.
Is this a blaze hound?
Yuan looked at Wang Kai with a peculiar gaze and shook his head.
This is no ordinary blaze hound. It has definitely evolved. Han Yuan, have it reveal its true form.
Han Yuan patted Wang Kai's head.
Come on, make an appearance.
Wang Kai nodded obediently. Then under their watchful eyes, Wang Kai's body suddenly expanded significantly. Its fur lengthened and fluff, changing from black to purple. Its aura also began to rise rapidly. Boom! Purple flames erupted across its entire body. It stepped onto the empty air, soared up, and began leaping through the reception room. Wherever it passed, it left behind clusters of purple flames, intensely hot and awe-inspiring. Wang Kai's cute, naive face instantly transformed into one of regal authority. Its canine features became sharp and defined. Its gaze towards Yu Xianxian and the others turned fierce, like a man-eating demon beast king. Chang Chun's legs gave way from sheer terror on the spot. Qin Feng fell directly onto his backside. Heaven knows how he had managed to fool this dog before. He remembered the premium beef he had prepared for the master, which now seemed destined for this beast.
A sky-soaring purple flame hound. And such a profound foundation.
Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Yu Xianxian said in astonishment.
Junior brother, where did you get this beast king cub? And you still say you have no secrets.
Han Yuan looked innocent.
My Wonkai was bought from the outer peak of the Spirit Beast Peak. Did you see Lucisi just now? She used to be at the outer peak of the Spirit Beast Peak. I bought Wonkai from her, and she helped awaken it. She said there was a chance it would awaken as a blue flame hound, but it turned into a purple flame hound. It's a sky-soaring purple flame hound. The royal bloodline among purple flame hounds, Yu Xianxian added. She couldn't help but say, "What kind of luck is this? Help me find a spirit beast next time. I'm just in need of a new contract."
Han Yuan ignored her shamelessness and looked expectantly at Du Yuanhe.
Peak master its breakthrough. No problems, right?
Du Yuanhe pondered for a moment.
For your spirit pet to break through would naturally be easy. But if it could break through within a pack of purple flame hounds, it might awaken its true royal bloodline. What defines a king of beasts? A king without a pack to lead is no true king.
Han Yuan frowned, glanced at the simple-minded Wang Cai, and shook his head with a sigh.
Let's just go with a simple breakthrough. Where would I find a pack of purple flame hounds?
Hearing Du Yuanhe's words, the once innocent look in Wang Kai's eyes gradually brightened. It transmitted its thoughts to Han Yuan.
Master, I want to go and become the Beast King.
Han Yuan's face darkened.
Getting too ambitious, are you?
He leaped up and pressed his palm onto Wang Kai's head. Wang Kai unleashed the formidable power of a chi refining perfection Beast King Cub, but it was useless. Han Yuan's hand seemed to possess the weight of 1,000 June. The spiritual energy from dozens of earth veins coalesced into a powerful binding force, directly suppressing Wang Kai to the ground, immobilizing it. This scene left Du Yuanhe and Yu Xianxian utterly stunned, and Han Yuan was also taken aback. Before him appeared a phantom dice. Random boost multiplier 8 ancient with chi control technique basic effect 800. Han Yuan was genuinely surprised. He had not intended to practice the ancient wood chi manipulation art so hastily, yet, before he knew it, he had already employed it. This was also the expected manifestation of his enhanced aptitudes. So the so-called chi manipulation meant manipulating the chi of the earth veins. The concealment art was about merging with ancient trees, the chi return art was about becoming an ancient tree, and the manipulation art was about surpassing ancient trees. He could not believe that an ordinary spirit tree could control the spiritual energy of the earth veins. The spiritual energy of the earth veins was dense and heavy, yet his spiritual sense was like a feather that could move 1,000 pounds. By using chi circulations to mobilize the earth vein energy, the more he mobilized, the more terrifying the power unleashed. He had only just activated a few dozen chi circulations, yet it was enough to suppress Wang Cai, who was at the great perfection of chi refinement. This was partly because the quality of his spiritual energy at the 7th layer of chi refinement was already comparable to the 9th layer, and partly because the random multiplier had enhanced the power of the manipulation art. In any case, this performance was still within reason. Han Yuan casually withdrew his hand and said with a smile to the two,
"This dog is quite obedient to me. The moment I made a suppressing gesture, it stopped moving." Woof! Woof!
Wang Kai actively shrank its body. The flames receded, and its fur turned black again. It cowered in the corner with its head lowered, looking as if it dared not cause any more trouble. Yu Xianxian looked suspiciously at Du Yuanhe and said,
"Master, I feel that junior brother must have used some spell just now, yet I didn't sense the slightest fluctuation."
Du Yuanhe fell silent. He could hardly admit that he too had failed to understand how Han Yuan had suppressed Wang Kai so effortlessly. He was certain that Wang Kai had just exerted at least half of its strength, yet Han Yuan had subdued it with such ease, not by relying on the contract to force it down. This was actually because Han Yuan had used the concealment art to mask the fluctuations of the earth vein spiritual energy. The earth vein chi was not invisible, but it was too common. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was light and easy to absorb, so who would expend dozens of times the effort to absorb the heavier earth vein chi? Yu Xianxian, receiving no answer from Du Yuanhe, turned her head and stared intently at Han Yuan.
"Junior brother, how about we have a spar?"
Du Yuanhe quickly scolded.
"Xianxian, this is nonsense. You've already reached foundation establishment. Even before that, you could take on 100 opponents alone. How long has Han Yuan been cultivating? How could he be a match for you?
Yu Xianxian added.
It's fine. It'll suppress my cultivation to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, and I won't use any artifacts or powerful spells. I just want to see Junior Brother's current strength. It'll only defend.
Yuanhe looked at Han Yuan's eyes, asking for his opinion. Han Yuan smiled wryly and said,
Senior sister, please spare me. Don't I know my own abilities? I've never practiced any offensive spells. Everyone here can vouch for me. You can check my records of spell exchanges.
Yuanhe nodded in agreement.
He's only been in the sect for 2.5 years. He's been focusing on cultivating spiritual power and hasn't had time to learn spells.
Qin Feng, standing by, suddenly recalled the scene a few months ago when the Mad Lord had used hundreds of Qi sword slashes to clear weeds. Each of those slashes could have easily killed him instantly.
Are those not offensive spells?
Qin Feng then remembered that the Qi sword slash was indeed a farming spell used for weeding, and he had even helped purchase it. The Mad Lord seemed to have several other similar spells. Han Yuan's expression was utterly sincere. After much thought, he was certain he had never practiced any offensive spells. He had never even killed a chicken. Yu Xianxian heard this and shook her head regretfully.
Little Junior Brother, the world of cultivation is very dangerous. If you go out without some means of survival, you won't last a few days. In this recent trial, I killed 2 true disciples from another sect, 17 core disciples, and 138 inner disciples. I also wiped out 3 bandit camps of 1,000 men each, and a small demon lair of 10,000.
Han Yuan was stunned, and even Yuanhe beside him was taken aback.
Xianxian, did you really kill 2 true disciples?
Yuanhe asked urgently.
Why didn't you say so before?
Yu Xianxian shrugged.
It's no big deal. My 5th junior brother and 6th junior sister were killed. I had to avenge them, didn't I? Otherwise, what kind of senior sister would I be?
Yuanhe's expression softened.
So it was those 2. Well, killing them is fine. Alas, it's a pity that Xiao Tao and Yingfei died.
Yu Xianxian also sighed. Han Yuan silently took a sip of tea. They were clearly talking about his 5th senior brother and 6th senior sister. The cultivation world was indeed more dangerous than he had imagined. True disciples could die just like that. It was still safer within the sect. He became even more reluctant to leave. Yuanhe then spoke.
Han Yuan, when you have time, you should go to the scripture depository and pick a couple of defensive spells. Although your main focus should be on cultivation, realm spells also need to be practiced. Disciple will remember that.
Han Yuan nodded. Yuanhe nodded and continued.
I came to check on you. It seems you're doing well. Also, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me. Although I don't practice the ancient wood spirit nurturing art, I still have general cultivation experience.
Han Yuan's eyes lit up. He quickly asked,
Master, I've been stuck at the greater achievement level of the ancient wood spirit nurturing art for a while. I feel I'm just one step away from perfection, but I just can't cross that threshold.
Oh, you've already reached near perfection. Yuanhe stroked his chin. Thinking of the wood spirit heart that Han Yuan had comprehended through enlightenment, he felt relieved. Yu Xianxian was also surprised. Cultivation techniques were harder to comprehend than spells. Reaching greater achievement was already very rare, and achieving perfection was uncommon even among true disciples. Yu Xianxian spoke first.
For the ancient wood spirit nurturing art, I don't know how to reach perfection either. But I've seen a few disciples at the perfection level fight. They like to cultivate special spirit plant seeds. When scattered on the ground, they would quickly grow a large number of spirit plants for battle. The most common ones were vines. They could control these vines to fight, and their opponents were usually beaten to death by a mass of vines. Also, their combat power was much stronger in forested environments.
Han Yuan listened thoughtfully. Cultivate spirit plant seeds. Fight with vines. Use the forest environment. This seemed quite different from his own cultivation path. In his view, the most powerful aspect of the ancient wood spirit nurturing art was its Qi return speed or its endurance. With the Qi return art, it could form a spell turret. There was no need to rely on spirit plants for combat. Spirit plants had great limitations, but this gave him an idea. He had previously wondered if the ancient wood spirit nurturing art was about nurturing the spirituality of plants. It seemed this path might be viable. Yuan had chuckled at this point.
Don't let your senior sister mislead you. The most miraculous part of the ancient wood spirit nurturing art is its ability to enhance one's own spiritual sense. It's because of this powerful spiritual sense that one can control numerous spirit plants in battle. Additionally, in a forest, you can absorb the special spiritual energy emitted by trees to restore your spiritual sense, which naturally boosts your combat ability.
Han Yuan was astonished.
The ancient wood spirit nurturing art can enhance spiritual sense.
Yuan looked at him strangely and said slowly,
The spirit nurturing and ancient wood spirit nurturing art refers to one's own spiritual sense, doesn't it? This should be common knowledge. Didn't you feel it during your cultivation?
He seemed to realize something and said with sudden understanding,
You haven't been to the inner sect. This knowledge is probably only taught at the inner sect's transmission hall.
He laughed helplessly.
Cultivation isn't about working behind closed doors. If you always stay in your cultivation chamber, you'll get stuck on strange bottlenecks. You need to get out more. Also, combat is one of the best ways to improve both your technique and spells. You can't avoid it. You could arrange sparring sessions with some core disciples to speed up your cultivation progress.
Yuan also found it hard to hold back.
Little junior brother, have you really been studying and cultivating all the way to near perfection all by yourself? I don't know whether to call you smart or foolish. Aren't you afraid of cultivating down the wrong path?
Han Yuan said sheepishly.
I understand. I'll be more careful from now on.
Yuan put her hands on her hips and shook her head.
You see, if you won't spar with your senior sister, how can you improve? Cultivate well for 3 months. In 3 months, I'll come back to spar with you and give you some pointers.
This time Han Yuan did not refuse. He nodded and said,
All right, senior sister. I'll rely on your guidance from now on.
Yuan patted her chest.
Don't worry, I'll teach you everything I know.
Yuan had chattered for a moment before leaving with Yuan. He had to return to help Yuan deal with the aftermath of killing the true disciple. Although it was a personal grudge, the true disciple was still a true disciple, and killing him openly would always bring some trouble. Han Yuan returned to the cultivation room. He tossed Wang Kai aside in the cultivation room, letting it figure out how to break through its realm by itself. Now Wang Kai did not need spiritual energy, it only needed to find an opportunity to break through. Han Yuan sat cross-legged on a mat, lost in thought. Old Du had advised him to visit the transmission hall more often, but his situation had long since become unrecognizable compared to that of a normal cultivator. Although the technique was still the ancient wood nourishing spirit technique, it was vastly different. However, the basic core remained the same.
So the spirit in the ancient wood nourishing spirit technique refers to the spiritual sense. Did I practice it incorrectly before?
No, it should be that the technique itself contains multiple meanings. One is to cultivate the spirituality of spiritual plants, the second is to enhance the agility of spiritual power, the third is to nurture the spiritual heart of the wood spirit, and the fourth is to cultivate one's own spiritual sense. This technique was simplified from the Jianmu immortal canon, clearly containing profound truths. Han Yuan's gaze suddenly landed on a black fruit in a storage bag.
Since the perfect level focuses on spiritual sense, the effect of the soul fruit enhances the permanent cultivation effect of spiritual sense. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Consuming this fruit will undoubtedly enhance the efficiency of cultivating the technique.
There were 100 soul fruits in total, each costing 1000 spirit stones. Since each person could only consume one of these fruits, the price was not high, but the production was also limited, so obtaining 100 at once was quite a lot. Han Yuan swallowed a soul fruit. The fruit melted in his mouth, and a large amount of cool energy surged directly to his head. Han Yuan's spiritual sense closely observed the direction of this medicinal power, noting that it was quickly consumed after only rinsing through his head along the meridians. His head indeed felt incredibly refreshing, and the speed of his spiritual senses enhancement had increased by half. The effect was real, albeit only marginally beneficial. Han Yuan opened his eyes and looked ahead. The dice stopped rolling the moment he glanced at it. Random gain multiplier 10 soul fruit enhanced meridians effect increased 10. Enhanced meridians. Han Yuan was momentarily stunned. Was this not an increase in the cultivation speed of spiritual sense? Why was it about enhancing the meridians? Before he could figure it out 10 times, the medicinal power surged into his head again. This time, the medicinal power was much more abundant, and he could clearly feel the changes in the medicinal effects. He saw the cool medicinal power of the soul fruit begin to merge into the meridians in his head, particularly in the meridians near the sea of consciousness, where the absorption of medicinal power was particularly high. Han Yuan had a sudden inspiration, and while the medicinal power was in effect, he operated the ancient wood-nourishing spirit technique. As the technique operated, the wood spiritual power began to flow through the meridians. When the spiritual power reached those meridians that were being enhanced, it began to dissipate, inexplicably transforming into a much gentler energy that flowed into the sea of consciousness. He could see these energies settle at the bottom of the sea of consciousness, where the soul resided. After wandering around in the soul, it refined into spiritual sense, quickly merging into the original spiritual sense. Han Yuan suddenly realized that he had not paid much attention to the growth of his spiritual sense before. It turned out that the enhancement of spiritual sense did not arise from nothing but came from spiritual power. And the wood spiritual power compared to metal, water, fire, and earth indeed possessed greater spirituality, and was more easily transformed into a force that the soul could absorb and refine. Especially under the operation of Han Yuan's technique and the tempering of the wood spirit heart, the spiritual power itself became gentler and more spiritual, making it easier for the soul to refine. Suddenly he remembered the transformation of the micro-meridians and the connection of the blood-colored veins. Coupled with the changes in the spiritual power near the sea of consciousness, he recalled a saying, "Refine essence into chi, refine chi into spirit." The ancient cultivation maxim was vividly displayed on him. Blood chi represents essence, spiritual power represents chi, spiritual sense represents spirit. Blood chi can be transformed into spiritual power can be transformed into spiritual sense, and the three are progressively transformed through the meridians. However, after his body underwent transformation, spiritual power could now transform back into blood chi, meaning that as long as there was sufficient spiritual power, both spiritual sense and blood chi could be rapidly replenished, and his ancient wood recovery technique ensured the replenishment of spiritual power, which was simply perfect. A perfect cultivation cycle system, now only lacking an increase in the speed of spiritual sense cultivation. Han Yuan continued to consume soul fruits. The cool energy continued to enhance the meridians near the sea of consciousness. As the medicinal power continued to increase, the range of its diffusion also expanded, gradually covering the micro-meridians. Han Yuan was pleasantly surprised. The meridians that originally transformed spiritual power were only the main and auxiliary meridians in his head, but it seemed that even the micro-meridians could now collectively transform the energy allowed by spiritual sense. His ancient wood-nourishing spirit technique had already transformed after its metamorphosis, now allowing the use of these micro-meridians, which were simultaneously applicable to the transformation of spiritual sense. Although the micro-meridians appeared inconspicuous with their increased numbers, their combined transformation efficiency was dozens of times greater than that of the main and auxiliary meridians, thus significantly increasing the speed of spiritual sense enhancement. At this moment, he could feel that the perfect barrier of the ancient wood-nourishing spirit technique had quietly been broken, and he could reach its perfect progression at any time. However, just then, as the soul fruit was digested, he noticed the cool medicinal power flowing through the micro-meridians and into the blood-colored veins. Those connection points became increasingly complex as the energy flowed through them. The blood-colored veins naturally began to absorb the medicinal power of the soul fruit. This scene felt familiar to Han Yuan. He had seen it before when consuming the spirit-nourishing fruit, and now the medicinal power of the soul fruit seemed to be undergoing the same transformation. The blood-colored veins were even more miraculous than he imagined. The transformation of the blood-colored veins continued. A brand new dye gradually materialized in front of him. The die was visibly larger than an ordinary die, and the numbers on it rotated much faster. Han Yuan raised his eyebrows, still unable to see the numbers clearly, relying on intuition to lock in. A number 24 appeared on it. Random gain multiplier 24. The effect of the ancient wood nourishing spirit technique is enhanced by 24. Han Yuan was delighted. The multiplier of the technique was very important. It was his main cultivation technique, and naturally the larger the enhancement the better. However, he was curious where the effect of 24 times would be applied. Han Yuan observed himself, and seemed to feel no changes. Suddenly his attention turned to the sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness is where a cultivator's soul resides. Aside from the soul within the sea of consciousness, there was only a misty layer of spiritual sense enveloping the soul body. Below the sea of consciousness, there was also a gray energy. He previously did not know the source of this energy, but now he understood that it came from the transformation of spiritual power. The edge of the sea of consciousness was a dark expanse, which would expand with the enhancement of spiritual sense. When his attention reached the sea of consciousness, countless illusory meridians suddenly extended from the bottom. To Han Yuan's astonishment, these meridians instantly entwined with his soul body. These meridians surged into his soul body, weaving a network of meridians within it, forming an extremely complex meridian map. Han Yuan compared it, and found that these meridians were exactly the same as those in his physical body. In the midst of his astonishment, gray energy suddenly surged into the illusory meridians in the air above the sea of consciousness, flowing along the meridians into the newly formed internal meridians of the soul body. He was astonished to discover that there was also a wood spirit heart within the soul body, automatically operating the ancient wood nourishing spirit technique. During the operation of the technique, those gray energies were rapidly refined, with part merging into the soul body, and another part transforming into spiritual sense, dispersing into the sea of consciousness. He could feel that now, apart from the meridians in his head, most of the meridians throughout his body had inexplicably lost spiritual power during its operation. The more Han Yuan looked, the wider his eyes grew.
This is not the ancient wood recovery technique.
Indeed, if one were to draw a comparison, those gray energies resembled spiritual energy flowing through the earth's veins, while the meridians in his physical body were like those veins. The soul extracted the spiritual energy from the earth, drawing upon the gray energy transformed from the spiritual power within him. The spiritual sense refined from the soul was like light spiritual energy scattered into the world. This was constructing a spiritual sense loop similar to the spiritual energy loop within his sea of consciousness. This truly was a marvel. Han Yuan felt refreshed and invigorated. With the use of treasures and the breakthrough in his cultivation technique, his foundation had become exceptionally profound. From his physical body to his meridians and spiritual sense, everything had undergone earth-shattering transformations. Cultivation was like building a house. Only with a solid foundation could one progress swiftly and effectively. At this moment, with every breath he took, he was absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy. A massive influx of earthly vein spiritual energy and the ambient spiritual energy of the cultivation chamber poured into his body like water entering a vortex. Millions of micromeridians, like countless rivers, transformed spiritual energy into spiritual power and transported it to every part of his body. The spiritual energy had four ultimate destinations. First, it entered the Dantian, becoming Han Yuan's own cultivation base. Second, it went into the wood spirit heart, serving as its nourishment and reserve. Third, it flowed into the blood-colored veins, transforming into blood energy that strengthened his physical body, with the blood energy ultimately converging in his heart to condense his essence blood. And fourth, it was converted into gray energy refined by his soul and released as spiritual sense. The further along these four paths, the more astonishing the amount of spiritual energy required. After merely 5 days of cultivation, he had filled his Dantian with spiritual power. However, the remaining 3 areas continued to consume spiritual energy relentlessly, especially the third and fourth, which were the greatest consumers.
My spiritual power quantity is already comparable to the 12th layer of Qi refinement, but its quality is only at the 9th layer. I'll use a spiritual essence to enhance the quality of my spiritual power before breaking through.
Han Yuan took out a spiritual essence and began to refine it. Spiritual essence was a companion mineral of spirit stone mines, a treasure capable of condensing spiritual power. However, its effect on condensation was not outstanding. It was more commonly used in alchemy and artifact refining to increase success rates. Han Yuan felt a peculiar stream of spiritual energy surge into his body. As his cultivation technique refined it, it transformed into a wisp of fresh spiritual power that flowed into his dantian. The moment it entered the dantian, this wisp of spiritual power was like a catfish thrown into a school of sardines beginning to devour the surrounding original spiritual power. Those original wisps of spiritual power truly resembled chased sardines, rapidly swirling about, fearful of being consumed by this peculiar strand. As they moved, the spiritual power became more condensed. Meanwhile, the peculiar spiritual power was gradually assimilated by the surrounding energy, turning into ordinary spiritual power. Wisp after wisp of peculiar spiritual power entered the dantian, stirring it into a tempest. By the time the refined spiritual essence energy was exhausted, the originally full dantian had decreased by a full tenth. Han Yuan stared in bewilderment. What principle is this? He couldn't comprehend it. Although the result was that his spiritual power had become pure and more condensed, the peculiar process left him somewhat amused. His spiritual power seemed to have gained a sentience, striving to become purer through an instinct for survival, enhancing its ability to resist the devouring force of the spiritual essence energy. Spiritual essence was a companion mineral of spirit stone mines. This was no mere companionship. It was as if they were natural enemies. Han Yuan marveled at the wonders of the cultivation world. But that didn't stop him from continuing his refinement. After refining one spiritual essence, the random multiplier dice appeared once more, and more peculiar spiritual essence energy entered the dantian, resuming its chase of the original spiritual power. The reserves of spiritual power in the dantian dropped by another 3 Han Yuan simultaneously activated his cultivation technique to replenish the energy, and the newly generated spiritual power circulated once through the dantian, becoming purer without any additional steps. The effects of spiritual essence were inherently permanent. Seeing the noticeably reduced spiritual power, Han Yuan remained calm. He continued to operate his cultivation technique. The spiritual energy that had been diverted to other places in his meridians now all entered the dantian. The spiritual power within filled up again at an astonishing rate. This time it took only a single day to replenish fully. The dantian became abundant once more. If anyone knew of this speed, they would be utterly astounded. This meant that the 40% of spiritual power in a dantian, equivalent to the 12th layer of chi refinement, could be cultivated in a single day, while others would need years. Such was Han Yuan's astonishing cultivation speed. The combination of spiritual text enhancements, supreme spiritual root, special meridians, perfected cultivation technique, superfast chi recovery, and extremely high spiritual energy concentration. Could Han Yuan's cultivation speed be any faster? Once the dantian was full, he used another spiritual essence. This time his refining speed increased slightly, and simultaneously a massive amount of peculiar spiritual energy entered the dantian, pouncing on the docile spiritual power like hungry tigers. Naturally, the dantian's spiritual power huddled together for warmth, evading the spiritual essence energy, and in the process of escape it gradually became more condensed. After this round of digestion, although the multiplier reached 6 times, the final decrease in spiritual power was less than 2/10. Clearly, as the quality of the spiritual power improved, the effect of the spiritual essence diminished. Han Yuan didn't mind how much it diminished as long as there was an effect. He would continue taking it. Whenever the power dropped by 1/10, he would activate his cultivation technique to replenish the dantian's consumption. Thus he repeated the process for an entire month. Han Yuan, like a machine, continued refining the last spiritual essence. Random gain multiplier 36. Spiritual essence purification effect increased by 36 times. At the last one, Han Yuan felt around the original 500 spiritual essences in his storage pouch had been completely refined. Come to think of it, I haven't checked the state of my dantian in a long time. He looked inward and saw a sight that left him stunned. In his dantian, there was a circular vortex. Upon closer inspection, two streams of spiritual power were chasing each other. One was the energy formed by refining the spiritual essence, and the other was naturally the original spiritual power in the Dantian. The head of the spiritual essence energy was devouring the tail of the Dantian's spiritual power, while the Dantian's spiritual power, now vastly different from before, was simultaneously assimilating the tail of the spiritual essence energy. What astonished Han Yuan was that due to the excessively high random multiplier the spiritual essence energy had gained an additional trait. After consuming normal spiritual power, it retained its aggressive nature. Previously, spiritual essence energy would naturally turn into ordinary spiritual power after devouring normal energy, but now it could maintain its state indefinitely. Meanwhile, after multiple transformations, the Dantian's spiritual power had also greatly enhanced its assimilation ability, allowing it to directly convert a small portion of the spiritual essence energy into its own. If these two streams of spiritual power were colored, wouldn't they form a Tai Chi ball? Han Yuan scratched his head, wondering what he had accidentally cultivated this time. He tried to manipulate it, and both the aggressive spiritual essence energy and the docile Dantian spiritual power responded easily to his control. Even if he dispersed them, they would eventually reform into this Tai Chi ball state. However, during his attempts, Han Yuan also discovered a benefit: the spiritual power was constantly being tempered. Both types of energy were simultaneously increasing in condensation at a subtle rate, as if without end.
Excellent. My cultivation state is becoming more and more abnormal.
Han Yuan smiled. He wasn't displeased. Instead, he inexplicably felt that this state wasn't bad. Since spirit stone mines had spiritual essence as a companion, having spiritual essence energy as a companion in his Dantian seemed to align with the natural order. With the quality of my spiritual power, breaking through foundation establishment should be a piece of cake, right? Han Yuan estimated that his spiritual power quality already matched that of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. At this point, the success rate for breaking through to foundation establishment would undoubtedly be calculated based on the normal 12th layer of Qi refinement, which means a base success rate of 50%. Han Yuan frowned.
Is it really only 50% success rate?
No, considering his top tier wood spiritual root and the enhancement from the wood spirit script, this success rate could be raised to 99%. He flipped through the advancement technique.
Qingmu Yuan Ling Gong.
At this moment, the inheritance crystal had already transmitted the foundation establishment chapter of
Qingmu Yuan Ling Gong
completely to him. To his surprise, there are two methods to break through in
Qingmu Yuan Ling Gong.
One is to follow the normal cultivation steps, liquefy spiritual power, and when the liquid spiritual power fills the Dantian, one can condense a solid golden core and gain magical power. The other cultivation method is somewhat different from other techniques. It requires nurturing a seed of the Jianmu tree to break through foundation establishment. After that, cultivating the Jianmu seed to maturity would result in the golden core. At this moment, he finally understood why the inheritance crystal could only pass on knowledge once. Because this inheritance crystal actually concealed a true fragment of the Jianmu. Han Yuan gasped in surprise. He suddenly found himself believing that the Tianshan sect mentioned by old ancestor Yuan was indeed real. Jianmu Xintian was originally a technique of a higher level than the nascent soul, but due to the fall of the higher-ups of the Tianshan sect, the inheritance was severed, causing it to drop to the nascent soul technique level. However, the original intent of this technique is extremely high, making its cultivation difficulty immensely challenging. If one were to follow the normal cultivation method, it would still be difficult, but the challenge would be within the realm of what an ordinary genius could endure. But if one were to cultivate using the other method, the difficulty would increase 100-fold. Old ancestor Yuan likely did not think Han Yuan would choose the other path, hence he didn't even mention it. But who is Han Yuan? A dignified transmigrator. Moreover, a transmigrator with a golden finger by his side. How could he possibly choose the ordinary path? That path could even see a visible future, leading to the predicament of having no techniques to cultivate after reaching the nascent soul. However, choosing the other path is different. The mystery of Jianmu Xintian lies in the Jianmu itself. Cultivating one's own Jianmu and then creating an even higher level technique based on it becomes a pursuit with a clear path. Since he had already laid such a solid foundation, he naturally had to take this path. Han Yuan held his breath, looking at the inheritance crystal floating in his sea of consciousness. He solemnly conveyed his intent. Disciple Han Yuan wishes to walk the ancient secret path. Please grant me the Jinmu seed. The inheritance crystal remained motionless. Han Yuan solemnly repeated the same words 3 times. The next moment the inheritance crystal stirred, and it expelled a broken piece of wood. This piece of wood was very small, only the size of a fingernail, but the aura it contained seemed to possess earth-shattering power, making it hard for him to even look directly at its existence. Before Han Yuan could see the true form of the wood piece, a force of attraction erupted from it. In his sea of consciousness, a surge of spiritual sense rushed towards the broken wood piece. The broken wood piece devoured his spiritual sense as if it were an endless abyss. Damn! 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 I finally understand why it's called ancient wood nurturing spirit technique. He had thought many times about the ultimate essence of the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique, and now he finally understood what nurturing the ancient wood meant. The ancient wood refers to nothing else but the Jianmu fragment. Nurturing spirit indeed means cultivating spirituality, but it specifically refers to nurturing the spirituality belonging to his own Jianmu, which is somewhat akin to seizing a body. Enhancing the speed of spiritual sense is indeed correct, but that is not the goal, as it is precisely to prepare for refining the Jianmu fragment. The hidden chi technique is meant to prevent his spiritual sense from being rejected by the Jianmu fragment hiding the aura that belongs to him as a human. The return chi technique is also to refine the fragment at this moment, for the Jianmu fragment requires an astonishing amount of spiritual sense in a short period. The control chi technique is to adjust the direction of the returning chi, accelerating the return speed and channeling all of his spiritual power to supply his sea of consciousness. Everything is to bear and refine this Jianmu fragment. This is the brilliance of a super technique. It's why techniques must be complete, and why there are 3 core spells, all of which were prepared in advance. His control chi technique was merely at the entry level. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to meet the refining needs. But Han Yuan's foundation was too solid. His return chi technique had a recovery speed 20 times that of a normal complete realm, 3,000 times that of a regular chi refinement 12th layer cultivator. Coupled with the perfect transformation of the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique, it was more than enough to easily extract the spiritual power from all the meridians to supply the refinement of his spiritual sense. A vast amount of spiritual sense was born, supplying the absorption of the broken wood piece. Han Yuan focused entirely on refining the Jianmu fragment, and gradually his spiritual sense began to generate a brand new spirituality within the wood piece. Days passed. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Han Yuan sat cross-legged in the training room, a slight smile on his lips. With a month of continuous supply and refinement, the Jianmu fragment was finally successfully refined. This Jianmu fragment had evidently been processed. The moment he successfully refined it, the entire fragment instantly shattered. In the next moment, it reformed into a small shriveled seed about the size of a mung bean. It had 36 grooves on it, looking as if it desperately needed the nourishment of spiritual power. The Jianmu seed? Han Yuan took a deep breath, controlling it with his mind. The Jianmu seed naturally followed his control, traveling through the main meridian and reaching the center of his dantian. In an instant, the stability of his dantian doubled. The spiritual power in his dantian, like a Tai Chi sphere, revolved around the Jianmu seed, absorbing both aggressive and gentle spiritual powers alike. Han Yuan knew that when the shriveled seed became plump, it would signify his advancement to foundation establishment. Once the seed expanded to the size of a golden core and bore the true symbol on its surface, it would represent his breakthrough to the golden core. Once it started to sprout, he would be able to break through to the nascent soul. While it seemed simple, the amount of spiritual power required was exceedingly exaggerated. The spiritual power in his dantian could hardly fill a small groove. As Han Yuan pondered, he suddenly looked ahead. A dice much larger than before appeared abruptly and began to spin rapidly. Han Yuan's eyes widened in shock. The random enhancement multiplier was triggered. This can be triggered too. This is the Jianmu seed. But he had no time to think. His gaze was fixed on the dice, trying to see the numbers on it. Unfortunately, although his realm was continuously rising, the speed at which the numbers on the dice turned also increased as his realm progressed, as if it were proportionately enhanced, never allowing him to clearly see the numbers. Yet a feeling deep within allowed Han Yuan to lock onto the dice instantly. 10. Random enhancement multiplier 10. All effects of the Jinmu seed enhanced 10. Han Yuan immediately looked into his dantian. He saw that the Jinmu seed, which was originally the size of a mung bean, was expanding at an astonishing speed. It grew to the size of a longan, and the number of grooves on it increased tenfold to a total of 360. Although the number increased, the speed at which the Jinmu seed absorbed spiritual power also rose tenfold, meaning that while its size increased tenfold, the time for this enhancement did not extend. Meanwhile, his dantian stabilized 10 times more than before. And with a significant increase in stability, the spiritual power within his dantian began to liquefy at a visibly rapid pace. This was self-liquefaction. This indicated that his spiritual power was transforming into true essence. It also meant that he had already reached the foundation establishment realm. Even after his soul refined the gray energy of the true essence, it released a divine sense much more potent than his spiritual sense. However, judged by the orthodox cultivation method of Jingmu Yuan Ling Gong, he still belonged to the Qi refinement realm. In this realm of immortal cultivation, the stages are not arbitrarily divided. For instance, during the Qi refining stage, each minor breakthrough allows the dantian to expand effortlessly, a process of destruction and reconstruction aided by the power of heaven and earth. However, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, this celestial assistance ceases, and the dantian can no longer expand easily. Cultivators must devise their own methods. The foundation establishment stage primarily focuses on stabilizing the dantian and condensing true essence. Thus, the more breakthroughs one achieves during the Qi refining stage, the larger the dantian, granting a greater advantage. Yet an excessively large dantian prolongs cultivation time, a double-edged sword requiring careful balance. Han Yuan's current stage was peculiar. By conventional standards, he possessed liquid true essence and divine sense characteristic of the foundation establishment stage. However, because he cultivated the second path of the Jinmu immortal canon, his stage assessment had shifted to the Jinmu seed. Until it absorbed sufficient energy, he was not considered to have reached foundation establishment.
It's simple to find out. I'll try to expand my dantian. If it's easy, then I'm still in the Qi refining stage.
With this thought, Han Yuan directed his spiritual energy, or true essence, to assault the dantian's barriers. Even though the dantian had stabilized tenfold, its walls crumbled swiftly under the impact of his spiritual energy, forming an even more expansive dantian. During the expansion, the spiritual energy condensed further, and the partially liquefied energy transformed into liquid at an accelerated pace. Thus the matter became clear. From the perspective of heaven and earth, he remained at the 8th layer of Qi refining, yet to cultivators in this realm, he had already entered the early foundation establishment stage. Such was the situation, easily comprehensible. As the spiritual energy gradually liquefied, it occupied only a small area at the bottom of the dantian. The two types of energy continued to chase each other, forming a Tai Chi lake. The Jinmu seed hovered at the center of the Tai Chi spiritual energy lake, absorbing liquid energy to nourish itself. Vast amounts of spiritual energy poured into the dantian, descending like rain from above, falling into the Tai Chi lake, and augmenting Han Yuan's cultivation. The rise of the Tai Chi lake appeared slow, but in truth the spiritual energy it gained each moment was over 100 times greater than before. The liquefied spiritual energy spread through his meridians to every part of his body. His meridians, flesh, and even soul underwent astonishing enhancements under this new nourishment, gradually aligning with the state of a foundation establishment cultivator. The with spiritual energy within his with spirit heart also began a synchronous transformation, converting into liquid form and forming another Tai Chi pool spinning ceaselessly.
The breakthrough has finally come to an end.
Han Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Overall, his cultivation had entered a plateau. The with spirit heart continued to operate the ancient wood nourishing art, rapidly absorbing spiritual energy, now joined by the Jinmu seed as a major consumer. A significant breakthrough would require some time. In truth, He was progressing swiftly every moment, though the liquefaction of spiritual energy made it seem tranquil.
Only a dozen days remain of the 3-month period. 4 senior sister will come to spar with me. I should cultivate a few defensive spells for the battle.
Previously, he had neglected spell cultivation, because advancing his realm was more critical. Now that his stage was respectable, it was time to learn a few spells. Among Han Yuan's inheritance, the Qi refining section contained 3 core spells and 9 supplementary spells. He chose the Spiritual Eye technique and Sword Qi Forest formation. The Spiritual Eye technique enhanced his vision, allowing him to observe the trajectories of spells, providing immense aid in battle. Sword Qi Forest formation treated Sword Qi as individual trees, forming a forest to suppress and slay enemies. This technique relied on overwhelming force and consumed vast spiritual energy, making it ideal for a cultivator like Han Yuan with rapid energy recovery. Both were high-grade yellow-tier spells, with advanced versions ensuring a coherent progression. Han Yuan began with the Spiritual Eye technique. Channeling with spiritual energy, 2 streams converged at his eyes. Guided by his divine sense, he quickly condensed 2 spell runes. In the next moment, a green light flickered in Han Yuan's eyes. He saw the flow of spiritual energy within the cultivation chamber, vast amounts pouring into his body.
I've already achieved initial mastery.
Han Yuan was surprised. This speed exceeded his expectations, clearly unaccustomed to his transformed talent. A familiar die appeared, confirming his thoughts. Random amplification multiplier 3 Spiritual Eye technique initial mastery effect enhanced 300. The spell's effect tripled, making spiritual energy fluctuations even clearer.
I haven't even taken the spirit snake gallbladder yet.
Han Yuan retrieved the gallbladders from his storage pouch. Each was like a tiny bead, and he swallowed one. A cool sensation merged into his eyes, making them feel slightly improved, so subtle it could be mistaken for an illusion. He glanced ahead and waited. No die appeared.
A pity! After multiple transformations, the spirit snake gallbladder's effect on me is negligible, not even triggering the die.
Han Yuan shook his head, but wasn't overly disheartened. The enhancement from items had limits. Even if he had taken the gallbladder earlier, the final transformation of his eyes would have been similar. The blood energy converted from his spiritual energy was already strengthening his eyes more effectively than the gallbladder. He put away the gallbladders and continued cultivating the Spiritual Eye technique. The 2 runes in his eyes gradually sharpened, and the phenomena within them grew more distinct. After 3 days, the Spiritual Eye technique reached great mastery. Random amplification multiplier 10 Spiritual Eye technique great mastery effect 10. A 10-fold enhancement at great mastery was nearly heaven-defying. Han Yuan looked down and saw the flow of spiritual energy within his own body. Activating the Qi concealment art, the Spiritual Eye technique seemed veiled in black cloth, obscuring the energy flows. But this was his concealment technique. Few others possessed such powerful stealth arts. Thus he could see through an opponent's energy circulation and anticipate their spells, gaining the upper hand.
With a higher realm, cultivating a high-grade yellow-tier spell is even easier than a low-grade one, another benefit of advancement.
Han Yuan recalled the ease of mastering the Spiritual Eye technique over 3 days, contrasting it with the difficulty of the Spiritual Rain technique, and sighed with emotion. Setting aside the Spiritual Eye technique, he picked up a sword. For Sword Qi Forest formation, initial mastery required controlling 3 Sword Qi strands, minor mastery 10, great mastery 30, and perfection 100. This Sword Qi resembled the Qi blade slash he had used before, but the latter was merely an energy blast from his fingers, while this was Sword Qi channeled through a magical artifact, vastly different in power. However, with experience from the Qi blade slash, achieving initial mastery was simple. With spiritual energy flowed through the sword, releasing 3 would attribute Sword Qi strands that interconnected like a forest, reducing controlled difficulty.
Go!
He directed the 3 Sword Qi strands, simultaneously striking a stone in the corner of the cultivation chamber. With a soft thud, the Qi pierced the stone, leaving several cracks. Han Yuan was startled. This stone was used by Foundation Establishment cultivators to test spell power, yet his high-grade yellow-tier spell had achieved Foundation Establishment level might.
No, my spiritual energy has become true essence, and spell power is based on energy quality.
Han Yuan understood. Thus elevating a high-grade yellow tier spell to Xia tier power was natural. But this posed a problem for his upcoming spar with For's senior sister. All his energy had transformed, and forcibly reducing power would be more troublesome.
Why not use the Chi Blade Slash?
Han Yuan turned his attention to the low-grade yellow tier spell he had learned earlier. Flicking his finger, a Chi Blade Slash struck the testing stone. After a moment, there was no trace. Relieved, Han Yuan retrieved a sword Chi grass, intending to refine it to enhance his sword technique aptitude. This was a precious treasure for mastering sword arts, worth 1500 spirit stones per blade. In Han Yuan's view, the swordsmanship of cultivators was merely a means of manipulating objects. Spiritual energy channeled through artifacts altered its own nature, transforming into more formidable sword Chi and blade Chi. These were then wielded against foes. Compared to the cultivator's own spiritual energy, such Chi was naturally more aggressive and destructive, yet, in essence, it remained a matter of controlling Chi and objects. Why not wield the sword itself? Naturally, because controlling a physical sword or blade required an immense amount of spiritual energy, and was far more difficult to manipulate. At the Chi refining stage, it was only natural to rely primarily on sword Chi. Only when one's cultivation reached a profound level could they manipulate magical artifacts, even spiritual tools, and treasures, using their true form in battle. The power would then be far greater, earning names such as the art of sword control, or the art of artifact manipulation. Of course, some cultivators dedicated themselves solely to the path of the sword, calling themselves sword cultivators. In their eyes, swordsmanship was a different matter entirely. Han Yuan was a pragmatist regardless of what it was, as long as it could unleash power it sufficed. Since he possessed the one-leaf sword Chi grass, he naturally chose to practice swordsmanship. Placing a leaf from the sword Chi grass in his palm, he infused spiritual energy into it. In the next moment, a faint yet sharp sword Chi burst forth from the leaf, invading his body. The sword Chi raced swiftly along his meridians, indiscriminately damaging every meridian it passed. But his meridians had long become exceptionally tough, and the sword Chi could not harm them. The sword Chi traveled all the way to his dantian. Han Yuan was prepared. The spell imprint of Sword Forest, which he had just successfully cultivated, met at Hedon. The sword Chi collided with the spell imprint of Sword Forest, beginning to damage it. During this process, the cultivator could gain insights into the mysteries of swordsmanship. Han Yuan was not particularly gifted in swordsmanship, but he was fortunate to be blessed with the sword spirit script. Observing the interlacing and crisscrossing sword Chi, he vaguely began to comprehend something. When the sword Chi was completely consumed, the spell imprint of Sword Forest restored itself, appearing much clearer than before. His understanding of this swordsmanship technique inexplicably became smooth and effortless. The technique, which had only just been learned and was not yet proficient, had now become much more skilled. He was somewhat surprised. He knew that cultivating spells would form a spell imprint, or spell rune, which could be used to accelerate the casting of spells. Being damaged was nothing serious. He could always recondense it because he had already mastered the spell itself. But now, after the spell imprint had evolved, it could actually enhance the progress of spell cultivation in return. This broadened his understanding.
Others use this one-leaf sword Chi grass half to improve their sword talent and half to break through their sword realm. Only I use it for daily practice.
Han Yuan chuckled at his own remark, then cheerfully noticed that after a random enhancement effect, 5 more sword Chi appeared once again, charging toward his dantian. Han Yuan was overjoyed and opened himself up, letting them enter his dantian freely. However, Han Yuan soon discovered with astonishment that upon arriving in his dantian, these 5 sword Chi had spontaneously combined into a coordinated attack formation, repeatedly striking the Sword Forest spell imprint in an attempt to obliterate his sword technique imprint. During the assault, many profound mysteries of swordsmanship were revealed, deeply moving Han Yuan. It was as if a teacher were imparting the heritage of swordsmanship to him without reservation. Subconsciously, Han Yuan extended his finger, and 5 sword Chi slashes mimicked the trajectories of the sword Chi within his body. Yet the sword Chi trajectories, which he had thought would be easy to imitate, seemed as elusive as a heavenly steed soaring across the skies, operating in patterns far beyond ordinary thinking. Before he could fully grasp them, the sword chi was entirely consumed. The spell imprint of Sword Forest became even more solid, and his comprehension of the spell surged rapidly. Truly a fine treasure, with remarkably effective results. Han Yuan continued to refine the one-leaf sword chi grass. Each leaf could transform into several strands of sword chi that entered his body. Han Yuan was astonished to find that the trajectories of the sword chi entering each time were entirely different. Clearly those trajectories were merely superficial. There were deeper layers he had not yet comprehended.
No wonder swordsmanship can stand alone as a path. It's quite challenging.
Han Yuan gradually realized that the principles behind it were not simple. However, he was not fixated on fully understanding them. Accelerating his mastery of Sword Forest was already a gain. Leaf after leaf was consumed, and the chi swords from Han Yuan's finger slashes casually mimicked the attack trajectories of those sword chi. He kept imitating each time, gaining a tiny spark of insight, though it was utterly insignificant. Unbeknownst to him, his Sword Forest had broken through to minor mastery, and within just 2 days it had reached great mastery. The number of chi swords at Han Yuan's fingertips had also increased to 36, darting about like embroidery, now forming a flying bird, now a giant fish. The chi swords moved as nimbly as his own fingers. However, Han Yuan paid little attention to them. Those movements had become instinctual. He now devoted most of his mind to cultivation. At first, he had wanted to comprehend some of the profound mysteries of the sword path, but after dedicating himself to it for over 2 days, without understanding the deep subtleties of those sword chi trajectories, he decisively gave up. The way of the sword was too ethereal. Cultivating spiritual energy was far more practical. Little did he know that for a normal sword cultivator, making progress in a swordsmanship technique was measured in years. Advancing a tiny bit in a year was perfectly normal. Han Yuan had been spoiled by the rapid improvements in his cultivation realm, and spells recently becoming somewhat arrogant. Such swift progress in cultivation could indeed unsettle one's state of mind, a condition that would gradually improve with age and experience. Rapid advancement naturally came with a few harmless side effects. Yet perhaps precisely because of his indifference, when Han Yuan imitated the sword chi trajectories of the sword chi grass, he lacked much artificial interference. Gradually this aligned with a principle of swordsmanship that was unbound and free. The chi swords at Han Yuan's fingertips gradually became somewhat profound, evolving from a mere resemblance in form to a semblance of the spirit of the sword chi grass sword chi. All changes occurred silently, like rain nourishing all things. With a mere thought, Han Yuan's spiritual energy could roll up a leaf of the sword chi grass. The sword chi would naturally rush into his dantian, attacking his sword forest with mysterious trajectories, and he would instinctively imitate them, making the chi swords at his fingertips as similar as possible to the sword chi in his dantian. Even if he couldn't achieve a near-perfect likeness, it didn't matter, it was all a bonus. His main goal was to cultivate Sword Forest, and before he knew it, the spell was nearing perfection.
Indeed, the sword chi grass works wonders. Each time it impacts the spell imprint, it deepens my understanding of this swordsmanship, as if this technique is becoming simpler and simpler in my eyes.
Han Yuan had a feeling that the Sword Forest technique seemed increasingly straightforward. The variations of the forest of dozens of sword chi appeared to stem from the same root, cycling through just a few patterns. He silently praised the spell imprint's excellent feedback effect. This method of effortlessly comprehending spells was truly suitable for someone like him, who considered himself
average in comprehension.
By now the chi swords from his finger slashes had reached 14, and they were changing formation at an astonishing speed. Their complexity had already surpassed the perfected level of Sword Forest. At last, under Han Yuan's scrutiny, the magical mark of Sword Forest had successfully coalesced into a complete and lucid rune. This signified that his Sword Forest had reached the pinnacle of mastery. Yet the one-leaf sword grass had not been fully consumed. Seizing the momentum, Han Yuan delved into the advanced art of Sword Forest, the Sword Silk. Compared to Sword Forest, Sword Silk diminished the size of each sword aura, rendering them more condensed. Their offensive power surged over tenfold, and their agility was greatly enhanced. Sword forests transformed the sword auras into towering trees, conspicuous in their grandeur. Sword silk, however, shrank each aura by dozens of times, elevating both speed and quantity by an order of magnitude. The former could muster a mere 100 sword auras at its limit, while for the latter 100 was merely the foundation. Han Yuan marveled at the formidable difficulty of mastering this art, yet these two techniques were intrinsically linked. He could convert the progress of sword forest into that of sword silk. After several attempts, the magical mark of sword forest smoothly transformed into another far more intricate mark. While it grew in complexity, it also became markedly more ethereal. Han Yuan effortlessly achieved the initial mastery of sword silk. As he attempted to condense the sword auras, they readily diminished in size. The auras once the size of standard blades easily shrank by a measure. The ultimate state was to become like silk, with each level representing a process of contraction. Initially he anticipated great difficulty, but upon trying he found it surprisingly simple.
Such are the benefits of an advanced art. It readily absorbs the fruits of prior cultivation.
Han Yuan was deeply satisfied and continued to absorb the one-leaf sword grass, enhancing the magical mark of sword silk. Throughout this process, he still mimicked the trajectories of the sword auras. Though he harbored no grand hope of comprehending the Tao of the sword, a faint glimmer of luck persisted, so he continued the imitation, albeit with modest expectations. Thus his primary focus returned to refining his spiritual energy. The wood heart could cultivate autonomously, but with his direct control, the speed increased dozens of times. Naturally, he cultivated whenever possible. As he closed his eyes in deep concentration, the number of sword auras at his fingertips had risen to 64. Some of these auras could instantly synchronize with the trajectory of the sword auras in his dantian, while others mimicked the paths he had previously witnessed. Externally, a portion of the sword auras above his left hand formed a serpent, while those above his right hand coalesced into an eagle. The two shapes rapidly interwove above his fingers, appearing as if imbued with genuine spirit, as though a real serpent and eagle were locked in combat, a spectacle that seemed almost supernatural. Han Yuan spent another 10 days in serene cultivation. The spiritual energy within his dantian surged appreciably, with the liquefied Tai Chi spiritual lake expanding threefold in volume, a cause for celebration. Meanwhile, after the sword grass was fully consumed, the magical mark of sword silk had smoothly reached the state of perfection, capable of manifesting 1,000 sword auras, each as fine as a silk thread. This was a profound grade upper tier art, yet it could be brought to perfection with such ease. Han Yuan could not help but marvel at the remarkable efficacy of the sword grass. Just then, he casually opened his eyes. In the next moment, he was utterly stunned. Upon his left hand, a ferocious tiger composed of hundreds of sword auras glared menacingly at the space above his right hand, its eyes brimming with tangible savagery. Above his right hand, another assembly of hundreds of sword auras had formed a colossal sword floating gracefully in the air, its blade glinting with cold light akin to a peerless divine weapon. The two entities faced each other across the air, the atmosphere growing tense and stagnant. Han Yuan gazed in bewilderment at the two suddenly frozen things, finally realizing they were sword auras he himself had conjured. With a mere thought, the tiger and the sword abruptly dissolved, dispersing into a multitude of sword auras. These auras then further disintegrated, dissipating into countless motes of spiritual energy in the air. Han Yuan raised his finger and abruptly closed his eyes, recalling the insights into the Tao of the sword he had gathered over this period. Countless epiphanies surged forth, like a spring flooding his heart in that instant. A torrent of enlightenment washed over him, ceaseless as the tide. In the next moment, an enormous die materialized abruptly before Han Yuan, but he had no time to attend to it. The die began to spin on its own, whirling at an astonishing speed. Its rotation was the swiftest ever recorded. At a certain point, the die froze instantly, the number coming to rest on 36. Random amplification multiplier 36. Sword Tao comprehension effect amplified by 36. In that moment, an even vaster flood of sword insights poured into Han Yuan's consciousness, plunging him into a state of enlightenment. Meanwhile, outside the Songming cave mansion, Yu Xianxian stood with arms crossed, a sword in hand.
"Where is your master?"
she asked the attendant Chong Chun.
The master is still in seclusion,
Chang Chun hastily replied. Yu Xianxian raised an eyebrow.
3 months have passed, and he is still in seclusion.
Has he come out at all?
Chang Chun shook his head.
Since you left inner disciple Yue, the master has been in seclusion and has not emerged even once. Yu Xianxian was speechless, then exclaimed in surprise.
Was he always like this? More or less?
Chang Chun answered cautiously.
This junior brother of mine is quite the ascetic cultivator.
Yu Xianxian did not know what to say.
I agreed with him 3 months ago to come and spar. He hasn't forgotten, has he?
Chang Chun lowered his head, not daring to reply.
Since that's the case, he'll wait a while longer.
Yu Xianxian sat listlessly by the stone table waiting for Han Yuan to emerge while gazing absently at the sky. Chang Chun felt helpless. This formidable young lady was actually waiting. The master's previous seclusion had lasted 5 months. There would be a long wait. Yu Xianxian muttered to herself.
Could he have figured out that treasure I gave him? To be honest, I never really understood what it was. But since it appeared in a golden core relic, it must be a treasure. Still, at most it's at the golden core level, so giving it away was no great loss.
Inside the cultivation chamber, Han Yuan's comprehension of the Tao of the sword surged with explosive speed. His understanding of the sword arts underwent a complete transformation. The sword spirit script in his sea of consciousness shone brilliantly, and countless pieces of knowledge concerning it became seamlessly integrated. It was during this moment of enlightenment that the box he had casually placed nearby began to stir. This was the gift from Yu Xianxian. Initially Han Yuan had intended to examine it, but he had forgotten about it after beginning his cultivation. Now, as his sword insights erupted, the object within the box seemed to sense something and began to tremble. The deeper Han Yuan's comprehension grew, the more pronounced the box's agitation became. The box was not locked, and at a certain moment a peculiar metal pellet burst free from its confines, floating suspended in midair. It seemed to scrutinize Han Yuan, and as if confirming something, it instantly flew toward his dantian. Astonishingly, the metal pellet actually penetrated the surface of his body. Upon reaching the dantian, the pellet charged toward the center, seeking to occupy the core position. However, at that moment, the world tree seed erupted with a surge of power. The metal pellet seemed startled and was subsequently expelled from the dantian. It then traveled through the meridians until it reached the liver, where it sensed the presence of the wood spirit heart. Hesitating briefly, the metal pellet plunged into it, allowing the wood spiritual energy to enter its own body, even accelerating the process of refinement. Simultaneously, Han Yuan's sword insights seemed to find a vessel pouring en masse into the metal pellet. Han Yuan had sensed the metal pellet's entry into his body. He instinctively prevented it from entering the dantian, but upon sensing no danger, he allowed it to proceed. As the pellet was passively refined, streams of inherited knowledge flooded his sea of consciousness, containing a vast trove of sword art transmission. The carefree sword pellet, a 4th-grade lower-tier spiritual treasure, left by the nascent soul true man carefree. Only those who comprehend a sword intent identical or similar to the carefree sword intent may inherit it. Should the inheritor have the opportunity, slay Star Moon True Man. Amidst the influx of sword insights, Han Yuan's lips twitched slightly. A doubt crossed his mind. He had been peacefully secluded in his cave mansion. Where had this sword pellet come from? Had he unwittingly taken on a karmic burden? Was he destined to be named on the investiture of the gods? Han Yuan stepped out of the Songming Pavilion, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the sunlight. With a sudden whoosh, a figure appeared before him.
Junior brother, why did you take so long?
Yu Xianxian's tone brimmed with discontent. As she spoke, she casually tossed aside a skewer from her grilled meat. Han Yuan glanced to the side. Qin Feng was roasting meat skewers, occasionally brushing on seasonings. Sensing something amiss, he looked up and met Han Yuan's gaze. Qin Feng felt a momentary awkwardness, uncertain whether to set down the skewers or continue. Han Yuan gestured with his eyes for him to proceed, then smiled.
Seeing your sister after enduring days of arduous cultivation, seeing you the moment I finish fills me with immense joy.
Yu Xianxian's expression softened slightly at his words. She turned her face aside and said,
Very well, since you've emerged from seclusion, do you recall what I mentioned 3 months ago? Of course I remember,
Han Yuan replied earnestly.
If senior sister is willing to teach me cultivation techniques, I would be most grateful. Good.
Yu Xianxian nodded approvingly. Han Yuan pointed behind the Songming Pavilion.
There's a practice ground for spells behind it. Let's spar there. All right, let me see how much you've progressed in these 3 months.
Yu Xianxian casually appraised Han Yuan. Suddenly sensing his aura, she exclaimed in shock.
You've already broken through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement.
Han Yuan gave a shy smile.
I have no outstanding skills, so naturally I must cultivate diligently. I've made but a small advancement. I ask senior sister to keep it confidential.
Yu Xianxian looked at him oddly.
Are you sure you're only of mid-grade aptitude? Even a supreme spiritual root would be hard-pressed to match this. I've had a bit of fortune,
Han Yuan said. Yu Xianxian nodded in understanding. Patting his shoulder, she said,
Rest assured, junior brother, I won't breathe a word. But you must be cautious and learn some techniques to conceal your aura.
Han Yuan feigned gratitude.
Thank you for your concern, senior sister. The master has already imparted a concealment technique to me. Please observe.
Han Yuan subtly amplified the power of the Qi concealment art, deliberately masking his cultivation to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Without fully unleashing the technique's mastery, any cultivator beyond a major realm could detect the concealment, but would perceive only an ordinary 8th layer Qi refinement cultivator with his liquefied spiritual energy expanded Dantian, and with spirit core thoroughly hidden. Yu Xianxian probed with her divine sense and nodded in satisfaction.
Not bad. Without a spiritual sense, at the late Foundation establishment stage, one cannot see through your disguise.
Han Yuan feigned surprise.
Senior sister, can you discern my true condition?
A hint of pride flickered across Yu Xianxian's delicate face.
Do you think I earned the title of true disciple for nothing?
Han Yuan wore an expression of admiration. Yu Xianxian's mood brightened. While she dismissed others' praises, her junior brother's admiration filled her with genuine joy.
Wait till guide you properly, and show you the true extent of my skill.
The two soon arrived at a special practice ground shielded by a formation that warded off external prying. The reinforced ground could withstand relentless attacks from Foundation establishment cultivators meeting the needs of spell practice. They took their positions in the arena. Yu Xianxian beckoned with her fair finger and smiled lightly.
You strike first. Rest assured, it'll only defend, not attack.
Han Yuan's expression grew solemn. This practice session was indeed a significant test for him. The test was not of spell power, but of control, how to diminish a spell's might tenfold or even 100-fold. Truth be told, it was a technical feat. Han Yuan carefully mobilized his divine sense, dividing it into a minuscule portion, then used that fragment to cast the yellow-grade low-rank spell, Qi Sword Slash. A sword-sized Qi blade condensed at his fingertip, over 10 times larger than a normal Qi sword, now more akin to a Qi beam. With spiritual energy flowed within, tinging it green, making it resemble a wood element Qi beam with no trace of the original Qi Sword Slash's form. Yu Xianxian studied it for a moment, then asked with some confusion,
What spell is this? Ahem.
Han Yuan coughed.
It's the yellow-grade high-rank technique 10,000 with sword art.
In truth, it was merely the Qi Sword Slash.
Oh, then attack.
Yu Xianxian raised an eyebrow.
Forgive my impertinence.
Han Yuan guided the Qi sword toward her with a thread of divine sense. When manipulating a spell, greater use of divine sense enhanced control, attack speed, and power, a crucial factor in battle. With his meager thread of divine sense, Han Yuan's control was stiff and unrefined. As Yu Xianxian watched the Qi beam charge straight at her, without any variation, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. No cultivator would stand still and let themselves be hit. Such a straightforward attack wouldn't even strike an outer disciple, would it? She recalled Han Yuan's background and realized his behavior was normal. Having joined the sect only 2 years ago, he had only undertaken menial tasks without combat experience, never even taking a battle mission.
It seems he'll have more to teach than I thought.
As she mused, Yu Xianxian casually conjured a small round shield of flames the size of a face. The chi beam struck the shield but failed to break through. Instead it stuck to the fiery barrier. Before the chi beam could pull away, flames engulfed it, rapidly consuming it until it shattered in less than a second. Han Yuan's expression turned awkward.
Senior sister, how was my performance?
Reluctant to discourage him, Yu Xianxian sighed.
Better than a beginner. The chi beam is fairly condensed. It didn't shatter on contact, and its power matches a normal yellow-grade high-rank spell. Against a peer it should suffice. But your chi beam lacks variation, or rather has none. You need to alter its trajectory, bypass defenses, and strike the enemy instead of charging straight ahead, which most would dodge.
Yu Xianxian pointed out Han Yuan's shortcomings one by one. He listened intently, nodding repeatedly, but inwardly he was astonished. Had his chi beam truly reached the power of a 7th or 8th layer chi refinement cultivator? The divine sense he used was less than 1/100th of a normal spell, and he had drawn only a sliver of spiritual energy. He had prepared an excuse.
First attempt didn't perform well,
but it was now unnecessary.
Understood. Now try again,
Yu Xianxian said.
Yes, senior sister, be careful.
Han Yuan focused, and using a thread of divine sense cast another chi sword slash. The chi beam attacked Yu Xianxian again. This time he tried to manipulate it with that thread of divine sense, making it curve in a zigzag pattern and increasing its speed slightly.
Good.
Yu Xianxian praised his progress.
But it's not enough.
Her fire shield shifted 1/2 meter to block the chi beam as it tried to bypass it. Unlike before, the chi beam didn't crash into the shield but retreated, circling Yu Xianxian, ready for a second strike. Yu Xianxian's eyes lit up.
Not bad. You're learning to maneuver and wait for an opening. But battle isn't a turn-based exchange. When you attack, your opponent attacks too.
She flicked her fingers, sending an arc of light that sliced through the chi beam, causing it to dissipate and marking the attack as a failure.
Your chi beam is still too diffuse, and its target too large. You can increase the number of beams or enhance their condensation for greater power. Also, your trajectory changes are too simple. Your sword art should have control techniques. You can use them.
Yu Xianxian offered guidance, her passion for teaching ignited by Han Yuan. Before Han Yuan, there had been no one so weak yet worthy of her personal instruction. When the 5th and 6th junior siblings became direct disciples, they were already at the peak of chi refinement, with considerable combat prowess. Han Yuan feigned deep thought. After 3 minutes of contemplation, he launched another attack. This time Han Yuan condensed 2 sword chi, their forms even more compact than before. His divine sense had increased to 4 strands, and the 2 sword chi moved with far greater agility, like a pair of soaring eagles lunging toward Yu Xianxian. Yu Xianxian raised an eyebrow. The suggestion she had made was for Han Yuan to return and cultivate improvements, yet here he was refining it on the spot. What was going on? If the first attack sword chi was like a child, the second like a youth, then the third had already matured into an adult. Such a transformation would normally take ordinary people several days. Could Han Yuan accomplish it in mere minutes? Truly worthy of being a core disciple.
Interesting, but your sword techniques are still too scattered, lacking a coherent system. They can be easily seen through.
Yu Xianxian flicked her fingers repeatedly, sending 2 arcs of fire streaking through the air. The arcs did not deviate much midcourse, yet they precisely struck the constantly shifting sword chi, hitting their centers and dispersing both beams. Han Yuan was truly lost in thought this time. Yu Xianxian had just predicted the trajectory of his sword chi and accurately struck its weak point. In other words, his sword technique had been seen through. This came down to combat experience, exactly what Han Yuan lacked.
Senior sister, watch this.
Han Yuan entered a focused state. Before him 3 beams of sword chi, condensed, even more refined than before. Yu Xianxian was slightly surprised but still said casually,
"Bring it on."
The 3 beams of sword chi shot across the sky with greater speed, their trajectories more complex than before. Yu Xianxian remained calm, flicking her fingers to send 2 more arcs of fire shooting forth. The 3 sword chi were positioned in a 3 talents formation, their changes now carrying some subtlety. Yet these subtleties held no secrets before the fire arcs. The crescent-shaped blades traced elegant curves through the air, hitting two of the sword chi beams. This time, however, the beams did not shatter entirely. A portion of their form remained, though their power was greatly diminished. The fire arcs were also slightly damaged, but retained over 90% of their might. Han Yuan directed the remaining sword chi to bypass the two fire arcs and strike Yu Xianxian. However, the two fire arcs overtook adjoining forces to extinguish the sword chi before it could reach her. Yu Xianxian chuckled lightly.
Junior brother, your sword chi is starting to take shape, and your progress is not slow. However, your sword chi is still a bit slow.
Han Yuan asked respectfully.
How can I increase its speed? You can invest more divine sense, enhance the condensation of your spiritual energy, continue refining the sword chi, elevate your sword technique, or employ combined spells.
Hearing Yu Xianxian's words, Han Yuan suddenly recalled the ancient Qi control art. This spell was originally intended for the Qi replenishment art, but using it to manipulate Qi swords seemed feasible. With this thought, Han Yuan's eyes lit up. He bowed to Yu Xianxian and said,
Junior brother is greatly inspired. Please critique senior sister.
Yu Xianxian was surprised. What exactly had she inspired? Wasn't it just some cliched remarks? Han Yuan once again executed the Qi sword slash, condensing three even more refined beams of sword Qi, while simultaneously activating the ancient Qi control art. The Qi control technique also acted upon the three sword Qi before him. As a result, with minimal consumption of spiritual energy and divine sense, the three beams burst forth at several times their previous speed. This was remarkable. It meant that when he unleashed his full power, he could also enjoy the boost from the Qi control art. Yu Xianxian was startled by the incoming three beams of sword Qi. They were far faster than before. Her expression turned serious as she simultaneously sent out three fire arc blades to intercept Han Yuan's sword Qi. However, under the enhancement of the Qi control art, Han Yuan's control over the sword Qi became more effortless, and the changes in his sword techniques grew more unpredictable. The fire arc blades could no longer strike the sword Qi in a single blow. As they intersected midair, the three blades only managed to intercept two beams, while one slipped past to reach Yu Xianxian. A circular fire shield materialized before the sword Qi, blocking it. Just as the sword Qi tried to flee, the shield transformed back into a fire arc blade, severing the beam. Han Yuan stared in awe.
Senior sister is truly formidable.
Yu Xianxian was not pleased. Instead, she was greatly shocked. The spell transformation she had just employed was not something ordinary cultivators could achieve. That Han Yuan could force her to use such a tactic already demonstrated his considerable skill in spellcraft. Yet she still vividly recalled his straightforward attacks from the very beginning. What had happened in this quarter hour? She felt a bit bewildered.
You've improved this quickly.
Yu Xianxian couldn't help asking aloud.
Maybe I'm a spellcasting genius.
Han Yuan ventured tentatively. Yu Xianxian choked at his words. Indeed, how could someone pre-selected as a core disciple not be a genius? She had been making a fuss over nothing. Han Yuan, however, smiled faintly to himself. This was exactly what he had planned. In his view, hiding himself completely without a single flaw was not concealment. It was a blatant signal that something was wrong with him. It would create a mismatch between virtue and position, inviting dissatisfaction and prying eyes. The most prudent approach was to pretend to be a genius, but only to the extent that he wasn't monstrous. Geniuses were plentiful, new ones emerged every year, and before even greater geniuses they faded into obscurity. The first is known, the second forgotten. And geniuses always had secrets. When he made moves to conceal his situation, it would seem only natural. They could only uncover his small secrets, while the great secrets hidden behind them remained unknown. This was his genius-style survival art.
Senior sister, shall we continue fighting?
Han Yuan asked. Yu Xianxian snorted lightly.
Fine, since you've improved so much, let's make it more challenging. I will attack you and move around as well. This is far more difficult than before, so be prepared.
Han Yuan nodded. The next moment, Yu Xianxian's figure began to move. At first a shadow was visible, but it quickly dissolved into a blur. Several crescent-shaped arcs came at him from all directions. Han Yuan was startled. Was she serious?
Spiritual vision art.
A layer of green light veiled Han Yuan's eyes. The speed of the incoming arc slowed down in his vision, and Yu Xiangxian's figure appeared within his field of view. Yu Xianxian moved at an incredible speed following a mysterious trajectory that made it impossible to lock onto her position. Han Yuan had no intention of standing still. With a step his figure also moved swiftly, instantly dodging several arcs. Yu Xiangxian's eyes widened in surprise. This speed was abnormal. She had witnessed it once before in the cave dwelling, but hadn't thought much of it. Now she found it even more peculiar. She couldn't detect any trace of him using a spell. Han Yuan had never learned any movement-type spells. His method of movement relied on the talent ability shared by Wang Kai, flight. But he deliberately tapped the ground lightly a few times, making it appear like a movement technique.
More and more interesting.
A flicker of excitement passed through Yu Xiangxian's eyes. She decided to get a bit more serious, planning to fight Han Yuan at the combat power she had possessed during the Qi refining stage. The next moment 36 fire arc blades were released simultaneously by Yu Xianxian, instantly sealing off Han Yuan's movement directions and positions. Han Yuan's expression shifted. Under the spiritual vision art, these arc blades had already locked onto his escape routes. Flight was not a specialized movement technique lacking in agility. Han Yuan did not panic. He also got a bit more serious, using his divine sense to activate the Qi sword/spell imprint in his dantian. Around him 12 Qi swords materialized simultaneously, appearing even more condensed than before. When 3 arc blades blocking his path came at him, Han Yuan used 6 Qi swords to intercept them, while the other 6 bypassed the blades to attack the moving Yu Xianxian.
Oh! You can actually see my figure.
Yu Xianxian looked in surprise at Han Yuan's glowing green eyes. So the little junior brother had cultivated a spiritual vision spell, but he was still too naive. Half of Yu Xiangxian's 36 arc blades instantly changed targets, intercepting Han Yuan's 12 Qi swords, while the other half continued their assault on Han Yuan. Han Yuan dodged left and right, appearing somewhat flustered. Yet in this process his combat experience was genuinely growing. The battle had raged on for half an hour. Throughout this process Yu Xianxian grew increasingly astonished. Han Yuan's combat experience and the power of his spells were advancing at a staggering speed. Though the pace of his improvement slowed after a quarter of an hour, she could still clearly sense his progress. When Han Yuan began to occasionally cause her minor troubles, her pressure soared, for she sensed that if the duel continued at the Qi refining stage, she might soon be defeated. Seizing an opportunity, she conjured a massive crimson palm that pushed Han Yuan aside. The palm lacked strong offensive power, but its formidable force surpassed the bounds of the Qi refining stage. Pushed aside, Han Yuan looked puzzled. What was she planning?
Alright, let's end today's spell sparring here. Your spiritual energy is nearly depleted. In the future, be mindful not to exhaust your Qi. When it drops to 1/5, consider retreating.
Yu Xianxian suddenly spoke. Han Yuan glanced inward at his dantian and saw that his spiritual energy was almost unchanged from the start. In fact, it had even grown slightly. He fell into contemplation. He hadn't even broken a sweat. Not wanting Han Yuan to uncover the crux of the matter, Yu Xianxian changed the subject.
Your combat experience has taken shape, but this is merely basic fighting. A cultivator's true strength includes various auxiliary means, such as artifacts, talismans, pills, formations, spirit beasts, poison, spirit inscriptions, and emblem patterns. You must not be careless.
Han Yuan expressed gratitude.
Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. I have indeed gained much. I will quickly make up for other aspects.
Yu Xianxian recalled something and said,
There is one matter I must remind you of.
Curious, Han Yuan asked.
Please speak, senior sister.
Yu Xianxian said indignantly.
Remember those 2 true disciples from the outer sect I killed earlier? Those people wanted our sect to compensate them, which we naturally refused. So using this as an excuse, they proposed a true disciple competition 3 months from now. Counting the days, it's only 5 days away.
Han Yuan was shocked.
They're coming to our sect.
Yu Xianxian shook her head.
Of course not.
The Danxia sect,
and Yunyang sect jointly invited us to battle at Bishua City. Additionally, the Sanjin sect and Jinyan sect will send observers. Ostensibly, it's a true disciple competition, but in truth, it's a probe into the sect and our ancestors' strength.
Han Yuan found it strange.
Why now of all times?
Yu Xianxian pointed at herself calmly.
Because of me, of course. I am the eldest daughter of the Yu family, and it's highly possible I harbor a nascent soul or even primordial spirit inheritance. If a life-threatening situation occurs during the competition, wouldn't it force the sect's ancestor to reveal his hand? Can't we refuse?
Han Yuan asked in confusion.
Absolutely not. Such an invitation is already a test. Refusing would affect the sect's external activities in the future.
Yu Xianxian shook her head. Rubbing his chin, Han Yuan said,
Do you mean for me to participate? Quite the opposite.
Yu Xianxian shook her head, a look of melancholy on her face.
A genius like you ranks among the top 10 in my experience. You might win a few matches, but it would thrust you into the spotlight. Those sects would undoubtedly do everything to eliminate you before you grow strong. I wasn't worried before, but seeing your combat ability, I feared you might act impulsively upon hearing the news.
Han Yuan nodded promptly.
All right, senior sister. I want to participate. You should think it over.
Yu Xianxian's persuasive words suddenly stopped, almost choking her. His immediate and decisive refusal left her speechless. Not even a moment's hesitation. What about the sect's honor? The arrogance of youth? The pride of a genius? Wasn't this the age for seeking the limelight? Ultimately, Yu Xianxian departed with a hint of bewilderment. Only after she left did Han Yuan carefully observe the changes brought by his sudden enlightenment. The greatest transformation was naturally the evolution of his swordsmanship. In the previous battle, he hadn't used his swordsmanship insights at all. He had merely relied on his divine sense and the spirit manipulation art to control his techniques, treating the chi sword slash as an ordinary spell. The results were already impressive, but how effective would it be with his swordsmanship? Han Yuan walked to a corner of the training ground where 3 test stone targets stood representing the Golden Core Foundation establishment and chi refining stages. Each target was 12 inches deep. The deeper the mark, the greater the power. With a flick of his finger, Han Yuan unleashed the chi sword slash once more. A streak of chi shot out, striking the chi refining target. The slash carved a deep gash of 9.5 inches into the target. The wound healed slowly, indicating the spell's damage had a lingering effect. This was the power of the chi sword slash during his spar with Yu Xianxian.
Earlier, I deliberately reduced the spell's consumption. What would happen if I used a full burst of spiritual energy and divine sense?
With another flick, a new chi sword condensed before him. This one was far more solid, almost resembling a real long sword.
Go!
The sword chi instantly struck the central foundation establishment target. Despite being more powerful than before, the cut was only 3.2 inches deep.
My current spiritual energy quality is on par with the early foundation establishment stage. To bring a yellow grade lower tier spell like Chi Sword Slash to the level of an early foundation establishment technique is quite impressive.
With a thought, Han Yuan activated the yellow grade upper tier spell Forest of Chi Swords. In the next instant, 100 swords of chi materialized around him, merging into a single entity along a mysterious trajectory before striking the target. Boom, boom, boom. The massive stone target was bombarded by 100 streaks of sword chi. When the smoke cleared, Han Yuan observed the damage. All 100 streaks of sword chi had reached the foundation establishment level. The shallowest mark was 4.3 inches deep, while the deepest reached 4.9 inches.
Only an inch more. Even though it reached the mid-foundation establishment level.
Han Yuan raised an eyebrow. The power wasn't as great as he had imagined, especially since he had mastered Forest of Chi swords to perfection. But he quickly understood. The spell's strength lay in its ability to unleash 100 sword chi simultaneously, reducing the burden on divine sense through interconnected paths.
In that case, let's try Silken Sword Chi.
After waiting for the marks on the target to vanish, Han Yuan cast the profound grade upper tier spell Silken Sword Chi. With a perfected profound grade upper tier spell an early foundation establishment spiritual energy, what power could it achieve? A single streak of sword chi materialized beside him, as thin as a thread, no a needle. In an instant it shot out and struck the target. Without waiting to check the depth, Han Yuan summoned 1,000 fine sword chi strands around him. These strands mysteriously combined, reforming into a single sword chi. This sword chi also struck the target, lodging itself in the gash, and persisting until the target's special power dispelled it. 2 marks appeared before him, one 6 3/8 inches deep, the other a full 9 5/10 inches. With early foundation establishment spiritual energy and a perfected sword technique, I can unleash power nearing the late foundation establishment stage. Han Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the grade of a spell was crucial. With the same spiritual energy quality, the upper limit of power could differ by over 6 inches. This meant his current attack power had reached the late foundation establishment level. Once his spiritual energy quality reached the late foundation establishment stage, his spell power would surely enter the great perfection of foundation establishment. A glint flashed in Han Yuan's eyes, and his consciousness entered his sea of consciousness. There, including the contract spirit inscription, 9 spirit inscriptions shone brightly. With Sword Forest, 3 spirit inscriptions activate. Ancient with spirit manipulation art activate. Silken sword chi maximum burst. Before him, 1,000 strands of sword chi condensed once more. As they merged into a single unified sword chi, 3 phantom spirit inscriptions appeared and integrated into it. Simultaneously, Han Yuan activated the spirit manipulation art, amplifying his control over the fused sword chi. Go! The sword chi surged forth, like a dragon vanishing from before him, as if by magic, only to reappear directly on the foundation establishment target, plunging straight into it. Han Yuan stared at the depth of the mark. 11 1/10 inches. An increase of 1 6/10 inches. The power had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. As the sword chi was dispersed by the target's mysterious force, and the mark healed after a dozen breaths, Han Yuan furrowed his brow. Only this much improvement. If the spirit inscriptions aren't lacking, then the gap between late foundation establishment and its great perfection is immense. His spirit inscriptions obtained through fortuitous multiplication had all reached the proficiency level, equivalent to the golden core stage. Yet even with 3 inscriptions enhancing his power, he had only advanced by 1 minor realm, which was somewhat mediocre. In other words, with all these boosts, he could at most surpass 3 minor realms compared to an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. But a true genius like Yu Xianxian at early foundation establishment could already match a late foundation establishment opponent. Thus he was only 1 minor realm stronger than Yu Xianxian. Indeed, transcending realms in battle isn't so simple. And this was just a test of spell power. Combat involves far more details. Han Yuan sighed, and finally turned his attention to his swordsmanship insights. The 36-fold enhancement had allowed him to comprehend what all sword cultivators dream of: sword intent. A trace of unfettered sword intent. Much like the carefree sword intent, it was ethereal and elusive. He didn't even know how he had comprehended it, he could only say he vaguely understood. His gaze fell upon the wood spirit core where he had just refined a sword pellet. All his sword intent insights had merged into it. With a thought, a strand of wood spiritual energy flowed into the sword pellet. In the next moment, a brand new sword chi burst forth, traveling through his meridians to appear before him. Han Yuan pointed, and this special sword chi instantly pierced into the foundation establishment target, penetrating all 12 inches and emerging on the other side. At that moment, the fierce sword might was released, wreaking havoc on other parts of the target. Cracks over 11 inches deep spread around the puncture, the power utterly devastating. Powerful! Han Yuan uttered a heartfelt exclamation. Was this sword intent? Without any other enhancements, its sheer might already surpass the great perfection of foundation establishment. Watching the sword chi dissipate, Han Yuan nodded in satisfaction, then turned and left the training ground. After he departed, the cracks caused by the residual force gradually healed, but the penetrating wound left by the sword chi itself remained, stubbornly refusing to recover for a long time. 2 days later, Han Yuan received a message from Du Yuanhe instructing him to come to the main hall of Lin Wen Peak. When he hurriedly arrived at the hall, he not only saw Du Yuanhe and Yu Xianxian, but also a stranger. With 2 long strands of hair floating in front of his forehead, a face like a chiseled knife, and a serious demeanor, the man stood aside, like a sharp sword ready to be unsheathed, radiating brilliance. Du Yuanhe smiled upon seeing him, and said, Han Yuan, this is your senior brother Fu Chuhua. Chuhua, this is my newly accepted disciple Han Yuan. Han Yuan hurriedly bowed, and said, Han Yuan greets senior brother Fu. Fu Chuhua glanced at him, his expression softening slightly. Not bad, your aura is refined without losing its sharpness. Du Yuanhe said, Han Yuan, you stand over there for now. Yes. Han Yuan nodded immediately. He moved to the side, watching the 3. Du Yuanhe addressed Fu Chuhua and Yu Xianxian. What have you 2 decided? The true inheritance competition occurs once every 100 years, and many true inheritors often perish. Especially Yu Xianxian, you have just recently broken through to foundation establishment, and are the catalyst for this competition. The danger level is not low. Fu Chuhua grasped his sword and said solemnly, I return specifically for this true inheritance competition. Only peer-level geniuses can help me break through my bottleneck and condense my sword seed. Du Yuanhe's expression was complicated as he replied, are you still determined to pursue the path of the sword? The sword seed is inherently difficult to condense, and if you cannot comprehend the sword intent later, you will never break through to the nascent soul stage. Fu Chuhua took a deep breath and said, my mind is made up. In that case, give it your all. Du Yuanhe stopped trying to persuade him and turned to Yu Xianxian. Yu Xianxian with a resolute gaze declared, this time I must go. The competition was initiated because of me, and if I don't go they won't agree. Besides, I am confident in defeating peer-level geniuses, and will not tarnish the glory of my ancestors. Du Yuanhe's expression was complex. Yu Xianxian's ancestor was the nascent soul elder of Lin Wen Peak, and he had no reason to refuse her request to go. All right, you may accompany me. Du Yuanhe nodded seriously. Han Yuan felt an inexplicable tension, as if facing a life-and-death separation. The tone of their conversation made him uneasy. At that moment, Du Yuanhe's gaze turned back to Han Yuan. Xiao Yuan, I and your senior brother and sister must step out for a while. Lin Wen Peak will be entrusted to your care. Han Yuan hurriedly replied, Master, I am still at the qi refinement stage, and I might not be able to manage. Du Yuanhe smiled slightly. According to the tradition of the Earth God sect, only true inheritors are qualified to be the peak master, or act as a temporary peak master. Since we are leaving, Lin Wen Peak will naturally be under your temporary management. Don't worry, the foundation establishment elders will assist you. You won't have to do much, others will handle the tasks. We'll be back in a few months. Hearing this, Han Yuan felt goosebumps all over. There was something strange about those words. This is the temporary token of the Lin Wen Peak Master. Keep it safe for now. Du Yuanhe handed him a token. Han Yuan stared blankly as he accepted it. Fu Chuhua and Yu Xianxian were also surprised by this scene. They exchanged glances, both showing expressions of astonishment. Such a temporary peak master position typically did not require a backup token. If a token was given, it implied that the disciple was meant to take over the peak master position. They had never received a backup token before. Yu Xianxian had been busy helping Du Yuanhe, yet now he bypassed both of them and directly gave the backup token to Han Yuan. Han Yuan, unaware of the token's significance, nodded and replied, Disciple will take good care of Lin Wen Peak. Du Yuanhe patted his shoulder and waved to the 2 behind him. Since you've decided, let's set off. Yes. Han Yuan watched as the 3 of them strode confidently toward the hall exit. Han Yuan hurriedly followed them outside, only to see the 3 of them riding their magical artifacts soaring into the sky. He was astonished by the appearance of a giant flying ship over 200 meters long. Du Yuanhe and the other 2 flew into the ship, standing at the edge and waving goodbye to him. As Han Yuan looked up, several beams of escape light flew from various peaks toward the flying ship, with each true inheritor stepping inside, all carrying a will to face death hidden. Finally, the flying ship, having taken in all the people, dashed out of the sect without hesitation, soaring into the distance. The ship departed quietly and without a sound. In the distance, a confrontation between true inheritors and even nascent souls was about to unfold. However, within the sect everything remained calm, and most people were unaware of the significant events occurring. They grew steadily under the sect's protection without realizing that someone was always bearing the burden of the sect's safety. Han Yuan stood at the entrance of the hall gazing at the flying ship that had quickly turned into a black dot, feeling an inexplicable sadness in his heart. You must come back, Han Yuan silently thought. Meanwhile, outside the Earth God sect, a squirrel on a lush tree branch glanced at the passing flying ship, and then nonchalantly jumped to another branch, playing with its fellow squirrels. Inside the tree hole of the large tree, two individuals lay motionless, devoid of any breath. As the squirrel left, the two suddenly began to move. The once lifeless hearts began to slowly beat again. One older man and one younger man, both suddenly opening their eyes, carried the weight of the years within them. The elder spoke. They have left. Proceed as planned. Among the 15 peaks of the Earth God sect, Ronghua Peak, Jifu Peak, and Lin Wen Peak have no nascent souls, and have previously produced nascent souls. Their inheritances have a certain possibility of reaching the spirit transformation stage. You have only one chance. Which peak do you choose? The young man asked. Which peak is the weakest right now? The old cultivator was silent for a moment, and replied, Lin Wen Peak. I'll choose Lin Wen Peak. Have the informants been contacted? Yes, everything is ready and won't attract attention. Good. If you obtain the inheritance, immediately use the space teleportation talisman to send it over. This talisman is a high-grade 4th-tier treasure. I hope you won't waste its value. I understand. Shortly after, among the verdant trees, a young man emerged, stepping through the green glow and slipping out from among the trees. The wood escape technique allowed him to move without a trace of aura escaping. The weariness in the man's eyes quickly retracted, returning to youthfulness and purity. He wore the attire of an outer disciple of Lin Wen Peak, his aura barely reaching the 4th layer of chi refinement. He appeared like an ordinary outer disciple trudging toward the Earth God sect. As he passed through the sect's main gate, his identity token showed no signs of abnormality. He casually made his way toward Lin Wen Peak. Upon arriving at Lin Wen Peak, an outer disciple noticed him and exclaimed in surprise, Zhao Donglai. It's been a month since we last met. You've actually reached the 4th layer of chi refinement. The young man chuckled. It's nothing special. Some people have advanced even faster than I have. Indeed, senior brother Qin Feng has already reached the 6th layer of chi refinement. His speed of advancement is truly enviable. Yes, yes. The young man nodded in agreement. You and Qin Feng were from the same outer academy. You're coming to Lin Wen Peak to align with him, right? When he becomes successful, don't forget about your old brother. Don't worry, I won't. The young man smiled and nodded. The two chatted for a bit before parting ways. Throughout the conversation, the young man's responses were casual yet fluent. Bishua City. Nestled on the edge of the Bishua Swamp, it was a vast city built by a coalition of sects to defend against the beast hordes within the swamp. A constant stream of cultivators stopped here to replenish supplies, making it the final stop before venturing into the Bishua Swamp. The True Disciple competition, hosted by 3 nascent soul sects, was held within the city, drawing a massive crowd of onlookers. This contest served as a showcase to the cultivation world, promising that the sects which performed well would attract more exceptional new blood in the coming year. Within the city, at the Earth God sect's encampment, a group of true disciples listened intently to the briefing of a Golden Core elder. This is Yu Jianfeng, a true disciple of the Pill and Artifact Peak from the Danxia sect. He is rated as a 3rd-class genius in our sect, capable of barely fighting across one minor realm, and has already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. This is Hao Chunya, a true disciple of the Blood Coagulation Peak from the Danxia sect. Based on available information, he is a 2nd-class genius able to cross one minor realm and emerge victorious. His foundational cultivation has also reached the 11th layer of chi refining. This is Lei Shiro, a true disciple of the Sanyue Peak from the Yunyang sect. She has been confirmed as a 1st-class genius capable of fighting across 2 minor realms and has reached the late foundation establishment stage. She is a formidable foe. This man is Zhao Yumu, a true disciple of the Chunmu Peak from the Yunyang sect.
He is an once-in-a-century special class genius. At the early Foundation establishment stage, he could fight across 3 minor realms. Now having reached the great perfection of Foundation establishment, he is estimated to still be able to cross 2 minor realms. It is rumored he possesses a special Wu-type physique. You must be cautious of this, as his combat power may approach the Golden Core level. He is likely the final boss of this competition. Be careful.
The Golden Core Elder looked at the crowd and said gravely,
Among you there are 10 third-class geniuses, 13 second-class geniuses, 5 first-class geniuses, and 1 special-class genius. You must gauge your strength while also giving your all.
Yu Xianxian furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the description of the special-class genius Zhao Yumu. She found him extremely troublesome. Being able to cross 3 minor realms at the early Foundation establishment stage meant he could already contend with those at the great perfection of Foundation establishment. Even if his ability to cross realms diminished as his cultivation increased, he would still be formidable. Who could possibly stop him? Just then a Golden Core Elder entered with a joyful expression. Everyone looked over.
Good news, good news! Zhao Yumu of the Yunyang sect has broken through to the Golden Core stage, so he won't be able to attend this True Disciple competition.
The true disciples visibly relaxed, some even breaking into smiles. However, the Golden Core Elder's face turned stern and he scolded.
What is there to be happy about? This Zhao Yumu clearly has nascent soul potential. In this competition, if you could have killed him, you would have eliminated a major threat early on. Now that chance is gone and you're happy. And not trying to be harsh, but if you had managed to kill Zhao Yumu, your families would surely have received the sect's support. Alas, what a pity.
The crowd suppressed their smiles, but regardless, with the formidable enemy gone, their confidence for the competition had somewhat improved. At the Earth God sect, in Zhao Donglai's residence, a faint smile played on Zhao Yuma's lips as he mused to himself.
The intelligence was correct. The Earth God sect's mountain protecting formation is not strict in examining the life aura of those under 60. I broke through to the Golden Core stage just at the age of 59, which allowed me to enter the Earth God sect smoothly. The Earth God sect possesses primordial spirit inheritances, and more than one. If I can find one, not only will I have hope for the primordial spirit realm, but the sect will also fully support my cultivation. This mission must not fail.
Zhao Yumu walked into the courtyard, his gaze falling upon an ancient spiritual tree. A confident smile crossed his face. Placing both hands on the tree trunk, his entire form dissolved into a streak of green light merging into the wood. Using his special physique, he temporarily possessed the spiritual tree, becoming a tree-like spirit. In this state, his divine sense transformed into the tree's spiritual consciousness, spreading across the surrounding formations and restrictions without causing a single ripple. His divine sense then extended through the tree to explore a 10-mile radius. This was the outer disciple area, and a brief probe yielded nothing of interest. His divine sense then infiltrated a spiritual tree at the edge of that 10-mile range. With a faint tremor, his body instantly transferred to that tree, using it as a new center to continue his exploration. No one would have imagined that a cultivator under 60 years old had already reached the Golden Core stage and possessed a special physique, granting him a minor divine ability even at this level. Below the nascent soul stage, almost no one could detect Zhao Yuma's presence. Even if discovered, his minor divine ability for escape and concealment made him impossible for ordinary Golden Core cultivators to capture. This was precisely why he, a nascent soul seedling, dared to take such a risk in person. At that moment, Han Yuan was flying above Spirit Inscription Peak, riding a yellow-grade superior flying sword. He could already fly without using a flying sword, so even though this was his first time using one, he showed no signs of panic. Beside him was a Foundation establishment elder from Spirit Inscription Peak named Yu Daoyuan, a member of the Yu clan. He was responsible for managing the affairs of Spirit Inscription Peak, holding the position of Inter-Sect General Affairs Elder.
True Disciple Han, look, this is the miscellaneous disciple area at the foot of Spirit Inscription Peak. There are 70,000 miscellaneous disciples living here.
Yu Daoyuan introduced.
70,000. That many.
Han Yuan was somewhat surprised.
This is already a small number. Many miscellaneous disciples are working in various industries outside the sect. Those who remain on the peak are mostly potential disciples who have a chance to break through to the mid-chi refining stage or new recruits.
Han Yuan nodded. From a high altitude, he could see a multitude of disciples bustling about in the miscellaneous disciple area. They looked up at him with envy in their eyes. Typically, only cultivators in the late chi refining stage could fly using magical artifacts, making them figures of admiration for the miscellaneous disciples. Passing over the miscellaneous disciple area, they naturally arrived at the outer disciple zone.
The number of outer disciples dropped sharply to only 5,000. I must admit Spirit Inscription Peak is somewhat weak. Many disciples who break through to the mid-chi refining stage choose not to stay with us.
Yu Daoyuan shook his head regretfully. Han Yuan felt this was indeed a small number. The ratio was below 10 to 1. The bottleneck for mid-chi refining was not significant, and over 60% of the 70,000 miscellaneous disciples would likely break through. Yet only 5,000 remained on Spirit Inscription Peak. Now he had a clear understanding of why the peak was ranked last. As he flew over the outer disciple area, Han Yuan looked with emotion at the area, which was a full 70% smaller than the miscellaneous disciple zone. This sparked a desire within him to expand the number of outer disciples on Spirit Inscription Peak. Han Yuan shook his head with a wry smile, thinking,
"What am I thinking? Am only the acting peak master."
His gaze swept across certain areas when suddenly his spirit eye technique activated on its own. A green light flickered in his eyes, and the spiritual energy fluctuations of a particular spiritual tree in his line of sight seemed somewhat abnormal. The spirit eye technique was one of the supporting spells of the ancient wood-nourishing art. As a wood-type spell, it was highly sensitive to wood-type spiritual energy fluctuations. Having reached the perfect level and undergone a random multiplier evolution, its perception range had already surpassed the profound grade.
The spiritual energy fluctuation of this tree is too strong, isn't it?
Han Yuan's flying speed involuntarily slowed.
True disciple Han, what's wrong?
Yu Daoyuan asked in confusion. Just as Han Yuan was about to answer under his spirit eye technique, the spiritual energy fluctuation on that tree rapidly decreased, dropping to the level of a yellow-grade mid-tier spiritual tree in the blink of an eye. Han Yuan was stunned by the sight. Han Yuan opened his mouth, but stopped speaking, leaving Yu Daoyuan somewhat puzzled. Meanwhile, Han Yuan disregarded his need to reply and flew above the spiritual tree, probing his divine sense into it. The spiritual tree emitted a faint and confused thought, sending him a sense of joy as if it had seen a companion. Han Yuan in turn inquired through his thoughts about what had just happened. Clearly this tree could not comprehend Han Yuan's question, remaining oblivious to it. However, it conveyed a sense of fear to him.
What's wrong? What is it?
Yu Daoyuan asked again. Han Yuan shook his head, refraining from answering, his gaze scanning the surroundings, but his spiritual eye technique failed to detect any unusual circumstances. He thought to himself,
"Damn, could this be an invasion by external enemies? I knew it. As a transmigrator, once I step out, trouble will come my way."
In his heart, he suddenly felt an intuition that the earlier abnormal fluctuation was definitely not normal. What transmigrator isn't prone to trouble? Even while cultivating in his cave, he would have the courier Yu Xianxian deliver him 4th-tier sword pills, allowing him to take on another segment of karma. Now that he had become the acting peak master, it would be unsettling if nothing were to happen. Either internal conflicts would erupt or external enemies would invade. Linwen Peak had been weak for a long time, and there wasn't much competition among everyone, thus conflicts were minimal. Therefore, what could cause him trouble would likely be external. Instead of directly flying down to investigate the situation with the spiritual tree, he flew past it and sent a voice transmission to Yu Daoyuan.
"Did you see that tree just now? Did you notice anything unusual?" "Unusual?"
Yu Daoyuan was about to turn his head upon hearing this. Han Yuan immediately conveyed,
"Don't look over specifically, and don't probe with your divine sense, just tell me how you feel." "Feel? I don't sense anything unusual. That tree seems to be an ordinary spiritual tree, right?"
Han Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yu Daoyuan had already reached the peak of foundation establishment, the spiritual power fluctuation he had seen with his spiritual eye technique undoubtedly surpassed that level, yet he had no perception of it. TSK, the first boss, already reached above the golden core level. Isn't that too much praise from the heavens?
I understand now, Elder Yu. I would like to meet with our Peak's golden core real person. Is there a procedure I need to follow?
Han Yuan inquired. Yu Daoyuan was taken aback, hesitating for a moment before saying,
If you want to see the golden core elder of my Yu family, I can arrange that for you quickly. I need to summon all golden core real persons. Let me see if I can invite the golden core real persons from the Lu and Di families to come together. I have important matters to discuss. This.
Yu Daoyuan was speechless. You, a true disciple in the Qi refining stage, want to summon golden core real persons for a meeting. At that moment, he noticed the acting peak master token hanging at Han Yuan's waist, and suddenly thought of something. Pointing to the token, he said,
Han Jinchuan, you currently possess an auxiliary token, which actually allows you to exercise peak master authority. You are qualified to summon golden core real persons. However, you need to think carefully. If there's no important matter, you may face significant punishment, and you might not be able to assume the position of peak master in the future.
Han Yuan stroked his chin, pondering the punishment. He thought for a moment, and said to Yu Daoyuan,
Hold on, let's take a look around together first.
Yu Daoyuan was puzzled, wondering what exactly Han Jinchuan intended to do. Han Yuan didn't explain much, and swiftly flew toward the distance, his gaze sweeping across the ground below, intentionally or unintentionally scanning the trees. He flew in a straight line, feeling that the spiritual power fluctuations in that direction were somewhat unusual. Yu Daoyuan reluctantly followed Han Yuan. As Han Yuan flew over a cluster of buildings, his spiritual eye technique suddenly detected strong fluctuations of with spiritual power within a spiritual tree again. However, he had no intention of alarming the entity. Instead, he transmitted to Yu Daoyuan,
Do you feel any abnormal fluctuations from that spiritual tree a mile to the southwest? Don't use your divine sense to check.
Upon hearing this, Yu Daoyuan casually glanced in that direction and then transmitted back,
Han Jinchuan, I truly don't sense any abnormalities. Did you discover something? I'm not sure for now, but I suspect it's a big fish. Can you help me summon the golden core real persons?
Yu Daoyuan chuckled bitterly, suddenly regretting bringing Han Yuan out to explore Lingwen Peak. Otherwise, this Han Jinchuan wouldn't have suddenly gone crazy. But with the token in hand, Han Yuan had the authority of the acting peak master. If he wanted to act recklessly, Yu Daoyuan could only comply. After all, if problems arose, it wouldn't be his fault. As the two flew further away, leaving that area behind, Yu Daoyuan took Han Yuan's token and immediately made his way to the back mountain of Lingwen Peak. In midair, Han Yuan sent an invitation request to Lu Zixian and Di Hung, hoping to invite the golden core ancestors of the two families to meet at Lingwen Peak. Upon receiving the message, Lu Zixian and Di Hung were both stunned. This sudden request left them somewhat bewildered.
Han Jinchuan, if you wish to meet the ancestor, you can certainly apply. But you're asking the ancestor to come meet you. We are all acquaintances, but I must remind you to respect the strong.
Han Yuan replied,
The situation is urgent. Something very important has come up on my end. I would like to request real person Lu to come over. If the real person is willing to come, I can offer a distribution of 10 years' worth of spirit stones as compensation.
Upon hearing this, Lu Zixian immediately realized that Han Yuan's situation was not simple. He said,
There is no need for compensation. I will report to the ancestor, but I cannot guarantee whether he will come. I understand. Thank you, Brother Zicheng.
Han Yuan replied. Di Hung had a similar reaction. He could report, but he couldn't guarantee anything either. Han Yuan was merely trying, hoping that if he could invite them, it would lend him some support. In reality, Han Yuan's greatest assurance was not with them. Han Yuan turned a corner and flew outside the peak, during which his aura had quietly concealed itself. Shortly after, he arrived outside the scripture repository of Guma Peak.
I wonder if Ancestor Ziyun has gone out for a trial.
Han Yuan thought to himself.
Oh, isn't this Han kid finally willing to come out?
Ancestor Ziyun sat lazily behind the counter, casually reading a book. Upon seeing him, Han Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a sincere smile.
Isn't it to complete the task given by the ancestor? I naturally need to strive hard in my cultivation. Oh, have you encountered any issues? I can give you some guidance.
Ancestor Ziyan smiled lightly. He had expected Han Yuan to come earlier to consult him, but he didn't expect him to be so stubborn and come only after such a long time. Han Yuan cleared his throat and said,
Ancestor, I have successfully cultivated the ancient wood-breathing technique. To what level? Have you mastered it? The disciple has achieved perfection.
Han Yuan replied.
Perfected.
Ancestor Ziyan raised his head in surprise, casually tossing aside the book in his hand, and swiftly approaching Han Yuan. Han Yuan, understanding the situation, dispersed part of the concealment effect of the concealment technique while activating the breathing technique at its full level. Thousands of strands of earth-vein spiritual energy surged toward Han Yuan's body rapidly. Without the concealment technique to mask him, he looked as though he had gained thousands of roots, appearing extremely exaggerated.
Good. I initially gave you a year's time and intended to challenge you a bit, but you actually managed to achieve perfection within the deadline. Ha, my judgment is indeed outstanding.
Ancestor Ziyan was delighted. Han Yuan rolled his eyes. The old man had never expected him to complete the task, and he couldn't help but ask curiously,
Ancestor, how long did it take you to reach perfection with the ancient wood-breathing technique? Do you want a reward?
Ancestor Ziyan asked casually as he sat back down. Han Yuan quickly replied,
Of course I want it. Here, take this token. You can go to the treasure house yourself later. This time I won't help you choose.
Ancestor Ziyan tossed him a token. Han Yuan hurriedly accepted it. Ancestor Ziyan resumed reading his book and waved his hand indicating that Han Yuan could leave. However, Han Yuan did not depart, remaining in place. Ancestor Ziyan raised his head in confusion and asked,
Do you have something else? Well, Ancestor, it seems I have discovered a large rat and would like to ask for your help in setting up a formation.
Han Yuan quickly said.
A large rat? What kind?
Ancestor Ziyan asked, puzzled. Han Yuan felt embarrassed and quickly clarified.
Not a real rat. I mean, I have discovered an enemy invading the sect, and this enemy's strength is likely at the golden core level.
Ancestor Ziyan chuckled silently.
Do you know that our Earth God sect's formation was set by the original nascent soul ancestor? A golden core expert entering the formation will definitely be activated.
Han Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked,
Isn't it the case that outer sect and miscellaneous disciples frequently come and go? Wouldn't the formation be continuously activated and consumed?
Ancestor Ziyan laughed.
Disciples over 60 years old will have their soul aura recorded by the protective mountain formation. Those disciples aren't even 60 years old, so they can't trigger the formation at all.
Hearing this, Han Yuan wondered.
Then wouldn't golden core real persons below 60 years old go undetected? How could it be that once they turn 60?
Ancestor Ziyan's smile suddenly froze on his face. He thought for a moment and took out the token to contact someone.
Ancestor.
The voice of the sect master came from the token.
I remember that the true disciple Zhao Yumu of Yunyang sect is approaching 60, right? Yes, 59 years old. Has he broken through? The latest news is that he has already reached the golden core. I understand now.
Ancestor Ziyan's expression turned cold. Purple Cloud Patriarch sat in his chair, his head lowered in deep contemplation. Han Yuan stood idly by, awaiting the Patriarch's decision. He reckoned that Purple Cloud Patriarch would obliterate that Zhao Yumu with lightning speed. No matter how heaven-defying the latter was, he would be no match for the Patriarch. Suddenly Purple Cloud Patriarch raised his head and smiled warmly at him. Han Yuan froze, a foreboding sense creeping into his heart.
You haven't told anyone else about this, have you?
Purple Cloud Patriarch inquired.
Not yet, but I've already summoned the Golden Core Elders from Spirit Inscription Peak, and I've also invited the Patriarchs of the Lu and D families to assist. I plan to mention it when I meet them later.
Han Yuan spoke.
That's good.
Purple Cloud Patriarch nodded.
Don't be too hasty in telling the elders. In fact, don't go into too much detail. Don't mention that you can sense his spiritual energy fluctuations either. Just say you have inside information that an external enemy has infiltrated Spirit Inscription Peak, but don't mention the Golden Core level.
Han Yuan was taken aback, puzzled.
Patriarch, what do you mean?
Purple Cloud Patriarch smiled faintly.
Since they covet the primordial spirit inheritance, why not give them a copy?
Han Yuan was stunned.
You mean, give them a fake primordial spirit inheritance? Led them astray.
Purple Cloud Patriarch looked at him oddly.
Why do you seem so practiced at this? Ahem.
Han Yuan coughed.
Isn't it because you prompted me, Patriarch?
He asked curiously.
If you give them the inheritance, won't they see through its flaws?
Purple Cloud Patriarch smiled faintly.
Of course not. Our Earth God sect foresaw such a situation long ago. When the primordial spirit Patriarch was still alive, he personally created a false doubt technique. Those below the nascent soul stage would never detect the problem. But nearly 1,000 years have passed, and they've never attempted to steal it. I nearly forgot about it myself. Wait here, I'll go find it.
Han Yuan watched in astonishment as Purple Cloud Patriarch rummaged through the bookshelves on the first floor. Finally, from the corner of a shelf, he pulled out a stone slab, gently blew off the dust, and revealed its densely carved surface. The scene left Han Yuan utterly bewildered.
Here, take this.
Purple Cloud Patriarch tossed the stone slab directly to him. Han Yuan fumbled to catch it. Gazing at the slab in his hands, at first glance it seemed ordinary, but upon a second look an inexplicable sense of profundity arose within him.
Hey, don't stare at it, or you might be led astray,
Purple Cloud Patriarch warned. Han Yuan quickly averted his gaze and held the slab far away, exclaiming,
Patriarch, this thing seems toxic. You just tossed it to me like that. Just don't look at it, all right. Figure out a way for that kid to successfully obtain this slab. After he takes it out of the sect and passes it to some contact or another, he'll strike and kill him. Then he'll launch an all-out war against Cloud Sun sect. Many will die, but don't let it weigh on you. It will be worth it. If we can take out a couple of nascent soul great perfection cultivators, or even a dozen nascent soul stage elites, we might annex the 4 neighboring sects. Once we seize their resources, you'll get your share.
Purple Cloud Patriarch painted another grand vision for Han Yuan, swiftly deciding the plan for a massive war in just a few words. Han Yuan trembled with fear.
Patriarch, I might not be a good actor. You're the acting peak master of Spirit Inscription Peak. If not you, then who?
Purple Cloud Patriarch shot him a glare.
This is a chance I've secured for you to earn great merit. Do you think just anyone gets such an opportunity? I just spent ages arguing with those old fogies to get this for you.
Han Yuan was startled. Had the Patriarch already consulted with the other Patriarchs? He had noticed nothing. Han Yuan smiled bitterly.
Patriarch, the Golden Core genius doesn't seem simple. Sending a mere chi refining cultivator like me to provoke him, isn't that a bit too much?
Purple Cloud Patriarch tossed him a talisman.
This is the Earthly Withdraw Talisman. Keep it on you. If you face a fatal threat, it will automatically form a Withdraw Divine Shield protecting you for a quarter of an hour. Even if he has the combat power of an early nascent soul, you can withstand 10 breaths. Feel better now. You've already invited the Golden Core Elders. He won't ambush you. Once he gets the slab, he'll be in a hurry to escape. Your safety is assured.
Han Yuan took the talisman, his face lighting up, and carefully stored it close to his body. Then with a solemn expression he said,
Patriarch, you'll give it a try.
Purple Cloud Patriarch looked at him with an expression that said, I see through you.
Consider this treasure a reward for completing the breathing technique.
Purple Cloud Patriarch said. Han Yuan's face fell.
Patriarch, you can't do this. If you succeed in this crucial mission, the benefits you'll gain will be 100 times greater.
Purple Cloud Patriarch painted yet another grand vision. Han Yuan indicated he was full.
Go on, don't be too nervous. I have a backup plan. If you mess up, it'll arrange a fix, but your reward will be gone.
He paused briefly, looking seriously at Han Yuan.
I chose you for another reason. You can reveal your status as a secret disciple to enhance the authenticity of the primordial spirit technique. But if possible, don't reveal it.
Purple Cloud Patriarch waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Han Yuan sighed. Though his face was calm, his heart felt heavy as he flew back to Spirit Inscription Peak. The Patriarch's simple words just now were steeped in an overwhelming aura of bloodshed. To make the enemy believe the inheritance was genuine, the Earth God sect was prepared to wage a bloody battle, and the number of disciples sacrificed would be far from small. And this war, which could shake the entire Beiyuan province, might very well be triggered by him. Because if he hadn't reported it, that person would probably have stolen nothing in the end, wandering around the sect before leaving. The Earth God sect would have lost some things, but no great war would have erupted. His report, however, had set off a chain of events. Countless people might die because of a single word from him. Regardless of whether karma existed, Han Yuan himself hadn't expected such severe consequences from a mere tip-off. Han Yuan's gaze drifted into the distance, his thoughts wandering.
Perhaps in this war I can no longer stand idly by. While ensuring my own safety, I should do my part for the sect. Maybe fewer fellow disciples will perish.
Han Yuan returned to Linwen Peak. During his flight, good news arrived from both Di Heng and Lu Zhixian. Their Golden Core ancestors were willing to meet him. The main reason was that Han Yuan had displayed the spare Peak Lord token, adding weight to his request. When Han Yuan arrived at the main hall of Linwen Peak, he saw a handsome young man gazing up at the eaves of the hall in admiration. Han Yuan was startled, hesitated for a moment, then approached and respectfully said,
"I am Han Yuan. May I ask, Senior, who are you?" "Didn't you just ask Lu Zhixian? Speaking of which, I haven't visited Linwen Peak in some years,"
the young man said calmly. Han Yuan was astonished inwardly. Ancestor Lu had arrived so quickly. He hastily and respectfully said,
"So it is Senior Lu. Han Yuan has been remiss. Please forgive my rudeness."
The young man turned around, his expression calm, as he appraised Han Yuan, then furrowed his brow slightly.
"Han Yuan, is it? Being able to break through to the 8th layer of Qi refining within 3 years of entry shows considerable talent and cultivation, but that is no excuse for arrogance. I expect a satisfactory explanation from you."
Han Yuan was taken aback. There seemed to be a hint of displeasure in True Man Liu's tone. Yet he understood it was only natural for a dignified Golden Core true man to be offended. Not only had Han Yuan failed to visit him, but he had actually asked the true man to come to him, as if he had forgotten his place. Just as he was about to reply, another figure descended silently from midair. Han Yuan looked up and saw a pale-faced youth stepping down through the void. The young man looked at the youth, a smile finally appearing on his face.
"Senior brother Diyu, it's been a while."
The youth clasped his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile,
"Junior brother Jijin, I didn't expect you to come as well."
The young man chuckled lightly.
"I'm curious how a mere Qi refining disciple could be so confident as to invite me here."
His gaze fell upon Han Yuan. Han Yuan showed no timidity. He first bowed to the youth with cupped hands.
"Han Yuan pays respects to True Man Di."
The youth smiled faintly.
"You are too courteous, True Heir Han. What matter brings you to summon us today?"
Han Yuan said seriously.
"To True Men, I apologize for the abruptness of this invitation. Please forgive me. Besides inviting you both, I have also summoned all the Golden Core true men currently on Linwen Peak."
The young true man looked surprised.
"Oh,"
Han Yuan said earnestly,
"I have a reliable source of intelligence confirming that enemies from another sect have infiltrated Linwen Peak. Their purpose is unknown. I am not sure of their numbers, nor whether any Foundation establishment elders among us are moles. However, the infiltrators are definitely at least at the Foundation establishment level and possess extremely potent concealment techniques. Therefore, for the safety of Linwen Peak, I have gathered the elders to discuss countermeasures. I invited you two here primarily to bolster my credibility."
Diyu looked at him with a strange expression.
"You want us to vouch for your intelligence?"
Han Yuan nodded.
"I cannot easily explain the source of my intelligence, but I beg you both to trust my words."
As he spoke, his aura surged abruptly. His cultivation base, which had been at the 8th layer of Qi refining, instantly soared to the 9th layer, then quickly broke through to the 10th layer. This sight caused the originally calm and indifferent expressions on the faces of true men Lu Jijin and Diyu to shift markedly. Diyu sensed the fluctuations of Han Yuan's cultivation and also probed his life force. He finally explained with admiration.
You are only 19 years old, yet you have already broken through to the 10th layer of Qi refining. You will reach foundation establishment before 24, and there is a great possibility you will achieve golden core. You are truly remarkable.
Lu Jizhen, who had been somewhat displeased with Han Yuan earlier, now also adopted a cautious expression. His previously scrutinizing gaze turned into one of surprise and uncertainty. Han Yuan then suddenly cast a spell releasing 2 sword auras that directly attacked the 2 true men. The 2 true men were startled but casually deflected his attack. Feeling the power of the sword auras, Lu Jizhen's face finally showed a hint of awe.
This is the power of a spell at the 12th layer of Qi refining. Your cultivation speed and magical skill advancement are both slightly superior to mine at the same age. I retract my earlier words. I have indeed underestimated you.
Han Yuan cupped his hands and said sincerely,
2 true men, I have a close cooperative relationship with both your families. Therefore, I am willing to reveal my true cultivation and strength to you. First, to prove that I am qualified for deeper cooperation with your families. Second, to ask you to vouch for me. I, Han Yuan, have always treated others with sincerity. I dislike concealment and am straightforward by nature. I will not hide it either. If we can root out the infiltrators and moles, this time the position of Peak Lord will be all but secured. So I hope you two will help me.
The strength Han Yuan had displayed was only a small fraction of his true power, and he cared little for the Peak Lord position. These words were merely for the sake of his subsequent actions. Only by deceiving his own allies could he fool the enemy. Diyu and Lu Jizhen exchanged a glance, seemingly communicating silently. Then Diyu spoke.
Junior brother Lu and I have discussed it. We can agree to your plan. We hope your intelligence is reliable, otherwise not only will we lose face, but your authority as a true heir may be greatly diminished.
Han Yuan cupped his hands.
Thank you for your help, 2 true men. Han Yuan is deeply grateful.
The 3 of them conversed further, then waited. Before long, Dao Yuan hurried into the main hall. Behind him, 5 golden core true men entered one by one. The 5 golden core true men initially wore displeased expressions, but when they saw the 2 golden core true men behind Han Yuan, their expressions shifted to surprise. Han Yuan bowed to the 5.
Han Yuan pays respects to 2nd Elder, 4th Elder, 5th Elder, 7th Elder, and 9th Elder.
A golden core true man with a rugged face said with interest.
Han Yuan, what are you calling us here for?
Han Yuan said,
4th Elder, I have important matters to discuss with you all. As I have formed a partnership with the Lu and Di families, I coincidentally discovered that enemies from another sect have infiltrated Lin Wen Peak in the past 2 days, and there may be moles among us plotting against our peak. The situation is urgent, so I immediately summoned you elders to discuss the capture.
The elders exchanged surprised glances, then looked at Lu Jizhen and Diyu. Naturally, the 2 did not undermine Han Yuan and nodded in agreement.
Oh, such a thing has happened.
4th Elder Yu Mingxiong was very astonished. Han Yuan immediately nodded.
We cannot determine the enemy's location nor whether there are moles among the Foundation establishment elders. That is why I gathered you elders here.
Yu Mingxiong snorted coldly.
How dare some thieves sneak in? They clearly hold Lin Wen Peak in contempt. Since that's the case, well, make sure they never leave.
Han Yuan said.
Elders, should we request assistance from the main peak or other peaks?
2nd Elder Fu Chanqing spoke up.
There's no need to trouble other peaks. Although Lin Wen Peak has declined somewhat in recent years, a few petty thieves are hardly worth alerting the other peaks and inviting their ridicule. Under our inescapable net, no one can escape our hunt.
Han Yuan thought to himself, this petty thief might be able to take on 5 of them alone. The 2nd Elder's tone is quite arrogant. Zhao Yumu dashed through the spiritual trees, swiftly reaching the inner disciple quarters. As he entered a tree within an inner disciple's courtyard, his divine sense detected a familiar aura.
Finally found the informant.
Zhao Yumu looked into the courtyard. A female disciple was practicing a sword technique. Suddenly a voice whispered in her ear.
Cloud, moon, shadow, shimmer.
The woman paused slightly, then continued her practice. Yet the sword dance changed no longer the original technique. With each movement, the sword became a brush tracing 4 characters in the air.
Pine with clear heart.
After finishing the sword dance with a calm expression, she sheathed her blade and entered her room, activating the array to isolate inside from outside. When she closed the door and turned around, the figure stood silently. Zhao Yumu.
Disciple Qian Yin pays respects to the special envoy.
The female disciple bowed respectfully. Zhao Yumu clasped his hands behind his back and said coolly,
"Tell me all the important locations and figures on Lin Wen Peak." "Yes."
The female disciple hurried to the bedside, retrieved a wooden box from under the bed, took out a jade slip, and handed it respectfully to Zhao Yumu. Zhao Yumu waved his hand, and the jade slip flew into his grasp. His divine sense probed it, flooding his mind with vast information. He compared it with the data he had previously obtained on Lin Wen Peak to check for any recent changes.
Lin Wen Peak has appointed a new true disciple who is now acting Peak Master.
Zhao Yumu noted down the intelligence on Han Yuan, then searched for other information. Soon he identified several locations that might hold inheritance scriptures, such as the Sutra Library Treasure Vault, Lin Wen Peak Main Hall, Ancient Stone Wall of Lingwen, and the Rear Mountain Cave.
Apart from this information, is there anything else you wish to add?
Zhao Yumu looked at the female disciple. She shook her head.
I cannot access any information above the Foundation Establishment level. Who is the Foundation Establishment informant?
Zhao Yumu asked again.
I don't know.
The female disciple replied, shaking her head.
We all operate independently and have no contact with each other.
Zhao Yumu frowned upon hearing this, but finally nodded.
Understood. First take me to the Sutra Library and the Ancient Stone Wall of Lingwen. Yes.
The female disciple complied. Zhao Yumu handed her a piece of emerald wood.
Hide this on your person.
The female disciple was astonished to see Zhao Yuma's body transform into a beam of green light and vanish into the wood chip. The wood chip remained vibrant, fulfilling Zhao Yuma's need. The marvel of the minor divine ability was its power to alter physical form and size, truly wondrous.
The special envoy is truly formidable.
The female disciple's eyes shone with admiration. She reverently placed the wood chip inside her robe near her chest, then made some preparations and headed outside. She walked unhurriedly along the mountain path. When passing disciples greeted her, she always smiled and nodded. No one could tell that she concealed another presence. Her first stop was the Inner Disciples Sutra Library. This was the largest library on Lin Wen Peak, where even Foundation Establishment elders exchanged scriptures. At the entrance was a counter behind which sat an inner disciple handling registrations and exchanges. In a corner, a middle-aged cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm sat cross-legged with eyes closed. When Qian Yin stepped into the library, the middle-aged cultivator opened his eyes and scanned her. Qian Yin instinctively raised her hand to cover her chest. The Foundation Establishment elder glanced at her, but noticed nothing unusual. Such small gestures from female disciples were often overlooked. Had it been a male disciple, suspicion might have arisen. He closed his eyes and resumed his meditation. The male inner disciple behind the counter asked,
Junior sister, what scriptures are you looking for?
Qian Yin said timidly,
May I browse on my own? Of course, but you can only exchange techniques on the first floor of the 4-story library. I understand.
Qian Yin nodded. The male disciple asked no more. Qian Yin entered the library, her face showing a hint of nervousness, appearing shy. As she passed several bookshelves, a green light emerged from her chest. Zhao Yuma's figure appeared beside her. He signaled Qian Yin to continue browsing. Meanwhile, he quietly moved to the stairway. At the stairway entrance, a restrictive array formed a luminous barrier, an identification and defense array. Without an identity token, one could not ascend to the second floor. Yet this did not deter Zhao Yumu. He was a third-rank array master. Standing before the barrier, he formed runes with his hands and embedded them into the array. The barrier surface rippled slightly, without causing much disturbance, forming a small bullseye-sized opening. Zhao Yumu swiftly tossed the wood chip through the gap, crossing the barrier. His body transformed into green light, and merged into the wood chip, passing through the barrier in an instant. Using array-breaking techniques, and the would escape minor divine ability, Zhao Yimu penetrated the second floor's restriction in 3 breaths. Zhao Yimu glanced back at the array barrier and smiled faintly. Then, he ascended the stairs to the second floor. He had no interest in the second floor's contents. Soon he reached the third floor entrance and, following the same method, succeeded in entering the third floor in just 20 breaths. Upon stepping onto the third floor, he carefully surveyed the interior. Confirming no golden core cultivator was guarding it, he explored the third floor. It held numerous jade slips and books, but only about a dozen were technique manuals. Scanning those dozen techniques, he found none he sought. Undeterred, he approached the entrance to the fourth floor. The fourth floor corresponded to nascent soul stage techniques, and its barrier was a 4th rank array beyond Zhao Yimu's array mastery. He solemnly took out a 4th rank barrier breaking talisman. Using the talisman directly would cause array fluctuations and alert others, but combined with his array master skills, he could suppress the fluctuations and infiltrate the 4th floor unnoticed.
This operation costs a great deal. I hope the 4th floor brings me a pleasant surprise.
Zhao Yimu began deploying his array master techniques, embedding array patterns into the barrier without causing any disturbance, subtly altering the array's properties at that spot. After a full half-hour, Zhao Yimu finally used the barrier-breaking talisman, pressing it onto that spot. In the next instant, an opening appeared in the barrier. Without hesitation, Zhao Yimu tossed the wood chip through and used would escape to enter the 4th floor of the Sutra Library. He looked back at the restored barrier and thought to himself,
no wonder the sect had never attempted such a move before. Without golden core cultivation, array mastery, or my unique methods, it would be impossible to cross this barrier silently.
In fact, he felt the Earth Spirit sect's defenses were too lax. Having remained trouble-free for over 1,000 years, they had grown careless, giving him an opportunity to exploit. Zhao Yimu relaxed.
They are unprepared now. This is the best chance to steal the inheritance. I must seize it.
At this moment, inside the Great Hall, a few individuals were still engaged in discussion.
Second Elder, is this your plan? Isn't it a bit too simplistic?
Han Yuan was greatly astonished. Fu Changqing smiled gently and said,
You joined the sect not long ago. Our Earth God sect possesses an exceptionally formidable protective grand formation constructed by the primordial soul ancestor in the past. Any outsider cultivator over 60 years old who enters the formation will be attacked and annihilated by it. Therefore, the infiltrators cannot possibly be too powerful. Of course, they might bring some treasures of the golden core level, but they are certainly no match for us. Moreover, our sect has a rule that all disciples over 60 must swear an oath of loyalty to the sect within the main hall. On our peak, there are only 27 cultivators below 60 who have reached the foundation establishment stage or above. Currently, only 8 of them are present on the peak. High-level moles can only be among these individuals. Thus, we simply need to keep watch near these cultivators, and once the infiltrators reveal themselves, we can apprehend them.
Han Yuan scratched his head. Such a simple plan. Yet Diyu and Lu Jizhen beside him deemed the plan flawless. Han Yuan also felt that although the plan was simple, it was indeed effective. However, the key issue was how he could hand over the technique stone tablet. Han Yuan cleared his throat and quickly proposed.
Hey Race, my thought these infiltrators might not necessarily seek out Foundation establishment informants, but their ultimate goal is undoubtedly the sect's technique inheritance. I suggest we use a fake primordial soul technique stone tablet to lure them into stealing it. That way we can wait for the prey to come to us.
Yu Mingxiong upon hearing this stroked his chin and nodded.
That could indeed work.
Fu Changqing nodded in agreement.
This is simple, we can pursue both approaches simultaneously. There's one issue, how do we make the infiltrators aware of this news?
The 5th elder asked in confusion. The 4th elder chuckled and said,
This is simple. There's no need to say much at all. Rumors among the disciples already suggest that the most supreme technique inheritance of the spirit inscription peak lies in the stone cave behind the mountain where we usually go into seclusion. If they truly come for the techniques, they will surely investigate. We can just prepare a random box or stone tablet to fool them.
Han Yuan pondered for a moment and said,
Elder, I can't help much with combat, but I can assist in crafting a fake technique stone tablet.
Fu Chongqing nodded nonchalantly.
All right, you can go ahead and make one now. Leave the rest to us. Very well.
Han Yuan nodded immediately. He then withdrew from the great hall, leaving the golden core true persons to deliberate among themselves, and returned directly to his Songming cave mansion. Upon returning to the sect, he flew straight back to the Songming tower. He first checked on Wenkai's condition, only to find that the creature was still accumulating its foundation, and had yet to break through to foundation establishment. Han Yuan had initially expected it to break through soon, but Wenkai struggled for a long time without producing any significant result. In the meantime, he had consulted Lu Sisi and learned that this was normal. For chi refining cultivators, it was common for breakthroughs to take up to 3 months of preparation, and spiritual beasts required even more time. Han Yuan could only encourage Wenkai to keep striving. He then went to the 3rd floor storeroom, selected some refining materials, and returned to the mansion lord's cultivation chamber. Seated cross-legged on the floor, he brought out the special primordial soul technique stone tablet. Without using his divine sense, he merely observed the patterns with his physical eyes, committing them to memory one by one. Next, he took out the refining materials, conjured a handful of purple flames, and began to smelt them. He was not engaged in true artifact refining, but simply creating a counterfeit identical in color and shape to the original stone tablet. This required little refining skill. With his current level of divine sense control, he could easily mold it. Under the smelting of the purple flames, the counterfeit tablet easily fused together. Then countless tiny sword auras emerged from his fingertips. Under his precise control, special patterns gradually appeared on the tablet, nearly indistinguishable from those on the one given by the purple cloud ancestor. With his exquisite sword aura manipulation, Han Yuan replicated an almost identical stone tablet. Using the purple flames, he fused a jade slip material into the center of the tablet, inscribing a passage of sarcastic and provocative words. The counterfeit tablet was thus complete.
Not bad, not bad. It seems I have a talent for artifact refining as well. Once this matter is settled, I can delve into the study of refining and alchemy.
Unfortunately, after crafting this tablet, he did not trigger a random multiplier. Yet he faintly sensed that if he were to properly refine a magical artifact, he could trigger a doubling effect on his refining experience. This was likely a hint from his golden finger, and there was precedent for it, hadn't his sword Dao insights been doubled before. Han Yuan tidied up and hurriedly flew back to the sect's main hall. By then, the 5 golden core true persons of the spirit inscription peak and the 2 true persons